Where's Winnie? Get her back quickly. Supervisor Lou made up his mind to plant this black pot on Winnie's head. This is not the first time he has indiscriminately pitted the employees underneath. When everyone heard this, they stopped what they were doing. What are you all standing around for? Are you going to take responsibility for her? Supervisor Lou's words made those who originally wanted to speak for Winnie change their minds. It's easy enough for them to work at nights. There's no need to lose their jobs for an irrelevant person. Soon, Winnie was called to Supervisor Lou's office. After simply listening to them, Winnie figured out the reason for this. Lou's supervisor, smiling to the people who came to investigate, poured tea. Winnie just came to our department. Many things. She is not clear. Please think of her as the first offender's sake, the net open side. Company rules state that all encrypted documents must be backed up first, and the way that document was handled. Coupled with the fact that the company has recently been strictly investigating the performance of its employees, we would like you to write a report first, after which we will consider the manner of punishment for you at our discretion. Winnie stood there, pursing her lips. She didn't even touch the document. But in the archives, everything is decided by Supervisor Lou, so what can she do? A toss-up, Winnie became the scapegoat for the incident. When sent away from the integrity department, Lou's supervisor also stopped Winnie. Public lecture. You usually do not work seriously even if, how can make such a low-level mistakes? All of you are watching. This is the end. Winnie listened to this, the heart of a cross, directly rushed into the Lou supervisor's office, from his computer to find out where that document went. I didn't even touch this document. What are you shouting for? Supervisor Lou didn't expect her to resist herself so much, and directly rushed over to pull Winnie away. It's over. You go write your report. Winnie sneered. I can't write about something I haven't done. You. Lou's supervisor was blocked, so the office door closed, persuaded Winnie. I know you are Henry's side. In a few days, you can be transferred back to the secretary's office. You take the responsibility down, can save the whole archives. Is it not good? Why would I do that? Winnie looked at the other man sarcastically. I usually treat you that way, all for the sake of training your working ability. The matter has come to this. Lou's supervisor once again lowered his posture and persuaded Winnie to take things on. But no matter what he said, Winnie's answer was the same. No way. Then what exactly do you want? Supervisor Lou had to loosen his tongue. I want to know how I got transferred to the archives. If Dana hadn't come to her, Winnie wouldn't have taken things in that direction. In the past few years, she was alone with her children and heard a lot of gossip that denigrated her. But as long as it didn't affect her and Kerr's life, Winnie could put up with it. But this time, she didn't want to carry the charge of destroying someone's relationship and stay at nights. You really don't know? Supervisor Lou felt that Winnie was playing dumb with him. If you tell me, I'll go write the report now. Winnie's tone was calm. An hour later, He-Ming walked into Henry's office with Winnie's report in hand. Henry, would you like to see this? The man took it, only swept a glance. His tone was sullen and cold. Punishment according to company regulations. It means, what's right is right. He-Ming but some hesitation. But Henry, just now Miss Dana. Without waiting for He-Ming to finish, Dana walked into the office without knocking and asked Henry with a smile. Are you done? The old man and the others have arrived. Henry didn't make a sound, but had gotten up and headed for the door. When he went out, Dana unintentionally swept a glance at He-Ming and said, if with deep meaning, sometimes more is better than less. He-Ming just listened without any expression. As soon as the elevator door opened, Winnie, holding a large box full of materials and not noticing who was inside the elevator, struggled to walk inside and shouted, Please make way, be careful not to touch. She could barely see the road with all the stuff she was carrying. After entering the elevator, he also struggled to press the button for that B3 floor. As soon as Dana saw Winnie, she immediately measured Henry's expression, but saw that he was as cold as usual, with a cold face and little change in his eyes, and the smile on Dana's lips deepened. She took the initiative to call out to Winnie, It's too hard for you to carry so much stuff by yourself. Winnie had her back to them, but instantly heard it was Dana. She lowered her voice and said softly, No. Henry, where in the world did you hire such a down-to-earth employee like Winnie? If everyone else at nights was like her, then the company would definitely take a new step forward. Henry's brow tightened slightly, and he still didn't speak. When the elevator got to the first floor, Winnie had to get out before she could get out of the way, but she was holding the box and couldn't see the people outside the elevator door. Accidentally, the whole person fell to the floor. There were a lot of grumbling from the employees nearby. What are you doing? Watch where you're going. It's annoying. In that moment, it seemed that everyone was blaming Winnie. She had no words to refute, but could only endure the pain in her knees, squatting on the ground, picking up the materials one by one. Henry, shall we go? Dana smiled, watching Winnie make a fool of herself in front of Henry, who was looking unconcerned, made her feel good. She should have figured out a long time ago that Henry couldn't really like Winnie. The things that happened before were just her own scare. Listening to their footsteps walking away, Winnie accelerated the movement of packing materials, but by the time she picked up the box again, the elevator doors had already closed. She sighed feebly, feeling that all the bad things had happened today. Winnie? Fang Yi came in from the front door of Lee's, recognized her at a glance, quickly went over and took the box in her hand. "How do you move so much stuff by yourself?" Fang Yi wrinkled his brow, and his tone was a bit worried. When he heard a few days ago that Winnie had been transferred out of the project team, he wanted to ask her if something had happened, but the messages he sent to Winnie were not returned. He had also been very worried, and today he happened to have time to come to nights, so he thought he must see her. "I didn't expect." Winnie said lightly, "It's nothing, it's just work, I won't bother you. I can move down." "Don't you move, I'll do it." Fang Yi's tone sank and he went directly into the elevator. "To what floor?" "B3, Winnie said, lowering her head and following inside. When he saw Winnie's current work environment and what she had to do every day, Fang Yi immediately had to take her away. "You write your resignation now and come with me to Shengyu. Even if I'm only the executive vice president at Shengyu, I can still guarantee you a comfortable office." He really couldn't bear it, let Winnie suffer this kind of crime here. Mentally, he was also chagrined that he had not noticed her plight in the first place. Otherwise, she would have been taken away long ago. His voice was not too loud and drew the attention of some workers. Winnie had to pull him aside first. "No, really, I'm used to it here. It's just occasionally moving some information. It's not that tiring. Instead of using your brain, the salary is also the same as before. It's quite good. But you are simply wasting time here. You are capable and willing to suffer. Why do you have to?" Fang Yi said halfway, his eyes dimmed down. He really didn't want to believe that Winnie was Henry's lover, as the gossips had said before. "Senior, thank you for affirming me, but I need this job to make ends meet, and besides, I have reasons why I can't leave nights." Fang Yi clenched his fist and did not speak for a while. Until the phone rang, it was Wang Qing calling. "Senior, where are you?" "I've arrived at nights." They were going to come over together, but Fang Yi wanted to come over to see Winnie first and specifically excused Wang Qing. I'll be right there." He dropped his arm and looked at Winnie to say something. "I'll do the rest on my own." Winnie raised a small smile and turned to leave. Looking at her back, Fang Yi's heart is not a taste. He returned to the office upstairs after meeting with Wang Qing and Lee's staff, but also has been soulfully worried about Winnie. During the break, Wang Qing brought him coffee and he didn't react much. "Senior, are you all right? Are you not feeling well?" Wang Qing asked thoughtfully. Since she knew that Winnie had quit the project team, she asked someone from nights to inquire about Winnie's whereabouts and couldn't be happier to know that she had been transferred to another department. In the future, Winnie will never have the opportunity to approach Fang Yi in an open and honest manner. Just now seeing Fang Yi's expression, Wang Qing knows that things are not over yet. "I just met Winnie downstairs. She was transferred to the archives. The work intensity is too." "Senior, those are Knight's matters. We've already had a bad time with Knight before, and you're still hanging on to that now. If someone from Knight hears about it, it will be very troublesome." Wang Qing lowered her voice. "And I heard that Winnie will be transferred back soon." "Yeah? Who did you hear that from?" Hope was rekindled in Fang Yi's eyes. Seeing him so excited, Wang Qing bit her lips and said, "Everyone in their company knows about Winnie and Henry's relationship. She was made whole this time. Also because Henry's real girlfriend was jealous, but I heard that Henry thinks quite highly of her. Sooner or later she will be transferred back again." The implication is that no matter which department Winnie stays in at nights, she is Henry's person. "Senior, I know you are interested in Winnie, but some things missed is missed. When the school, you did not even confess to her. Do you want to? Now?" "That's not the same." Fang Yi interrupted Wang Qing in a cold voice, got up and walked out. He didn't care if what Wang Qing said was true. He had to protect Winnie. B3 floor warehouse area. Winnie held the boxes, looking for gaps in the shelves, patted her toes and struggled to move the material boxes over her head and stuff them in. This kind of heavy physical work is already overload for her. She slowly climbed down the ladder to get a glass of water from the side and saw someone walking by the short table, not like someone from the archives. Winnie looked at the man's back as he hurriedly left in confusion, walked over and took a few sips of water. Before she could catch her breath, she heard Supervisor Liu shout, "Winnie, move these boxes up too." She sighed helplessly and moved to walk over. But I don't know why. She always felt dizzy and her feet felt like they were stepping on cotton. In my ear was the incessant urging of Supervisor Liu, "You are so slow. How long do you have to work? Do you all want to work overtime? Move faster." Winnie shook her head hard and climbed up the ladder once more. And just as she was bending down to carry the boxes, a wave of vertigo hit her, and her whole body plunged down the ladder. Luckily, there were boxes of materials piled up below, and she didn't bump her head. However, as the pain in her body blurred her consciousness and the noise in her ears grew louder, she felt a man move through the crowd and pick her up. It's the same familiar smell of men's perfume. "Knight? Henry?" Winnie didn't have the strength to speak again, leaned against his chest and passed out. The man had a sullen look on his face, his finger bones tightened. He hugged her and walked towards the elevator. When Fang Yi rushed to the file room, he heard a cacophony of voices inside, and he temporarily stopped the man and asked, "What's going on here? You don't work for our company, do you?" Several employees in the file room got into a fight, and a female employee was injured. "Female employees?" Fang Yi's mind was confused and he barged straight inside. But he came a step too late after all, and heard from night's employees that the injured employee had been sent to the hospital by Henry. Fang Yi was stunned and hurriedly turned back to run out, just in time to see Henry carrying Winnie into the elevator. What's wrong with her? Fang Yi used his hand to separate the elevator door that was about to close and followed it in. Henry returned indifferently. Fell a little. Fang Yi thought about the rumors Wang Qing had told him. Henry, it's better for me to take her to the hospital. Henry raised his eyebrows at him, his thin lips pursed into a line, but did not mean to leave Winnie in his care. Since it has become such a mess, I will have something to say. Your company from top to bottom are rumored, Winnie, and even if you do not care, but also for her to consider, right? If this goes on, how can she gain a foothold in your company? When Fang Yi finished, he was about to pick up Winnie. However, Henry was unmoved and his face grew colder. What you say, it's all between me and her, don't bother. After saying that, he carried Winnie out of the elevator and left directly by car. Fang Yi could only stand in front of the company and sigh helplessly. In the car, Winnie woke up from her coma. She opened her eyes and not surprisingly saw a face that was cold to the core. Henry? Her voice was dry and hoarse as she mumbled out 2 words. Why would I be in your car? I should be the one to ask you that question. You've only been in the file room for a few days and you're so tired that you faint. People who don't know think our company mistreats its employees. His tone was the same as usual. But those eyes kept looking at Winnie's face. He hid the concern under his eyes well, but couldn't control himself from losing his temper with her. It's my own body that is too weak and gives trouble to the company, Winnie said through clenched teeth. Even if she suspected that someone had touched her glass of water before she fainted, but without conclusive evidence, she would not say a word, much less tell Henry. Is that so? Then it's time for me to consider letting you leave the company. The man's tone grew deeper and colder as he turned his eyes away from Winnie. From his tone, Winnie heard a little anger. But she was the one who was hurt, and she apologized, so why was he angry? After the last time they met on the cruise ship, this was the first time they had met since Henry returned to the office from his business trip. Winnie hung her head low, thinking left and right, also felt that she did not do anything wrong. When the car stopped, she saw the sign for Central Hospital. Let's come to the hospital. Get out of the car. Without waiting for her response, Henry had already pushed open the car door. Winnie was surprised and pushed open the car door, and then he took her into the hospital. Henry, actually I don't need to check my body, I was just a little anemic just now. I'll be fine after resting for a while. Winnie followed behind Henry and muttered. She didn't want to make things so complicated. Besides, she didn't think she was entitled to have Henry accompany her to the hospital. It's your turn. Henry handed Winnie the appointment slip. Winnie pursed her lips and clutched the appointment slip. Henry, I'm just an ordinary employee of your company. Why would you do such a thing for me? Henry's eyes sank slightly and his thin lips opened and closed. I acted perversely? Winnie did not make a sound and then hung her head. All that company gossip reached her ears, and Henry couldn't have been unaware of it. The man in front of her just looked at her in silence. Winnie sighed slightly, bypassed him, and took the appointment slip into the examination room. Outside the examination room, Henry took out the phone that had been vibrating and pressed the answer button with no expression. Henry, where have you been? The old man asked me several times, and I didn't know what to say. Dana's anxious voice came from the phone handset. The man narrowed his eyes and his tone was cool. Something happened at the company. Really? But you haven't eaten anything yet, so why don't I send some over to you? You wait for me. No need. After Henry finished, he simply hung up the phone. On the other end of the phone, Dana clutched the phone, her expression revealing a few moments of nervousness and hesitation. Could it be that Henry already knows? When she returned to the elegant room, she saw Elder Lee with an angry face, hammering the ground with his cane a few times. In all these years, the company has never had such an incident. Besides, it's just a small employee who was injured. It's not like anything happened. What is he trying to do with such a big fanfare? Dana listened to the words, heart thumped, adjusted his expression, moved to walk in. I've called Henry to ask. He just has something in the company, temporary past to deal with. Let's eat first. Dana hooked up a smile and said good-naturedly. The more she did this, the more angry Master Lee became. You're just too obedient to him. Twice and again you condone his entanglement with that woman. No, this time I have to resign that woman no matter what I say. Master Lee's anger rose up, and no one could appease him. Dana hid the look in her eyes and continued to advise. Henry has always been very measured. This should just be an accident. Alas, if Henry had seen the good in you earlier and married you, I wouldn't have had to worry so much. Master Lee felt that Dana was too simple and trusted Henry so much. The company rumors he has long heard. It is also because of this that he made the decision to transfer Winnie to the archives. If this matter is dragged on, I'm afraid that Dana's side will pressure the Lee family again, and Henry will be tossed by that woman cannot get away. When the time comes, it is still the Lee who will be affected. Dana looked at Master Lei's face, got up and poured him a bowl of soup. Don't worry, I will find a chance to talk to Henry properly, so that you don't have to worry about our affairs. Moreover, I have also been with Winnie. That person is quite good, if Henry really to her. In my eyes, the only one who is qualified to be our Lee family's grandson-in-law is you. Let's eat first, I'll go to the company in the afternoon. With this word from Master Lee, Dana was quite relieved. She also does not have to worry that the things she had someone do will be exposed. Even if Winnie noticed something, Henry believes that the Lee Laozi will not believe. Winnie did a full set of tests as Henry had arranged, and while waiting for the results, she heard Henry's cell phone keep ringing. Henry, if you have something to do, go ahead and get busy. I can wait here by myself. The man raised his eyes and looked at his watch. Soon, wait a little longer. Winnie nuzzled, still want to say more, and afraid that he was angry, waiting to get the results, is already 2 hours later. Winnie heard the nurse call her name and looked back. Henry was frowning at the message on his phone. Winnie withdrew her eyes and walked in alone. But just as she sat down, Henry followed her in. You? Winnie had just said one word when one of Henry's hands pressed down on her shoulder. Listen to what the doctor says. After reading the checklist, the doctor said, all indicators are normal. Henry remained uneasy. Then why did she suddenly faint? I may not have rested well. Winnie lowered her head and squeezed out this sentence. But Henry just gave her a look and continued to ask the doctor, can't you find out why? There's nothing wrong with this from the results of the blood draw. The doctor shook his head. Or do you have any prior history of illness? Winnie shook her head in a hurry. No. Henry frowned and pressed the doctor with some more questions, wanting to make sure Winnie was really okay. After all, she was in an accident at nights and for reasons unknown. Plus, Kerr will soon be discharged from the hospital, and if Winnie is uncomfortable in any way, it will inevitably affect Kerr. In the end, he was sort of pushed out hard by Winnie. There are still many people in line behind me. I'm really fine, please rest assured, Henry, and I won't look for the company to blackmail afterwards. Winnie's eyes blinked, hoping that Henry would not pursue the matter any further. But no matter what she said, Henry had a deep look on his face. Half an hour later, he brought Winnie back to the company, and the two entered the company gate one after the other. Winnie deliberately kept a slow pace and kept her head down the whole way, hoping not to attract too much attention from her colleagues. Henry pressed the elevator button and saw Winnie hurrying into the security walkway, and he didn't stop her. Seeing Winnie so eager to draw a line in the sand with him, Henry's eyes overflowed with a few moments of deep meaning. If it weren't for the fact that they had 2 children together, he wouldn't have been so attentive to her affairs. As soon as Henry entered the office door, he saw Master Lee sitting on the sofa with an angry face, and just as he opened his mouth, he chided, "What exactly is your relationship with that woman?" "Who?" Henry asked knowingly. "Walk straight to the desk and sit down," expression cold as usual, as if nothing had happened. "Just the one called Winnie. As the president of the night group, you actually personally sent her to the hospital. Have you ever thought about the consequences of what you did?" The more Elder Knight spoke, the angrier he became, staring intently at Henry's face. He appeased the Ning side several times, just to wait for Henry himself to think about it and agree to marry Dana. But now, for no apparent reason, a woman has appeared, and Master Lee feels that Henry was probably lying to him before. Henry spoke indifferently. "What could be the consequence? She's not married, I'm not married, and I'm just taking her to the hospital, that's all." "You?" Master Lee choked on these words. Indeed, if Henry really had something with that Winnie, on the first day she was transferred to the archives, Henry would have struck, no need to wait until now. But how does Master Lee think? All feel a lump in his heart retaining. Even if I believe what you say, the Ning family side, you always have to give an explanation, and this time it can't be delayed any longer. Henry's hand flipped open the file and paused. Master Lee grunted coldly. "Even for the sake of the company's future development, you must still marry Dana. This is what being the heir to the Knight family must do. Otherwise, that woman doesn't want to stay in the company. This is the bottom line for Master Lee. Even if Henry really likes Winnie and wants to keep her around, he still has to marry Dana. Only then can the Lee family get the long-term benefits." As he watched Master Lee go out, Henry's face sank. He put down the file with a cold frown between his eyebrows. Soon after Master Lee left, Dana followed closely to the company, but with a worried look on her face, she took the initiative to open her mouth and apologize to Henry. "I didn't think my dad and the others would push so hard. Don't worry, I'll talk to them when I get back. We can talk about it in the long run. I'm not in a hurry." But no matter how she explained, Henry's response was cold. "Before, whatever you did in the company, I pretended I didn't see it, but this time, don't you think it's too much?" Henry's fingers moved away from the file and opened a photo on his phone and placed it on the desktop. Dana's face suddenly turned white as soon as she saw the picture. The person in that photo is her and the employee in the secretary's office, who just happened to be photographed giving each other a card. "Henry, Dana pursed her lips. "I just wanted to know about you at work. I was just so afraid I would lose you." The more she said, the more aggrieved she became, and she seemed to be about to cry. The man was unmoved and just looked at her. "I have made it very clear before that I will not marry you and have no intention of finding a stepmother for Ez. But if you continue like this, I will have to personally visit the Ning family and make things clear to your parents." "No, don't." Dana panicked all of a sudden. "Henry, don't get mad. I can explain." Who are you going to explain this to if it does get messy? The man's tone sank a few points and his eyes were cold. I don't want to hurt an innocent person because of a few gossips. Dana clutched the tips of her fingers, a bitter helplessness on her face. She spoke again, her voice choked up. She ruined my 7 years of love. She is innocent. Henry, I gave up my pride and self-respect so I could be with you. And I had the same nightmare every day for 7 years that you had fallen in love with someone else and completely cut off my way back. But you can find a better woman. Why does it have to be her? The man just looked at her without saying a word. That icy stare stung Dana's heart hard. Okay, I see what you mean. You'll regret it. Dana finished, turned around and walked out. Looking at her back, Henry muttered the word regret. Winnie returned to the file room and found that everyone looked at her differently, the most obvious of which was Supervisor Lou. The moment he saw Winnie appear, Supervisor Lou's face was piled with smiles, and he trotted to Winnie. Why did you go straight back to the company? Since you're not feeling well, it's better to take more rest. I'm all right, Supervisor. Then you sit here and drink some water. In the future, all that work will be done by others, and you will be responsible for meeting with me. A meeting? Winnie was a little confused. From the time she came to this department, she had not seen Supervisor Lou hold a meeting. Yes, other than that, you should not do anything, and you must take care of your health. But, without waiting for Winnie to say anything else, Supervisor Lou had already walked away. Winnie just sat for a while. Supervisor Lou came over with a smile. Winnie, I received the latest instruction from the company. You were transferred back to the secretary's office. You can go back to your original assistant position now. Winnie didn't expect it to come so suddenly. When she was sent back to the secretary's office by Supervisor Lou, she saw Xiao Li and the girls all gathered around her office door. Winnie, I heard you had a fall. It wasn't serious, was it? Congratulations on your re-entry. I told you, Henry wouldn't let you suffer in a department like that. They each had one sentence, and Winnie couldn't even interject. Ming came over with a stack of documents and put them directly on Winnie's desk. These, do it before the end of the day tomorrow. That much? Winnie froze. Ming helplessly shook his head. This is all piled up in the past few days since you went to the archives. In other words, she was gone for a few days. Henry kept the job for her? Or did he already have the idea of transferring her back? Winnie pursed her lips and saw Xiao Li's expression change again as they each went back to their workstations. In their opinion, Henry can personally send Winnie to the hospital, indicating that their relationship is not ordinary. Plus, Winnie was transferred back to the secretary's office. Everyone thought that she completely tied Henry's heart and may be able to compete with Dana for the position of Mrs. Knight. But I didn't expect that Henry was so uncaring that he let her work with illness even though he had transferred her back. Maybe those words circulating in the company are really rumors. Winnie returned to the original position and sat down, began to slowly translate the document, occasionally encountered complex professional vocabulary, but also to check again to verify. Before leaving work, Winnie received a call from Loxon Hospital to confirm with her the time of Kerr's discharge. The thought of picking up Kerr to go home, Winnie's tiredness of the day, instantly dissipated. Okay, I'll be there after work. We have prepared a special car to take you home, which is also a special service of our hospital. Hearing that there is such an arrangement, Winnie thanked, secretly thinking that the private hospital service is good. Before Kerr in the public hospital to see the doctor, each time to make several trips, Winnie looked at the heartache. As soon as her shift was over, she packed up the papers on her desk and took a taxi to Loxon Hospital. When she arrived, the nurse had already changed Kerr's clothes. Kerr, let's go home. Winnie looked at her son's white and tender little face, and the stone hanging in her heart finally fell to the ground. Mommy, why do you look so pale? Are you not feeling well? Kerr tilted his head and asked with a straight face, Did you stay up late working again? Winnie heard his little adult-like chatter again on rare occasions. Well, without you around, Mommy had to work her butt off. She took Kerr's little hand and went to the desk to check out of the hospital. Winnie was still taken aback when she saw the final amount she needed to pay. Is that really all it takes? According to her previous knowledge of the cost of Kerr's surgery, the money was less than a third of what it would cost in a public hospital. If the welfare package at Loxon Hospital is so good, how could that vicious medical fiasco happen? Hearing Winnie ask this, the head nurse took out the documents prepared long ago. Look, over here are all the policies that Kerr enjoys, plus the fact that you are a single mother. We have applied for an extra grant for Kerr abroad, and together, it does add up to this figure. Winnie's taut string slackened. Thank you all so much, especially Dean Shangguan. The head nurse just smiled and said, If Kerr is still uncomfortable anywhere, please come back to our hospital. Thanks. The moment she left the hospital with Kerr, Winnie felt that the wind in the night was not so cold. Her mind was filled with the last words the head nurse instructed her to say. Although the surgery was successful and the observation period has passed, Kerr is still advised not to engage in vigorous running and jumping sports, and when he reaches about 14 years old, there will be no risk of recurrence. Mother and son went home and simply cooked something. When Winnie was in the kitchen cleaning up the dishes, she heard the evening news broadcast on the TV. It is reported that Lee Mulan, the owner of the developed land in Pancheon district, was summoned by the police. Winnie heard something wrong and put down the unwashed dishes and walked to the living room. Only to see the specific location of the Pancheon development site playing on the TV, Winnie's heart jumped, and then her phone rang. Because it was an unknown number calling, Winnie considered it for a moment before pressing the answer button. The reporter's voice came from there. "Miss Wen, we are from the Dahua Times and would like to interview you." Winnie hung up immediately. Soon, her cell phone began to be bombarded by various media reporters, and there were even people from TV stations trying to interview her. Winnie had to turn off her cell phone. "Mommy, what's wrong?" Kerr looked to Winnie in confusion. "Nothing, Mommy's phone is out of battery." Winnie squeezed out a smile and pulled Kerr back to the bedroom. "After Mommy goes to work these days, you have to lock the door at home alone, and no one can open the door when they knock, okay?" "Got it, Mommy, you just focus on your work, don't worry about me," Kerr said understandingly. Over the years, he has long learned to be alone and not give Winnie any trouble. Late at night, Winnie once again opened the phone. Sure enough, all those journalists sent messages, followed by a phone attack. Winnie had to once again turn off the phone. She was lying in bed and couldn't figure out why the land would suddenly go wrong. And why did those reporters come after her? Deep inside her, there was a vague hint of a bad premonition. Her and Kerr's peaceful life may be shattered by this. The news was all over the place, and Winnie went to work early in the morning and just came downstairs and was surrounded by a bunch of reporters. "Miss Wen, Miss Lee is your stepmother, right? Do you have any knowledge of the fact that she has appropriated land owned by others under false names? Miss Wen, after your father's death, he had named you to inherit that land. What exactly is the truth of the matter?" They kept hounding Winnie, one question more pointed than the other. Winnie shielded her face with her hands. "I don't know about any of this, please get out of the way." "Miss Wen, are you involved in this?" Before the night group suddenly announced to abandon the development case of that land, does it prove that the night knew the inside story long ago? Winnie's heart, both anxious and panic, simply do not know how to respond. At this moment, several black-clad bodyguards rushed over. "Mr. Henry asked us to come and take you away." That was all they said to Winnie before escorting her to the car. Winnie sat in the car with her ears finally clear. The man in the passenger seat handed her a cell phone that showed a call in progress. "I'll get you to safety first, and then we'll think about what comes after that." On the other end, Henry's voice was calm and strong, with a reassuring power. Winnie sighed silently. "Henry, did I give you and the company trouble again? I didn't mean to." The man's tone was as usual. "Even if you want to make such a big noise, I'm afraid you don't have that ability. No need to think about it." That is true. Winnie can't even guarantee her own subsistence problem. How can she make such a big storm in the Sea City? "Henry, thank you," Winnie whispered, and then the call was disconnected. To Winnie's surprise, she was sent to Henry's villa, where Aunt Nanny Lau and S were waiting for her. "Pretty sister, are you okay? Dadby said there are a lot of bad guys bullying you, but don't worry, I will protect you." S raised his little face and plucked up courage to say. Amused by his tough little look, Winnie bent down. "Then I'm counting on you." S' eyes lit up. Everyone in the family used to just treat him like a kid and tell him not to make trouble. Only Winnie, who listens to him so gently every time, still believes in him so much. "I'll go get you something to eat," S said, turning and running toward the kitchen. Aunt Liu on the side also smiled at Winnie and said, "Assistant Wen, don't worry about staying here. Mr. Henry has instructed us to take good care of you." "Thanks, and if there's anything I can do, you just let me know." Aunt Liu was slightly stunned, and then nodded her head. After a day together, S and Winnie's relationship became even better, and S showed Winnie his secret base. Aunt Liu couldn't help but be surprised and say, "That secret base, even Mr. Henry hasn't been in it." By the end of the day, Henry surprisingly brought in Kerr. As soon as Winnie saw her son, she rushed over and looked him in front and behind. "Did anyone knock on the door of the house? What have you been eating today?" Kerr shook his head, a pair of eyes filled with calmness. "Mommy, don't worry, I'm fine. It was handsome uncle who came to the house and said to bring me to you, so I came over. Didn't I tell you that anyone knocking on the door?" After Winnie finished, she pulled Kerr into her arms, nervous and distressed. Kerr was hugged by her and muttered in a small voice, "But Uncle Handsome is not an outsider." Winnie froze. Since childhood she had taught Kerr to be wary of strangers, and he had always done well. Even the nanny aunt who had taken care of him before said that Kerr was very alert. How did Winnie not expect him to take Henry as one of his own so soon? Probably as much as S trusted her. As Winnie thought so, she heard Aunt Lou call out from inside, "Sir, it's time to eat." The two oldest and two youngest walked into the restaurant together. The table was neatly arranged with 4 sets of dishes, not many dishes on the table, but each one was very delicate. The two children sat down in the children's dining chairs, looked at the plucked sweet potato and said at the same time, "Great! And these two kids have such similar tastes, it's really too much of a destiny." Aunt Lou said, bringing the last dish to the table, and the moment she looked up, she suddenly felt that these two children looked particularly similar from a certain angle. "You can leave work first," Henry said in a deep voice, his eyes overflowing with a slight warning. Yes, sir. Although Aunt Lou had doubts in her heart, it was better for her to pry less into this family's affairs. Soon, only the four of them were left in the large villa. With the previous experience of eating together, the two children got along even better. It was Winnie who had the land on her mind and looked at Henry from time to time, wanting to say something. Let's talk after dinner. Henry took the initiative to give her a piece of pork ribs, and there was a little more gentleness in his tone. Thank you. Winnie hung her head, picking at her bowl of rice. After eating, Winnie prepared fruit for the children and let them play with the blocks together in the children's room and retreated quietly to the living room. Under the floor lamp, Henry wore a dark gray striped loungewear. Hands spread out a data. Soft light enveloped his side face. The coldness he usually emitted around the body erased a lot. This man is truly a craft crafted by God. Winnie stood by the stairs admiring the picturesque scene. Suddenly, I heard the man spit out coldly, "How long are you going to watch?" Even the voice is so magnetic. Winnie immediately woke up from her thoughts, pulled the corners of her mouth and patted her ass. Henry has an extraordinary temperament. I wonder who will be so blessed to be your wife in the future. But as soon as the words left her mouth, Winnie regretted them. She's not which pot is not to mention the pot. If Henry and S's mother got along well, why did they not get married until now? Sure enough, as soon as the words left her mouth, Henry looked at her with a deeper meaning in his eyes. Winnie tugged the corners of her mouth and hurriedly explained, I definitely did not mean to pry into your privacy. Everyone has secrets deep inside that they don't want to be known. Winnie secretly thought that perhaps S's real life was a hidden secret that Henry didn't want to be spied on. The man put down the information and made a gesture, signaling Winnie to go over. Winnie was very obedient. After all, she had just said what she shouldn't have said. This time again, it was because of Henry's help that she and Kerr were able to hide here unharmed. Henry raised his eyes and handed that information to Winnie. The previous night's abandonment of this development case had nothing to do with you. It was just a judgment made by the company based on the situation of that land. You don't need to have any pressure. Winnie's heart fell to the ground. Also, let you and Kerr stay here temporarily. It's just that I don't want to see Knights get caught up in this storm. Starting tomorrow, you go to work as usual, and Kerr stays. The first half of the sentence made Winnie's heart warm, but when she heard later that he was going to let Kerr stay, Winnie subconsciously felt a little uncomfortable. But Kerr and I are not related to you, so if people knew about it, there would be a lot of gossip again. Winnie doesn't want to live that kind of life where people point fingers anymore. What's more, she has a clear conscience. The words fell. The man frowned slightly. Do you think I'm not even capable of dealing with such rumors after so many years in Haicheng? That's not what I meant. If it wasn't safe enough here, it would have been common knowledge that I have a son, so you don't have to worry about things that can't happen. He gave Winnie a meaningful look. He got up with his arms propped up on the sofa and walked around her toward the upper floor, his thin lips clear and cold. Your room is on the 3rd floor. What about Miss Dana? Winnie plucked up her courage and called out to Henry. She was reluctant to tell Henry the truth about her injury in the archives, just because she didn't want to cause trouble. But if she was going to continue this friendship with Henry, she had to get it off her chest. To an outsider, Henry is a man with a prospective fiancée. Winnie could care less, but she couldn't care less with her son. The man paused in his steps and stood on the dais, looking down at her from above. Winnie, what do you think is so good about you that you deserve me to give up my marriage with the Ning family? A phrase that smashed heavily on Winnie's heart. Her throat felt like it was choking on something, and she couldn't speak for a while, watching as Henry entered the 2nd floor study. Yes, he's right. Compared to the high and mighty Miss Ning, she is just a single mother with her son. This is not even a multiple choice question. The answer is so obvious. Winnie hooked her lips in self-deprecation. She was so tired lately, or maybe getting too close to Henry made her sprout those daydreams she shouldn't have. He is Henry, the man who says everything in the city. How can he look at himself? As Henry said, Knight's group quickly quelled the public opinion offensive that attacked Knights. And by the way, those reporters who wanted to interview Winnie were also dealt with. Overnight, the news that dug deeper into Winnie's background dissipated. At the same time, Knight's group is going to hold a press conference to clarify to the outside world the real reason for giving up the development land in the Panshan district. The next day at 3 p.m., many black-clad bodyguards gathered at the entrance of Knight's group. A bunch of luxury cars stopped outside the company door one after another, and those who got down from the cars were all the company bosses who had participated in the development plan, and they stepped into the meeting place under the guidance of Knight's employees. Soon, Master Li, accompanied by Dana, also arrived at the company. As soon as he entered the door, he saw Winnie standing at the entrance desk. Master Li's tone sank. Why is she still at the company? Dana assisted. His movements did not stop, but more and more gentle explanation. Henry did so. There must be his reasons. Such people who cause trouble should be kicked out of the company early. Master Li frowned and stared at Winnie, shook his head and stepped into the meeting. Winnie has been busy entertaining those reporters, did not notice them go in. The phone rang. Is He Ming sent her? 8th floor conference room, come now." Winnie looked at the words on the screen and froze for 2 seconds. It was obviously Heming's number. How come the tone of voice was so much like Henry? She spoke to her colleague and quickly entered the elevator. Dana turned around and walked out of the venue just in time to see Winnie enter the elevator. Her red lips pursed as she followed her. Winnie followed the text message and arrived at the door of the 8th floor conference room. The door was hidden and she gently pushed it, only to see Henry sitting inside, looking up at her. "Change into that outfit and join me at the press conference." "Why?" "She's just a small employee of Knight's and not in the PR department. That geography in the Pancheon district should be inherited by you, and the matter is related to the Wen family, so you are not attending the meeting as an employee of the Li, but the owner of the development land in the Pancheon district." But last time, Li Shilan had already proved that the land was hers. Winnie didn't understand what else was at stake here. "You change your clothes first." "I want me to help you?" Henry raised his eyes slightly and saw a glimpse of a silhouette hiding outside the door. When he finished, he got up and walked towards Winnie, forcing her directly to the wall. The distance between the two people in vain. Winnie a careless dodge when stepped on Henry's foot. "Yeah, sorry." Henry was so close to her that she could clearly feel his breath, and could even touch his jaw when she raised her head. As Henry's hand fell lightly on Winnie's shoulder, the door was suddenly pushed open. Dana's beauty eyes widened as she stared at them both and pointed at Winnie. You shameless." Dana wanted to rush over and grab Winnie's hair and slap Winnie twice, but because Henry was present, she could only say this. "Don't get lost yet." Dana clenched her lips, her face full of cynicism. She originally thought that even if there was something between Henry and Winnie, it must have been Winnie who was shamelessly moving towards Henry herself. But I didn't expect that it was Henry who took the initiative. Downstairs will soon hold a press conference, so many people are in, they actually hide from everyone in the conference room. The more Dana thought about it, the more angry she became, her chest heaving up and down. Clutching her collar, she squatted painfully by the door, and her face grew pale. "Henry." She strained to call out Henry's name and looked at the man with eyes filled with tears. "I didn't think that you would really do this to me." Winnie was busy to get out of the way, but felt that Dana was really hard. "Miss Dana, are you okay? Do you need help?" "Get the hell out of here." Winnie's eyes dropped slightly and she walked out, closing the door in the process. She stood in the hallway, but felt her face burning hot. Even though last night Henry had told her that between Dana and her, he had no reason to choose her. But being so misunderstood by someone's fiancée-to-be, Winnie felt awkward. The hallway window was wide open, and the wind had blown Winnie awake, and just now, Henry seemed to have done it on purpose. He made a point of walking around the entire conference table to get to her, and other than a hand on her shoulder, he didn't make any excessive moves. He deliberately made Dana jealous? Winnie reacted to the fact that she was just being used by Henry. Standing in the hallway, she could faintly hear the conversation in the conference room, but she wasn't interested in the words. Since the play is over, there is no point for her to stand here anymore. As she was about to leave, the elevator doors opened, and several men in suits walked out quickly from inside. The one walking at the front was Wei Lin, Master Li's personal assistant, who walked straight up to Winnie with a low voice. "Assistant Wen, may I ask where Henry is now?" "In the conference room with Miss Dana." Winnie wondered why the other person knew her. Wei Lin nodded and gave Winnie a meaningful look, then walked to the door of the conference room and knocked on the door. "Miss Dana, Li Dong is waiting for you downstairs." After saying this, he took a slight half-step back. Soon the door to the conference room opened. Dana's eyes were flushed, and her face could faintly show signs of crying. "Okay, I'll be right down." As she walked past Winnie, a blaze of hatred crossed her eyes. Winnie hung her head. She was just a tool in Henry's hands. Across the conference room door, Wei Lin bowed his head and asked for instructions. "Henry, it's almost time, and what Li Dong means is to try to compress the impact on the company to a minimum." "I understand. Where is the rest of Grandpa?" Henry's eyes sank slightly, and he looked at Winnie, who was standing outside the door. "Li Dong is not feeling well and is ready to go back first." Wei Lin continued. "In addition, Mr. Li wants to meet with Assistant Wen to understand the specifics of the land in Pancheon district." Winnie's heart skipped a beat when she heard this. The look on Henry's face also gripped a few points, but he finally said nothing and stepped into the elevator. "Assistant Wen, please go this way." Wei Lin smiled less than the bottom of his eyes and said to Winnie. Winnie had no idea. He had just clearly said that Master Li was waiting for Dana, and now he was saying he wanted to see her? She pursed her lips and just had to follow. She didn't know anything about that land in Pancheon, and she didn't know if Master Li saw her really for this matter. Countless thoughts welled up in her heart, but they all disappeared without a trace after she got into the car. Because the car is not only Li Sr., but also Kerr and Ace. Kerr! Winnie was confused, and all her reasoning collapsed at that moment. She tugged tightly on her son's little hand, and when she looked at Master Li again, her eyes were full of unease. Seeing her reaction, Elder Li was very satisfied. "You're still a proper person who knows what's most important to you. Originally, I was curious as to why S likes to be so close to you, but now I know that you also have a son about the same age." "Li Dong, What did you call me here for? Winnie hung her head low and tried to calm herself down. If Master Li wanted to be detrimental to Kerr, he could have done it long ago. No need to wait until now. Elder Li half squinted his eyes. The corners of his creased eyes curved into a crescent shape. I just missed my grandson today and want to take him out to play. And he, on the other hand, told me that a little friend came to the house. I did not expect that you only entered the company a few days. You have the ability to raise your own children in the boss's house. If you were me, how would you feel about this? Winnie's palms broke out in cold sweat. Li Dong, in fact, this matter. I don't want to hear any explanation. Henry is about to get engaged. I don't want anyone or anything to affect him. It's not easy for you to bring up a child alone, and you owe Henry so much money. But even if you had stayed with the company, that money, you wouldn't have been able to pay it back, would you? Winnie opened her mouth and could not say half a word in defense. From now on, the debt between you is written off. And you, leave the company immediately and do not appear in front of him from now on, understood? After Master Li finished this sentence, his gaze paused on Kerr's small face. Winnie sensed his sight and couldn't stop nodding. I understand. Don't you worry, I will go far away. You can go now. Thank you, Li Dong. Winnie carefully pushed open the car door and brought Kerr out of the car. Kerr felt Winnie clutch her hand hard, and he tilted his head, his eyes extra calm. Mommy, let's go home. In the car, Ez was reluctant, his little hand against the car door. Pretty sister, are you taking Brother Kerr away? I still want to play with you guys. You don't want to go, okay? Winnie sees Ez that fond of the look, the heart sees the pain. But Master Li's words have made it very clear that if she is shameless again, what awaits her will not be such treatment. Ez, behave yourself. We'll go first. Winnie finished, holding back the sadness in her heart, picked up Kerr and headed out to the parking lot. Ez's little face fell and kept shouting, Don't go, don't you go. Winnie listened to the heart to break. I do not know why. She saw the appearance of Ez. The heart cannot say hard. Kerr put his arm around Winnie's shoulders and whispered in her ear, Mommy, that grandpa didn't bully me. Don't you worry. Winnie hummed, thinking that there should still be reporters on the first floor of the company, and she left through the side door with Kerr in her arms. 5 minutes later, the night group press conference was officially held. Before Henry went on stage, he got a note, which was given to him by Wei Lin. There is only one simple sentence on it. Announce your engagement to Dana next week, or that woman and child will be gone forever. Clutching the note, Henry walked soberly to the speaker's podium. Henry, may I ask what the real reason is for the night group to give up developing that land in the Panshan district before? I heard that your assistant Wen is the heir of Mr. Wen Jiangguo. Can you ask her to say a few words? At present, Miss Li's infringement of other people's property in her name is being investigated. May I ask what the night group thinks about this matter? Facing one question after another from the reporters, Henry stood on the stage without saying a word. Henry? He Ming reminded from the side. Henry turned slightly sideways and lowered his voice. Go get Winnie. He Ming was stunned, nodded his head, and immediately walked out. Henry looked at the reporters on the stage, his brow furrowed. Today, Knights held a conference to say only 2 points. 1. Knights abandoned the Panshan District development case only because of the next stage of the company's strategic transformation, and the Panshan District development land belongs to whom? There is no relationship, and Knights will not make any explanation on this. The reporters looked at each other and found Henry's explanation unconvincing. Henry, Knight's sudden abandonment of the Panshan District development case, the loss of hundreds of millions of dollars in startup capital, which... Not waiting for the reporter to finish, Henry sank his face and spoke once again. Secondly, I will be engaged to Ning's group's daughter in the near future. After saying that, he directly turned off the microphone and walked out of the hall without looking back. For a while, the atmosphere in the meeting hall was boiling. They're getting engaged? The marriage between Knight's group and Ning's group has always been a focal issue for the gentry in Haicheng. Henry announced at this juncture to get engaged news, successfully diverted the attention of the outside world. The afternoon began. The major media headlines have become their pair of Golden Girls engagement happy news. But after Henry announced his engagement, he stopped seeing any reporters. He Ming stood in his office and said to Henry, her cell phone is off, can't find her location, and there's no one over at the apartment. When He Ming finished, there was silence, and everywhere they could look, they had looked. But Winnie and Kerr seemed to have evaporated. There is no news. Henry clenched his fist. The intensity of his frown gradually deepened. He thought that by ignoring the previous transfer of Winnie to the archives, Master Li would not be overly concerned about their mother and son. I never thought that it would come to this. Henry, Miss Dana is still waiting for you in the lounge. He Ming added, whoever comes to me, say I'm away on business. Henry took his car keys and pushed the door straight open to head out. Dana heard the voice and immediately ran to him. Henry, what you just said, is it true? What you hear is what you get. He didn't want to explain too much. Right now he is more worried about the safety of Winnie and Kerr. Wouldn't Master Li have already done it? The joy that filled Dana's heart slowly dissipated after she saw his face, and she could see that the anxiety in Henry's eyes was not for her. You're looking for Winnie, aren't you? Her voice felt especially sore even as she uttered the word Winnie. You know where she is? Henry's tone sank. Or did you have something to do with this too? If that's the case, he'll have to re-examine his relationship with the Ning family. Dana listened to his questioning tone and smiled bitterly. In your eyes, am I capable of doing anything bad? On the way here, I happened to overhear Master Li talking to the people at the airport, perhaps to send them out of Haicheng. Henry listened and walked quickly into the elevator. Watching the elevator doors close, Dana's body was suddenly very cold, like falling into an ice cellar. Even if this man has just announced that they are engaged, she does not feel any joy and happiness. This is the name she has been waiting for 7 years. In fact, Master Li never contacted the people at the airport. Dana was just trying to stall for time, not wanting him to find Winnie that early. And better yet, by the time he found her, it would be too late. Winnie had just left nights with Kerr when she was blocked by a business car. Then they were taken to the Winchesters. As soon as she got out of the car, Li Xinying rushed to Winnie and threw her a hard slap. You bitch, what the hell did you do? Don't think that just because you're close to Henry, you can do whatever you want in Haicheng. Winnie shielded Kerr and endured the burning pain on her cheek. You talk? Aren't you usually very eloquent? Now become mute? The more Li Xinying said, the more excited she became and raised her hand to hit Winnie. But this time, it was dodged by Winnie. Kerr also clung to protect Winnie and yelled at Li Xinying, Don't you touch my mommy. Winnie looked at Li Xinying's furious face and sneered. Your mother was taken away by the police because she was greedy and forged the signature on the document. It was only a matter of time before she was found out. There was no need for me to do anything at all. You. Li Xinying bit her red lips. She clearly remembered Lin Jiuan said, as long as no one's special investigation, that thing definitely will not be discovered. Could it be that Winnie really didn't know? She stared at Winnie with furrowed brows and did not speak again for several moments. If you don't have anything else, I'll go first. Winnie is still most worried about Kerr in case Li Xinying is angry and does something to hurt Kerr. Wait, big niece, I just came back and you're leaving? A charming voice rang out. Then Wen Zhangguo's sister Wen Jingru came over and affectionately took Winnie's hand. Many years ago, she emigrated abroad and did not even attend Wen Zhangguo's funeral. Winnie remembered her only as a child. Auntie. Wen Ni greeted softly. After all, Wen Jingru was Wen Zhangguo's only real sister. This face, she still had to give. However, Wen Jingru didn't mind her cold attitude at all and tugged her towards the villa with increasing affection. I just returned home last night. Jet lag has not been reversed, but to see you, I am really too happy. You must not leave. Stay with me for 2 days. Hey Gu, this is your son, huh? It's so cute. Wen Jingru reached over to hug Kerr. Kerr leaned toward Winnie and ducked out of the way. Winnie also obediently shielded Kerr on the other side, keeping the distance between her and Wen Jingru. Wen Jingru froze for a moment, but was not angry. As if she did not notice Winnie's alarm, she continued to chat with Winnie with a smile on her face. I've been abroad for these years. I've been missing you guys. I'd love to go back to Haicheng to see it. But after my divorce, there are a lot of things to deal with over there. This year finally have time. Wen Jingru has been talking about her, asking from time to time about Winnie and Kerr, but not a word about Li Shulan being investigated. Li Xinying watched them chatting with a sarcastic smile on her face. Auntie, you don't need to get close to her. Like her kind of people are hard-hearted. My mom has done a lot of things for the Wen family over the years, paid off a lot of debts, and now even a good reputation can't fall, and she has to be put in jail. Li Xinying said, more and more annoyed, fiercely stared at Winnie. Now that Henry is also getting engaged, I'll see what you, the unnamed mistress, can get. Hey, Xinying, you shouldn't say that in front of the child. Wen Jingru called the maid, Aunt Shu, and asked her to take Kerr to play inside the room. Winnie was reluctant at first, but Wen Jingru softly advised, Winnie, I know you have a lot of discomfort in your heart, I can understand it all, but now this is about the future of the Wen family and your father's reputation. I believe that you also want things to be resolved as soon as possible, right? Around and around, or around to the matter. Winnie pursed her lips and knew things had to work out. Otherwise, even if she leaves today with Kerr, Li Xinjing will still harass her life. At least, Winnie was relieved to have Aunt Suk take care of Kerr. Wen Jingru picked up the teacup on the table, handed it to Winnie, and said bitterly, I know that a lot of things have happened at home over the years. You have anger in your heart. There are complaints. These are very normal. But no matter what, you have to think about it for the sake of the children. What do you mean? Winnie frowned. You are not married alone, with a child around. How can you live the rest of your life? Wen Jingru's face was heartbroken. Even if you have the ability to earn money, many times, children still need fatherly love. Fatherly love? Winnie had a keen sense that something was wrong. Then, listen to Wen Jingru mentioned. Your stepmother met this matter before. Do you plot a good object? People on the Sea City business, then you 5 years older. In the end, you're in cahoots with them, mother and daughter. Needless to say, I won't agree. Winnie's tone was suddenly cold and her face was unpleasant. Next to her, Li Xinjing saw this reaction and grunted in anger. Auntie, you saw it. That's how she saw death. When my father was seriously ill in his hospital bed, who took the money from the sale of me to squander? Li Xinjing, you are not afraid of retribution for saying such things? Besides, even if I don't see death, so what? Your mother and I don't have any blood relationship. To save her, why don't you go? Li Xinying's face became livid. She could not wait to send someone to tie up Winnie and send her to that big boss's house. Winnie, don't think like that. We also think that it's a 2-for-1 thing. Wen Jingru said softly, if this time things go too far and your stepmother is sentenced, how can the Wen family still gain a foothold in Haicheng in the future? Do you really want to see your father's life's work go down the drain? That's a nice way of putting it. Winnie's eyes were silent. So what? In order to keep this house that has long since ceased to belong to me, I have to be sold by their mother and daughter once again? Winnie sneered and stared at Li Xinying's face. That gaze was cold to the core. There is no trace of hatred. There is only boundless and boundless indifference. She had experienced everything 10 times, 100 times also on Li Xinying, are not enough to quell those things they did. Being so looked at by Winnie, Li Xinying's bottom is not as full as it was just now. Right now Li Shulan thing is the most tricky. Li Xinying pursed her lips. See Wen Jingru give her a wink, reluctantly soft tone. Wen Ni, just now as my tone is not good, I apologize to you. But all these years, the Wen family rely on my mother to carry. You do not believe, I show you the company's capital flow and debt, she said, pulling out a stack of information and accounts from a nearby drawer. Every stroke on this is true. If you don't believe me, you can check it. No one wants to see things come to this. My mom is also being used. She doesn't even know the real situation of that land. Count me as begging you. Help her. Okay? Beg me? Winnie only picked up the top pieces of paper and looked at them, then flung them directly on the table. Li Xinying, even if you kneel down and kowtow to me, I won't even change my mind. For a while, the atmosphere in the living room was cold to the core. Li Xinying was furious and wanted to say something else, but was stopped by a look from Wen Jingru. Wen Jingru pulled Winnie. Well, in the end, you are sisters after all. You are all family. Why make a scene like this? Li Xinying gritted her teeth and sat next to her without speaking. Wen Jingru continued to persuade Winnie to meet with the man who could help Li Shulan. If you really fancy each other, wouldn't it be a good thing? Winnie, it's too hard for you to bring up the child alone, and in the future, if the child wants to go to school, the account and all that is a problem. Wen Jingru took Winnie's soft spot. I know you don't want to do this in your heart, but sometimes life is. Before Wen Jingru finished speaking, the maid walked in. A Mr. Henry is here to see Missy. Who? Wen Jingru and Li Xinying froze at the same time. They looked out the floor-to-ceiling windows of the living room, and Henry, dressed in an off-white suit, had just gotten out of his car and was walking toward the villa. That kind of aura shows the unique nobility of men. Li Xinying was busy sitting up straight, and the expression on her face was not as aggressive as it was just now. When Henry walked into the living room, those eyes settled on Winnie. After making sure she was okay, the man's face sank. Then he walked over to Winnie. Why is the phone off? Winnie hung her head, not knowing how to answer. After she was taken into the car by the people Li Xinying sent, her phone was snatched by them. But these are, after all, her family matters, and it makes no sense for Henry to be involved. Wen Jingru hooked up a smile and said with a warm smile, This is Mr. Henry? Winnie, why don't you introduce him too? You. She didn't ask, but her eyes flicked between Henry and Winnie. The meaning couldn't be clearer. Whether Henry is Winnie's boyfriend or not, as long as they have a great relationship, they can take the opportunity to get Henry to help out and get the matter of Li Shulan settled. With the Li family's position in Haicheng, it is just a matter of a word. Moreover, he was looking for Winnie to find home. The relationship must. On the side, Li Xinying looked at Henry's attitude towards Winnie and bit her lips tightly in anger. She had already heard about Henry's wedding announcement, but at this critical moment, he came to Winnie's house for Winnie's sake. It must not be that simple between them. He's just the owner of my company, Henry. Let's talk outside. Winnie got up and pulled Henry out. The man's suit sleeves were wrinkled by her scratches. Winnie took a deep breath. You're here? What's the matter? Henry's eyebrows knitted slightly, deliberately asked rhetorically. During office hours, you, as my assistant, suddenly lost contact and came to ask me what's the matter. Winnie hung her head, her voice getting lower and lower. I'm sorry, Henry. I think I'm going to have to resign from Knights. And what about the money you owe me? The man's tone was suddenly cold. In his impression, Winnie is not a fearful person. He did not want to see her being smoothed out by life, a grieved and compromised look. That money, naturally, someone will talk to you about it. Winnie's fingertips rubbed back and forth, and the string in her heart was taut, not daring to look up to see his expression. Henry narrowed his eyes and raised his hand to loosen his tie. Winnie, I should have told you that there is only one chance, and if you don't cherish it, it will be too late. After saying that, he pulled open the car door. Get in the car. Winnie clenched her fingertips, and when she looked up to say something, people were suddenly pulled into his arms. Her forehead hit his shoulder unawares. His hug was so warm that Winnie's body stiffened in that instant, completely unaware of how to move. In the ear, it is his deep voice like wine. I never hold people back, especially women. You owe me so much, and you want to run before you're done. If you have the ability to escape from the sea city under my nose, then you can try. This is what I'm giving you, one last chance. The next second, he let go of his hand. Winnie dazed stood in front of him, in a daze. For half a day did not know how to speak. Those who want to explain the words choked in the throat. It's not that she wants to renege, but... Winnie's pursed her lips and hung her head. Henry looked at her eyes hanging struggling look, heart flooded with a trace of intolerance. He certainly knew who she met and what kind of words she heard, but he still didn't want to let go and let her go. The child beside her is his flesh and blood, and the only thing that holds them together. At least he has to make sure that Kerr's body is completely recovered, otherwise she will not be able to run for the rest of her life. The two of them embraced that moment, intact into the eyes of Li Xinying and Wen Jingru. They both looked dumbfounded. That man is the president of the night group? What exactly is his relationship with Winnie? How do I know? Li Xinying was angry and annoyed. I didn't think Winnie would really be so capable of getting Henry to come over to her in the first place, after the engagement was announced. Xinying, I think you should stop fighting with Winnie in the future. You need to befriend her properly, so that your mother's file can be solved. Just wait and see. Henry is only fresh to her for a while. He will soon be engaged to the Ning family's daughter. In Li Xinying's opinion, Henry could never be true to Winnie. Otherwise she would not have been denied a name. She thought, and went straight to her room upstairs and brought Kerr out. Winnie? She pulled Kerr to the door, let go, and pushed Kerr forward. Aren't you forgetting something? Winnie rushed over and pulled Kerr in. Henry, I don't think you've seen this kid yet, have you? This is Winnie's son, and I don't know how she got such a big kid at such a young age. After so many years, our family doesn't even know who this child belongs to. The implication is that Winnie has had a past that she hates to dishonor. The man frowned slightly, looking at Winnie's worried and protective look at Kerr. Get in the car. Winnie's hands were shaking slightly. She had to draw a line in the sand with Henry if she was to protect Kerr. But if we stay in the Wen family now, we don't know how far they will force us to go. Winnie hovered from side to side, and Henry was in no hurry to push her. Li Xinying bit her red lips tightly and opened her mouth to remind Winnie, People, Henry will soon get married. I advise you not to bring a trailing bottle to destroy other people's marriage. Winnie gritted her teeth and carried Kerr to Henry's car. For her, staying alive is what matters most. She doesn't care what people accuse her of, as long as Kerr is safe. Henry closed the car door, stepped in front of Li Xinying, said a few words, then turned around and got into the car. Li Xinying stood in place, her mind blank. Wen Jingru chased out of the villa and asked, What did that Henry just say to you? Li Xinying's chest seems to be blocked with a big piece of truth for a while, before grinding out a sentence from between her lips. He said that as long as Winnie said a word, he was willing to be the father of her child at any time. He was actually willing to go to this extent for Winnie? If I hadn't heard it with my own ears, Li Xinying would never have believed it. Wen Jingru on the side suddenly smiled. That's a good thing. You go to Mr. Yun first, find a way to find the best lawyer for your mother, and then think about how to apologize to Winnie. Let her ask Henry to help. Won't that piece of land be saved? How would that work, in case they find out that the land was supposed to be Winnie's? Are you stupid? With a backer like Henry, Winnie will know sooner or later, but as long as you bow your heads and make a stand first, with Winnie's kind of soft nature, she won't really fight with you. Besides, even if she takes that land for herself, you mother and daughter can still find a way to blackmail her with those things she did before. That son of hers is being raised right next to her, still afraid that she will deny it? You go and find out properly who the person who made Winnie a surrogate in the first place is. Wen Jingru mentally calculates how much she can get out of this matter. If it wasn't for the promise from Li Shulan's mother and daughter that she would be given a sum of money in the future, she wouldn't have gone back to the country in particular to get into this mess. Listening to Wen Jingru's words, Li Xinying will be convinced. Okay, I'll think of a way to check. What she couldn't figure out in her mind even more was how in the world Winnie had tied Henry's heart. Henry drove and raised his eyes slightly to look at the mother and son in the rearview mirror. That apartment isn't very safe right now. I'll arrange another place for you to stay. Henry turned the steering wheel, his voice as cold and deep as ever. Winnie hugged Kerr and whispered, Henry, I really can't go back to nights. She got scared, afraid that Master Li might turn against Kerr. The man's voice grew deeper. Don't worry, I'll take care of it. But Winnie really can't figure out why he had to stay behind. For that amount of money? She didn't think it was that simple, and an inexplicable worry hovered in her heart. After sending them to the new residence, Henry did not stay too long and drove away, and when he was leaving, he gave Winnie a card. Tell her that she doesn't have to worry about living expenses in the future. Winnie told Kerr to stay in his room and chased Henry downstairs, stopping him at the door. Henry, what exactly do you mean? First, she was not allowed to leave the company, and now she is given a place to live and given living expenses. No matter how you look at it, this is going to wrap her up. We'll talk about it later. You go take care of Kerr first. He just had surgery. He can't be stimulated. Henry's eyes lingered on her face for a moment, then withdrew his gaze and tried to walk around her. Winnie frowned. I'm not going to spend your money. As you wish. Without further ado, Henry drove away. Winnie clutched the card and just felt the heat in her hands. What is this man, who just publicly announced his engagement, up to? She thought about what Master Lee said to her in the car and became more and more uneasy in her heart. What Winnie didn't know was that Henry was sitting in the car before his spirit completely relaxed, and he loosened his tie, stepped right on the gas, and headed straight for the old Knight family home. He owes Master Lee an explanation. When the car stopped, he saw Knight accompanying S in the garden, and not surprisingly, Dana was also there. Seeing him return, Dana immediately got up. "Henry!" She was happy all afternoon because of his engagement announcement and was looking forward to his early return. She wanted to be closer to him. Henry's expression was no different than usual, just as icy. "Daddy!" Ez dropped his toys and trotted over to Henry. "Hugs!" He picked up Ez with a hug, and there was always a few smiles on his face. When Dana saw him like this, she quickly said, "I don't see much food left at home. Why don't we go out for dinner tonight? Ez wants to go out too, right?" Since Henry was willing to give her the name of Mrs. Knight, she would also sincerely treat Ez as her own son. Ez looked back at Dana, a few moments of reluctance surfacing on her little face. "It's not that I don't want to go out and play, but I don't want to be with Dana." "Good boy, you go to your room first." Henry bent down, put Ez down, and let him follow Aunt Liu upstairs first. Dana had the feeling that he was specifically branching out from Ez. "Henry, your actions today really surprised me. I didn't expect you to say that at that time. My parents said they wanted to meet you. Look, when do you have time?" Dana smiled tenderly and looked at him with eyes full of affection. She waited for so many years, and finally waited for him to let go. She knew that as long as she didn't give up, the position of Mrs. Lee would be hers sooner or later. That Winnie, what's it worth? Nothing more than a doll for Henry to play with when he is bored. "I said that today just to divert attention from the outside world." "What?" Dana was confused. Her lips were trembling. "Henry, don't you joke with me like that." He clearly announced his engagement to himself in public. How could he still change his mind? This time, Lee was pushed into the limelight because of a few rumors. Who was behind it? And who investigated the Wen family's land and reported Li Shulin? All these things, do I have to tell them one by one? Henry's tone gradually sank, and his gaze became more and more stern. He has put up with the Ning family for a long time. Since they had to force him in this way, he had no choice. Dana's expectations came crashing down, and she stood there, tears welling up in her eyes. "Henry, you used me? Have you not, by any chance, used me?" Henry said with a very aggressive aura. "But my parents just want us to get along. They have no malice. Besides, I didn't know anything about that land in the Panshan district. Can you not blame this on me?" Dana said with a sob, but saw the man's unresponsive cold face. Her heart sank to the bottom. "Is that Winnie that important to you? You've only known each other for so long." Dana left the Lee family in tears, not caring that Master Lee was also present. Elder Lee leaned on his cane, with a few moments of anger between his eyebrows. "I thought you had figured it out, but to my surprise, you actually did this." Henry's cold eyes drooped slightly. "I will come to this point, but also you forced together with the Ning family." "You." Master Lee coughed a few times, hammered his cane hard, and said, "Why won't you be like your father and think more about the Lee family? Just let you get married to the Ning family's daughter, and after a few years, if you don't like it anymore, you can. What can be done? Divorce? Is that how you broke up my mother and father in the beginning?" Henry's face was gloomy to the core. The reason he is so resistant to marriage is because of the so-called rules of the Lee family, because of those hooked-up interests. If it weren't for that, his mother wouldn't have ended her life so haphazardly. Master Lee listened to these words. His face froze and did not speak again for a long time. Henry got up and said, "I refuse to marry Dana, only for my own reasons. It has nothing to do with other people. I hope that in the future you will not hurt innocent people." "Innocent." Master Lee recited these two words and watched Henry leave, his chaotic eyes floating with images of that year, finally shaking his head and sighing, "I never thought that you would remember that time." Late at night, after Winnie put Kerr to sleep, she sat alone in the living room and quietly surveyed the new home. There was nothing in this house that belonged to her, or Kerr, and the room smelled uncomfortable to her, and her mind kept replaying what Henry had said to her at the Winchesters. Winnie stretched out her arms and wrapped them around her body. She felt as if she had fallen into an infinite cave and could not get out of it. The phone screen lit up. First Li Xinying sent one. "Tomorrow morning I will go to you. You go with me to see the lawyer. My mom is out because of your Wen family. You don't want to be alone. It doesn't matter if you run away. Don't forget, you still have a son." Winnie clutched her phone and bit her lip tightly. She was just about to put her phone down when Henry sent her a message as well. "How are you getting used to living?" Winnie considered for a moment and typed down a line. "Henry, can we meet and talk?" But she didn't think it was appropriate and was about to delete it when Henry sent another one. "I'm downstairs." Winnie ran barefoot to the window and looked at the headlights downstairs and the figure standing by the car door, and her mind became even more confused. She put on her shoes and gently closed the door. "Henry, what's up at this late hour?" Henry's features were extraordinarily cold, and he just looked at her calmly. "I hired a nanny for Kerr, and the commission is deducted from your salary." Winnie froze. This man's erratic appearance really makes her unable to adapt. "Then please take this card back." Winnie handed the card back. I will listen to your arrangement and continue to work for nights, but I can't take the compensation that is beyond my work scope. After spending so much time together, Winnie knew that Henry was different from the profligate rich in the city of C. He did not disrespect her or make her do things she did not want to do. Besides, for him, he only needs to lift a finger and countless celebrities will flock to him. He didn't even need to bother so much with Winnie. And because of that, Winnie didn't want to owe him even more. Things that can be solved with money are the easiest things to do, but where feelings are involved, she is afraid she can't get out in one piece. Henry looked at the card and jerked it away from her fingertips. Then I'll see you at the office tomorrow, Assistant Wen. He finished and turned to pull the car door. Winnie looked at the side of his face through the dim streetlight and moonlight and suddenly squeezed out a sentence from between her throat. Have we before met somewhere? Her voice trembled slightly. Even if that possibility was almost zero, she wanted to ask for clarification. Otherwise, there is really no way to explain the reason why Henry treated her and Kerr so leniently. Perhaps 7 years ago. Are you people in the Sea City? Winnie's fingertips clasped the palm of her hand. She both wants answers and fears that impossible truth. Henry's body shape paused, slender fingers from the car door, indifferent back, looking at Winnie's eyes overflowing with a little probing. Why suddenly ask this? Is it possible that you took a job as a secret photographer 7 years ago? No, it's not. Winnie silently sighed in relief. Nothing more. You take care on the way. She took 2 steps back, knocked her heel on the step, but was unaware of it and turned around and walked into the building. A rare touch of gentleness crossed Henry's face, and without staying much longer, he drove away. Winnie gently pulled open the door and saw Kerr sitting on the couch, his big eyes hazily looking at her. Why are you awake? Did I wake you up? Winnie was busy changing her shoes and walked over to calm her son. Mommy, why don't we go home? Kerr muttered, wrapping his arms around Winnie's neck. We'll be back soon. Winnie gently picked up her son and headed for the bedroom. Kerr nestled in her arms and sighed. Mommy, Winnie put her son on the bed, smiled and said, we will have our own home in the future. We will never move around again. You just grow up in peace and don't think about anything else. Got it? At the very least, she hopes to make that wish come true one day. Give Kerr a sheltered home where she doesn't have to follow her around and suffer. Kerr did not speak, but stretched out his little hand, burrowed into Winnie's arms, and soon fell asleep again. Compared to those children who need to be taken care of all the time, Kerr already knows how to behave. This is where Winnie feels the most guilty in her heart, that she has not done her duty as a mother should. She gently patted her son's shoulder and dropped a kiss on his forehead, tears then wetting her eyes. She still needs to do a lot of preparation if she wants to stand firm and live peacefully with Kerr in the Sea City. Winnie contacted previous colleagues and friends, asking around about the situation of the land in the Panshan district, but most people are not clear about the inside story. Why are you so curious about this? No, just a casual question. Winnie didn't say anything about being Wen Jiangguo's daughter. The former colleague thought she had received a big deal from somewhere. We usually follow some celebrity tycoons, like this property dispute. We do not care at all, but if you are interested in this kind of thing, I can help you introduce someone. Thank you so much, then. Winnie wrote down the person's contact information, and by the way, asked about the company the other person worked for. Hearing the voice coming from the receiver, Winnie was stunned. What is the specific company, I forget, but their boss recently was doing real estate, called Lin Jiuan. Winnie wrote down all the information she knew on a piece of paper and quickly figured out the whole thing. The ownership of that land was ambiguous, so Li Shulan asked Lin Jiuan's help to exploit a loophole and change the ownership. After that, Henry also found out about it somehow, and Li withdrew from the Panshan district development case. As for the east window now, perhaps there is some kind of agreement between Li Shulan and Lin Jiuan that has gone wrong. It is possible that Lin Jiuan flipped out and came back to bite Li Shulan. It is also possible that some people whose interests have been damaged because of Knight's withdrawal from the development case have revealed the truth of the matter. Either way, Li Shulan's current situation is very dangerous. If not dealt with in a timely manner, may really eat the lawsuit in jail. It is no wonder that the mother and daughter are in a hurry to get Wen Jingru back from abroad. Winnie felt the mess in her head, finally sorted out. She has no intention of antagonizing Li Shulan's mother and daughter, and those past grudges have long since been put on the back burner. But Li Xinying approached her bottom line again and again, and she had to get an ace to protect herself. Since they declared war first, do not blame her for future incidents. How much Li Shulan has done over the years using the reputation of the Wen family and Wen Jiangguo. Just check a little, there will be a big harvest. Winnie got dressed up and got into Li Xinying's car as promised. Seemingly not expecting her to come so painfully, Li Xinying hummed sarcastically. I really don't know who you gave birth to that child, actually willing to be so obedient for his sake. It's getting late, if you don't go, I'll get off. Winnie's mood was not affected by her, and asked in a cold voice in return. Li Xinying glared at her in exasperation. After all, they were the ones begging Winnie, so Li Xinying had to put the big picture first, let the driver drive, and went straight to the lawyer's office. This Jihuang firm is one of the best in Haicheng. The lawyer they are meeting today, Chi, is also the ace of this firm and has a large commission. Winnie followed Li Xinying, measuring Li Xinying's outfit today, from head to toe added up. No, a few million cannot get down. It looks like the mother and daughter are not yet in a desperate situation. Then there is only one reason why Li Xinying is so eager to seek her help. The value of the land in the Panshan district is far beyond the prediction. Miss Li, is this Miss Wen? Lawyer Chi came in with the folder and took the initiative to ask. Li Xinying hummed. If there is anything, you can talk to her directly. Okay, Miss Wen, it's like this. Now you need to sign a document renouncing your inheritance, and then after that. Wait. Not waiting for the lawyer to finish, Winnie directly smiled and interrupted the other party. I'm not very clear about what's going on. Can you tell me from the beginning? Miss Wen, time is rather tight now, so if we talk about it from the beginning, we may delay the best opportunity. Lawyer Chi glanced at Li Xinying, then explained. Or else you can sign first. I will send the documents over for review first, and then we can talk slowly. Winnie shook her head. She leaned back on the sofa, slowly and methodically picked up the coffee cup. I am a person, there is a problem, like to say ugly words in front, also like to make things clear before you do. You let me come to the law office early in the morning, nothing to say, directly let me sign. Chi lawyer, if it is you, you will sign. You will sign? This, Miss Li, you have not communicated before? Chi lawyer did not expect Winnie to give him such a problem temporarily. Li Xinying bit her lip. She was so focused on getting her mom out on bail first, that she didn't even think about telling Winnie the truth. Besides, if Winnie knew the truth, there is absolutely no way she would sign unless she kowtowed to a bad head. Today Winnie is willing to come, but also she used that child as blackmail to cheat. Winnie looked at Li Xinying's suddenly bright and dark face, and her expression became more and more natural and harmless. In a way, Winnie knows Li Xinying very well, and the only thing she cares about most about that person is the balance of her bank card and that plastic surgery face. These matters have always been handled for her by Li Xilan, who found someone to help her. Nowadays, if you want Li Xinying to take the lead, it's really a bit difficult for her. Miss Li, if you don't sign, it will be too late. Lawyer Chi looked at the time. The deadline is noon today at the latest. Hearing this, Li Xinying gave Winnie a fierce glare, then said, You guys go out first, I'll talk to her alone. Hearing this sentence, Winnie was impressed with her. She also knows that the things she did with her mother are not allowed to be seen, and she knows that family shame cannot be revealed. Wait for the door to close. Li Xinying twisted around and faced Winnie. Say, what do you want before you'll sign? I need to know what you mean by the renunciation of succession document that you asked me to sign. I always need to know what I'm giving up before I can sign it. Winnie was calm. At first, she didn't think she would have the luck of the pie in the sky. As for who the land belongs to in the end, she doesn't care and has no idea of competing with the mother and daughter for the property. But she had to have a life of peace and quiet. It's just a very ordinary document. You just need to sign it, and the lawyer will do the rest. Li Xinying didn't want to explain too much to her. Winnie laughed out loud at that. Li Xinying, do you think I'm brainwashed? The commission of this law firm is the highest in Haicheng. You have spared no expense to hire it, and you are still trying to convince me in different ways. If it wasn't profitable, would you do this? I'm afraid you feel disgusted even to see me. Li Xinying secretly gritted her teeth, and a few sinister looks flooded her gorgeous face. She was about to say something when she received a message on her phone. After reading it, Li Xinying's mouth was going to be crooked with laughter. Winnie wrinkled her brow, wondering what the hell she was up to again. Li Xinying put down her phone and assumed a superior posture again. Winnie, don't you want to know exactly what kind of surrogate you were for in the first place? Mentioning that incident, Winnie's heart felt like it had been stabbed with a sword. I have all the information about that man in my hand. As long as you sign, I will immediately tell you who that man is, and will keep this matter rotten in my heart, and will never let Henry know that you have done with that kind of person. Didn't you come all the way to Haicheng from abroad to be clean and alive? But once something happens, it's hard to erase it. Now that the opportunity is in front of you, you should know how to choose, right? Li Xinying smiled flirtatiously. She looked like she was sure Winnie would let go, and looked more and more pleased with herself. For a long time, there was no sound in the office. Li Xinying are going to wait impatiently. Winnie, you in the end. Do you think that you can keep insulting me and threatening me with those things? Winnie hung her head, her hair hiding the look in her eyes. What are you saying? Does it matter to you even if that thing gets exposed? Even if you are a mistress for Henry, you still have to take care of your reputation. Li Xinying seems to be unable to see through this person. Winnie, her brow furrowed. In the future, as long as I don't say anything, Henry won't know, and you can live in peace and quiet. Isn't it good? Originally, whatever Li Xinying said, Winnie held a skeptical attitude. But she suddenly brought up the news of the man from 7 years ago. That was, after all, Kerr's real father. Winnie bit her lips tightly. That incident for her is already branded in the heart of the scar. She desperately wants to forget and cover up, but every time she sees Kerr, Winnie is not feeling good inside. Blame her for being too weak in the first place and letting things turn out this way. How about it? Consider it, as long as you sign, things will become very simple, and in the future, you and we too will be able to draw a clear line. Li Xinying's smile grew stronger and stronger. Certain that Winnie would agree, she flipped the file open. Winnie looked at the location of the signature on the A4 paper. Her eyes were obscure. If I sign, you will tell me the identity of that man, and in the future, will not come back to haunt me, right? Li Xinying smiled and hummed. Of course, you don't think I'm really so idle that I like to find trouble with people like you for nothing, do you? I also sincerely hope that you can get the hell out of my world. Winnie's hand slowly tightened, ready to reach for that pen. Hart silently read, Dad, I'm sorry, for the sake of Kerr's life. I must say goodbye to the past. After that, I and the Wen family on. Winnie's fingertips just touched the pen. Chi lawyer barged in panicked, saw that Winnie had not yet signed, relieved, the next second, directly snatched the document over and tore it to pieces. Li Xinying's beautiful eyes widened in panic. What are you doing? It was so hard to proceed to this point. Winnie was about to compromise, but lawyer Chi actually destroyed that document? Sorry, Miss Li, I can't take this commission of yours. Please leave now. Lawyer Chi threw the torn documents into the trash can, pulled open the door and made a gesture of invitation. Li Xinying looked at him incredulously. There is a commission contract between us. Can you bear the consequences if you let me go now? I will immediately arrange for an accountant to credit the breach of contract to your account. Lawyer Chi replied categorically, not wavering in the slightest. You. Li Xinying chest like a blocked breath, originally thought things were going to end here, but turned out to be like this. She took 2 steps forward in annoyance and suddenly looked back at Winnie. Did you do it? You're deliberately stalling here. You're trying to get my mom in jail, aren't you? Winnie shook her head and had to admire Li Xinying's ability to make associations. If I were that good, would I still be here being counted by you? Since things fell through, she didn't expect Li Xinying to tell her the man's information, and walked out around Li Xinying. Li Xinying grunted reluctantly and had to leave. Watching them walk into the elevator, Lawyer Chi breathed a sigh of relief and immediately asked his secretary to arrange the compensation procedures. Lawyer Chi, why did you reject the case? Things are almost arranged already. The secretary asked in confusion. I'm afraid that if I take this one, our law firm will have to close down. Don't ask too many questions. Get on with it. Chi lawyer wiped the sweat on his forehead, took out his cell phone and sent a message to the number he had just spoken to. Things were done exactly as Mr. Henry had instructed. When Winnie and Li Xinying walked out of the law office together, they saw Tang Rui driving a super solid sports car. He threw a flying kiss at Li Xinying, not forgetting to look at Winnie beside her. Why are you here? Li Xinying frowned. Tang Rui smiled mysteriously, wrapped his arm around her waist and whispered, the message you were just given was good, right? That man contacted me again. He wants to meet Winnie. Why? Li Xinying was stalled. Winnie was not interested in watching the two of them show their love in the street and was ready to leave with a cold face. Li Xinying listened to Tang Rui for a few more words and hurriedly stopped Winnie. Wait, this matter is not over today. Aren't you curious about who the man who sought your surrogacy really is? Winnie stared at her. What do you want me to do again? Tonight at 8 o'clock, I will send you the address again. If you do not come, you will never know in this life, the one who took away your most precious thing. Who is it? Li Xinying smiled meaningfully and got into Tang Rui's sports car. Tang Rui also blatantly handed a winks to Winnie. Winnie turned around without reaction and walked towards the bus stop. Tang Rui cut a sound. You sister, no meaning at all, white long so beautiful a face. Li Xinying stared at Tang Rui. What the hell do you men think? Knowing that she has already given birth to a child, you still think she is good? One Henry, one Don Rui. Li Xinying bit her lips tightly. She did not know exactly where she could not compare to Winnie. Tang Rui gangly smile. You do not know it, men. Sometimes, that interest is always very special, and did not intend to really with her, how, just playing. Just for fun? Li Xinying muttered. I hope Henry is too. She really can't accept Winnie marrying into a rich family. Tang Rui turned the steering wheel. Why else would that person make such a big detour and have to see Winnie again? Men always know men best. Hearing these words, the jealousy in Li Xinying's heart calmed down a lot. She looked at Winnie standing at the intersection waiting for the bus and sneered. But why would that person find you? Just now in the lawyer's office, it was Tang Rui who sent her a message saying that she had found the person who used to make Winnie a surrogate. It's a man who is almost 60 years old. Hearing such news, Li Xinying could wake up laughing in her dreams, and she was even more pleased when she thought of Winnie being spoiled by that kind of person. I don't know, but the other side also said that as long as we can see Winnie, he will solve that matter of your mother and will give us an extra sum of money. Winnie waited for a while for the bus. Just after getting into the car, the phone rang. It was He Ming calling, asking her to go to the office to work overtime. Without saying a word, Winnie said yes straight away. Once she arrived at the company, she was assigned a lot of work, not only translating documents, but also meeting with partners, booking tickets, a bunch of chores. Winnie was too busy to take a break and was always on the phone in the office. Hey, hello, I'm from the night group and would like to check with you. Outside the office, Henry looked at Winnie through the blinds for a moment, did not go in and left again with He Ming. Henry, it's all done. Tonight at 8 o'clock at the HSBC Hotel. Henry hummed indifferently. Good. Understood, Henry. He-Ming was confused and really didn't know why Henry had to impersonate a 60-year-old man to book a king-size bedroom. When it was time to leave work, Winnie received several phone calls from Li Xinying in a row. Have you set off yet? Hurry up. Listening to Li Xinying's urging, Winnie wrinkled her brow. Got it. But just as she reached the gate, she was stopped by the rain. Winnie sighed and looked at the time. It was 7:50. If she couldn't get to that hotel on time, would Li Xinying backtrack? Not tell her who that man is anymore. Just as Winnie was debating whether to rush out in the rain and call a car, Henry's car pulled up in front of her. The car window rolled down and the man looked sideways at her. Where to? I'll drive you. Winnie got a lump in her throat. How can she say it? No, Henry. Henry unlocked the car door. Get in. Winnie pursed her lips and pulled open the car door stiffly. I'm going to the HSBC Hotel. Henry swept her up and his thin lips opened and closed, just down the road. By the way, Winnie thoughtfully fastened her seatbelt and thought, it can't be that coincidental. But when Henry stopped the car to walk into the hotel with her, Winnie's heart was about to jump out of her throat. You're coming to this hotel too? Henry's arm came around behind her and pressed the elevator. Well, to meet someone. Winnie gulped and followed into the elevator with her head down. She had been apprehensive and couldn't tell what she was worried about, afraid that Henry would see her most unpleasant past. The mirror in the elevator reflected the world of difference in their dress. To her, Henry is just her boss, so what does it matter? Winnie gave herself a mental pep talk and gave Henry a slight nod as the elevator doors opened, then walked out. She saw Li Xinying sitting in the hotel lobby, with Tang Rui sitting beside her, but there were only two of them. Winnie walked over and drew out a chair and sat down. Where's the guy? She thought Li Xinying would ask this person out in particular to ridicule herself. It hasn't come yet. Li Xinying looked at the time, a little impatient, glanced at Tang Rui. What's going on? He wouldn't stand me up, would he? I don't think so. Tang Rui is also a little confused at this point. He had already called the man several times, but no one answered. Winnie looked at the two of them, her eyes slightly sunken. I don't have time to spend with you guys here. Tell me, who the hell is that guy? Li Xinying was also tempted to say, but she doesn't even know the exact name. At this moment, the hotel waiter came over and handed Winnie a room card with a smile. Miss Winnie, a gentleman asked me to give this to you. He said he was waiting for you in the room. Li Xinying looked at the room card. It was the top suite of this hotel. What the hell? And so mysterious. Tang Rui instantly lost interest. Originally, he also planned to take advantage of this matter, can be closer to Winnie. With a little threat, still afraid that Winnie will not listen to him. But now it seems that the man has no intention of showing his face here and only wants to see Winnie alone. Winnie frowned. She had no fond memories with that man. Can you get in touch with him? Can I? The waiter smiled and shook his head. Sorry, Miss Wen. You may need to make a trip up there yourself. We are not at liberty to disclose the guest's contact information. After saying that, the waiter left. Winnie thought it was even stranger. She looked at Li Xinying and Tang Rui. Couldn't be. This is a trap you two set for me, right? The one in the room, it's not that person at all, right? Either Lin Jiyuan or a powerful person in Haicheng, in order to let Li Shulan get rid of the lawsuit, what they do not dare to do. Li Xinying grunted. I'm not as boring as you think. Who knows who you slept with in the first place, are half in the earth, still so unseemly. Winnie frowned. She did not see the other party's face at the time, but she could be sure that it was a young man, not such as Li Xinying said. At that moment, Henry suddenly walked over to Winnie, drew out the sofa, and sat down. For a moment, Li Xinying and Tang Rui both froze. Mr. Henry? Li Xinying was even more surprised as she looked at Winnie. At a time like this, you actually asked him to come over? She really didn't expect Winnie to be so liberal and dare to let Henry know anything. Winnie didn't bother with her, just looked at Henry suspiciously. Henry, is something wrong? I'm done with things and came over to see if you need any help. Henry said naturally, his eyes as usual. But for some reason, Winnie always felt that it was all very coincidental today. First Chi's lawyer refused Li Xinying's commission, and now he just ran into Henry. It was hard for her not to connect the dots. Mr. Henry, Winnie is meeting someone very important tonight. Li Xinying especially made it very subtle. She didn't believe Henry would not care at all. Yes, how important is it? Henry leaned back on the couch, his voice somber. He looked like he wasn't going to leave, which made Winnie even more suspicious. Li Xinying saw that Henry was interested in this, and thought that it would be good to shake out those things in Winnie's past and step on her hard. After Winnie went to college, her dad got very sick, so... That's enough. Winnie got up directly and interrupted Li Xinying's words as she clutched the room card. I'm going to go and see who it is now. She gathered enough courage and walked straight into the elevator. Whatever the man wanted to do, he was Kerr's father, and with him, there was her other child. Winnie remembered that the original contract said that after the birth of the child, they would be clear of each other and would no longer have the opportunity to see each other. Now that the man has taken the initiative to approach her, could it be something about the child he took away? Winnie stood alone in the elevator, her heart pounding with panic. There was only one room on the entire floor. Looking at the door at the end of the hallway, Winnie gritted her teeth. If not, she will call the police. She stood in the doorway of the room and took several deep breaths, trying to calm her confused heartbeat. Her hands grew colder, clutching the warmthless room card. Open this door so she can find out who Kerr's real father is. But perhaps this is another hell of her life. She took a few steps back, in case the other side was going to take Kerr away from her. What should she do? The elevator door behind you opens. Winnie felt someone standing behind her and reached out to hold her shoulders. Is everything okay? Winnie was stunned and couldn't help but shiver. Henry? She could feel the thick warmth of his hand, and the panic and fear in her heart slowly faded away. Meeting his deep eyes, Winnie came to her senses. Why are you up here? On this floor, there's only this one room. They said you were coming here to meet someone, so I came to see. He said it lightly, his eyes overflowing with a few moments of inquiry. Who do you want to see? Winnie's throat tightened and she subconsciously made up a lie. I've already been inside and was just about to leave. Is that so? Henry's thin lips hooked slightly, pulled the card out of her hand, walked straight over and opened the door to that room. Winnie just felt a chill down her spine, and it was too late to stop him. Come in. The side of his face met the dim light of the room. An unlikely thought suddenly popped into Winnie's head, and she watched the man's back as she followed. Sure enough, there was no one else in the room but the two of them. Henry dropped his room card on the table and took 2 glasses of water out of the refrigerator. His self-effacing response reinforced the thoughts in Winnie's mind. Henry, if you were the one who wanted to see me, why did you have to make such a big detour? Winnie had the feeling of being played. She didn't think Henry would be bored enough to pry into the privacy of his employees. I don't quite understand what you mean. Henry naturally took off his jacket, and those eyes looked shrewdly and deeply at Winnie. This feeling of being left hanging is really uncomfortable. Winnie plucked up enough courage to simply sit down in front of him in a big way, and also drank up the water on the table in one gulp. Looking at her reaction, the man's thin lips rose slightly. Not afraid that I will count you again? Winnie put down her cup and looked flatly at the man in front of her. Henry is the best in the business world in Haicheng. To be counted on by you is something that people generally beg for. I just want to know, what exactly do you want to do? Henry knew her past like the back of his hand, and even took the trouble to lay such a game to trick Li Xinying. Winnie played up, because she did not know Henry's purpose. Her heart was actually up and down. I want you to stay at nights all the time. His voice was low and cold, with a sense of oppression that could not be denied. Winnie froze for 2 seconds. Didn't I already promise? What I'm saying is, for the rest of your life, you're going to stay at nights. He leaned back on the sofa. The sullen look on his face seemed to be suppressing something. Before giving you that card, not to underwrite you, but from now on, all your movements with Kerr must not go beyond the Sea City. Winnie was confused. Can I ask why? You owe me money. These 4 words hit Winnie hard in the heart. Even if Henry doesn't lack the millions, Winnie will always owe him. Henry finished, directly dumped out a contract and placed it in front of Winnie. Sign. Winnie stared, picked up the contract and read it over and over several times. The content in it would not hurt her and Kerr, but only required her to work for the night group for life, while she and Kerr could not leave Haicheng without Henry's knowledge. Only look around. Winnie feel that Henry let her sign this kind of contract is very unreasonable. Henry, since we're talking about this, can I know who that man really was 7 years ago? If it were not Kerr's own father, he would not be so concerned about the whereabouts of their mother and son. Thinking about it, Winnie felt that Henry was helping someone, but who in the Sea City has such a great ability to instruct Henry to come forward? Hearing Winnie ask this, the man's tone sank a few points, and his eyes half narrowed. I don't know. Henry, I actually sign. No matter what Winnie wanted to say, Henry gave her only these 2 words. Winnie sighed helplessly and wrote her name on that contract, and 7 years later, she once again signed this inexplicable contract. After signing, Winnie didn't wait to leave when a footstep came from the corridor outside. She looked through the cat's eye and saw that the outside was full of reporters. This is the place, right? I heard that Henry went in with a woman. Let's just wait here. We're not afraid they won't come out. The reporters were blocking the entrance tightly, and in this situation Winnie could not go out at all. What to do? She could only turn back to Henry for help. Henry just gave her a faint look. There are suites inside. Winnie was stalled. She also knew there was a room inside, but now the problem was that the 2 of them were blocked here by reporters. When could they get out? She also has to go home to take care of Kerr. Henry's response was flat, a word that broke through the worry in Winnie's heart. I've asked the nanny to come to the house and take care of Kerr. You don't have to worry. Winnie frowned. She always felt that she had walked step by step into this man's plan. But what is his purpose? What is it? At least so far, he hadn't done anything to hurt her or Kerr, and even made life better for them, mother and son. Winnie sat on the couch and thought to herself, if anyone else encountered such a thing, I'm afraid they wouldn't be as insouciant as she was, questioning Henry's purpose over and over again. Henry just quietly surveyed Winnie's expression, glanced at the message sent on his phone, and then turned on the TV. The screen just showed the progress of the case of the land in Panshan district. Li Mulan was released on bail tonight, but she has already herself had illegal possession of other people's property. At present, the relevant authorities have been involved in the investigation. Winnie frowned, not expecting things to come to a head so soon. If someone had stopped Li Shilun's actions when her father was seriously ill in the hospital, their family might not have turned out this way. Just after the news was broadcast, Winnie's cell phone rang. It was Li Xinying who called. Winnie wrinkled her brow and pressed the answer button. "You really have the ability to make my mother sit on the charge in such a short time. It seems that I underestimated you before." Li Xinying gnashed her teeth in anger. "I didn't do anything. It's her own fault that things turned out this way. Winnie has a clear conscience. She did not do the action of falling down the well. Li Shilun now meet such a thing, are too greedy for them. Even if you say so, you can't get rid of the relationship. You are always a member of the Wen family." Li Xinying said in exasperation, and the conversation turned. "You're meeting with that old lover of yours now, right? How about it? Is he old and ugly?" Winnie listened to the words, looked up at the opposite side of Henry, only to see the man's eyes deep, cannot distinguish between joy and anger. Li Xinying's voice continued to come from the phone. "You only deserve to be with that kind of person in your life. I wonder if he will mind. You have a child, ah?" Winnie gritted her teeth and withdrew her eyes. "Yes, he was old and ugly, and had to walk with crutches, but he was generous enough to clothe and feed me and my son for the rest of our lives, and I have your mother to thank for finding me such a good man." After saying that, Winnie hung up directly. These few sentences alone are enough to make Li Xinying angry for a few days. Winnie had just put down her phone when she felt Henry's sight. He looked as usual, but his tone had a few laughs in it. "Who did you just say, old and ugly?" A few minutes before, it should have been him who made her sign the contract. Winnie pulled the corners of her mouth awkwardly. She was just dealing with Li Xinying. Hearing this from Henry, she shook her head in a hurry. "Henry, I definitely didn't mean you." Henry glanced at his wristwatch. "It's getting late. I'll send you away." "But outside the door." Winnie didn't want to be surrounded by reporters anymore. "Or you want to stay?" When Winnie heard that, she shook her head and got up and said, "I'm going home." The man's thin lips slightly hooked, the sofa on the suit jacket draped over Winnie's head, then a hand around her shoulders, opened the door to the room. The reporters outside the door saw the door open and swarmed around. "Mr. Henry, may I ask what your relationship is?" "Mr. Henry, you have just announced your marriage to your fiancée, and you are going in and out of the hotel with this beautiful woman. Are you planning to repent the marriage?" The reporters kept asking questions, and several cameras were pointed at Winnie's face at the same time. Her heart thumped, and she had to lean closer to Henry so that the suit would keep her face a little more hidden. When she just came in, she clearly felt that this corridor was very short. Now surrounded by these reporters, Winnie only felt that the road was incomparably long. It's a good thing that Henry didn't let her looks come out, all the way to protect her tightly with her hands. He titled the president of the night group, actually did this. Winnie had a mixed feeling in her heart and couldn't help but think of the contract she had just signed. Had she been too hasty? If she really can't get away from Lee in the future, won't she have to spend time with him all the time? "Those are my personal matters. No comment. Please stop following me. Otherwise, every one of you will receive a letter from Knight's lawyers." Henry said so and led Winnie into the elevator. But because the elevator was well lit and decorated with mirrors on all sides, someone still captured the side of Winnie's face. The elevator door closed and Winnie sighed in relief. Why did these reporters get the news so quickly? Although Henry is one of the most powerful families in the city, but usually there are few lace scandals, those paparazzi reporters are not so 24 hours a day to follow him. And, again, they were pretty sure that Henry was with a woman. Then there is only one possibility. Someone tipped off and betrayed Henry's information. "I'll take you back first." Henry's eyes deepened for a few moments, but there was no half-hearted look on his face. "You already knew there would be reporters coming? Then why do you still want me to come to this room and pretend? Just to get me to sign that word?" Winnie suddenly didn't understand. Henry did all this just to keep her and Kerr from leaving Sea City? Or is it that the man who approached her for a surrogate in the first place was not well connected to Henry? Winnie felt an overwhelming confusion of thoughts in her head, and was so muddled as she followed Henry toward the parking lot that she almost tripped over a parking stake. "Watch out!" Fortunately, the man even held her up. "Don't think about it. Go back and take good care of Kerr. See you at the office tomorrow," Henry said, pulling open the car door and gesturing for Winnie to get in. "But if you don't leave, those reporters are going to follow you." Winnie did not dare to delay and obediently got into the car. In order to avoid the reporters continue to follow, Henry asked the driver to send Winnie. He himself drove away separately. Back at the apartment, Winnie's hanging heart just fell to the ground. She also met the nanny Henry found for Kerr, named Wang Yun, age 40-something, very kind-looking. "Miss Wen, you can call me Sister Yun from now on." "Okay, Sister Yun, from now on Kerr will trouble you." Winnie also looked at the qualifications the other party took the initiative to hold out. "You've been doing this business in Haicheng for a long time?" "It's been 8 or 9 years," Yun said with a smile and brought out the finished dinner. I saw that there were bought vegetables and meat in the refrigerator, so I simply made a few things. In the future, if you have any special favorite food, you can tell me. If you don't know, I can learn. For one meal, there are 2 main dishes, and 3 other dishes and 1 soup. Winnie finally doesn't have to worry about Kerr eating and doesn't have to scramble to get back as soon as she gets off work. After eating, Kerr went to read picture books by himself, and Winnie sent Yun downstairs. Sister Yun, I want to ask, what is your salary? Winnie felt that this question was quite important. If Kerr really liked the nanny aunt later, she wanted to cover her own expenses. Miss Wen, Mr. Henry ordered, you do not even need to bother in this regard. Moreover, his side has already given a year's salary. Yun replied with a smile, and not much, curious about the relationship between Winnie and Henry. Winnie nodded. Before she asked, she expected this answer. Miss Wen, I can just take the bus by myself. If there's anything, you can always look for me. Okay then, see you tomorrow. Winnie looked at Yun's back. The hanging heart fell to the ground. She was turning around, ready to go upstairs, when a limousine drove into the neighborhood and parked directly beside her. The car door was pushed open, and Dana, in a dress, approached her aggressively. The snap, raised his hand and threw Winnie a slap. Last time I already warned you, but I didn't expect you to be so stubborn. You insisted on staying at the nights, not to mention that you even seduced Henry to go to the hotel. You are already a mother of a child. Can you have some self-respect? Dana opened her mouth and scolded. Those beautiful eyes fiercely glared at Winnie. Before Henry did not disclose our relationship, I can turn a blind eye to your existence, but now, he and I will soon be engaged. You better behave, or I will let you have no foothold in the Sea City. Winnie slowly exhaled a breath, and her face was on fire. She opened her mouth, and there was a bit of helplessness in her voice. Miss Dana, before you came, did you ask Henry? I don't need to let my fiancé know when I'm shooing away the flies around him. Winnie pursed her lips. Her face became more and more quiet. Then you can ask him now. I was at the hotel with him, just signing a contract, and was surrounded by reporters. Those reporters looked like they were listening to someone's orders, swarming. She hooked her lips and watched as Dana's anger was not as strong as it had been a moment ago. Miss Dana, this is not the first time you have warned me, nor is it the first time I have explained to you that every time we met alone, I made it very clear, but why didn't you believe me? You don't have to act with me here. I'll ask Henry, but if you have the cheek to seduce him again, I'll make it impossible for you mother and son to stay in Sea City. Dana turned her head sideways, looked at the apartment in front of her, shook her lips fiercely, and went back to the car. She knew very well that the incident was not Winnie's fault alone. If Henry didn't want to, no one could force him. But Dana just couldn't get over how Henry could be so special to Winnie. Didn't mind her past, didn't even mind that she had a son. The bias cannot get half a word out of Winnie's mouth. The last time the elder Lee stepped in, it only gave Winnie a downward spiral, and Winnie returned to Lee's like. Dana instructed the driver to drive, her pampered face full of anger. For no reason at all, Winnie received a slap. Winnie covered some slightly painful cheeks, bit her smile and shook his head. If she really did something, by Dana so chased and scolded, she did not feel the loss at all. But she really didn't have that in mind. That night, the major websites and exposed the news of Henry's hotel night meeting mysterious girlfriend, and even that Winnie's side photo was enlarged many times. The word is out all over the night group. The first moment Wang Qing saw the news, she dialed Winnie's phone number. Winnie, I saw the news. What the hell is going on here? You and Henry, are you really in that kind of relationship? Hearing Wang Qing ask this, Winnie hastily denied. There is no such thing, and the person in the photo is not me. She couldn't think of any other way to respond to the question except to deny it. Not you, but I look a lot like you. Wang Qing muttered suspiciously. By the way, I'm calling you to ask if you have time tomorrow. Tomorrow night we have a small gathering of college classmates. You should come along. Winnie subconsciously wanted to refuse. After graduation, you have cut off contact with everyone. This time there's a good chance. You come over. They are all people you are familiar with. Besides, the person in that photo is not you. You do not need to be afraid of anything, right? I'll see what time it is then. Winnie sighed faintly. It looked like, couldn't push it off. Then I'll see you tomorrow, and I'll send you the address. After hanging up the phone, Winnie sat alone in the living room for a long time. Since she had decided to stay in the city of C with Kerr in the future, she must face these interpersonal transactions. They are all her previous classmates, so there shouldn't be any problems either. With this in mind, Winnie's heart was not so restless. The news on the internet kept fermenting, but the Public Relations Department of Knights did not receive any orders to quell it, as if Henry did not care at all about how it was being talked about by the outside world. This non-denial attitude of his added to the speculation of the employees of Knights. They say the woman who went to the hotel with Henry is not Miss Dana, and now Henry has this attitude. Are the two of them having relationship problems? The way I see it, Henry has no feelings for Miss Dana at all, or else how could he not get married for 7 or 8 years? Now that the engagement has just been announced, Henry went to a hotel with another woman. Although there was no overnight stay, what can 2 grown men and women who were alone in a hotel for more than 2 hours do? Employees chattered in the pantry. Winnie went in to pour a cup of coffee and was dragged to join their discussion. Winnie, who do you think that woman could be? Is it Henry who has been hiding his golden house? Little Lee said mysteriously. Winnie shook her head. I don't know. She kept her head down just sideways to the employees. All at once, someone exclaimed, that woman in the photo looks like Winnie. Saying that, he also took out his cell phone to confirm. Winnie hastily coughed a few times and took his coffee cup back to the office. Close the door. She was only relieved if the people of the company knew that the woman who was with Henry yesterday was her. That does not need Dana to come back to her trouble. A word from Master Lee. She will have to pack up her things and get out immediately. As soon as it was time to leave work, Winnie was ready to go to the class reunion. Just pulling open the door to the office, I ran into Henry and several executive managers. Winnie immediately stopped, bowed her head and stood respectfully to the side. Mentally, I hope everyone treats her like air. A cold line of sight fell on her and lingered for a while, before slowly moving away. Waiting for the sound of footsteps to fade away, Winnie was just about to lift her legs in the direction of the elevator when a cold voice came from behind her. Assistant Wen, come to my office. Winnie's heart stuttered, but she could only resign herself to turning around. Close the door. Henry walked over to his desk and sat down, his cold eyes on Winnie. From today's arrival at the company, Winnie has been avoiding him, even sending documents to He-Ming on his behalf. This avoiding way of getting along makes Henry's heart flat out unhappy. Henry, what can I do for you? Winnie asked in a whisper, but never looked up at him. If you plan to keep avoiding me like this in the future, I'll consider reassigning you to the archives. Henry's meaning was clear. He doesn't need an employee who keeps his head down in everything. Winnie sighed slowly. Henry, don't. It's not that she refuses to suffer, but the work in the archives is really not for her. In case I fall again in the file room, the company can be unconditionally responsible for the rest of my life. That is a big loss for the company. Winnie squeezed out a flattering smile. Besides, I'm not avoiding you. I'm just taking my job seriously, really. Henry didn't say anything. A pair of cold eyes surveyed Winnie's outfit today. A date tonight? Going to a party. Henry narrowed his eyes. He knew very well that Winnie had few friends in the Sea City. Henry, can I go now? Winnie asked in a small voice. The man waved his hand, and the expression on his face grew colder and deeper. Winnie did not dare to stay, fleeing from his office, just in time to run into Xiao Li them. What did Henry just call you for? It's not going to be overtime again, is it? Xiao Li hurriedly closed the elevator door, just in case there was any temporary work assignment. Talked a little about the meeting tomorrow. Winnie tugged at the corner of her mouth and blurted out. I heard that Henry is going on another business trip next week, and I wonder if he will take his staff with him this time. Little Lee muttered. Winnie looked at the elevator floor number and did not make a sound. She went downstairs to the company before she saw a message from Wang Qing saying that she had driven over with Fang Yi and was outside in the parking lot. Winnie walked out the door and saw Fang Yi polishing his car, so she walked over. I can just go there by myself, and you guys are making this special trip, Winnie said with a smile. We happened to visit the project and passed by nearby. Get in the car. It's gonna rain later. As soon as Fang Yi saw Winnie, the expression on his face became gentle. Wang Qing on the passenger seat saw the interaction between the two of them, bit her lip, and after Winnie got in, she instantly changed into an enthusiastic smile. This restaurant is especially delicious tonight. I can't wait, senior. Let's go. Wang Qing shouted at Fang Yi spitefully. Winnie laughed, not caring. Fang Yi is also used to Wang Qing's tone of voice, did not take it seriously, the way to the restaurant, but also has been Wang Qing and happy to find the topic of conversation, and Fang Yi said more. Winnie, on the other hand, sat back and contacted Yun, saying that she would be late and bothered to make dinner for Kerr before she left. Yun quickly replied to Winnie that it was no problem and sent 2 small videos of Kerr eating fruit. Winnie looked at her son's smiling face, grateful to Henry from the heart. If not for his help, with Winnie's skills, simply cannot find such a good nanny Aunt Yun. Wang Qing was sitting in front and saw Winnie's expression and jokingly asked, Winnie, what are you thinking about? Feeling smile, especially happy. No. Didn't think anything of it. Upstairs in the president's office, Henry witnessed Winnie get into Fang Yi's car, and his cold eyes quenched with a few moments of anger. He knew that she didn't have many friends in Haicheng. So anxious to get off work, in addition to eating with men, what else can it be? If he hadn't gotten Kerr a nanny, I'm afraid she wouldn't have had such free reign over her time. Henry's thin lips were pursed as he picked up his car keys and went downstairs. He wanted to see what kind of party Winnie was talking about. On the way to the restaurant, Wang Qing also took out her cell phone and took a few selfies in particular. Winnie, I see you usually don't post many photos. Did you take a small number and add me? Wang Qing asked with a smile as she turned back to me. No, I'm just too busy working to post much. Winnie clutched her phone and whispered. She had posted it before, but then didn't want to attract so much unwanted attention for the sake of a peaceful life with Kerr. She also hasn't had a social circle of her own for a long time, and this party was a first step for her. Here we are, let's get off. Fang Yi parked the car. The 3 of them went upstairs together to the elegant room. Wang Qing, Fang Yi, you guys are here together again? Do you two have something to hide from us? Fellow student Chen Yu laughed and joked, then saw Winnie, who followed him in and froze for a moment. Isn't this Winnie? Winnie? Several students, who had already arrived first, looked over at the same time, their eyes focused on Winnie. Hello everyone, it's been a long time. Winnie tugged at the corners of her mouth, her expression placid. Those classmates, however, looked excited and got up one by one to greet her. For them, the former Winnie was so bright and dazzling in her college days, but for whatever reason, she completely disappeared right after graduation. All these years there has been no news. Where have you been living all these years? We can't even reach you. Yeah, you're getting prettier and prettier now. The students said one thing after another, and Winnie just sat there and smiled and listened. So you've been in contact with Fang Yi and the others, and you don't even contact us? Not really. I and the seniors also recently contacted Winnie. You will not know. Oh, Winnie is now working in the night group and is Henry's assistant. Awesome, right? Wang Qing took Winnie's hand, giving the illusion that they had a good relationship. Nights group? I heard that company is particularly bad to enter, Winnie. After you graduated, did you study abroad, ah? If you don't have a good qualification, it's impossible to enter the Lees. Listening to this sentence after sentence, Winnie gradually some cannot laugh. Before coming, she was ready to face those scars of the past, but really in front of her eyes, she felt as if she could not carry. Wang Qing sat on the sidelines and watched with amusement as everyone chased after Winnie. She has long checked, Winnie 7 years after graduation. Experience files are blank. No one knows how she lived abroad. The only thing that can be found is that before she joined the Knights, once in a small company did a few months of paparazzi specializing in secretly shooting the private life of those stars. What makes a person like that get into Knights? In addition to relying on the body, Wang Qing cannot think of a second reason, but also count Winnie lucky to get close to Henry kind of person. Just a pity. Henry will soon also be engaged to marry. Wang Qing hooked her lips, her smile deepened. What she wanted was for all her classmates to know what Winnie had become now. Rely on your body, rely on your looks. Such a person is not worthy of Fang Yi. Well, I think everyone ask less questions. Winnie doesn't even know who to answer first. It's all in the past. What's there to ask? Fang Yi walked to Winnie's side, opened his mouth to help her relieve the situation, and carefully poured her a glass of orange juice. This move drew another round of envious laughter. I remember, before the club activities, Fang Yi Sr. has taken good care of Winnie. I did not expect that after so many years. Still infatuation, ah! Winnie gratefully looked at Fang Yi, also embarrassed because of everyone's uproar, wanted to speak to explain. However, Fang Yi admitted in public, in my place, no one will try to bully her, before and after. Wow. Senior, you are too eccentric to have more drinks later. Fang Yi directly said no problem. Winnie has not participated in such occasions for a long time, only when everyone is used to joking around, and there is nothing between her and Fang Yi, did not take this matter to heart. It was Wang Qing's smile that couldn't hang on, and when she saw Winnie get up to go to the bathroom, she also followed her. Winnie had just washed her hands and was about to go out when she was stopped by Wang Qing. Winnie, why didn't you just explain? Explain what? Winnie froze for 2 seconds, then reacted and hurriedly said, I'm afraid that the more I explain, the more people will misunderstand. Faced with Wang Qing's questioning, Winnie really didn't know what to say. In her opinion, people are just coaxing. Only if she ignores, those words will slowly disappear. Otherwise, it will only be more and more dark. But if you don't say anything, everyone will think you and Senior Fang Yi are a couple. Wang Qing muttered, looking in the direction of the elegant room, tugging at Winnie and refusing to let go. Winnie, I'm not hiding anything from you. I've always had a crush on Fang Yi, and I want to be with him, so... Winnie looked at her and waited for her to continue. Wang Qing was angry and annoyed when she didn't say anything. Can you help me? Or draw a line in the sand with him? This. Winnie didn't know how to answer. Okay, or else you can tell everyone later that you already have a boyfriend, so it's okay, right? Wang Qing tugged at Winnie and said delicately, please, I really don't want to wait a few more years. Okay, I got it. Winnie didn't refuse again. Originally, she didn't have that kind of idea for Fang Yi, and she was willing to help if that would put Wang Qing at ease. Great. From now on, we'll be good girlfriends who can't say anything. Wang Qing happily dragged Winnie back to the elegant room, joked with the people next to her for a while, then gave Winnie a special wink and proposed, it's not much fun for us to talk like this. Why don't we play games? Counting frogs. Yes. Everyone agreed, and it was agreed that the loser would either drink or answer a heartfelt question. Winnie wasn't familiar with the game, but she nodded in agreement. After all, that's what parties are for. Start with me, a frog. Soon the game began. Everyone is to liven up the atmosphere. Within a few minutes, there had been several wrong number of people drinking. Another round, the turn to Fang Yi. He did not react. Drink, or mean it. It's too meaningless if you guys just drink, so why don't we just assign you to choose the true words? Fang Yi has always been good at talking. He immediately said no problem, willing to bet. What do you want to ask? Wang Qing looked at Fang Yi, then at Winnie, and touched her classmate next to her with her elbow. The man immediately said, during your college days, did you ever like someone who was there? The problem. It's obvious enough. Everyone started to get up on the strength of their drinks. More from time to Winnie and Wang Qing sighed to look over, and even Fang Yi are looking in that direction. Yes. His warm eyes looked at Winnie and slowly uttered this one word. Winnie only felt the expression of Wang Qing beside her changed. She sighed helplessly and pretended to accidentally drop her phone on the carpet, bending down to pick it up, thereby avoiding Fang Yi's line of sight. But how she did it didn't satisfy Wang Qing. When this round of hilarity passed and it was Winnie's turn, Wang Qing coughed, interrupting Winnie's attention. Winnie, choose, drink or be truthful. I'll drink. Winnie hesitated, and since she was already involved, she had to follow the rules of the game. But she didn't want to answer the odd questions. But at this time, Wang Qing suddenly smiled and said, "Don't drink, choose the truth," she said while looking at Winnie. Thinking about what she said in the bathroom, Winnie just had to nod. "Okay, I'll go with what I really mean." When she said that, the atmosphere at the party table became more lively. Wang Qing is even a step ahead, directly asked, "You are now back to Haicheng. Is there any special reason, For example, for boyfriend?" Winnie stalled for a moment. What they said earlier was that she just had to state that she had a boyfriend. But now the topic seems to be not so pure. "Winnie, you're back in Haicheng for your boyfriend, huh? Your boyfriend is too happy too." Winnie tried to explain, but Wang Qing kept pulling her hand. Having no choice, Winnie had to smile and nod. "Well, I did go back home for him." The words, vague and ambiguous, but in the ears of the crowd, it is not the same meaning of what Winnie said. All of a sudden, everyone got more excited and asked Winnie after her, "What does your boyfriend do? When are you planning to get married? Be sure to invite us then." Wang Qing, on the other hand, propped her chin with her arm and said enviously, "Our Winnie is so beautiful and smart. Of course her boyfriend is also the pride of the sky." Wang Qing used to work with Winnie as a business representative of Shengyu Group, which by implication refers to Henry. Winnie pursed her lips and didn't speak again. If she says more, I'm afraid she'll have to make someone up out of thin air to satisfy their curiosity. If she had known the party was in this situation, she definitely wouldn't have come. "Okay, you guys should stop asking. Winnie is embarrassed." Wang Qing helped Winnie to relieve the situation at the right time. She had gotten the result she wanted, and there was no point in talking about it. During the seat, Fang Yi's mood was not as relaxed as it was just now, and even lost his concentration a few times looking at Winnie. After Wang Qing noticed, he became more intimate with Winnie and kept giving her food. When the last few courses were served, the door to the elegant room was opened by the waiter, just so you could see the deck outside. Winnie did not turn around. You can feel a cold and familiar gaze. She turned her head back just in time to bump into Henry's deep eyes. He was dining outside with Shangguan Xian. Winnie blinked, feeling a little strange. Henry has never liked this kind of noisy environment, not to mention that the main dish of this restaurant is on the spicy side, and not Henry's taste. It's also some distance from the company. He should not be so idle as to ask someone to eat here. "Winnie, isn't that Henry?" Wang Qing suddenly said and whispered a few words to the people around him. Then, everyone kept looking over to Henry. When Winnie saw this, she just hoped that the waiter would serve the food quickly and close this door. Who knows, her cell phone on the desktop suddenly rang. Wang Qing, who was closest to her, picked it up and said, "Henry's calling! Answer it!" Just after saying that Winnie had a boyfriend in C-City and that she had come back for him, Henry coincidentally appeared outside. Such coincidences make the story from Wang Qing's mouth even more real. Unable to resist the uproar, Winnie had to pick up. "Hello, Henry. Come here a minute." He said only 4 words and hung up. Winnie sighed helplessly. She now went over, is not sitting on the words, just Wang Qing said. "What did he say?" Wang Qing wasn't about to let go of this great opportunity and added, "Why don't we invite Henry over to eat with us?" "Don't, I'll just go over there for a minute." Winnie pulled the corner of her mouth, turned around and walked out. Fang Yi's calm face reveals a few sunken intent. He lifted his hand to pick up the wine glass, fiercely filled a large mouthful. It's not that he hadn't thought about the reasons for Winnie's entry into Nights, but he had been reluctant to believe the gossip. But now that the facts are right in front of him, he has to believe them. If Henry didn't care about Winnie, he wouldn't have made that phone call at all. Winnie moved over to Henry and whispered, "Henry, what is it?" "Nothing, I'm just curious. What kind of people are you getting together with? All your friends?" Henry spoke, his voice a little lower than usual. Winnie nodded. "All classmates from college." "A classmate before you left the country?" "Yes." Winnie couldn't figure out his intentions and stood by obediently. "Then shouldn't I, as your boss, go over and have a drink to thank them for taking care of you back then?" Henry raised his eyebrows at her and spoke, about to get up and go over. Winnie panicked to stop him, the hand for a time nowhere to put, the two people's movements extremely ambiguous. Everyone in the elegant room, looking openly in this direction, was shocked. Couldn't be. This Henry is Winnie's boyfriend, right? Wang Qing listened to such speculation and said mysteriously, "Winnie looks so beautiful, it is not without this possibility." Many of the people here have been working in Haicheng for a long time. Almost all of them know Henry and know how powerful the Knight family is in Haicheng. For a while, they all looked at Winnie enviously, thinking that she would soon marry into a rich family as a young grandmother. Winnie blocked Henry and said carefully and curtly, "Henry, you just don't make fun of me. If there is something, you can say it directly. She was pretty sure that Henry was holding a teasing thought for her at this point. The man looked at her anxious expression, his thin lips slightly hooked up. I just went over to say hello. You're so scared? I'm not scared, I just don't think it's necessary. Winnie squeezed out a smile and looked to the nearby Shangguan Shan. Isn't that right, Mr. Shangguan? Shangguan Shan did not want to get involved in their affairs and quickly looked down at the menu, pretending not to hear the look. Henry, then you guys take your time and eat. I'll go over first. Winnie didn't want to stay longer, but she turned around and was about to go when the guest at the next table got up and just blocked the way, plus that person also drank. Henry frowned and yanked Winnie directly to his side. Winnie exclaimed. The body spun in a whole circle and flung itself into Henry's arms. She slipped on her feet, a look of shock, and when she looked up, it was Henry's handsome face that was close at hand. Winnie's throat tightened and she squeezed out the word thank you. But Henry doesn't seem to have any intention of letting go, just wrapping her arms around her, slowly lowering her head, the two of them getting closer and closer. Henry, you got something on your face, he said, sliding a finger across Winnie's cheek. With that, his hand was released and he sat back in his seat as if nothing had just happened. Winnie stood in place, her face tentatively red, like a boiled shrimp. She was confused and couldn't figure out Henry's intentions. His actions like this are too easy to cause misunderstandings, and those of her classmates are sure to guess. Winnie bit her lip and walked back to the elegant room. Before entering, she heard a burst of laughter. Winnie, you're hiding too deep. You're actually boyfriend and girlfriend with Henry of the night group. Winnie tugged at the corners of her mouth. Don't get the wrong idea, we're not in that kind of relationship. She said so, but no one would believe her. People in our company say that Henry is usually very concerned about keeping his distance from female employees, but he just took special care of you, apparently. Winnie's heart stuttered. This is good, all touching together, cannot be set aside. I don't know who said. Everyone stop. I watched the news earlier and said that Henry will soon be engaged to the daughter of Ning's group. When you put it that way, it seems like Winnie is the mistress who is getting in their way. The atmosphere in the elegant room changed. Plus everyone had almost eaten, so they each got up and left the table. Fang Yi was slow to move. His gaze still fell on Winnie. After the last few students moved, he took the initiative to walk to Winnie's side, emboldened by the wine, said in a deep voice, Can we find a place to talk? His tone was sincere, and he didn't mean to force Winnie. Winnie thought about it and nodded her head and said yes. Wang Qing waited with other students downstairs for half a day, but did not see Fang Yi come out, and heard who said, Winnie also seems to be upstairs. Wang Qing bit her lips and said directly, I seem to have left something behind. You guys go first, I'll go up for a while. She took the trouble to push the topic to this point, and absolutely cannot afford to lose it. But Wang Qing went around a big circle upstairs and didn't see any sign of Fang Yi or Winnie. On the contrary, Henry is still sitting in the original seat. Wang Qing went straight over. Henry, have you seen Winnie, please? No. The man's attitude was cold and he didn't even look at her. Wang Qing smiled. Doesn't Henry care about Winnie a lot? How can you let her be with other men? Henry indifferently hooked his lips. That's my business. He did not deny his special concern for Winnie. This point, but let Wang Qing a little surprised. Henry has announced the marriage, but still entangled with Winnie. What is the relationship between you? Whatever my relationship with her is, it's none of your business. Henry lifted his wrist, looked at the time, got up straight away, and left. Wang Qing pinned in place and grunted coldly. Whether in the past or now, Winnie is very manly. When I was in college, the male students in the club were always around Winnie. And now that I've entered society, it's actually still the same. She circled around the restaurant again but still couldn't find Fang Yi and Winnie, so she had no choice but to leave the restaurant first. Winnie and Fang Yi came down from the other side of the elevator. Fang Yi has had a few drinks tonight, and with his classmates up in arms about Winnie and Henry, his moods have become up and down. Winnie, I know maybe it's not appropriate for me to ask this, but can you tell me if you and Henry are boyfriend and girlfriend? Fang Yi in the workplace these years has long understood that a lot of words on the drinking game cannot be trusted. It is just a casual talk in order to liven up the atmosphere. Plus Winnie itself does not pay much attention to these gossip. He also hesitated to ask. Henry is just my boss, Winnie said frankly. Then why is he taking care of you at every turn? It shouldn't be a coincidence that we met in this restaurant tonight either. How would someone of his status dine at the terrace table? Fang Yi's eyes sank. He believed that Winnie did not lie to him, but the truth is in front of him. His heart always seems to be blocked with a stone like. Winnie stopped. Her expression grew calmer. She did not have to explain anything to Fang Yi. I've already answered your question, and even if you ask it several more times, my answer will be the same. Besides, I don't think I need to tell you everything about my life. No, Winnie, that's not what I meant. Fang Yi's mind was confused and reached out to stop her. The two people are also closer than they were a moment ago. Winnie was blocked by him and had to step back, close to the glass floor-to-ceiling window behind her. For so many years, I've been looking for you, but I've never heard from you. You don't even know how surprised I was when I saw you at the entrance of the DeCity Hotel, and I thought, I finally had a chance. Fang Yi, through the strength of alcohol, want to buried in the heart of the words for many years, all said out. His face was tinged with a few moments of shortness and nervousness. Those eyes were not as warm as they usually are, and the tone of voice was becoming more and more agitated. Winnie, can you think about it and be my girlfriend? I promise I will treat you well and never let you suffer any aggravation. Fang Yi said, reaching out to pull Winnie. You've had too much to drink. Winnie subconsciously tried to dodge, but the floor beneath her feet was too slippery, and she lost her concentration for a moment and fell on the floor-to-ceiling window. Boom. Her elbow ate pain and her brow furrowed slightly. It's late. I should go back. She didn't reject Fang Yi directly, just thinking about how he took care of her during her school days. As for the rest, she didn't think about having any emotional development with him. What's more, Wang Qing has a crush on him. Winnie was ready to go around from him, but Fang Yi was drunk and dizzy and tugged her regardless. Don't you go, I still have a lot to say to you. She doesn't want to hear it. A voice suddenly appeared. Then, Henry came over, directly to his suit jacket, draped over Winnie's shoulders, wrapped her delicate thin body tightly. The jacket still carried the temperature of his body. Winnie didn't expect him to be gone yet. Henry? Fang Yi's face stiffened and had to let go, watching Winnie being pulled over by Henry. His wretchedness at this time compared with Henry's cold aura. Especially seeing that Winnie did not resist Henry's approach, Fang Yi's heart completely cooled. No matter how much gossip there is out there, he can choose not to listen to disbelief, but seeing with his own eyes the way Winnie treats Henry, his persistence seems even more insignificant. Henry glanced sideways at Winnie to make sure she was okay, took her by the shoulders, and walked out of the restaurant. The night breeze blew in the face, and Winnie's mind cleared up a lot. She was about to say something when Henry's driver had pulled up. I'll give you a ride. Winnie turned back to see that Wang Qing had not yet left and was still waiting outside for Fang Yi. She nodded and got into Henry's car. The footage of them coming out of the hotel until they got into the car was captured by Wang Qing with her cell phone. The car drove all the way in the direction of the apartment. Winnie looked out the window. Neon night scene, the heart of the emotions more complex. She didn't expect Fang Yi to suddenly confess his love to her. Although she had been grateful for Fang Yi's help to her, but to really consider the emotional aspect, Winnie would only refuse. In his ear, suddenly came Henry's somber voice. Why don't you accept him? Winnie froze for 2 seconds and muttered in a small voice. Miss Dana is also very nice, and why did Henry drag it out for 7 years? The man's cold eyes were half narrowed. It seems he really indulged her too much. Otherwise, how dare Winnie talk to him like that? However, she always seems to talk terms with him. On the contrary, he somewhat enjoys that negotiation process. It's not that no one has ever spoken to him that way, but because of the entanglement between them, he can't ignore her thoughts and actions. Seeing the man's face change slightly, Winnie immediately lowered her head, folded his jacket slowly, and put it between the two. Thank you, Henry, for helping me out again. Hearing her say that, Henry coldly asked rhetorically, You're always thanking me without doing anything tangible. Winnie was stunned. So, is there anything Henry needs me to do? I'll tell you when I think of it. Henry said this slowly, then closed his eyes and did not speak again. Before getting into the car, he said he was going to give her a ride, but he ended up dropping her off directly under the apartment building. Winnie got out and watched the car leave before turning around and going upstairs. She always felt that Henry had something to say today. In the following days, Winnie commuted to work as usual. She also translated the documents faster and faster, and several partners were satisfied with the translated content. Winnie was once again delivering documents to the secretary's office when she heard Xiao Li and a few of them gossiping. I don't think Henry is at the office today, is he? Really went to take wedding photos? The engagement party is this weekend, so of course we have to hurry. Winnie listened, her hand falling on the printer, stunned. Winnie, what's wrong with you? Li came over, saw she was dazed, and helped her press the copy. Winnie reacted to this. Thanks, I seem to have gotten a little carried away just now. Have you heard any news about Henry's engagement from He Ming in the past few days? Xiao Li asked, very gossipy. All at once, other employees gathered around. Winnie shook her head. I wasn't paying attention. They haven't seen each other since the last time Henry gave her a ride. Winnie went back to her office with the files in her arms, and to her surprise, as soon as she opened the door, she saw Henry standing in front of her desk. Henry? The man slowly turned to look at her with a few more complex implications in his eyes. Last time you said that you wanted to thank me. Winnie nodded and put the paper aside, waiting for him to speak again. Help me ruin this engagement party. What? Winnie was stunned, and her first reaction was to close the office door first. She went over to close the door in a panic, and when she turned to look at Henry, there was more than a hint of a difficult smile on her face. Henry, you're not kidding me, are you? Now the whole company, no, the whole city knows that you're getting engaged to Miss Dana. Besides, he wants to help himself? How can she help? Winnie at this moment, full of regret, should not boast in front of him. The man looked at her with a calm face. Can't do it. Winnie was about to nod but did not dare to say it straight, in case it angered him. I do not know what will happen again. She thought about it and put it differently. Henry, can I ask you why? Miss Dana is the daughter of Ning's group, and I heard that she has been with you for several years. Such a watery marriage, why do you want to ruin it? Although Dana's desire to control is stronger, but she has waited for Henry for so many years after all. Also a woman, Winnie sympathized with her a little. Henry stared, examined Winnie for a long time, thin lips opened and closed. Because I have other women. At a word, Winnie was stunned. The reason seemed to make sense. It's Ez's. She got halfway through the sentence and hastily covered her mouth. Knowing too many of his secrets is not a good thing. Now you're willing to help? Winnie gulped and had no choice but to nod. I'll try my best, but Henry, if I do anything out of the ordinary, you won't fire me, will you? You've already signed the contract. Once again, Henry reminded her. She has almost sold the rest of her life to the Knight Group and is not qualified to negotiate with him. So saying, Winnie's head dropped. I know. Henry looked at her expression and a smile crossed his eyes, but it quickly disappeared without a trace. All afternoon, Winnie looked so drained that she couldn't think of any good way to mess up Henry's engagement party. When Shangguanshan came to the company to look for Henry, he also saw Winnie from afar. He walked into the office with a frown and said to Henry, It's too much for her if you do this. All these years, you couldn't argue with your old man, and you went through all the trouble to stay up until today, and then you gave this hot potato to Winnie to handle. Henry flipped through the information at hand and responded as if nothing had happened. She also has a hard life. How did she let you run into it again? Shangguanshan shook his head, worrying in his heart for Winnie's future. Bumping into me and having a hard life? There are many women in the city who are eager for the position of Mrs. Li. The man's gaze sank a few points. He never felt he brought bad luck to Winnie. Shangguanshan did not directly answer him, but just investigated the matter said, When Wen Jianguo was seriously ill, needing millions of dollars of treatment, Winnie was sold by her stepmother, but the last person to take the money, but her stepmother. That money did not hit the hospital accounts on time and indirectly caused Wen Jianguo's death. Because things have passed so many years, Shangguanshan looked for many relationships to find out. Then Winnie left Haichang and went abroad alone, and it was really hard for her with a sick child all these years. I was living abroad, alone and suffering. Henry's eyebrows darkly wrinkled. Even so, it is her voluntary signature on the contract. I have not forced her. Whether it's the first time or the second, he just gave her one more option, that's all. But blood is thicker than water. If she wasn't the biological mother of the two children, would you take extra care of her and care about who she hangs out with? Shangguanshan asked a direct rhetorical question, then put Kerr's post-operative recovery program in front of him. This, you take it to her yourself. Without waiting for Henry to speak again, Shangguanshan had already pulled open the door and left. The man flipped through that program, and the worried look on Winnie's face suddenly came to mind that day when Kerr was having surgery. In the past 7 years, how many times has she been scared like that? In each case, she carried the load alone, and this child obviously should be raised by his side with the strength of the Knight family. Perhaps Kerr would have been able to get out of the sickness long ago. He looked up just in time to see Winnie passing through the doorway holding the file, and immediately shouted, Assistant Winnie. Winnie was too sensitive to his voice and reflexively snapped back, Henry! Through the slightly open doorway of the office, the four eyes met. Winnie pursed her lips, knocked on the door and walked in. Henry, what are your orders? Her distressed and helpless look is very interesting. Henry stifled a smile and looked at the information in her hand. A lot of work? It's okay. So have you figured out a way to help me solve my problem? Winnie was tempted to answer no, but the words came to her lips and she swallowed them back. Just about figured it out. She muttered in a low voice, with no confidence in her eyes. Henry nodded meaningfully. Then you have to be quick. Time is running out. And if the problem is not solved on time, the consequences will be very serious. Winnie listened to this and became even more speechless. He announced the engagement himself, but in the end, she had to find a way to help him get out of it. Winnie wrinkled her brow and had no choice but to say the only thing she had thought of so far. Or else, Henry, you'll be honest and disclose S and his real mother. This is the fastest way to solve the problem. When the time comes, the rice is cooked. The Ning family is always impossible to force Henry to marry Dana again. Besides, Dana was aware of Ez's existence. Henry looked over at her and seemed to be seriously considering the feasibility of this approach. Or, you can find someone to perform the play for the time being. The more Winnie said, the lower her voice got because she couldn't tell from Henry's deep expression whether he was angry or not. Find a woman to play the mother of my illegitimate son. Henry sat in his office chair, looked at Winnie, and suddenly said, That's fine, you find me someone. I'm looking? Winnie Hart, a million regrets, should not put so immature advice out. The matter has been handed over to you, and if you don't do it right, you will be responsible for the consequences. After saying that, Henry turned over the next document. Winnie sighed helplessly and quietly retreated from his office. He came across He-Ming. Why are you so listless? Winnie shook her head and said with a bitter smile, Nothing, I just think that working in such a large company, without some special skills, it is really difficult to move forward. She walked back to her office and closed the door, thinking bitterly about who she could call to do this. With Henry's position in the Sea City, just find someone to come over. It is very pit, you will stick to Henry. The aftermath is endless. 3 days have passed in a flash. Before the end of the day on Friday, Winnie was once again called into Henry's office. She kept her head down and just felt a cold gaze above her head the whole time. For a long time, Henry opened his mouth to break the silence, and his tone was a little colder than usual. Tomorrow at noon, that's the deadline. Winnie gulped. Henry, I can't do it? His gaze grew more and more severe, as if he was going to tear Winnie apart in the next second. No, Henry. I was thinking that if it came to light that you had an illegitimate child, it would definitely affect your life with S, so the idea, not so good. Henry looked at her and trailed off indifferently. Go on. Otherwise, you should go through the engagement process first and wait until just before the wedding. Before Winnie could finish, she saw Henry looking at her coldly, and she immediately closed her mouth, not daring to say more. This is indeed not a very good idea. As the atmosphere in the office became more and more depressing, Winnie simply confessed, Henry, I really can't think of any way that I can help you with your engagement. Instead of dragging and hiding like this, it is better to tell the truth. It's just finding someone so hard. Winnie nodded. With Henry, your position in the Sea City indeed is not a simple matter, and S is still so small, in case because of this incident, to him what bad psychological shadow. Hearing that she was thinking of S, Henry's expression changed subtly. Winnie is also a single mom, but she never considered that getting Kerr a dad, let alone a stranger to play Kerr's dad for some reason. She was filled with regret that she should not have spoken out of turn and said that idea in the first place. Okay, I got it. You can go out now. Winnie was stunned. He let go so easily? But since Henry said so, there was no need for her to stay, and she turned around and left in a hurry. On the way home, Winnie always felt that Henry's expression just now was very wrong. It seems he had already thought about how he was going to respond to the engagement. Then, why should he bother himself to think about it? Winnie shook off those messy thoughts in her head, and prepared to buy some of Kerr's favorite dishes at the food market outside the neighborhood and spend time with Kerr over the weekend. Miss Wen, please come with us. She was looking down at her grocery shopping when several men in suits approached her and surrounded her. Without waiting for Winnie's reaction, the other party directly dragged her by force into the car. Winnie bought vegetables spilled all over the floor. What are you doing? Let go of me. But she struggled for half a day. The men's expressions did not change in the slightest, obviously professionally trained. Winnie stopped wasting her energy. The other side just took her to the car and did nothing more to hurt her. Soon, Winnie was brought to the old Knight family residence. After getting out of the car, Winnie frowned at the old man Lee in the middle of the garden. Have a seat. While pruning the flowering branches, Elder Lee said, Do you know why I invited you over in this way? Li Dong, what you said to me last time, I remember, but I returned to work. Is Henry he? Not waiting for Winnie to finish, Master Lee directly cut off a flower that was in full bloom. Then his hands let go, and let the flowers fall to the ground. He put down the tools in his hand and turned to gaze at Winnie. It makes me uncomfortable every time I hear your kind of people's tone of voice. Winnie's heart thumped. Their kind of people? Henry was raised by me. What he needs can only be given to him by the Lee family, and what he wants can only be given to him by the Lee family. Elder Lee said, fiddling with the teacup on the table. Sometimes, the authorities are confused. When he cannot distinguish himself, I have to help him, the things that should not appear, to get rid of. To him, you're the kind of thing that shouldn't be there. That's a really hurtful thing to say. Winnie lowered her eyes slightly and tried to calm herself down. Although she also did not understand why Master Lee would be so disgusted with her. I thought that, although you are not self-respecting, but you should know to protect their children, did not expect that you are actually stupid to this extent. You say a few words as Henry's meaning, I will tolerate you to stay in the company? Elder Lee said and suddenly chided, What are you? Winnie's head hung even lower as she listened to this. She didn't do anything wrong, but with her, how could she fight against Master Lee? The truth that people have to bow down under the roof, Winnie couldn't be clearer. Anyway, the Elder Lee scolded. Winnie did not open her mouth to explain half a word, but her quietness didn't let Master Lee die down. The more he looked at Winnie, the more he could recall something from many years ago, when Henry's father, too, had disobeyed him in this way. For a moment, Elder Lee's anger intensified. At this time, the second-floor window of the Knight family, S lying on the windowsill, worried about the situation in the garden, took out the phone and dialed Henry's number. Daddy, come back quickly. Grandpa is bullying pretty auntie. Winnie just stood there, listening to Master Lee lose his temper, for more than half an hour, without saying a word of rebuttal. Don't you think you're not talking, I? Halfway through his sentence, Master Lee saw Henry's car drive in through the gate. The old man's face instantly sank as he stared at Winnie's face. I knew it. Women like you are the best at playing tricks behind the scenes. Winnie lowered her eyes and wanted to add to the crime. Since that's how Master Lee sees her, what's the use of her explaining more? What's more, Winnie didn't feel she needed to explain anything to the Knight group. She was just an ordinary employee, and those gossips would always dissipate one day. Henry pushed open the car door and walked straight up to Master Lee. opening his mouth and defending Winnie. "If you have something to do, you can come at me." Master Li sat there, the pair of depressed and angry eyes raised slightly. His face was even more ugly than just now. "Tomorrow is your engagement party with Dana. Until the ceremony is over, this woman has to stay here." He would not allow any variables to affect this engagement. Henry frowned, his thin lips opening and closing. "It's not appropriate, is it? Then send her on a plane tonight, and she and that child, never to appear within the boundaries of Haicheng." Master Li said so, propping up his cane and getting up. "Those are the two options. He is not unreasonable, and he knows how obsessive young people's emotions are, but nothing can be compared to the interests of the Li family." Master Li coughed slightly and turned to walk into the villa. Winnie stood there with her head down, not saying a word. Henry looked at her. "Get out of here first." Winnie thought about it and spoke up. "Henry, you're getting engaged to Miss Dana tomorrow. You should have a lot to do. I can just go back by myself." The man's eye color sank. "If you go back on your own, as long as you are not by my side, nothing will happen to me." Winnie raised her eyes to look at him. Her eyes were clear. "I heard all of what Li Dong said just now. He, as an elder, was just worried that there would be any accidents in your engagement ceremony. I can understand." Henry frowned at her, half unable to say a word. He looked in the direction of the Li family's living room and nodded. "Okay, as you wish. Thanks, Henry." Winnie whispered, then moved to walk out of Knight's house. She walked alone along the path of the villa area to the outside, her heart getting calmer and calmer. If it was before, she might have argued with Master Li and perhaps made a fuss in the Li family. But now, those impulses of hers have finally been smoothed out by time. What is there in being misunderstood and accused of a few things? The phone rang. It was Li Xinying calling. Winnie was in no mood to answer and hung up directly, but she kept calling, and Winnie had no choice but to pick up. "What is it?" Li Xinying snorted coldly. "Henry is getting engaged tomorrow, so it's time for people like you to get the hell out of the Lis, right?" "That's my business. It's none of your business." Winnie wrinkled her brow and said in a cold voice, "I'm not that free to find you trouble. This house of the Wen family, we are ready to sell." "What?" Winnie stopped in her tracks. "You mother and daughter have gone to great lengths to take possession of everything in the Wen family, and now you say you don't want it?" It was the place where she grew up, and it was her deepest attachment to Haicheng. How can it be disposed of so casually? "So what? If you have the ability, you pay for it. I'm just informing you, don't know what's good for you, or you can go beg Henry to see if he is willing to give a little compensation to people like you." Li Xinying hung up after finishing the call. At this point, she was proudly waiting to see Winnie's joke. Winnie hesitated for a moment and immediately ran outside to the main street and took a taxi to the Winnie's house. When she arrived, she saw the yard in disarray, with maids and workers packing furniture. "Eldest miss, you're finally back." Aunt Shu came over and said with difficulty, "Madam has been preparing for the sale of the house these 2 days, and several sets of people have already come to see it." "Where are they?" Winnie asked anxiously. "Upstairs, there is another gentleman who came to see the room." Winnie immediately barged in and saw Li Shulan talking to a middle-aged man in a suit about something. "The house can't be sold." Winnie walked over quickly and said bluntly, "Even if you want to sell it, you have to ask for my permission, right? When my father left the house to you, he didn't ask you to sell it." Her chest was heaving up and down, and she looked more and more excited. Li Shulan saw Winnie so anxious to rush back. A trace of calculation crossed his eyebrows, but quickly pretended to aggravate, said, "Winnie, you have left home for so many years. Do not understand the situation of the company. These years has been barely maintained, and some time ago I was in a lawsuit because of that land. The family now has no more extra money to turn around, so I can only sell this house and move to Xinying's apartment so that I can save money and ease the pressure on the company. That's your father's life's work. I can't stand by and watch the company go bankrupt." Li Shulan's eyes got red as she spoke. She sighed with difficulty. "There are also many memories of your father and me here. I don't want to sell it, but there is really no way." Winnie saw this and was silent. The man on the side took the initiative to say, "This is the 1,000-year-old daughter of Mr. Wen." Winnie only then looked at each other, a pair of metal wireframe glasses, giving a very civilized feeling. Just that the eyes are too deep. "This is my business card. In the past I was also a very good partner with your father." The man handed over a business card. "Chairman of Shenghua Group, Paulson Yun." Winnie had heard of this company, is an intermediary to start, before also been exposed to some black material. It is said that this Yun Dong also has a personal relationship with some people in the community. This kind of person, how did Li Shulan know? Winnie clutched the card and spoke slowly. "You want to buy this house?" "Indeed, there is this idea." The other party had a smile on his face. "However, if Miss Wen is not willing to sell, someone Yun will not force anyone to do so." "Don't, Yun Dong. The price is negotiable. Just 6 million. When Li Shulan saw that the other party was going to change her mind, she hurriedly said, "We are really in a hurry to wait for the money." She has always been good at acting, and what she says, Winnie can only believe half of it at best. For the location of the Wen family villa, 6 million is really the bottom price. It was only after Li Shulan's repeated explanations that Yun Baosan said he was willing to buy the villa and make a one-time payment. But Winnie never let up, so Li Xilan had to send Yunbaosen away first. She returned to the living room and tried to persuade Winnie again. Winnie, there's really no way but this one. When you sold me for 4 million, plus all these years, you mother and daughter from the Wen family and the company robbed the assets, definitely more than the value of this house. Even when the blood leech sucking human blood life, there must be a limit. Winnie, you are a bit too much. I was already too busy at that time to see your father, and then your whereabouts were unknown. I can let the company operate until now. It has been very difficult. I don't expect you to thank me. How can you still say such things? Did I do anything wrong to you, father and daughter? Li Xilan kept complaining and even took out the debt note owed by the previous Wen family to show Winnie. Every stroke is clearly written here, and I can afford to do the same to your Wen family. Now the easiest way to keep the company is to sell this house. I disagree. Then fine, then you take 6 million out and give the company a turnaround, Li Xilan said coldly. That moment, Winnie suddenly understood that Li Xilan made such a scene, is waiting for her to let go. Winnie sat on the couch in the Wen family's living room and considered it for a long time. I'll find a way to help the company turn around, but I have 2 conditions. First, I can't sell this house for now, and second, I want to see the company's accounts. She doesn't know much about how the company works, and can't just listen to Li Xilan's side of the story. Yeah. Li Xilan had expected that Winnie would say this, and directly threw her a business card. This person is in charge of the company's finances. You can ask him any questions. Winnie took the card, got up and headed out. You spent a lot of money on defense because of that case in the Panshan district, didn't you? Li Xilan's face changed instantly. Winnie looked at her, a little coldness came out on her calm face. Things will come out sooner or later. Until then, you'd better find a good way back for yourself. After saying that, she walked out of the Wen family with quick steps. Li Xilan stood in the living room, looking at Winnie's back, her eyes full of hate. Your father is already dead in my hands. With you, what else can you turn out? After leaving Winnie's house, she went straight to the office. When her dad was still alive, the company was not doing so well and had been in debt many times. But then the Wen family sold off a lot of property to pay off debts, including her dad's antique collection were sold off by Li Xilan at a low price, although Winnie knew, but there was no way to stop her. Later, she went away to raise Kerr. Now that she is back again, seeing that things are different from the Wen group, her heart feels like it is being stuck by a needle, hurting but not bleeding. She took 1 step up the steps and walked into the depressed company lobby. The air smells like disinfectant water. Winnie walked to the front desk and saw that there was only one older employee, still playing with his phone. Hello, I'm looking for accountant Zhang Fuming. The employee didn't even look up. He's not in. It's office hours. He's not at the office. Where did he go? Winnie looked at the other man and asked again, how do I know that? The employee was impatient, and once he looked up and took a closer look at Winnie's face, he suddenly didn't feel quite right. You? Winnie looks a little bit like Wen Jiangguo, but she hasn't been back for many years, and it's normal for the old staff not to recognize her. My name is Winnie. As soon as he heard her name, the old employee stood up on the spot, picked up the intercom and shouted, Accountant Zhang! Miss Wen is back! A few minutes later, there was a man with an inch of hair coming down from upstairs. You're Winnie? He clutched his phone, looking anxious. It's me. Li Xilan told me that there is a problem with the company's finances. Winnie looked at the other party quietly with a gentle tone. Zhang Fuming all of a sudden, he sighed and complained, saying, business has been in the doldrums these past few years, and since the accident with Wen Dong, the company's turnover has been. Alas, I'll take you upstairs to take a look. If it weren't for Mrs. Wen, who has been subsidizing the company for the past few years, she would have been unable to hold on. Mrs. Wen? When Winnie heard his name for Li Xilan, she only found it incredibly ironic. She saw with her own eyes that in each office, there were only 1 or 2 employees, and they were all distracted, and the whole company gave the appearance of impending bankruptcy and dilapidation. This is the situation. If we can't get 6 million by the end of the month, then the company will really be finished. Zhang Fuming finished and just looked at Winnie. It seems to be waiting for Winnie to come out with the money to save the company. I want to see the accounts and the flow of water from the year before my dad died. Zhang Fuming heard, eyes rounded. That can be a long time, a full 8 or 9 years of the account. You alone? See it all? See it all, Winnie whispered back, took out the mineral water she just bought outside, and found a clean table to sit at. She wasn't in a hurry, she just waited. Zhang Fuming had no choice but to take out the books. The previous handwritten books are here, the last 3 years of accounts on the computer. Okay, I'll take my time reading it, and if there's anything I don't understand, I'll ask you again, Winnie said, and took out the first book by year. Zhang Fuming stared at her. Missy, you're looking at this now. It's not useful at all. You might as well find a way to raise money. I don't have any money, Winnie said without raising her head. Didn't Li Xilan tell you? I have to rely on their mother and daughter for relief. This? Zhang Fuming was confused and walked out of the office quickly. Winnie did not need to ask, but also knew that he must have gone to find Li Shulan. This company seems to be on the verge of collapse, but if it's really like what Li Shulan said, she has been selling off the Wen family's property to fill in the holes, not to keep losing money. If it keeps losing money, why would she invest money in it year after year? How about just declaring bankruptcy? Winnie does not believe that she is to keep her father's heart and soul. This company must have problems. The most direct way is to check the accounts. Outside the office, Zhang Haiming said with a sigh, "Mrs. Wen, that's not what we said before. I can continue to stay at Wen's because I thought I could finally get a severance pay. Now, although Missy is back, but she said she has no money, but also to check the accounts in case a handful of those things are found out. The future can be a problem." Li Shulan's impatient voice came from the phone. "What are you panicking about? If she wants to see the accounts, you can let her see them. What can she see? Besides, only when she has seen it with her own eyes can she believe that the company is indeed losing money, and for the sake of her dead father, she will raise a sum of money, even if she sells her kidney." "Really?" Zhang Fuming did not quite believe these words. "Of course it's true, just cooperate with her in the next few days, and when she finishes looking at the accounts, she will naturally go and raise the money." Zhang Fuming had no choice but to do as Li Shulan said. He is very careful when doing the accounts. With Winnie's skills, should not be able to find anything. Every 10 minutes, Zhang Fuming found an excuse to go in and look for a while, and found that Winnie had been looking at the same year's accounts, and her expression relaxed a lot. "Missy, it's too much of a delay to read at this rate you're going. I don't have anything to do anyway, so if you're busy with something, go ahead and do it." Winnie's attitude was placid, looking through it while sipping her water. It doesn't seem to care about the trouble at all. Zhang Fuming smiled awkwardly. "What can I do? I'm here to watch with you." Winnie hummed, knowing very well in her heart that he was just keeping an eye on herself for Li Hilan. In the past, when she was abroad, she had helped several companies to do a similar job, checking the past flow of water. If it is a fake account, it will certainly leave traces. All she has to do now is to find that break. Winnie has been buried in the company to check the accounts, during which several employees came over to sneak a look at her. But all think she is so young, certainly cannot see through the false accounts made by accountant Zhang. One by one, left the company. Winnie finished reading those books. It was already very late. The company office, only she had the lights on this one. She sat up straight, stretched, and her eyes sank a little. 2 months before her dad died, the company's books were in trouble, about the time Li Shulan offered to come and help the company. She was about to leave the office when she received another call from Li Shulan. "Winnie, how are you looking over there?" Knowing full well that she was trying to prick her thoughts, Winnie deliberately sighed and said, "The company's losses are too big, or else, just declare bankruptcy." "Bankruptcy? How can that be? That is your father's heart and soul, or sell this house at home." Li Shulan did not care about this old house of the Wen family. Winnie stood downstairs in the company, blowing the night breeze, smiling faintly, and said, "Then sell it. Sell a good price. Also count the Wen family can afford to pay you for all these years." Li Shulan froze on the other side of the phone. She pulled the corner of her mouth awkwardly. "It would be good if there was another way, Winnie. Aren't you close to Henry? Can you borrow a sum of money from him?" "Henry?" So this is what they had in mind. "Henry won't lend me not a penny, and he's getting engaged tomorrow, so it's not appropriate for me to bother him with this kind of thing." Winnie said indifferently, "I have a bad signal on my side. I'll hang up first." After she finished, she took a taxi straight home. Along the way, she thought a lot. Li Shulan guarded the Wen family for 7 or 8 years, but suddenly proposed to sell the house at this time to fill the company's hole. Definitely not because the company cannot hold up, but she has another plan. I am afraid that it is still related to the land in the Panshan district. Winnie went home and found all the news from a while ago and watched it carefully until the early hours of the morning, when she fell asleep on the table. "I was awakened in the early morning by a rainstorm outside my window." She got up and closed the window for fear that the sound of rain and wind would disturb Kerr. Picked up my phone and looked at the time and found an anonymous email. She was hired to take photos of Henry's engagement party for a substantial commission. Who could have hired her to do such a thing? With the previous experience of the last incident with Ye Qianer, Winnie looked at the phone screen and hesitated. She always felt that someone was watching her every move from behind. Is it Li Suran? Or is it Dana? The next morning, Winnie bothered her nanny aunt to take Kerr to the oceanarium. She charged the compact camera, emptied the memory, put it in her bag, and went straight to the Grandview Hotel, where Henry was to hold his engagement party. The marriage between the Li and Ning families has attracted the attention of people from all walks of life in Haicheng. As soon as Winnie got out of the car, she saw dozens of luxury cars lined up and headed inside the hotel. There are many journalists waiting to slip in and take pictures on the sidewalk. Coincidentally, Winnie ran into her previous colleague Liu Ran. "Why are you still in this business? I heard that last time Ye Qianer pitted you severely." Liu Ran, wearing a duck-tongue cap, tilted his head and said, "I have nothing to do. I came over to get together. What's the situation now?" Winnie asked in a whisper as she squatted down beside him. Liu Ran looked to the side, lowered his voice, told Winnie, I received the news that Henry has other women, and there is an illegitimate child. Today this engagement party absolutely cannot do. Winnie was confused. How did they get this information? You don't believe it, do you? I have this news. It's true. I guess there are not a few people who know about it. Some of them just come to see the fun. Liu Ran took out a small pinhole camera from his coat pocket. If I can get a picture of that woman and illegitimate son, I will definitely get rich. Winnie listened to this and gave a faint "oh." Could it be that the person who sent her that anonymous email was the one who told her to shoot Henry's illegitimate son? While Winnie was mulling over the matter, a limousine drove in, and other cars made way under the command of the security guards. The car was parked steadily at the main entrance. The electric car door slowly opened, and Dana, wearing a champagne-colored Chinese cheongsam and holding this season's limited edition banquet bag, stepped down from the car, her makeup more refined and elegant today, smiling as she looked at the man at the end of the steps. At the same time, Henry came down the steps and took a step towards her. The chatter around them suddenly fell silent, and as the music started, countless cameras were aimed at them. Winnie also picked up her camera, just like the reporters around her. Her camera was trained on Henry's face, snapping shot after shot. I don't know if it was her illusion, but she actually felt Henry glance at her, though only for a short moment, but he seemed to know where she was standing already. Winnie froze for 2 seconds, and the speed of pressing the shutter slowed down. Henry walked over to Dana, his face the same as usual. "Henry, thank you for everything you've prepared for me," Dana said tenderly. She had been looking forward to this day for 7 years. The man, however, just looked at her, raised his hand to close the car door, and turned around to prepare to go inside the hotel. In front of him, Dana dressed more beautiful, but never let him show a stunning look. As soon as they walked into the hall, Dana ushered Henry into the lounge. "What am I not doing well enough that you won't even look at me for one more second?" Dana's voice was trembling. She really did not expect that, having reached this point. Henry still did not have her as a person in his eyes. "I look forward to today for so long. You even cheat me and smile at me. Is it so difficult?" She pursed her lips and took the initiative to walk up to the man, reaching out and gently stroking his face. "Henry." But the next second, her wrist was tackled by the man. After that, unceremoniously shrugged it off. "This marriage, which is what your Ning family and my grandfather wanted, is not what I want." "But you're always going to get married, right?" Dana looked at him incredulously. In previous years, Henry always used work busy as an excuse, and also used to tell him that he did not love her. But she did not care. Men always have a career. After all, Henry so brilliant, until later she found out that she could not have children, only to turn a blind eye by him to find a woman surrogate give birth to Ez. Everything is stable now. She couldn't think of any other reason for Henry to reject her. Even if you don't think of yourself, think of Ez, right? He needs a mommy. Dana tried to keep her voice as calm as possible, walked over and wrapped her arms around Henry's waist from behind. "Henry, I don't care if he's your son with another woman. I'll treat him like my own child. Ez, no need." Henry's thin lips opened and closed, coldly spitting out these 5 words, and then, turning to look at Dana, "I don't need either. If you're so disgusted with me, why are you engaged to me?" Dana couldn't hold back any longer and broke into a shout at him. "To keep the company's reputation, the things your father did behind the scenes always had to be dealt with." Dana froze in her tracks. She watched Henry leave, in tears, and sat down on the bed. "No matter what I do, I can't keep your heart?" With guests arriving one after another, the banquet will soon begin. Winnie found an opportunity to mix with other paparazzi reporters into the banquet hall, from the 1st floor to the 4th floor, all of which was wrapped up by the Lee family. The engagement party is so luxurious. What will it be like on the wedding day? The Knight family has one of the best financial resources in the Sea City. Winnie silently listened to all this and followed slowly inside. She always felt that there was something hidden behind this lively engagement. Just now, Henry's expression is very wrong. She took out her camera, looking through the photos she had just taken, and momentarily did not pay attention to the road next to her when someone came up to her and bumped into her. "Then hurry inside." "Sorry." Winnie hastily apologized, but saw that the other party completely ignored, wearing a gray trench coat, and went straight to the 2nd floor banquet hall. It wasn't long before a confused shouting could be heard from the ballroom. Winnie looked up to see a man wearing a mask holding Ez and hurriedly running out. It's the same guy who just hit her. A bunch of security guards followed him behind. "Get out of the way!" The man's voice was coarse, ignoring Ez's cries and quickening his pace to rush outside. "Whoever dares to come over, this child will not live." With a knife showing in his hand, he shouted at the security guards at the door. Everyone didn't expect this to happen in such an upscale banquet venue. The female guests screamed and couldn't stop backing up, nor did any of them dare to rush up. "Whose kid is that?" Someone asked a question, but there was no answer. Winnie looked at Ez's red little face, worried and scared, in case something really happened. The man continued to back out. With Ez as his hostage, he can get out of here in one piece. It's really too late to wait for him to run away and save Ez. Winnie gritted her teeth, picked up her camera directly, turned on the flash, and took a dozen shots at the man in a row. "What are you doing?" The man hurriedly lowered his head and blocked his face. If you dare to shoot again, he said, the knife in his hand against S's neck. I've got you on camera. Even if you take the boy away, the police will find you immediately. You better put him down now. S was crying up and down, looking up at Winnie with eyes full of tears and a hoarse voice. Beautiful. Sister. His collar was tugged by the man and he couldn't move at all. You throw the camera over here. Mind your own business. The man shouted at Winnie. Winnie's heart is worried sick, but the surface must remain calm. If she had hesitated for a moment, the man would have definitely gone after S. You can come and get it yourself if you want. Winnie took a few steps forward, took the camera down, and placed it on the fountain table in the middle of the hall. The man stared intently at Winnie, his eyes full of anger, but had to go over to get the camera. Everyone held their breath, not knowing how things would turn out. The door to the second-floor lounge opened at some point. Dana, wearing that beautiful cheongsam, watched everything that happened on the first floor with an expressionless face, watching Winnie stand out so recklessly to stall for time when everyone was too afraid to step up to the plate. Dana pursed her lips. Obstructive and obtrusive people. When will they disappear? The man slowly approached the fountain, not forgetting to warn Winnie. Don't you play tricks. Winnie just watched his movements and said to S wordlessly, don't be afraid. Almost at the same time, Henry received the news and rushed down from upstairs. When he saw Winnie's action, his eyes changed instantly. Henry, security is standing by outside the door. Listening to his subordinate's report, the man's brow furrowed slightly. He now had to worry not only about Ez, but also about Winnie. Just when the man's hand was about to touch the camera, Winnie suddenly ran at him. Ignoring the fact that he still had the knife in his hand, he instinctively shielded Ez with his arm and held him in his arms. The man pushed the camera into the fountain with one hand and stabbed Winnie in the side with a vicious slash with the other. Do it! Henry shouted so and rushed to the hall. The security guards outside the door rushed in at the same time and held the man down. Winnie! Henry shouted her name, but saw her face pale, her hands trembling as she hugged S and lowered her voice. Someone wants a picture of your illegitimate son and can't expose S. The emotions in the man's eyes grew more and more complex. She was afraid that Ez and his relationship was exposed, afraid that Ez was hijacked away, so regardless, desperately. Get to the hospital right away. Henry let He-Ming take S. He picked up Winnie and walked straight out of the banquet hall. Dana stood at the second-floor stairs and watched her fiancé, hugging other women, leave. Miss Dana, what now? The hotel manager came over and asked, is the ceremony still? Dana laughed bitterly. My fiancé wasn't even there, and you're asking me such a stupid question? The hotel manager wiped the cold sweat on his forehead, thought the hotel had taken such a big business. Who would have thought this would happen in the middle? He'd better go investigate the security footage and see how this person got mixed up, so as to give the Knight family an explanation. After arriving at the hospital, Winnie was wheeled directly into the emergency operating room. As hugged Henry's arm, his little face was full of tears. Daddy, is pretty sister going to be okay? She was all hurt trying to save me. As had been holding onto Winnie's hand in the car, and his little hand was covered in blood. It won't. The man's face tightened and his tone grew colder and colder. She was able to give birth to 2 children prematurely, and this time, she will be fine. After 2 hours of resuscitation treatment, Winnie was wheeled to the intensive care unit. The doctor concluded that there was too much blood loss and that the patient would need 24 hours to regain consciousness, at which point it would be known if there were any other complications. If she doesn't wake up, or if waking up causes other problems. Henry had someone send S home first and walked into the hospital room alone. The person in the hospital bed was pale and lifeless. He took a step over to her, drew out his stool and sat down, his pupils reflecting Winnie's face. Haven't you always wanted to know why I was so curious about Kerr's life? You wake up quickly and ask me yourself, and I'll tell you everything, he said, and slowly took Winnie's hand in his. All this time, he thought they were just a trading relationship. But seeing Winnie fight so hard to save Iz, he realized that there are some things that cannot be explained by common sense. Just like S depends on Winnie. If S had to have a mother, that person, it could only be you. Hearing Wang Qing ask this, Winnie hastily denied, there is no such thing, and the person in the photo is not me. She couldn't think of any other way to respond to the question except to deny it. Not you, but I look a lot like you. Wang Qing muttered suspiciously. By the way, I'm calling you to ask if you have time tomorrow. Tomorrow night we have a small gathering of college classmates. You should come along. Winnie subconsciously wanted to refuse. After graduation, you have cut off contact with everyone. This time there is a good chance. You come over. They are all people you are familiar with. Besides, the person in that photo is not you. You do not need to be afraid of anything, right? I'll see what time it is then. Winnie sighed faintly. It looked like, couldn't push it off. Then I'll see you tomorrow, and I'll send you the address. After hanging up the phone, Winnie sat alone in the living room for a long time. Since she had decided to stay in the city of C with Kerr in the future, she must face these interpersonal transactions. They are all her previous classmates, so there shouldn't be any problems either. With this in mind, Winnie's heart was not so restless. The news on the internet kept fermenting. but the public relations department of Knights did not receive any orders to quell it, as if Henry did not care at all about how it was being talked about by the outside world. This non-denial attitude of his added to the speculation of the employees of Knights. They say the woman who went to the hotel with Henry is not Miss Dana, and now Henry has this attitude. Are the two of them having relationship problems? The way I see it, Henry has no feelings for Miss Dana at all, or else how could he not get married for 7 or 8 years? Now that the engagement has just been announced, Henry went to a hotel with another woman. Although there was no overnight stay, what can 2 grown men and women who were alone in a hotel for more than 2 hours do? Employees chattered in the pantry. Winnie went in to pour a cup of coffee and was dragged to join their discussion. Winnie, who do you think that woman could be? Is it Henry who has been hiding his golden house? Little Lee said mysteriously. Winnie shook her head. I don't know. She kept her head down just sideways to the employees. All at once, someone exclaimed, that woman in the photo looks like Winnie. Saying that, he also took out his cell phone to confirm. Winnie hastily coughed a few times and took his coffee cup back to the office. Close the door. She was only relieved if the people of the company knew that the woman who was with Henry yesterday was her. That does not need Dana to come back to her trouble. A word from Master Lee. She will have to pack up her things and get out immediately. As soon as it was time to leave work, Winnie was ready to go to the class reunion. Just pulling open the door to the office, I ran into Henry and several executive managers. Winnie immediately stopped, bowed her head and stood respectfully to the side. Mentally, I hope everyone treats her like air. A cold line of sight fell on her and lingered for a while before slowly moving away. Waiting for the sound of footsteps to fade away, Winnie was just about to lift her legs in the direction of the elevator when a cold voice came from behind her. Assistant Wen, come to my office. Winnie's heart stuttered, but she could only resign herself to turning around. Close the door. Henry walked over to his desk and sat down, his cold eyes on Winnie. From today's arrival at the company, Winnie has been avoiding him, even sending documents to He-Ming on his behalf. This avoiding way of getting along makes Henry's heart flat out unhappy. Henry, what can I do for you? Winnie asked in a whisper, but never looked up at him. If you plan to keep avoiding me like this in the future, I'll consider reassigning you to the archives. Henry's meaning was clear. He doesn't need an employee who keeps his head down in everything. Winnie sighed slowly. Henry, don't. It's not that she refuses to suffer, but the work in the archives is really not for her. In case I fall again in the file room, the company can be unconditionally responsible for the rest of my life. That is a big loss for the company. Winnie squeezed out a flattering smile. Besides, I'm not avoiding you. I'm just taking my job seriously, really. Henry didn't say anything. A pair of cold eyes surveyed Winnie's outfit today. A date tonight? Going to a party. Henry narrowed his eyes. He knew very well that Winnie had few friends in the Sea City. Henry, can I go now? Winnie asked in a small voice. The man waved his hand, and the expression on his face grew colder and deeper. Winnie did not dare to stay, fleeing from his office, just in time to run into Xiao Li them. What did Henry just call you for? It's not going to be overtime again, is it? Xiao Li hurriedly closed the elevator door, just in case there was any temporary work assignment. Talked a little about the meeting tomorrow. Winnie tugged at the corner of her mouth and blurted out. I heard that Henry is going on another business trip next week, and I wonder if he will take his staff with him this time. Little Lee muttered. Winnie looked at the elevator floor number and did not make a sound. She went downstairs to the company before she saw a message from Wang Qing saying that she had driven over with Fang Yi and was outside in the parking lot. Winnie walked out the door and saw Fang Yi polishing his car, so she walked over. I can just go there by myself, and you guys are making this special trip, Winnie said with a smile. We happened to visit the project and passed by nearby. Get in the car. It's gonna rain later. As soon as Fang Yi saw Winnie, the expression on his face became gentle. Wang Qing on the passenger seat saw the interaction between the two of them, bit her lip, and after Winnie got in, she instantly changed into an enthusiastic smile. This restaurant is especially delicious tonight. I can't wait, senior. Let's go. Wang Qing shouted at Fang Yi spitefully. Winnie laughed, not caring. Fang Yi is also used to Wang Qing's tone of voice, did not take it seriously, the way to the restaurant, but also has been Wang Qing and happy to find the topic of conversation, and Fang Yi said more. Winnie, on the other hand, sat back and contacted Yun, saying that she would be late and bothered to make dinner for Kerr before she left. Yun quickly replied to Winnie that it was no problem and sent 2 small videos of Kerr eating fruit. Winnie looked at her son's smiling face, grateful to Henry from the heart. If not for his help, with Winnie's skills, simply cannot find such a good nanny, Aunt Yun. Wang Qing was sitting in front and saw Winnie's expression and jokingly asked, Winnie, what are you thinking about? Feeling smile, especially happy. No. Didn't think anything of it. Upstairs in the president's office, Henry witnessed Winnie get into Fang Yi's car, and his cold eyes quenched with a few moments of anger. He knew that she didn't have many friends in Haicheng. So anxious to get off work, in addition to eating with men, what else can it be? If he hadn't gotten Kerr a nanny, I'm afraid she wouldn't have had such free reign over her time. Henry's thin lips were pursed as he picked up his car keys and went downstairs. He wanted to see what kind of party Winnie was talking about. On the way to the restaurant, Wang Qing also took out her cell phone and took a few selfies in particular. Winnie, I see you usually don't post many photos. Did you take a small number and add me? Wang Qing asked with a smile as she turned back to me. No, I'm just too busy working to post much. Winnie clutched her phone and whispered. She had posted it before, but then didn't want to attract so much unwanted attention for the sake of a peaceful life with Kerr. She also hasn't had a social circle of her own for a long time, and this party was a first step for her. Here we are, let's get off. Fang Yi parked the car. The three of them went upstairs together to the elegant room. Wang Qing, Fang Yi, you guys are here together again? Do you two have something to hide from us? Fellow student Chen Yu laughed and joked, then saw Winnie, who followed him in and froze for a moment. Isn't this Winnie? Winnie? Several students, who had already arrived first, looked over at the same time, their eyes focused on Winnie. Hello everyone, it's been a long time. Winnie tugged at the corners of her mouth, her expression placid. Those classmates, however, looked excited and got up one by one to greet her. For them, the former Winnie was so bright and dazzling in her college days, but for whatever reason, she completely disappeared right after graduation. All these years there has been no news. Where have you been living all these years? We can't even reach you. Yeah, you're getting prettier and prettier now. The students said one thing after another, and Winnie just sat there and smiled and listened. So you've been in contact with Fang Yi and the others, and you don't even contact us? Not really. I and the seniors also recently contacted Winnie. You will not know. Oh, Winnie is now working in the night group and is Henry's assistant. Awesome, right? Wang Qing took Winnie's hand, giving the illusion that they had a good relationship. Knights group? I heard that company is particularly bad to enter, Winnie. After you graduated, did you study abroad? If you don't have a good qualification, it's impossible to enter the Lees. Listening to this sentence after sentence, Winnie gradually cannot laugh. Before coming, she was ready to face those scars of the past, but really in front of her eyes, she felt as if she could not carry. Wang Qing sat on the sidelines and watched with amusement as everyone chased after Winnie. She has long checked. Winnie 7 years after graduation. Experience files are blank. No one knows how she lived abroad. The only thing that can be found is that before she joined the Knights, once in a small company did a few months of paparazzi specializing in secretly shooting the private life of those stars. What makes a person like that get into Knights? In addition to relying on the body, Wang Qing cannot think of a second reason, but also count Winnie lucky to get close to Henry kind of person. Just a pity. Henry will soon also be engaged to Mary. Wang Qing hooked her lips, her smile deepened. What she wanted was for all her classmates to know what Winnie had become now. Rely on your body, rely on your looks. Such a person is not worthy of Fang Yi. Well, I think everyone asked less questions. Winnie doesn't even know who to answer first. It's all in the past. What's there to ask? Fang Yi walked to Winnie's side, opened his mouth to help her relieve the situation, and carefully poured her a glass of orange juice. This move drew another round of envious laughter. I remember, before the club activities, Fang Yi Sr. has taken good care of Winnie. I did not expect that after so many years. Still infatuation, Winnie gratefully looked at Fang Yi, also embarrassed because of everyone's uproar, wanted to speak to explain. However, Fang Yi admitted in public, in my place, no one will try to bully her, before and after. Wow. Senior, you are too eccentric to have more drinks later. Fang Yi directly said no problem. Winnie has not participated in such occasions for a long time, only when everyone is used to joking around, and there is nothing between her and Fang Yi, did not take this matter to heart. It was Wang Qing's smile that couldn't hang on, and when she saw Winnie get up to go to the bathroom, she also followed her. Winnie had just washed her hands, and was about to go out when she was stopped by Wang Qing. Winnie, why didn't you just explain? Explain what? Winnie froze for 2 seconds, then reacted and hurriedly said, I'm afraid that the more I explain, the more people will misunderstand. Faced with Wang Qing's questioning, Winnie really didn't know what to say. In her opinion, people are just coaxing. Only if she ignores, those words will slowly disappear. Otherwise it will only be more and more dark. But if you don't say anything, everyone will think you and Senior Fang Yi are a couple. Wang Qing muttered, looking in the direction of the elegant room, tugging at Winnie and refusing to let go. Winnie, I'm not hiding anything from you. I've always had a crush on Fang Yi, and I want to be with him, so... Winnie looked at her and waited for her to continue. Wang Qing was angry and annoyed when she didn't say anything. Can you help me? Or draw a line in the sand with him? This. Winnie didn't know how to answer. Okay, or else you can tell everyone later that you already have a boyfriend, so it's okay, right? Wang Qing tugged at Winnie and said delicately, please, I really don't want to wait a few more years. Okay, I got it. Winnie didn't refuse again. Originally, she didn't have that kind of idea for Fang Yi, and she was willing to help if that would put Wang Qing at ease. Great. From now on, we'll be good girlfriends who can't say anything. Wang Qing happily dragged Winnie back to the elegant room, joked with the people next to her for a while, then gave Winnie a special wink and proposed, it's not much fun for us to talk like this. Why don't we play games? Counting frogs. Yes. Everyone agreed, and it was agreed that the loser would either drink or answer a heartfelt question. Winnie wasn't familiar with the game, but she nodded in agreement. After all, that's what parties are for. Start with me, a frog. Soon the game began. Everyone is to liven up the atmosphere. Within a few minutes, there have been several wrong number of people drinking. Another round, the turn to Fang Yi. He did not react. Drink, or mean it. It's too meaningless if you guys just drink, so why don't we just assign you to choose the true words? Fang Yi has always been good at talking. Immediately said no problem, willing to bet. What do you want to ask? Wang Qing looked at Fang Yi, then at Winnie, and touched her classmate next to her with her elbow. The man immediately said, during your college days, did you ever like someone who was there? The problem? It's obvious enough. Everyone started to get up on the strength of their drinks. More from time to time to Winnie and Wang Qing's side to look over, and even Fang Yi are looking in that direction. Yes. His warm eyes looked at Winnie and slowly uttered this one word. Winnie only felt the expression of Wang Qing beside her changed. She sighed helplessly and pretended to accidentally drop her phone on the carpet, bending down to pick it up, thereby avoiding Fang Yi's line of sight. But how she did it didn't satisfy Wang Qing. When this round of hilarity passed and it was Winnie's turn, Wang Qing coughed, interrupting Winnie's attention. Winnie, choose, drink or be truthful. I'll drink. Winnie hesitated, and since she was already involved, she had to follow the rules of the game. But she didn't want to answer the odd questions. But at this time, Wang Qing suddenly smiled and said, don't drink, choose the truth, she said while looking at Winnie. Thinking about what she said in the bathroom, Winnie just had to nod. Okay, I'll go with what I really mean. When she said that, the atmosphere at the party table became more lively. Wang Qing is even a step ahead, directly asked, you are now back to Haicheng. Is there any special reason, For example, for boyfriend. Winnie stalled for a moment. What they said earlier was that she just had to state that she had a boyfriend. But now the topic seems to be not so pure. Winnie, you're back in Haicheng for your boyfriend, huh? Your boyfriend is too happy too. Winnie tried to explain, but Wang Qing kept pulling her hand. Having no choice, Winnie had to smile and nod. Well, I did go back home for him. The words, vague and ambiguous, but in the ears of the crowd, it is not the same meaning of what Winnie said. All of a sudden, everyone got more excited and asked Winnie after her, what does your boyfriend do? When are you planning to get married? Be sure to invite us then. Wang Qing, on the other hand, propped her chin with her arm and said enviously, our Winnie is so beautiful and smart. Of course her boyfriend is also the pride of the sky. Wang Qing used to work with Winnie as a business representative of Shengyu Group, which by implication refers to Henry. Winnie pursed her lips and didn't speak again. If she says more, I'm afraid she'll have to make someone up out of thin air to satisfy their curiosity. If she had known the party was in this situation, she definitely wouldn't have come. Okay, you guys should stop asking. Winnie is embarrassed. Wang Qing helped Winnie to relieve the situation at the right time. She had gotten the result she wanted, and there was no point in talking about it. During the seat, Fang Yi's mood was not as relaxed as it was just now, and even lost his concentration a few times looking at Winnie. After Wang Qing noticed, he became more intimate with Winnie and kept giving her food. When the last few courses were served, the door to the elegant room was opened by the waiter, just so you could see the deck outside. Winnie did not turn around. You can feel a cold and familiar gaze. She turned her head back just in time to bump into Henry's deep eyes. He was dining outside with Shangguan Xian. Winnie blinked, feeling a little strange. Henry has never liked this kind of noisy environment, not to mention that the main dish of this restaurant is on the spicy side, and not Henry's taste. It's also some distance from the company. He should not be so idle as to ask someone to eat here. Winnie, isn't that Henry? Wang Qing suddenly said and whispered a few words to the people around him. Then, everyone kept looking over to Henry. When Winnie saw this, she just hoped that the waiter would serve the food quickly and close this door. Who knows? Her cell phone on the desktop suddenly rang. Wang Qing, who was closest to her, picked it up and said, Henry's calling! Answer it! Just after saying that Winnie had a boyfriend in C-City and that she had come back for him, Henry coincidentally appeared outside. Such coincidences make the story from Wang Qing's mouth even more real. Unable to resist the uproar, Winnie had to pick up. Hello, Henry. Come here a minute. He said only 4 words and hung up. Winnie sighed helplessly. She now went over, is not sitting on the words, just Wang Qing said. What did he say? Wang Qing wasn't about to let go of this great opportunity and added, why don't we invite Henry over to eat with us? Don't, I'll just go over there for a minute. Winnie pulled the corner of her mouth, turned around and walked out. Fang Yi's calm face reveals a few sunken intent. He lifted his hand to pick up the wine glass, fiercely filled a large mouthful. It's not that he hadn't thought about the reasons for Winnie's entry into Knights, but he had been reluctant to believe the gossip. But now that the facts are right in front of him, he has to believe them. If Henry didn't care about Winnie, he wouldn't have made that phone call at all. Winnie moved over to Henry and whispered, Henry, what is it? Nothing, I'm just curious. What kind of people are you getting together with? All your friends? Henry spoke, his voice a little lower than usual. Winnie nodded. All classmates from college. A classmate before you left the country? Yes. Winnie couldn't figure out his intentions and stood by obediently. Then shouldn't I, as your boss, go over and have a drink to thank them for taking care of you back then? Henry raised his eyebrows at her and spoke, about to get up and go over. Winnie panicked to stop him, the hand for a time nowhere to put, the two people's movements extremely ambiguous. Everyone in the elegant room, looking openly in this direction, was shocked. Couldn't be. This Henry is Winnie's boyfriend, right? Wang Qing listened to such speculation and said mysteriously, Winnie looks so beautiful, it is not without this possibility. Many of the people here have been working in Haicheng for a long time. Almost all of them know Henry and know how powerful the Knight family is in Haicheng. For a while, they all looked at Winnie enviously, thinking that she would soon marry into a rich family as a young grandmother. Winnie blocked Henry and said carefully and curtly, Henry, you just don't make fun of me. If there is something, you can say it directly. She was pretty sure that Henry was holding a teasing thought for her at this point. The man looked at her anxious expression, his thin lips slightly hooked up. I just went over to say hello. You're so scared? I'm not scared, I just don't think it's necessary. Winnie squeezed out a smile and looked to the nearby Shangguan Shan. Isn't that right, Mr. Shangguan? Shangguan Shan did not want to get involved in their affairs and quickly looked down at the menu, pretending not to hear the look. Henry, then you guys take your time and eat. I'll go over first. Winnie didn't want to stay longer, but she turned around and was about to go when the guest at the next table got up and just blocked the way, plus that person also drank. Henry frowned and yanked Winnie directly to his side. Winnie exclaimed. The body spun in a whole circle and flung itself into Henry's arms. She slipped on her feet, a look of shock, and when she looked up, it was Henry's handsome face that was close at hand. Winnie's throat tightened and she squeezed out the word thank you. But Henry doesn't seem to have any intention of letting go. Just wrapping her arms around her, slowly lowering her head, the two of them getting closer and closer. Henry, you got something on your face, he said, sliding a finger across Winnie's cheek. With that, his hand was released and he sat back in his seat as if nothing had just happened. Winnie stood in place, her face tentatively red, like a boiled shrimp. She was confused and couldn't figure out Henry's intentions. His actions like this are too easy to cause misunderstandings, and those of her classmates are sure to guess. Winnie bit her lip and walked back to the elegant room. Before entering, she heard a burst of laughter. Winnie, you're hiding too deep. You're actually boyfriend and girlfriend with Henry of the Knight Group. Winnie tugged at the corners of her mouth. Don't get the wrong idea, we're not in that kind of relationship. She said so, but no one would believe her. People in our company say that Henry is usually very concerned about keeping his distance from female employees, but he just took special care of you, apparently. Winnie's heart stuttered. This is good, all touching together, cannot be set aside. I don't know who said. Everyone stop. I watched the news earlier and said that Henry will soon be engaged to the daughter of Ning's group. When you put it that way, it seems like Winnie is the mistress who is getting in their way. The atmosphere in the elegant room changed. Plus everyone had almost eaten, so they each got up and left the table. Fang Yi was slow to move, his gaze still fell on Winnie. After the last few students moved, he took the initiative to walk to Winnie's side, emboldened by the wine, said in a deep voice, Can we find a place to talk? His tone was sincere, and he didn't mean to force Winnie. Winnie thought about it and nodded her head and said yes. Wang Qing waited with other students downstairs for half a day, but did not see Fang Yi come out, and heard who said, Winnie also seems to be upstairs. Wang Qing bit her lips and said directly, I seem to have left something behind. You guys go first, I'll go up for a while. She took the trouble to push the topic to this point, and absolutely cannot afford to lose it. But Wang Qing went around a big circle upstairs and didn't see any sign of Fang Yi or Winnie. On the contrary, Henry is still sitting in the original seat. Wang Qing went straight over. Henry, have you seen Winnie, please? No. The man's attitude was cold and he didn't even look at her. Wang Qing smiled. Doesn't Henry care about Winnie a lot? How can you let her be with other men? Henry indifferently hooked his lips. That's my business. He did not deny his special concern for Winnie. This point, but let Wang Qing a little surprised. Henry has announced the marriage, but still entangled with Winnie. What is the relationship between you? Whatever my relationship with her is, it's none of your business. Henry lifted his wrist, looked at the time, got up straight away, and left. Wang Qing pinned in place and grunted coldly. Whether in the past or now, Winnie is very manly. When I was in college, the male students in the club were always around Winnie. And now that I've entered society, it's actually still the same. She circled around the restaurant again but still couldn't find Fang Yi and Winnie, so she had no choice but to leave the restaurant first. Winnie and Fang Yi came down from the other side of the elevator. Fang Yi has had a few drinks tonight, and with his classmates up in arms about Winnie and Henry, his moods have become up and down. Winnie, I know maybe it's not appropriate for me to ask this, but can you tell me if you and Henry are boyfriend and girlfriend? Fang Yi in the workplace these years has long understood that a lot of words on the drinking game cannot be trusted. It is just a casual talk in order to liven up the atmosphere. Plus Winnie itself does not pay much attention to these gossip. He also hesitated to ask. Henry is just my boss, Winnie said frankly. Then why is he taking care of you at every turn? It shouldn't be a coincidence that we met in this restaurant tonight either. How would someone of his status dine at the terrace table? Fang Yi's eyes sank. He believed that Winnie did not lie to him, but the truth is in front of him. His heart always seems to be blocked with a stone like. Winnie stopped. Her expression grew calmer. She did not have to explain anything to Fang Yi. I've already answered your question, and even if you ask it several more times, my answer will be the same. Besides, I don't think I need to tell you everything about my life. No, Winnie, that's not what I meant. Fang Yi's mind was confused and reached out to stop her. The two people are also closer than they were a moment ago. Winnie was blocked by him and had to step back, close to the glass floor-to-ceiling window behind her. For so many years, I've been looking for you, but I've never heard from you. You don't even know how surprised I was when I saw you at the entrance of the City Hotel, and I thought, I finally had a chance. Fang Yi, through the strength of alcohol, want to buried in the heart of the words for many years, all said out. His face was tinged with a few moments of shortness and nervousness. Those eyes were not as warm as they usually are, and the tone of voice was becoming more and more agitated. Winnie, can you think about it and be my girlfriend? I promise I will treat you well and never let you suffer any aggravation. Fang Yi said, reaching out to pull Winnie. You've had too much to drink. Winnie subconsciously tried to dodge, but the floor beneath her feet was too slippery, and she lost her concentration for a moment and fell on the floor-to-ceiling window. Boom. Her elbow ate pain and her brow furrowed slightly. It's late. I should go back. She didn't reject Fang Yi directly, just thinking about how he took care of her during her school days. As for the rest, she didn't think about having any emotional development with him. What's more, Wang Qing has a crush on him. Winnie was ready to go around from him, but Fang Yi was drunk and dizzy and tugged her regardless. Don't you go, I still have a lot to say to you. She doesn't want to hear it. A voice suddenly appeared. Then, Henry came over, directly to his suit jacket, draped over Winnie's shoulders, wrapped her delicate thin body tightly. The jacket still carried the temperature of his body. Winnie didn't expect him to be gone yet. Henry? Fang Yi's face stiffened and had to let go, watching Winnie being pulled over by Henry. His wretchedness at this time compared with Henry's cold aura. Especially seeing that Winnie did not resist Henry's approach, Fang Yi's heart completely cooled. No matter how much gossip there is out there, he can choose not to listen to disbelief, but seeing with his own eyes the way Winnie treats Henry, his persistence seems even more insignificant. Henry glanced sideways at Winnie to make sure she was okay, took her by the shoulders, and walked out of the restaurant. The night breeze blew in the face, and Winnie's mind cleared up a lot. She was about to say something when Henry's driver had pulled up. I'll give you a ride. Winnie turned back to see that Wang Qing had not yet left and was still waiting outside for Fang Yi. She nodded and got into Henry's car. The footage of them coming out of the hotel until they got into the car was captured by Wang Qing with her cell phone. The car drove all the way in the direction of the apartment. Winnie looked out the window. Neon night scene, the heart of the emotions more complex. She didn't expect Fang Yi to suddenly confess his love to her. Although she had been grateful for Fang Yi's help to her, but to really consider the emotional aspect, Winnie would only refuse. In his ear, suddenly came Henry's somber voice. Why don't you accept him? Winnie froze for 2 seconds and muttered in a small voice. Miss Dana is also very nice, and why did Henry drag it out for 7 years? The man's cold eyes were half narrowed. It seems he really indulged her too much. Otherwise, how dare Winnie talk to him like that? However, she always seems to talk terms with him. On the contrary, he somewhat enjoys that negotiation process. It's not that no one has ever spoken to him that way, but because of the entanglement between them, he can't ignore her thoughts and actions. Seeing the man's face change slightly, Winnie immediately lowered her head, folded his jacket slowly, and put it between the two. Thank you, Henry, for helping me out again. Hearing her say that, Henry coldly asked rhetorically, You're always thanking me without doing anything tangible. Winnie was stunned. So, is there anything Henry needs me to do? I'll tell you when I think of it. Henry said this slowly, then closed his eyes and did not speak again. Before getting into the car, he said he was going to give her a ride, but he ended up dropping her off directly under the apartment building. Winnie got out and watched the car leave before turning around and going upstairs. She always felt that Henry had something to say today. In the following days, Winnie commuted to work as usual. She also translated the documents faster and faster, and several partners were satisfied with the translated content. Winnie was once again delivering documents to the secretary's office when she heard Xiao Li and a few of them gossiping. I don't think Henry is at the office today, is he? Really went to take wedding photos? The engagement party is this weekend, so of course we have to hurry. Winnie listened, her hand falling on the printer, stunned. Winnie, what's wrong with you? Li came over, saw she was dazed, and helped her press the copy. Winnie reacted to this. Thanks, I seem to have gotten a little carried away just now. Have you heard any news about Henry's engagement from He Ming in the past few days? Xiao Li asked, very gossipy. All at once, other employees gathered around. Winnie shook her head. I wasn't paying attention. They haven't seen each other since the last time Henry gave her a ride. Winnie went back to her office with the files in her arms, and to her surprise, as soon as she opened the door, she saw Henry standing in front of her desk. Henry? The man slowly turned to look at her with a few more complex implications in his eyes. Last time you said that you wanted to thank me. Winnie nodded and put the paper aside, waiting for him to speak again. Help me ruin this engagement party. What? Winnie was stunned, and her first reaction was to close the office door first. She went over to close the door in a panic, and when she turned to look at Henry, there was more than a hint of a difficult smile on her face. Henry, you're not kidding me, are you? Now the whole company, no, the whole city knows that you're getting engaged to Miss Dana. Besides, he wants to help himself? How can she help? Winnie at this moment, full of regret, should not boast in front of him. The man looked at her with a calm face. Can't do it. Winnie was about to nod but did not dare to say it straight, in case it angered him. I do not know what will happen again. She thought about it and put it differently. Henry, can I ask you why? Miss Dana is the daughter of Ning's group, and I heard that she has been with you for several years. Such a watery marriage, why do you want to ruin it? Although Dana's desire to control is stronger, but she has waited for Henry for so many years after all. Also a woman, Winnie sympathized with her a little. Henry stared, examined Winnie for a long time, thin lips opened and closed. Because I have other women. At a word, Winnie was stunned. The reason seemed to make sense. It's Ez's. She got halfway through the sentence and hastily covered her mouth. Knowing too many of his secrets is not a good thing. Now you're willing to help? Winnie gulped and had no choice but to nod. I'll try my best, but Henry, if I do anything out of the ordinary, you won't fire me, will you? You've already signed the contract. Once again, Henry reminded her. She has almost sold the rest of her life to the Knight Group and is not qualified to negotiate with him. So saying, Winnie's head dropped. I know. Henry looked at her expression and a smile crossed his eyes, but it quickly disappeared without a trace. All afternoon, Winnie looked so drained that she couldn't think of any good way to mess up Henry's engagement party. When Shangguanshan came to the company to look for Henry, he also saw Winnie from afar. He walked into the office with a frown and said to Henry, It's too much for her if you do this. All these years, you couldn't argue with your old man, and you went through all the trouble to stay up until today, and then you gave this hot potato to Winnie to handle. Henry flipped through the information at hand and responded as if nothing had happened. She also has a hard life. How did she let you run into it again? Shangguanshan shook his head, worrying in his heart for Winnie's future. Bumping into me and having a hard life? There are many women in the city who are eager for the position of Mrs. Li. The man's gaze sank a few points. He never felt he brought bad luck to Winnie. Shangguanshan did not directly answer him, but just investigated the matter. Said, when Wen Jiangguo was seriously ill, needing millions of dollars of treatment, Winnie was sold by her stepmother, but the last person to take the money, but her stepmother. That money did not hit the hospital accounts on time and indirectly caused Wen Jiangguo's death. Because things have passed so many years, Shangguanshan looked for many relationships to find out. Then Winnie left Haicheng and went abroad alone, and it was really hard for her with a sick child all these years. I was living abroad, alone and suffering. Henry's eyebrows darkly wrinkled. Even so, it is her voluntary signature on the contract. I have not forced her. Whether it's the first time or the second, he just gave her one more option, that's all. But blood is thicker than water. If she wasn't the biological mother of the two children, would you take extra care of her and care about who she hangs out with? Shangguanshan asked a direct rhetorical question, then put Kerr's post-operative recovery program in front of him. This, you take it to her yourself. Without waiting for Henry to speak again, Shangguanshan had already pulled open the door and left. The man flipped through that program, and the worried look on Winnie's face suddenly came to mind that day when Kerr was having surgery. In the past 7 years, how many times has she been scared like that? In each case, she carried the load alone, and this child obviously should be raised by his side with the strength of the Knight family. Perhaps Kerr would have been able to get out of the sickness long ago. He looked up just in time to see Winnie passing through the doorway holding the file, and immediately shouted, "Assistant Winnie." Winnie was too sensitive to his voice and reflexively snapped back, "Henry!" Through the slightly open doorway of the office, the four eyes met. Winnie pursed her lips, knocked on the door and walked in. "Henry, what are your orders?" Her distressed and helpless look is very interesting. Henry stifled a smile and looked at the information in her hand. "A lot of work?" "It's okay. So have you figured out a way to help me solve my problem?" Winnie was tempted to answer no, but the words came to her lips and she swallowed them back. "Just about figured it out," she muttered in a low voice, with no confidence in her eyes. Henry nodded meaningfully. "Then you have to be quick. Time is running out, and if the problem is not solved on time, the consequences will be very serious." Winnie listened to this and became even more speechless. He announced the engagement himself, but in the end, she had to find a way to help him get out of it. Winnie wrinkled her brow and had no choice but to say the only thing she had thought of so far. "Or else, Henry, you'll be honest and disclose S and his real mother. This is the fastest way to solve the problem. When the time comes, the rice is cooked. The Ning family is always impossible to force Henry to marry Dana again. Besides, Dana was aware of Ez's existence." Henry looked over at her and seemed to be seriously considering the feasibility of this approach. "Or, you can find someone to perform the play for the time being." The more Winnie said, the lower her voice got because she couldn't tell from Henry's deep expression whether he was angry or not. "Find a woman to play the mother of my illegitimate son." Henry sat in his office chair, looked at Winnie, and suddenly said, "That's fine, you find me someone." "I'm looking?" Winnie Hart, a million regrets, should not put so immature advice out. "The matter has been handed over to you, and if you don't do it right, you will be responsible for the consequences." After saying that, Henry turned over the next document. Winnie sighed helplessly and quietly retreated from his office. He came across He-Ming. "Why are you so listless?" Winnie shook her head and said with a bitter smile, "Nothing, I just think that working in such a large company, without some special skills, it is really difficult to move forward." She walked back to her office and closed the door, thinking bitterly about who she could call to do this. With Henry's position in the Sea City, just find someone to come over. It is very pit, you will stick to Henry. The aftermath is endless. 3 days have passed in a flash. Before the end of the day on Friday, Winnie was once again called into Henry's office. She kept her head down and just felt a cold gaze above her head the whole time. For a long time, Henry opened his mouth to break the silence, and his tone was a little colder than usual. "Tomorrow at noon, that's the deadline." Winnie gulped. "Henry, I can't do it?" His gaze grew more and more severe, as if he was going to tear Winnie apart in the next second. "No, Henry, I was thinking that if it came to light that you had an illegitimate child, it would definitely affect your life with S, so the idea, not so good." Henry looked at her and trailed off indifferently. "Go on. Otherwise, you should go through the engagement process first and wait until just before the wedding." Before Winnie could finish, she saw Henry looking at her coldly, and she immediately closed her mouth, not daring to say more. This is indeed not a very good idea. As the atmosphere in the office became more and more depressing, Winnie simply confessed, "Henry, I really can't think of any way that I can help you with your engagement. Instead of dragging and hiding like this, it is better to tell the truth. It's just finding someone so hard." Winnie nodded. "With Henry, your position in the Sea City indeed is not a simple matter, and S is still so small, in case because of this incident, to him what bad psychological shadow." Hearing that she was thinking of S, Henry's expression changed subtly. Winnie is also a single mom, but she never considered that getting Kerr a dad, let alone a stranger to play Kerr's dad for some reason. She was filled with regret that she should not have spoken out of turn and said that idea in the first place. "Okay, I got it. You can go out now." Winnie was stunned. He let go so easily? But since Henry said so, there was no need for her to stay, and she turned around and left in a hurry. On the way home, Winnie always felt that Henry's expression just now was very wrong. It seems he had already thought about how he was going to respond to the engagement. Then, why should he bother himself to think about it? Winnie shook off those messy thoughts in her head and prepared to buy some of Kerr's favorite dishes at the food market outside the neighborhood and spend time with Kerr over the weekend. "Miss Wen, please come with us." She was looking down at her grocery shopping when several men in suits approached her and surrounded her. Without waiting for Winnie's reaction, the other party directly dragged her by force into the car. Winnie bought vegetables spilled all over the floor. "What are you doing? Let go of me." But she struggled for half a day. The men's expressions did not change in the slightest, obviously professionally trained. Winnie stopped wasting her energy. The other side just took her to the car and did nothing more to hurt her. Soon, Winnie was brought to the old Knight family residence. After getting out of the car, Winnie frowned at the old man Lee in the middle of the garden. "Have a seat." While pruning the flowering branches, Elder Lee said, "Do you know why I invited you over in this way?" "Li Dong, what you said to me last time, I remember, but I returned to work. Is Henry he?" Not waiting for Winnie to finish, Master Lee directly cut off a flower that was in full bloom. Then his hands let go and let the flowers fall to the ground. He put down the tools in his hand and turned to gaze at Winnie. "It makes me uncomfortable every time I hear your kind of people's tone of voice." Winnie's heart thumped. Their kind of people? Henry was raised by me. What he needs can only be given to him by the Lee family, and what he wants can only be given to him by the Lee family. Elder Lee said, fiddling with the teacup on the table. "Sometimes, the authorities are confused. When he cannot distinguish himself, I have to help him, the things that should not appear, to get rid of. To him, you're the kind of thing that shouldn't be there." That's a really hurtful thing to say. Winnie lowered her eyes slightly and tried to calm herself down. Although she also did not understand why Master Lee would be so disgusted with her. "I thought that, although you are not self-respecting, but you should know to protect their children, did not expect that you are actually stupid to this extent. You say a few words is Henry's meaning. I will tolerate you to stay in the company?" Elder Lee said and suddenly chided, "What are you?" Winnie's head hung even lower as she listened to this. She didn't do anything wrong, but with her, how could she fight against Master Lee? The truth that people have to bow down under the roof, Winnie couldn't be clearer. Anyway, the Elder Lee scolded. Winnie did not open her mouth to explain half a word, but her quietness didn't let Master Lee die down. The more he looked at Winnie, the more he could recall something from many years ago, when Henry's father, too, had disobeyed him in this way. For a moment, Elder Lee's anger intensified. At this time, the second-floor window of the Knight family, S lying on the windowsill, worried about the situation in the garden, took out the phone and dialed Henry's number. "Daddy, come back quickly. Grandpa is bullying pretty auntie." Winnie just stood there, listening to Master Lee lose his temper, for more than half an hour, without saying a word of rebuttal. "Don't you think you're not talking, I?" Halfway through his sentence, Master Lee saw Henry's car drive in through the gate. The old man's face instantly sank as he stared at Winnie's face. "I knew it. Women like you are the best at playing tricks behind the scenes." Winnie lowered her eyes and wanted to add to the crime. Since that's how Master Lee sees her, what's the use of her explaining more? What's more, Winnie didn't feel she needed to explain anything to the night group. She was just an ordinary employee, and those gossips would always dissipate one day. Henry pushed open the car door and walked straight up to Master Lee, opening his mouth and defending Winnie. "If you have something to do, you can come at me." Master Lee sat there, the pair of depressed and angry eyes raised slightly. His face was even more ugly than just now. "Tomorrow is your engagement party with Dana. Until the ceremony is over, this woman has to stay here." He would not allow any variables to affect this engagement. Henry frowned, his thin lips opening and closing. "It's not appropriate, is it? Then send her on a plane tonight, and she and that child, never to appear within the boundaries of Haicheng." Master Lee said so, propping up his cane and getting up. Those are the two options. He is not unreasonable, and he knows how obsessive young people's emotions are, but nothing can be compared to the interests of the Lee family. Master Lee coughed slightly and turned to walk into the villa. Winnie stood there with her head down, not saying a word. Henry looked at her. "Get out of here first." Winnie thought about it and spoke up. "Henry, you're getting engaged to Miss Dana tomorrow. You should have a lot to do. I can just go back by myself." The man's eye color sank. "If you go back on your own, as long as you are not by my side, nothing will happen to me." Winnie raised her eyes to look at him. Her eyes were clear. "I heard all of what Li Dong said just now. He, as an elder, was just worried that there would be any accidents in your engagement ceremony. I can understand." Henry frowned at her, half unable to say a word. He looked in the direction of the Lee family's living room and nodded. "Okay, as you wish. Thanks, Henry." Winnie whispered, then moved to walk out of Knight's house. She walked alone along the path of the villa area to the outside, her heart getting calmer and calmer. If it was before, she might have argued with Master Lee and perhaps made a fuss in the Lee family. But now, those impulses of hers have finally been smoothed out by time. What is there in being misunderstood and accused of a few things? The phone rang. It was Li Xinying calling. Winnie was in no mood to answer and hung up directly, but she kept calling, and Winnie had no choice but to pick up. "What is it?" Li Xinying snorted coldly. "Henry is getting engaged tomorrow, so it's time for people like you to get the hell out of the Lees, right?" "That's my business. It's none of your business." Winnie wrinkled her brow and said in a cold voice, "I'm not that free to find you trouble. This house of the Wen family, we are ready to sell." "What?" Winnie stopped in her tracks. "You mother and daughter have gone to great lengths to take possession of everything in the Wen family, and now you say you don't want it?" It was the place where she grew up, and it was her deepest attachment to Haicheng. How can it be disposed of so casually? "So what? If you have the ability, you pay for it. I'm just informing you, don't know what's good for you, or you can go beg Henry to see if he is willing to give a little compensation to people like you." Li Xinying hung up after finishing the call. At this point, she was proudly waiting to see Winnie's joke. Winnie hesitated for a moment and immediately ran outside to the main street and took a taxi to the Winnie's house. When she arrived, she saw the yard in disarray, with maids and workers packing furniture. "Eldest miss, you're finally back." Aunt Shu came over and said with difficulty, "Madam has been preparing for the sale of the house these 2 days, and several sets of people have already come to see it." "Where are they?" Winnie asked anxiously. "Upstairs, there is another gentleman who came to see the room." Winnie immediately barged in and saw Li Shulan talking to a middle-aged man in a suit about something. "The house can't be sold." Winnie walked over quickly and said bluntly, "Even if you want to sell it, you have to ask for my permission, right? When my father left the house to you, he didn't ask you to sell it." Her chest was heaving up and down, and she looked more and more excited. Li Shulan see Winnie so anxious to rush back. A trace of calculation crossed his eyebrows, but quickly pretended to aggravate, said, "Winnie, you have left home for so many years. Do not understand the situation of the company. These years has been barely maintained, and some time ago I was in a lawsuit because of that land. The family now has no more extra money to turn around, so I can only sell this house and move to Xinying's apartment so that I can save money and ease the pressure on the company. That's your father's life's work. I can't stand by and watch the company go bankrupt." Li Shulan's eyes got red as she spoke. She sighed with difficulty. "There are also many memories of your father and me here. I don't want to sell it, but there is really no way." Winnie saw this and was silent. The man on the side took the initiative to say, "This is the 1,000-year-old daughter of Mr. Wen." Winnie only then looked at each other, a pair of metal wireframe glasses, giving a very civilized feeling. Just that the eyes are too deep. "This is my business card. In the past I was also a very good partner with your father." The man handed over a business card. "Chairman of Shenghua Group, Paulson Yun." Winnie had heard of this company as an intermediary to start, before also been exposed to some black material. It is said that this Yundong also has a personal relationship with some people in the community. This kind of person, how did Li Shulan know? Winnie clutched the card and spoke slowly. You want to buy this house? Indeed, there is this idea. The other party had a smile on his face. However, if Miss Wen is not willing to sell, someone Yun will not force anyone to do so. Don't, Yundong. The price is negotiable. Just 6 million. When Li Shulan saw that the other party was going to change her mind, she hurriedly said, We are really in a hurry to wait for the money. She has always been good at acting, and what she says, Winnie can only believe half of it at best. For the location of the Wen family villa, 6 million is really the bottom price. It was only after Li Shulan's repeated explanations that Yun Baosan said he was willing to buy the villa and make a one-time payment. But Winnie never let up, so Li Shulan had to send Yun Baosan away first. She returned to the living room and tried to persuade Winnie again. Winnie, there's really no way but this one. When you sold me for 4 million, plus all these years, you mother and daughter from the Wen family and the company robbed the assets, definitely more than the value of this house. Even when the blood leech sucking human blood life, there must be a limit. Winnie, you are a bit too much. I was already too busy at that time to see your father, and then your whereabouts were unknown. I can let the company operate until now. It has been very difficult. I don't expect you to thank me. How can you still say such things? Did I do anything wrong to you, father and daughter? Li Shulan kept complaining and even took out the debt note owed by the previous Wen family to show Winnie. Every stroke is clearly written here, and I can afford to do the same to your Wen family. Now the easiest way to keep the company is to sell this house. I disagree. Then fine, then you take 6 million out and give the company a turnaround, Li Shulan said coldly. That moment, Winnie suddenly understood that Li Shulan made such a scene, is waiting for her to let go. Winnie sat on the couch in the Wen family's living room and considered it for a long time. I'll find a way to help the company turn around, but I have 2 conditions. First, I can't sell this house for now, and second, I want to see the company's accounts. She doesn't know much about how the company works, and can't just listen to Li Shulan's side of the story. Yeah. Li Shulan had expected that Winnie would say this, and directly threw her a business card. This person is in charge of the company's finances. You can ask him any questions. Winnie took the card, got up and headed out. You spent a lot of money on defense because of that case in the Panshan district, didn't you? Li Shulan's face changed instantly. Winnie looked at her, a little coldness came out on her calm face. Things will come out sooner or later. Until then, you'd better find a good way back for yourself. After saying that, she walked out of the Wen family with quick steps. Li Shulan stood in the living room, looking at Winnie's back, her eyes full of hate. Your father is already dead in my hands. With you, what else can you turn out? After leaving Winnie's house, she went straight to the office. When her dad was still alive, the company was not doing so well and had been in debt many times. But then the Wen family sold off a lot of property to pay off debts, including her dad's antique collection were sold off by Li Shulan at a low price, although Winnie knew, but there was no way to stop her. Later, she went away to raise Kerr. Now that she is back again, seeing that things are different from the Wen group, her heart feels like it is being stuck by a needle, hurting but not bleeding. She took one step up the steps and walked into the depressed company lobby. The air smells like disinfectant water. Winnie walked to the front desk and saw that there was only one older employee, still playing with his phone. Hello, I'm looking for accountant Zhang Fuming. The employee didn't even look up. He's not in. It's office hours. He's not at the office. Where did he go? Winnie looked at the other man and asked again, How do I know that? The employee was impatient, and once he looked up and took a closer look at Winnie's face, he suddenly didn't feel quite right. You? Winnie looks a little bit like Wen Jiangguo, but she hasn't been back for many years, and it's normal for the old staff not to recognize her. My name is Winnie. As soon as he heard her name, the old employee stood up on the spot, picked up the intercom and shouted, Accountant Zhang! Miss Wen is back! A few minutes later, there was a man with an inch of hair coming down from upstairs. You're Winnie? He clutched his phone, looking anxious. It's me. Li Shulan told me that there is a problem with the company's finances. Winnie looked at the other party quietly with a gentle tone. Zhang Fuming all of a sudden he sighed and complained, saying, Business has been in the doldrums these past few years, and since the accident with Wen Dong, the company's turnover has been. Alas, I'll take you upstairs to take a look. If it weren't for Mrs. Wen, who has been subsidizing the company for the past few years, she would have been unable to hold on. Mrs. Wen? When Winnie heard his name for Li Shulan, she only found it incredibly ironic. She saw with her own eyes that in each office there were only 1 or 2 employees, and they were all distracted, and the whole company gave the appearance of impending bankruptcy and dilapidation. This is the situation. If we can't get 6 million by the end of the month, then the company will really be finished. Zhang Fuming finished and just looked at Winnie. It seems to be waiting for Winnie to come out with the money to save the company. I want to see the accounts and the flow of water from the year before my dad died. Zhang Fuming heard, eyes rounded. That can be a long time, a full 8 or 9 years of the account, you alone, see it all? See it all. Winnie whispered back, took out the mineral water she just bought outside, and found a clean table to sit at. She wasn't in a hurry, she just waited. Zhang Fuming had no choice but to take out the books. The previous handwritten books are here, the last 3 years of accounts on the computer. Okay, I'll take my time reading it, and if there's anything I don't understand, I'll ask you again, Winnie said, and took out the first book by year. Zhang Fuming stared at her. Missy, you're looking at this now. It's not useful at all. You might as well find a way to raise money. I don't have any money, Winnie said without raising her head. Didn't Li Shulan tell you? I have to rely on their mother and daughter for relief. This? Zhang Fuming was confused and walked out of the office quickly. Winnie did not need to ask, but also knew that he must have gone to find Li Shulan. This company seems to be on the verge of collapse, but if it's really like what Li Shulan said, she has been selling off the Wen family's property to fill in the holes, not to keep losing money. If it keeps losing money, why would she invest money in it year after year? How about just declaring bankruptcy? Winnie does not believe that she is to keep her father's heart and soul. This company must have problems. The most direct way is to check the accounts. Outside the office, Zhang Haiming said with a sigh, Mrs. Wen, that's not what we said before. I can continue to stay at Wen's because I thought I could finally get a severance pay. Now, although Missy is back, but she said she has no money, but also to check the accounts in case a handful of those things are found out. The future can be a problem. Li Shulan's impatient voice came from the phone. What are you panicking about? If she wants to see the accounts, you can let her see them. What can she see? Besides, only when she has seen it with her own eyes can she believe that the company is indeed losing money, and for the sake of her dead father, she will raise a sum of money, even if she sells her kidney. Really? Zhang Fuming did not quite believe these words. Of course it's true, just cooperate with her in the next few days, and when she finishes looking at the accounts, she will naturally go and raise the money. Zhang Fuming had no choice but to do as Li Shulan said. He is very careful when doing the accounts. With Winnie's skills, should not be able to find anything. Every 10 minutes, Zhang Fuming found an excuse to go in and look for a while, and found that Winnie had been looking at the same year's accounts, and her expression relaxed a lot. Missy, it's too much of a delay to read at this rate you're going. I don't have anything to do anyway, so if you're busy with something, go ahead and do it. Winnie's attitude was placid, looking through it while sipping her water. It doesn't seem to care about the trouble at all. Zhang Fuming smiled awkwardly. What can I do? I'm here to watch with you. Winnie hummed, knowing very well in her heart that he was just keeping an eye on herself for Li Shulan. In the past, when she was abroad, she had helped several companies to do a similar job, checking the past flow of water. If it is a fake account, it will certainly leave traces. All she has to do now is to find that break. Winnie has been buried in the company to check the accounts, during which several employees came over to sneak a look at her. But all think she is so young, certainly cannot see through the false accounts made by accountant Zhang. One by one, left the company. Winnie finished reading those books. It was already very late. The company office, only she had the lights on this one. She sat up straight, stretched, and her eyes sank a little. 2 months before her dad died, the company's books were in trouble, about the time Li Shulan offered to come and help the company. She was about to leave the office when she received another call from Li Shulan. Winnie, how are you looking over there? Knowing full well that she was trying to prick her thoughts, Winnie deliberately sighed and said, The company's losses are too big, or else, just declare bankruptcy. Bankruptcy? How can that be? That is your father's heart and soul, or sell this house at home. Li Shulan did not care about this old house of the Wen family. Winnie stood downstairs in the company, blowing the night breeze, smiling faintly, and said, Then sell it. Sell a good price. Also count the Wen family can afford to pay you for all these years. Li Shulan froze on the other side of the phone. She pulled the corner of her mouth awkwardly. It would be good if there was another way, Winnie. Aren't you close to Henry? Can you borrow a sum of money from him? Henry? So this is what they had in mind. Henry won't lend me not a penny, and he's getting engaged tomorrow, so it's not appropriate for me to bother him with this kind of thing. Winnie said indifferently, I have a bad signal on my side. I'll hang up first. After she finished, she took a taxi straight home. Along the way, she thought a lot. Li Shulan guarded the Wen family for 7 or 8 years, but suddenly proposed to sell the house at this time to fill the company's hole. Definitely not because the company cannot hold up, but she has another plan. I am afraid that it is still related to the land in the Panshan district. Winnie went home and found all the news from a while ago and watched it carefully until the early hours of the morning, when she fell asleep on the table. I was awakened in the early morning by a rainstorm outside my window. She got up and closed the window for fear that the sound of rain and wind would disturb Kerr. Picked up my phone and looked at the time and found an anonymous email. She was hired to take photos of Henry's engagement party for a substantial commission. Who could have hired her to do such a thing? With the previous experience of the last incident with Ye Qianer, Winnie looked at the phone screen and hesitated. She always felt that someone was watching her every move from behind. Is it Li Suran? Or is it Dana? The next morning, Winnie bothered her nanny aunt to take Kerr to the oceanarium. She charged the compact camera, emptied the memory, put it in her bag, and went straight to the Grandview Hotel, where Henry was to hold his engagement party. The marriage between the Li and Ning families has attracted the attention of people from all walks of life in Haicheng. As soon as Winnie got out of the car, she saw dozens of luxury cars lined up and headed inside the hotel. There are many journalists waiting to slip in and take pictures on the sidewalk. Coincidentally, Winnie ran into her previous colleague Liu Ran. "Why are you still in this business? I heard that last time Ye Qianer pitted you severely." Liu Ran, wearing a duck-tongue cap, tilted his head and said, "I have nothing to do. I came over to get together. What's the situation now?" Winnie asked in a whisper as she squatted down beside him. Liu Ran looked to the side, lowered his voice, told Winnie, "I received the news that Henry has other women, and there is an illegitimate child. Today this engagement party absolutely cannot do." Winnie was confused. "How did they get this information? You don't believe it, do you?" "I have this news. It's true. I guess there are not a few people who know about it. Some of them just come to see the fun." Liu Ran took out a small pinhole camera from his coat pocket. "If I can get a picture of that woman and illegitimate son, I will definitely get rich." Winnie listened to this and gave a faint "oh." Could it be that the person who sent her that anonymous email was the one who told her to shoot Henry's illegitimate son? While Winnie was mulling over the matter, a limousine drove in, and other cars made way under the command of the security guards. The car was parked steadily at the main entrance. The electric car door slowly opened, and Dana, wearing a champagne-colored Chinese cheongsam and holding this season's limited edition banquet bag, stepped down from the car, her makeup more refined and elegant today, smiling as she looked at the man at the end of the steps. At the same time, Henry came down the steps and took a step towards her. The chatter around them suddenly fell silent, and as the music started, countless cameras were aimed at them. Winnie also picked up her camera, just like the reporters around her. Her camera was trained on Henry's face, snapping shot after shot. I don't know if it was her illusion, but she actually felt Henry glance at her, though only for a short moment, but he seemed to know where she was standing already. Winnie froze for 2 seconds, and the speed of pressing the shutter slowed down. Henry walked over to Dana, his face the same as usual. "Henry, thank you for everything you've prepared for me," Dana said tenderly. She had been looking forward to this day for 7 years. The man, however, just looked at her, raised his hand to close the car door, and turned around to prepare to go inside the hotel. In front of him, Dana dressed more beautiful, but never let him show a stunning look. As soon as they walked into the hall, Dana ushered Henry into the lounge. "What am I not doing well enough that you won't even look at me for one more second?" Dana's voice was trembling. She really did not expect that. Having reached this point, Henry still did not have her as a person in his eyes. "I look forward to today for so long. You even cheat me and smile at me. Is it so difficult?" She pursed her lips and took the initiative to walk up to the man, reaching out and gently stroking his face. "Henry." But the next second, her wrist was tackled by the man. After that, unceremoniously shrugged it off. "This marriage, which is what your Ning family and my grandfather wanted, is not what I want." "But you're always going to get married, right?" Dana looked at him incredulously. In previous years, Henry always used work busy as an excuse, and also used to tell him that he did not love her. But she did not care. Men always have a career. After all, Henry so brilliant, until later she found out that she could not have children, only to turn a blind eye, by him to find a woman surrogate, give birth to Ez. Everything is stable now. She couldn't think of any other reason for Henry to reject her. Even if you don't think of yourself, think of Ez, right? He needs a mommy. Dana tried to keep her voice as calm as possible, walked over and wrapped her arms around Henry's waist from behind. "Henry, I don't care if he's your son with another woman. I'll treat him like my own child." Ez, no need. Henry's thin lips opened and closed, coldly spitting out these 5 words, and then, turning to look at Dana, "I don't need either. If you're so disgusted with me, why are you engaged to me?" Dana couldn't hold back any longer and broke into a shout at him. "To keep the company's reputation, the things your father did behind the scenes always had to be dealt with." Dana froze in her tracks. She watched Henry leave, in tears, and sat down on the bed. "No matter what I do, I can't keep your heart?" With guests arriving one after another, the banquet will soon begin. Winnie found an opportunity to mix with other paparazzi reporters into the banquet hall, from the 1st floor to the 4th floor, all of which was wrapped up by the Li family. The engagement party is so luxurious. What will it be like on the wedding day? The Knight family has one of the best financial resources in the Sea City. Winnie silently listened to all this and followed slowly inside. She always felt that there was something hidden behind this lively engagement. Just now, Henry's expression is very wrong. She took out her camera, looking through the photos she had just taken, and momentarily did not pay attention to the road next to her when someone came up to her and bumped into her. "Then hurry inside." "Sorry." Winnie hastily apologized, but saw that the other party completely ignored, wearing a gray trench coat, and went straight to the 2nd floor banquet hall. It wasn't long before a confused shouting could be heard from the ballroom. Winnie looked up to see a man wearing a mask holding Ez and hurriedly running out. It's the same guy who just hit her. A bunch of security guards followed him behind. "Get out of the way!" The man's voice was coarse, ignoring Ez's cries and quickening his pace to rush outside. Whoever dares to come over, this child will not live. With a knife showing in his hand, he shouted at the security guards at the door. Everyone didn't expect this to happen in such an upscale banquet venue. The female guests screamed and couldn't stop backing up, nor did any of them dare to rush up. Whose kid is that? Someone asked the question, but there was no answer. Winnie looked at Ez up, red little face, worried and scared, in case something really happened. The man continued to back out. With Ez as his hostage, he can get out of here in one piece. It's really too late to wait for him to run away and save Ez. Winnie gritted her teeth, picked up her camera directly, turned on the flash, and took a dozen shots at the man in a row. "What are you doing?" The man hurriedly lowered his head and blocked his face. "If you dare to shoot again, he said, the knife in his hand against S's neck. "I've got you on camera. Even if you take the boy away, the police will find you immediately. You better put him down now." S was crying up and down, looking up at Winnie with eyes full of tears and a hoarse voice. "Beautiful, sister." His collar was tugged by the man and he couldn't move at all. "You throw the camera over here. Mind your own business," the man shouted at Winnie. Winnie's heart is worried sick, but the surface must remain calm. If she had hesitated for a moment, the man would have definitely gone after S. "You can come and get it yourself if you want." Winnie took a few steps forward, took the camera down, and placed it on the fountain table in the middle of the hall. The man stared intently at Winnie, his eyes full of anger, but had to go over to get the camera. Everyone held their breath, not knowing how things would turn out. The door to the second-floor lounge opened at some point. Dana, wearing that beautiful cheongsam, watched everything that happened on the first floor with an expressionless face, watching Winnie stand out so recklessly to stall for time when everyone was too afraid to step up to the plate. Dana pursed her lips. Obstructive and obtrusive people. When will they disappear? The man slowly approached the fountain, not forgetting to warn Winnie. "Don't you play tricks." Winnie just watched his movements and said to S wordlessly, "Don't be afraid." Almost at the same time, Henry received the news and rushed down from upstairs. When he saw Winnie's action, his eyes changed instantly. "Henry, security is standing by outside the door." Listening to his subordinate's report, the man's brow furrowed slightly. He now had to worry not only about Ez, but also about Winnie. Just when the man's hand was about to touch the camera, Winnie suddenly ran at him. Ignoring the fact that he still had the knife in his hand, he instinctively shielded Ez with his arm and held him in his arms. The man pushed the camera into the fountain with one hand and stabbed Winnie in the side with a vicious slash with the other. "Do it!" Henry shouted so and rushed to the hall. The security guards outside the door rushed in at the same time and held the man down. "Winnie!" Henry shouted her name, but saw her face pale, her hands trembling as she hugged S and lowered her voice. "Someone wants a picture of your illegitimate son and can't expose S." The emotions in the man's eyes grew more and more complex. She was afraid that Ez and his relationship was exposed, afraid that Ez was hijacked away, so regardless, desperately. "Get to the hospital right away." Henry let He-Ming take S. He picked up Winnie and walked straight out of the banquet hall. Dana stood at the second-floor stairs and watched her fiancé, hugging other women, leave. "Miss Dana, what now?" The hotel manager came over and asked, "Is the ceremony still?" Dana laughed bitterly. "My fiancé wasn't even there, and you're asking me such a stupid question?" The hotel manager wiped the cold sweat on his forehead, thought the hotel had taken such a big business. Who would have thought this would happen in the middle? He'd better go investigate the security footage and see how this person got mixed up, so as to give the Knight family an explanation. After arriving at the hospital, Winnie was wheeled directly into the emergency operating room. As hugged Henry's arm, his little face was full of tears. "Daddy, is pretty sister going to be okay? She was all hurt trying to save me." As had been holding onto Winnie's hand in the car, and his little hand was covered in blood. "It won't." The man's face tightened and his tone grew colder and colder. "She was able to give birth to 2 children prematurely, and this time, she will be fine." After 2 hours of resuscitation treatment, Winnie was wheeled to the intensive care unit. The doctor concluded that there was too much blood loss and that the patient would need 24 hours to regain consciousness, at which point it would be known if there were any other complications. If she doesn't wake up, or if waking up causes other problems. Henry had someone send S home first and walked into the hospital room alone. The person in the hospital bed was pale and lifeless. He took a step over to her, drew out his stool and sat down, his pupils reflecting Winnie's face. "Haven't you always wanted to know why I was so curious about Kerr's life? You wake up quickly and ask me yourself, and I'll tell you everything," he said, and slowly took Winnie's hand in his. All this time, he thought they were just a trading relationship. But seeing Winnie fight so hard to save his, he realized that there are some things that cannot be explained by common sense. Just like S depends on Winnie. If S had to have a mother, that person, it could only be you. Winnie has been in a coma in the hospital ward. Henry looked for the most famous doctors in this hospital, but the results of the consultation were not very satisfactory, and he stayed in the hospital for a day and a night. Master Lee even sent someone over to ask him to return to the Lee family, but they were all rejected by Henry. What's so good about that woman that it's worth protecting her so much? Elder Lee had also heard about what happened at the engagement party. But the Knight family did not ask Winnie to come out strong. It was she herself who rushed up, and now that people are in the hospital, what should be done, the Lee family has done. If she doesn't wake up, are you going to take care of her for the rest of her life? Henry's eyes sank slightly. The fingers holding the phone slowly tightened. Yes, if she doesn't wake up, I will be responsible for the rest of her life. Dana walked in from outside and heard him say this just down the hallway, clear as day. A few moments of hatred surfaced on her pretty face. But Dana didn't hesitate and went behind Henry, waiting for him to finish talking to Master Lee. Henry, how is she? Dana asked in a soft voice as she slowed her voice down. Haven't woken up yet, Henry said truthfully, his cold, sullen gaze falling on Dana's face. What brings you here? My parents were worried and asked me to come over and check it out. It happened so suddenly and I wasn't prepared for it at all. Dana lowered her head and apologized softly. If my family hadn't been in such a hurry, it probably wouldn't have come to this, Henry. I'm sorry. Dana said, her eyes slightly red. By the way, is S okay? He must have been terrified after what he went through. Luckily, someone is taking care of him. Henry frowned slightly and turned around, looking in the direction of Winnie's ward. Watching him in person in front of the other women's wards, Dana's heart churned with bitterness. If there's anything you need me to do, you can always tell me. After she finished, she got up and left. At this time, it was futile for her to say anything. After walking out of the hospital, Dana dialed her dad's phone first. Is that guy tight-lipped? Will he tell anyone about us? If Henry knew that the man who came to the engagement party and kidnapped S was paid by their Ning family. Dana pursed her lips, then she never wanted to marry him in this life. No, don't worry, everything has been arranged. That person has no chance to divulge half a word. You often go to the Lee family these days to see, accompany the old man Lee chat. Also don't do too much, so as not to cause unnecessary suspicion. Ning Kwanhai instructed his daughter on the other side of the phone. The fault is not yours, it's theirs to give you an explanation. If Henry had long ago relented to marry Dana, they would not have had to toss such a drama. Dana sighed helplessly. Got it. She put the phone down and glanced back in the direction of the ward. Henry, can we go back in time? 1 p.m. that day. Henry had just driven away from the hospital when he received a call that Winnie had woken up. He immediately turned around and went back to the hospital. When he rushed back to the ward, Winnie's eyes had just opened and the doctor was doing a follow-up check on her. Henry slowed his pace, breathing a little roughly, his brow slightly wrinkled, looking at the person in the hospital bed. Normal heartbeat, normal blood pressure. Do you know what that is? The doctor tried to ask Winnie some questions. There was some weakness in Winnie's voice, but her mind was clear, and she was able to answer clearly. At the moment, there is nothing wrong. Still pay attention to recuperation. If you have any problems, feel free to communicate with us. The doctor explained a few words and left. Winnie slowly closed her eyes, rested for a moment, then opened them again and looked at Henry by the bed. Is this okay? You're the only one who's not okay. Henry stepped forward, his eyes slightly cold. That man had a knife in his hand and rushed into the banquet hall under those circumstances. Don't you think about the consequences before you do something? Listening to Henry's lesson, Winnie was silent. I'm just afraid something will happen to S. She had only this thought in her mind at that time. The rest, nothing could be cared for. And have you thought about Kerr? What would happen to him if something happened to you? Henry knew the question was cruel, but he couldn't let things go on like this. Winnie was silent. She admitted that Henry was right. In that situation, she should not have been so impulsive. The medical bills have been paid, you rest well. There are nannies taking care of Kerr's side. You don't have to worry. Henry said with a frown, then got up and left, leaving Winnie alone in the hospital room. Winnie sighed silently, but since he said S was fine, she could rest easy. Perhaps, all over again, she would still make the same choice. Winnie made a phone call home and talked to Kerr for a while. You have to be good and listen to your aunt. Mommy will be home soon, okay? Winnie said in a soft, soothing voice. On the other side of the phone, Kerr's mood was calm. Even in turn, comforted Winnie. Mommy, you take care of yourself, I'll be fine. He has always been more composed than kids his age. Perhaps it is this that takes a lot of pressure off Winnie. The nurse came twice more to check the values of the instruments. Miss Wen, you are recovering well and should be discharged soon. As we were talking, a rush of footsteps sounded outside the door. Then, someone pushed the door in. As soon as he saw Winnie lying on the bed, he said hurriedly, Winnie, how did you get hurt like this? Li Shulan's face is full of worry, a tear, a snot. Wen Jingru, who came with her, seemed much calmer. Winnie, what did the doctor say? Winnie said faintly, nothing more, just let me pay attention to rest. As soon as the words left her mouth, Li Shulan started crying again. It's all my fault. If I knew you would run to Henry's engagement party to help raise money for the company, I wouldn't have told you about the company's losses. It's all because I didn't take care of you and made you suffer. These few words sounded kind and thoughtful. If not for those previous events, Winnie would have believed her words. However, now, she looked cold and gave the expulsion order. The doctor told me to recuperate, so if there is nothing else, you guys should go back first. But how can you be hospitalized alone? Let's take turns taking care of you. Winnie pulled the corner of her mouth. These years, she has been alone over, and nothing is adulterous. She didn't believe Li Shulan. No, the hospital is also in good condition, and I plan to be discharged tomorrow. Winnie made a temporary excuse. Li Shulan froze, looked at Wen Jingru beside her, and continued to say to Wen Ni, "How can that be? It's too hasty, or we should take this opportunity to have a good body check. Right, the medical fee hasn't been paid yet, right? I'll go pay it. This time, she is generous. Miss Wen's medical expenses have already been paid," the nurse said from the side. Li Shulan's eyes twinkled. "Winnie, you have money?" She looked at Winnie with eyes that could not hide the calculation. Winnie shook her head lightly. "No, borrowed. Borrowed it from a friend? It's not good. It's better to return it." Li Shulan looks like a doting mother and seems to be thinking of Winnie in every way. "If you have nothing else to do, please go back. I want to rest." She was really too lazy to get around with Li Shulan. No matter what Li Shulan said, Winnie was nonchalant, making it impossible for her to continue. "Then lie down for a while. I'll go downstairs and buy you some fruit." When Li Shulan was leaving the house, she gave Wen Jingru a wink. The nurses left the room together. "Winnie, there is something. I have been wanting to ask you. When your father was seriously ill, did you know that the family was in debt?" Wen Jingru spoke in a soft voice. Winnie shook her head. "I had just graduated at that time, and I didn't know much about my family." This is indeed the case. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been tricked by Li Shulan into owing that contract. "So that's how it is." Wen Jingru sighed, took Winnie's hand and said, "Actually, I came back this time to find out one thing, the cause of your father's death." Winnie frowned slightly and turned to look at her. "What do you mean?" "I have always felt that your father's death was very strange. Some time ago, your stepmother contacted me and asked me to come back to persuade you. I thought that I could not let them mother and daughter steal what belongs to you again, so I hurried back to the country." Winnie's heart sank. She didn't know if she should believe Wen Jingru's words. "Winnie, I know you have misunderstandings about me, but your dad is my real brother after all, and you are the only family I have left in this world. I won't harm you." In that moment, Winnie's spirit was in a bit of a trance. "I will check the company's accounts properly in the next few days. I won't let them sell the house. Rest assured that you recuperate, and we will take our time in the future." Wen Jingru said, and thought of something else. "By the way, the mother and daughter and a person named Yun Baosen close relations. Before the company, many things are also asked this person to help. You know him?" "Yun Paulson?" Winnie subconsciously shook her head. "I don't know." "Okay, I know. I will secretly check it out." Wen Jingru walked out of the ward and also stopped Li Shulan at the door. "Well, Winnie still needs to rest. Let's go first." Li Shulan was reluctantly pulled away. By the time silence returned to the ward, Winnie's heart could not calm down. She could not be sure whether what Wen Jingru said was true or not. Perhaps the things she told herself were just a play to gain trust. As for that Cloud Paulson, Winnie tried to recall that day at the Wen house, meeting Yun Baosen. At that time, he did have the will to buy the Wen family's old mansion. Could it be that it was just a joint play by him and Li Shulan? Winnie felt her newly awake mind becoming groggy again. After thinking about it all afternoon in the hospital bed, there was still no conclusion. Until a phone call came in. The other party's voice had obviously been specially processed, and as soon as he opened his mouth, he called out Winnie's name. "Assistant Wen has developed so well in the night group, he should know where Henry's illegitimate son lives, right?" "Who are you?" "You don't need to know. How about if you tell me the exact address, I'll give you a substantial amount in return." Winnie's heart stuttered. Could it be that this was the person who tried to take Ez away from the engagement party that day? "How much can you give me?" Winnie asked as she pressed the call recording button. "That depends on your sincerity, Assistant Wen. My patience is not much. I will contact you again tomorrow at this time." After saying that, the other party just hung up. Winnie called back in a hurry, but the number was already empty. The group had planned ahead, and their target was S. Winnie clutched her phone and thought about how she was going to tell Henry about it. At the same time, Henry sat in Shangguanshan's apartment, looking at the two private detectives in front of him. "Money is not a problem. I need to know the exact identity of the other party, and also how they are targeting my son." "No problem, Mr. Henry. We have already started to investigate. Only, that person has refused to talk. We still need some time," the private detective said with some difficulty. "As you know, this matter must be done very covertly. At most, 3 days. This is the maximum limit of Henry's patience." Seeing his face so cold and serious, the private detective immediately gave his assurance. "Mr. Henry, we will definitely check it out as soon as possible." Henry waved his hand. Waiting for them to leave, Shangguanshan frowned. "If you keep investigating like this, there won't be any results. All these years, you have protected S so well. No word has gotten out. How come it's such a coincidence that something happened at your engagement party?" "It's not always a good thing." The man's brow stretched. "I've asked S to move to an apartment, and that child, too, has someone to take care of it. So whatever those people's intentions are, they're not going to get away with it." In fact, even if Winnie had not come forward at that time, the bodyguards outside the ballroom would have saved Ez at the first opportunity. "What do you mean? Are you really going to take this opportunity to go public with S?" Shangguanshan did not expect Henry to plan this way. There is this intention, anyway, sooner or later he will have to inherit the Knight family. Over the years, he has been raising S as his only heir, and even now with an additional son, it will not change his original intention. This is also his account to the Knight family. Hearing this from him, Shang Guanshan nodded meaningfully. It's also right, no matter what, his health condition is better than Kerr's. Moreover, I don't think with Winnie's personality she will return the child to the Li family. Shang Guanshan used the word also. Henry's frown slowly deepened. There are still some things that he has to deal with as soon as possible. The next day, Winnie finished the discharge procedures and walked out of the ward alone. She didn't expect anyone to pick her up, but as soon as she got to the front door, she saw Henry's car. The car windows slowly come down. Both Kerr and Ez were in the car, and they waved their hands at Winnie. "Mommy! Pretty sister!" Both children spoke at the same time, their little faces full of smiles. Once out of the hospital, see such two little angels, Winnie only feel the pain and tiredness of the past few days are instantly dissipated. Henry got out of the car and picked up what Winnie was holding. "Get in the car." Winnie wanted to say something, but seeing that both children were there, she thought about it and swallowed her words back. After she got into the car, Kerr and S, one left and one right, held her arms at the same time. Ez was even more worried and said, "Pretty sister, thank you for saving me. Are you really all right?" "Well, it's all healed up and very healthy." Winnie stroked S's head. Feeling her right-hand side, Kerr also leaned over her. "Mommy, I'm a little worried about you. This child, it seems, never expresses his true feelings." Winnie, held his little hand. "Later Mommy will think clearly and then measure up to ensure that you do not worry about it." The front row, Henry, from the rearview mirror watching them, a large, too small get-along, eyes slightly sunken. The car drove all the way down to the apartment building. But not the one that Winnie and the others live in, but another floor with a larger number of square meters. "Pretty sister, let's go!" Just now, S and Kerr took a bath together and came out of the bathroom. Both children looked soft and sticky. They hugged Winnie together, pulling her arms to spoon her. "Pretty sister, Brother Kerr said that you usually tell him stories, and I want to hear them too." Kerr sat next to him and looked at Winnie's phone screen, his little eyebrows wrinkled. "Mommy, nothing's wrong, right? No, let's go. Let's go to our room." Winnie dragged that number into the blacklist, then put the phone on the coffee table, pulled the child in one hand, and headed for the bedroom. Henry is right. The most important thing for Winnie is to mind her own business, take care of the debts on the Winchester side, and take care of Kerr. As for the rest, she doesn't have the heart for it. At this moment, in the apartment study, Henry listened to the voice coming from the phone and wrote down a few words on a piece of paper. "Is that all?" His voice grew a few shades colder. "Yes, Mr. Henry, that's all we could find out. The man who made a scene at the engagement party and tried to jack off S had contacted a man named Yun a few days before the engagement party. Other than that, no clues could be found. However, Mr. Henry, since the engagement party, there has been no movement at all from the Ning family. Is it too quiet?" As Henry's fiancée, knowing that his illegitimate son was almost taken away, no reaction at all. If it were any other woman, she would probably have had a hard time with Ez, or even would have liked for him to disappear. When Henry heard this, his eyebrows overflowed with coldness. With his knowledge of the Ning family, it really shouldn't be like this. Continue to investigate secretly, and don't let the news leak out. Understood, Mr. Henry. The man tossed his phone to the side and slowly closed his eyes. He did not want to tear his face off with the Ning family, but things had come to this point, and he had to make a choice between his own flesh and blood and the relationship between the two companies. The answer, obviously. Early the next morning, Winnie packed up and wanted to go to the office with Henry. But the man just gave her a cold look. "What can you do when you go to the company like this?" I have recovered almost, and the wound only needs a regular change of medicine," Winnie said in a small voice. "Otherwise, I'm really idle. Idle to coax the children." Henry just threw her this sentence and pushed the door to leave. Winnie Tso stood stunned, looked back at Kerr and Ez, who were lying on the table eating, and sighed slightly. "Pretty sister, don't you want to stay and keep Brother Kerr and me company?" Ez blinked her big eyes and asked in a small, aggrieved voice. "My mommy doesn't want to be an idle person, but isn't your daddy too mean?" Kerr eyed him with displeasure and frowned a little. "And it won't be mean. I think my dad is much more gentle with my pretty sister than he is with anyone else, even better than he is with Aunt Dana." "Dana?" Winnie listened to this from S and could sense that he didn't like Dana very much. "But your dad is going to marry her." "I don't want it." S suddenly got very angry and stood up. "I will never let her be my mommy," he said in exasperation, jumped right off the dining chair and ran back to his room. Winnie saw the two kids bickering and came too late to stop them. "Kerr, why did you say that?" Kerr's little face was a cold color as he slowly raised his head to look at Winnie. "Mommy, you should know that S is very clingy to you too, right? He clearly wants you to be a mommy for him." Winnie was stunned. She had never thought about it. "There's no such thing, don't you talk nonsense." Winnie took her son's little hand. Kerr blinked. "I don't hate Ez, but I watched the news and they all said Uncle Handsome was going to marry that aunt, and Mommy, I don't want you to be sad." The corners of Winnie's lips turned up slightly when she saw her son's serious look. How do you know that I would be upset if they got married? How could she have had that unrealistic fantasy about Henry? Wouldn't you? I thought you like handsome uncles. Kerr's words made Winnie freeze. She hastily squatted down, grabbed her son's hand and said, Mommy never thought of that kind of thing. We are just temporarily borrowing this place and will move out in a few days. She would not have any transgressive thoughts about Henry, except for the superior-subordinate relationship. Winnie hadn't thought that Kerr would say something like that to her either. She took her son's little hand. Don't ever say anything like that again, whether it's to me or to anyone, remember? She thought about how too much must have happened in the meantime to give Kerr this inexplicable feeling. Looking at Winnie's anxious look, Kerr nodded. I remember, Mommy. Then you take the snack later and go apologize to Ez, okay? Winnie advised in a soft voice. What did Mommy teach you before? Whether other kids have a mommy or daddy, you can't say those things to hurt them. Kerr lowered his head and repeated what Winnie had told him before. Because in this world, there is so much that can't be helped. Winnie held her son, her mind racing with thoughts. With so many eyes outside watching the Knight family and Henry's every move, Ez's life will be in danger in the future. But what kind of person would be so ruthless and hate Henry so much that they would want to move on a small child? Winnie took care of the two children at the apartment as Henry had instructed. Most of the housework is done by the nanny aunt, and she doesn't need to do much. It was just afternoon, and the children had just fallen asleep when Winnie heard the doorbell ring and went over to answer it. As soon as the door opened, she saw Dana's elegant and gentle smile. Miss Dana? But seeing Winnie appear here, Dana's expression was indescribably disgusted, and she tried to maintain her elegance. There are some things that are not appropriate to say here. I'll wait for you downstairs. Although she had been prepared, she couldn't help but be angry when she actually saw Winnie appear in Henry's apartment. What's more, now that the situation outside is already so tense, he actually feels comfortable leaving the child with Winnie. What makes him so trusting of her? Winnie had no choice but to put on a jacket and follow it downstairs. Dana had the driver drop them off at a nearby cafe. At first, Winnie was reluctant to go. Miss Dana, the baby is still sleeping at home and it might not be good for me to be gone too long. Dana sat in the car, her luscious red lips curled into a sarcastic smile. You're Henry's assistant, not the Knight family's nanny. And besides, do you think you're that important to Ez? You've only known him a few days. Once she thought about how sticky Ez was to Winnie, Dana thought that it must be Winnie who was taking the trouble to enlist Ez. From the time Ez was born until now, he has never shown such an innocent smile to anyone outside of the Knight family, including Dana, who was seen by Ez as a bad aunt who wanted to steal his dad. But Winnie has been a special case for only a few days. This situation will only make Dana feel the crisis. Besides, you've only just been discharged from the hospital, so it's better to exert yourself less. Dana knows all about her whereabouts. With that being said, Winnie had to get in the car. On the way, Dana did not say a word, took Winnie into the cafe, also only ordered 2 cups of lemon tea. Miss Dana, what exactly did you want to say when you called me out? Winnie felt that Dana had brought herself here on purpose, but she didn't feel she had anything in her that warranted this from Dana. I'm looking for you for one purpose only. I hope you'll hold your hand high and stop hitting Ez in the future. What happened at the engagement party that day? I found out clearly you got someone to do it. I didn't. Winnie stared. Listening to her retort, Dana just laughed and took out a few photos from her bag, all of which were of Winnie talking to the paparazzi at the engagement party. These people are the famous rogue paparazzi in the Sea City. No one can keep secrets under their lens. What did you plan with them all? Did you sell them the information about Henry and S at a high price? I didn't do anything like that, and these pictures don't prove anything. If I really wanted someone to take Ez, I wouldn't have had to risk so much to save him at that time. Winnie never thought that someone would link this to herself, but when Dana confronted her, all she could do was a few simple words of explanation. It may have looked like a dangerous situation to others, but if you had discussed it beforehand, you would have only gotten a cut on your arm. Dana's smile deepened. Her eyes fixed on Winnie's face. You want to use this incident to get Henry to notice you, or even to make him like you. Winnie froze and took a deep breath. These are just your guesses. Dana shook her head. I've seen too many women like you, hell-bent on marrying into the big money and getting rid of the past, but have you ever thought about what makes you stand next to Henry? Winnie turned her head to look out the window. She really did not want to continue such a boring and empty topic. But then she suddenly noticed a man in a black trench coat watching her from a bench outside the window, and the travel bag he was holding probably had something like a camera in it. Winnie, no matter how much you design with your heart, Henry won't like people like you. You better come to your senses and get out of his side sooner. And I hope that in the future, you won't get any more of those bad ideas. Especially, don't hurt S. He's important to Henry, and he's important to me. Winnie's attention was on the man outside the window, completely ignoring Dana. Dana stared at her and grunted. You acquiesce. At this time, the man outside also saw Winnie. He immediately hurriedly got up and walked into the crowd on the street with his bag. Winnie didn't have time to think much and rushed straight out. She'd been a paparazzo for so long that she knew the man's eyes well. She didn't know when the other side started following her, but she was sure that the man must have captured something. Dana watched her back as she ran out, her eyes filled with jealousy. Even if Henry can't let you go because he's fresh for a moment, the Lee family definitely can't tolerate a woman like you. She has been pleasing Master Lee for so long that she understands the threshold of the Lee family's daughter-in-law selection. Like Winnie, the first hurdle cannot pass. Dana took out her phone, which had been in a recording state, from her designer bag and sent the audio straight out. Do it carefully for me, to not hear any clues. She's going to let Winnie take the blame. Even if Henry believes her, as long as the Lee family does not believe, Winnie will definitely not be able to go near the Lee family in the future. Across the street, Winnie chased after the man when it was too late to see him. Winnie walked over to where the bench was and looked over to the cafe window. She guessed correctly that the man had been watching her and Dana's every move. Did Dana hire them? Winnie shook her head. She ran out of the cafe. Dana did not react at all. She simply do not know about it. Thinking about the man's eyes just now, Winnie sighed silently. From the time S was abducted at the engagement party, everything was like a foggy web that enveloped Winnie's life. Winnie returned to the apartment building and saw that Henry's car had just stopped. She immediately went over. Henry? After seeing Winnie, his handsome face revealed some doubts. Why did you come downstairs alone? Thinking he was worried about Ez, Winnie quickly said, there was something temporary just now. Ez is sleeping upstairs. There is a nanny watching. It should be fine. And you? His tone went a few degrees colder. Me? Winnie didn't respond and looked at him suspiciously. Henry looked away and said in a slow voice, forget it. Go upstairs. He sent people to check for so long. There is no clue of those people, worried that Winnie will be counted by the other side, only to let her and Kerr also live over, in the apartment where they originally lived, to change the locks and windows again. And all this, he did not want Winnie to know. Once he opens his mouth, there are many reasons that he does not want to explain right now. If the stimulus to Winnie, to make things bigger, the Lee family side, but also very troublesome. Everything must be done in the dark. Looking at his desire to say something, Winnie was even more dismayed, but followed Henry into the elevator. How are you getting used to living? Well, is okay. Winnie hung her head. Her and Kerr's lives have been elevated a great deal since she came to work at nights. Henry glanced at her lightly, the ice frozen in his brow slowly melting. All along, he resisted marriage and loathed those flamboyant women, but every time he looked at Winnie, he always had a special feeling in his heart. Because she's his mother? Henry, it's here. Winnie stepped out of the elevator, noticed Henry hadn't moved, and called back. The man then came back to his senses, coughed lightly, and stepped out. The two little ones have reunited and the nanny aunts have finished cooking and are off work. Only the four of them were left in the apartment. Strange to say, Winnie did not feel embarrassed, but rather a long-lost sense of relaxation, as if life was supposed to be this way. Henry sat across from her, solemnly and meticulously serving food to both children. Eat more spinach. Eat more lean meat. He chanted mechanically, and eggs. Winnie looked at him with a serious face and snorted out a laugh, and then looked at the dishes he had pinned for Kerr and Ez, exactly the same, just in duplicate. However, that presentation and matching is also too antique. The two children share the same feeling, both looking at Winnie with a distressed face. Mommy, pretty sister. Henry's brow was furrowed and his face slightly sunken. What's wrong? Winnie didn't make a sound, just smiled and rearranged the plate with chopsticks, then drizzled the sauce and chucked in some tomatoes and fruit in addition to the spinach. The two children then smiled and ate. Henry's expression stiffened a bit, his thin lips opened and closed, trying to salvage the image. That's how S ate at home before. S nuzzled his little mouth with a reluctant look. Winnie nodded her head and said, Children, tastes are very variable. Pay attention to the nutritional mix at the same time. Let them eat some of their favorite dishes. It does not matter, she said, and was a little confused. However, S and Kerr have really similar tastes. They love to eat similar things, even toys. Winnie looked into the living room. The two children just set up. The castle blocks are still there, except for a few details are different. The general structure are exactly the same. Henry's eyes changed slightly. Aren't all boys the same? So, Winnie thought it made sense and continued to eat with her head down. Instead, Kerr ate and looked at Ez and then at Winnie. Henry took in his expression and gave him a piece of corn. The eyes of a small and a large met in the air. How is your body? Any more discomfort? More than Ez, Henry was more concerned about Kerr's condition. After all, in these years, Kerr followed Winnie to drift abroad and suffered a lot. It's all good, Kerr muttered in reply. Seemingly not wanting to talk to Henry much, he took a few more bites of rice, jumped off the table, and went to his room to play. Brother Kerr, wait for me. Ez also rushed to follow, and did not forget to take the two people's water cups. Winnie was happy from the bottom of her heart to see them getting along so well. Maybe because we've been moving, Kerr rarely has so much fun with his little friends, Henry. Thank you. Winnie was sincere in her thanks. If it weren't for Henry's words, she wouldn't have been able to give Kerr such a privileged living environment. The man listened to this. His expression tightened and said coldly, Ez doesn't have many friends either. He knew how sensitive Winnie was, and saying more would only cause her to be wary. When Winnie heard this, she couldn't help but think of what Dana told her today, and for a while, her expression was a little unnatural. However, Henry's cell phone rang and he went to his room to answer it. When Winnie saw that he had almost eaten too, she packed up the dishes and went into the kitchen. Everything is so natural. Henry listened to the voice coming from the phone, his eyes half narrowed. Go on. Ning's group side is resolute, must follow the breach of contract process and ask Lee to pay 3 times the investment, but that project has entered the closing stage. Several of the challenges they raised are not supported by evidence. Even if the legal route is taken, the final winner will be Lee. But after they make such a mess, the company's reputation will be damaged. Henry looked out the window at the night and said in a cold voice, Yes, Henry, that might be what Ning's group is after. Several of their companies are not large enough to compete with Knights, but if things go south, it's Knights that will suffer the most damage. Henry hesitated for a few seconds and gave the order. Keep consuming, I'll see how long they can take. If they mention compensation again, reject it outright. Knight will not pay for anyone's false accusations. Henry's answer was firm. What he hates most is being threatened. In particular, he knew very well why Ning Quanhai wanted to unite with other companies to put pressure on Lee at this time. That person's purpose is just to stuff Dana into the Knight family and stuff him. After so many years, this cat and mouse game, Henry was already tired of playing it, and he was basically sure that the matter of S being held hostage in the banquet hall was related to the Ning family. He's just thinking about when to poke the window, and there's no need to give them face. Understood, Henry, we'll get right to it. Henry turned around, put the phone on the table, and leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes slightly. He heard a few knocks on the door, but there were only a few people in the apartment, and he didn't open his eyes in response. Then a subtle sound of footsteps rang in his ears, and his nose could smell a very soft fragrance, not any brand of perfume, but a faint smell of lavender. He guessed that maybe it was the smell of laundry detergent. The man's thin lips imperceptibly hooked up. He also did not expect that he would one day notice the smell of laundry detergent on a woman. Winnie pushed the door in, saw Henry leaning back on the couch asleep, slowed down especially, and gently walked over. Put the coffee and fruit on the table and slowly closed the window again. This month, the night breeze in the Sea City is a bit cool. She wanted to put her things down and leave, but when she saw Henry just lying there, she thought about it and pulled a thin blanket from the side and gently put it on him. In that very moment, the man's cold eyes suddenly opened and looked straight at her. You're awake? Winnie paused in her movements and jerked her hand loose, backing away. I just knocked on the door. Henry's face was cold, as if he hadn't heard her whispered explanation, got up, and naturally picked up his coffee. When his assistant for so long, Winnie's coffee-making skills have been refined a lot. Henry, there is something that I think I should tell you. Winnie thought left and right, but still decided to speak. Say. When I went out today, it seems that I was followed by someone, and that person should have had a stealth camera in his hand, but I didn't catch up with him. Just as Winnie finished speaking, Henry's brow furrowed. Who told you to chase? He should have told her not to do anything so dangerous in the future. Suddenly reprimanded by him, Winnie was stunned. I was worried that the man would turn on S. She lowered her head, avoiding his gaze. Henry put down his coffee cup and raised his eyes indifferently. I'm already sending someone to investigate. Next time, if you encounter something like this again, protect yourself first. Winnie's pupils shrank slightly and she nodded. Although she wasn't quite sure what was wrong with Henry lately and why he was so concerned about her situation. I also know some paparazzi who specialize in stealing photos before. Do you need me to ask them? Winnie also wanted to help some. Check it out early. She was also relieved. Henry listened to this and shook his head. No need. So when can I go back to work? She can't stay here forever. Don't you want to spend more time with Kerr? The man wrinkled his eyebrows, his tone full of disbelief. He did not expect Winnie to have such a heavy career. It's good to have time for Kerr, of course, but I can't be idle all the time, right? Winnie spread her hands and simply sat down in front of Henry, and those eyes just looked at him so crystal clear. She owes Henry so much money, she has to give something to match what she gets. Otherwise, she can't get over the hurdle in her heart. Henry rubbed the corner of his forehead. If it was another woman, simply cannot say such things. Okay, let's do it next week. When he said that, Winnie immediately nodded. Thank you, Henry. As soon as the words left her mouth, she got up and walked out without any hesitation at all. Watching the door close, the man's eyes sank. By next week, he wants to get to the bottom of it. In the following days, Henry went to and from work as usual, and Winnie was at home with the 2 children. Happily, Kerr and S got along particularly well, and even the nanny aunt said that the 2 children were like brothers with a heart of gold. When Winnie heard that, she just laughed and said, Actually, our Kerr is a year younger than S. All the time, she said the same thing to everyone. Putting Kerr's age 1 year younger to avoid some trouble. Especially before returning to Haichang, she made a lot of special arrangements. Just do not want the man who once made her a surrogate to find them mother and son. Nanny Yun froze. Then why does S call Kerr his brother? Winnie looked over at the 2 children who were stacking blocks and smiled. probably because Kerr is a little more calm and mature. Both children have their own merits and are very cute and understanding. They were talking when the doorbell rang. As soon as Yoon opened the door, a dozen bodyguards in black suits came in from outside and stood in unison in the living room. "You are Miss Wen. Lee Dong asked us to pick up the young master back and hope that you and your son immediately move out from here," the man in the lead said, his tone cold and serious. Both Kerr and Ez were frightened by the battle, and both hid behind Winnie. "Pretty sister, what do they do?" Ez frowned. "I don't want to go with them." Winnie gently took Ez's small hand while also protecting Kerr and soothing them. "Henry will be back soon, or you guys can wait a little longer. He'll be upset if I let you guys take Ez away now." Everything Winnie does is considered from the child's point of view. However, the other side didn't buy it. "Miss Wen, please get out of the way." Then they came straight around and took S by force. The other party also left a business card for Winnie, who was indeed sent by the Knight family. S was taken away crying, looking at Winnie with tears in his eyes the whole time. But he is, after all, the Lee family's young grandson, the Lee family to take him back. Winnie has no way. It was also that moment when a sudden reluctance arose in her heart, and she firmly took Kerr's hand. "Let's go home." Within 10 minutes, Winnie took some of her and Kerr's things with her, and together with Yun, left from the apartment. When they returned to the original apartment, they found that the doors and windows had been replaced. "Miss Wen, Mr. Henry is too considerate to you guys. It's safer to live like this," Sister Yun said as she packed her things. "Safe?" Winnie took her son's hand and sighed silently in her heart. "No. The more Henry takes care of them, the less safe they are. Today the Knight family can send so many people to take away Ez. Perhaps next time, they will simply drive them out of the Sea City, mother and son. Mommy, don't worry, Ez will be fine." Kerr tilted his head and opened his mouth to reassure Winnie. "The card the man left doesn't look like a fake, and Uncle Handsome will be off duty soon and should already know about Ez being taken away by now." Winnie's nervousness was instantly soothed. She squatted down and stroked her son's head. "Okay, Mommy's not worried." Sometimes she wondered, Kerr so calm and understanding, must be inherited from that man. She usually do things furtively, cannot think so much. Winnie had thought that they had moved out of that apartment as Master Lee had wanted, and that the matter was over. Unexpectedly, someone else soon came to the door. "Miss Wen, Lee Dong wants to see you." The other party had a cold face, and his eyes looked through the partitioned window into the living room. Winnie's heart jumped, and she hurriedly blocked the other party with her own body. "Okay, I'll go with you." She instructed Yun to take care of Kerr, then immediately closed the door and followed the man away. But what Winnie couldn't figure out was that if Master Lee wanted to see her, why bother twice? Wouldn't it be simpler to just have those people take her away with them? It wasn't until she arrived at the Lee family that she learned that the person who told her to come over wasn't Elder Lee. Dana stood in the Knight family courtyard, smiling at Winnie. "Sorry, I can only think of inviting you over in this way. You don't have to worry. After dinner I will send a car to take you back." Dana's words made Winnie's heart suddenly suspicious. What does Miss Dana mean? In this way, just to invite me to dinner at the Lee family? Dana graciously admitted it, and also took Winnie inside the old Lee family home. All along the way is the ink painting like Chinese layout. You can see that the owner has very good taste. Dana is familiar with the road here. 3 turns led Winnie into the garden behind the villa. The servants were preparing the tableware for the evening al fresco dinner. The long table was covered with a white gauze tablecloth filled with cut fruit and drinks. "Have a seat." Dana smiled faintly and drew out a chair. Winnie found that from the time they came in, those servants did not even look at them. The Lee family really has strict rules. "I just want you to know that the threshold for the Lee family to select a daughter-in-law is not something that anyone can step into." "You misunderstand, Winnie can't remember how many times she's explained it, but Dana just doesn't believe it. Dana's eyes suddenly sank. "I didn't misunderstand." She said a sentence, cold as frost. "I've never seen Henry so concerned about taking care of a certain woman. You've broken a lot of examples and still look like you're oblivious. I'm so sick of people like you." Winnie stared and got up straight away. "Calling people over, especially to humiliate them. Do you think you're great?" Winnie couldn't take it anymore. She turned around to leave, but she just ran into Elder Lee. Master Lee, in a beige-gray tang suit, saw Winnie and then his eyes suddenly changed. "Why is she here?" Dana was prepared for this and immediately smiled as she stepped forward, holding Elder Lee's arm and explaining in a warm voice. "It was Assistant Wen who saved Ez at the engagement party earlier. I thought I should invite her over to dine with me today as sort of a thank you." Winnie stared, thinking that Dana was also too good at acting. Just now it is obviously an aggressive look, only to see the old man Lee is meek like a rabbit. But whatever she was like, Winnie wasn't curious. She just wants to get out of here now. Master Lee listened to Dana's words and gave Winnie another meaningful glance. "I didn't expect that you could fight to save my grandson at that time." Winnie lowered her eyes and didn't say a word. She didn't think about taking credit to the Lee family with this incident. Everything that happened that day was very sudden. "I just want S to be safe." Master Lee listened to these words, his eyebrows locked, half a long time, coldly uttered a sentence. But you also do not presume that our Lee family will therefore promise you anything. Ava, give her a check, Master Lee ordered to the people around him. It seemed to him that Winnie was just being tongue-in-cheek and either wanted more money or was delusional enough to think that Henry would treat her differently. Winnie stood there, her face growing calmer and calmer. Li Dong, the same words, I do not want to say again. I would do that at that time, only out of a mother's heart. I did not think of asking for any payment with the Lee family, and I also hope that you do not despise my dignity. Winnie finished and stepped outside. The air here is too depressing, and she doesn't want to stay for another minute. Then can you guarantee that you will never change your mind in the future? Elder Lee snorted coldly. With the Lee family's position in Haicheng, it's easier to crush someone like me than it is to crush an ant. Winnie laughed to herself. She is really not interested in the so-called luxury life. Her eyes slowly fell on Dana's face. Maybe for some people, marrying Henry is a lifelong wish, but I really don't think that way. Dana's face was blue and white, and she was so angry she couldn't speak. Master Lee clutched his cane and watched as Winnie walked towards the front door of the Lee family. He turned back and questioned Dana. What did you send her to do? He didn't believe what Dana just said. Dana opened her mouth and changed to another way of saying it. She's been staying in the same apartment with Henry and S for the past few days, and I'm worried she might have some nefarious intentions. Elder Lee frowned slightly. I've already had someone pick up S. Dana saw that Master Lee was not angry because of Winnie. Her heart was a little anxious. If even the Elder Lee is inclined towards Winnie, her situation in the Lee family will be even more dangerous in the future. Actually, I found out something else and was a little worried before. You listen to this. Dana took out the recorder from her bag and aired the recording she had someone carefully make. The content is not long, but enough to make Winnie disgusted by the Lee family. What happened that day at the engagement party? I found out clearly that you had someone do it. Yes, I was the one who had Est taken captive. You want to use this incident to get Henry to notice you with one eye on marrying into the gentry. You acquiesce. A few simple words and a pinch of the head is the result Dana wanted. Because the audio was clear, one could tell it was Dana and Winnie talking at first listen. This. Elder Lie's eyes showed anger. I haven't given this to Henry yet. He's already busy, and I want to help him get this kind of thing in order. I've long treated S like my own child over the years, and if he keeps being watched by those people, I'll really have trouble at night. Dana said it so truly that she was close to tears on the spot. Listening to this, Elder Lie immediately released a fierce word. This kind of woman must not stay. For ulterior motives, one set in front of people, one set behind. When Henry gets back, tell him all about it. As soon as Elder Lee's words fell, a sentence came from behind him. Tell me what? Henry stepped into the garden, taking with him Winnie, whom he met at the gate. As soon as Master Lee turned around and saw the two of them standing together, the anger in his eyes intensified. Winnie lowered her eyes. Just Dana broadcast that recording, said those words. She and Henry heard. She did not explain, nor did she want to. If Henry hadn't insisted on letting her in, she would have taken a taxi back to her apartment by now. It's just a recording. What does it prove? Henry walked over, a few smiles curling between his thin lips. The fact that she risked her life to save S in plain sight that day would not be a lie. He watched her undergo life-saving surgery in the hospital. No one is stupid enough to use his life to play a play. What's more, Winnie has Kerr to look after. She really doesn't need to do that. Henry, is it still true that I falsified and slandered her? These are the words that she said herself. Dana looked at Henry in disbelief. He has always valued evidence and taken the facts as his primary focus. How can he overturn his bottom line over and over again for Winnie? The man just listened to the words without any half-hearted emotion on his face. I only believe in the facts as I see them. Henry's answer was the best protection for Winnie. However, after Master Lee heard this, he gave Winnie a more and more wary glance. That look is full of disgust. Winnie clenched her lips. Henry, I'd better go back first. She did not want to remain here and accept these unfounded accusations and suspicions. She didn't do anything wrong. Wait, Elder Lee suddenly called out to her. Winnie paused in her steps and reluctantly turned around. She is, after all, an employee of the night group. From now on, you can work at nights, and what we said last time we met, you can pretend I didn't say that. Master Lee leaned on his crutches and walked step by step towards the villa. But there is one thing, you can't appear in the Knight family. This is the bottom line for Master Lie. However, this sentence alone is tacit approval for Winnie to be able to stay by Henry's side. Dana was confused, couldn't care about anything, and immediately caught up with Master Lee, saying with resignation, how could you allow her to stay in the company, in case she is detrimental to Ez again in the future? Didn't I tell you? She can't appear in the Lie family. But Dana didn't know what to say and looked back at Henry and Winnie behind her with a frown on her face. I will not allow anyone to touch the bloodline of our Lee family, and if she really dares to do that, even if she runs to the ends of the earth, the Lee family will find her. Elder Lee's voice was calm and strong, and after he finished, he looked meaningfully at Dana. This engagement party went wrong. Your parents are justifiably worried about your reputation, but you shouldn't be too eager to force Henry to resist. Dana's face slowly changed. She knew that sooner or later, Master Li would know that her father had united several companies and put pressure on the Li group together, but she didn't expect it to be so soon. Elder Li gave a deep sigh. Thinking of some past events from many years ago, he did not let Dana assist him again and walked into the villa alone and slowly. After Master Li left, Winnie stood in the same place for a while and couldn't figure it out. Why did Li Dong suddenly change his mind? Henry just frowned at her and didn't say anything for a long time. His gaze was impenetrable to Winnie, as if he was hiding a lot of unspoken words. But at least, she won't be somehow thrown out of the company, and as for the Li family, she really isn't interested. Henry's face sank and he took a step toward her. His angular face was filled with mixed emotions. Night. The next second, Winnie's arm was pulled by him. She looked stunned, looking at the man who was getting closer and closer. Just now, Master Li also asked her to keep a distance from Henry, so thinking, Winnie immediately backward. But Henry did not give her any chance to escape. Wrist force dragged her to his face. "Do you know what you just did?" Winnie blinked and shook her head in disbelief. She was inexplicably questioned by Master Li, and when she wanted to leave, she was told that she could stay and work at Li's in the future. "Your family talks upside down. I can't guess. Maybe only Dana can guess what you guys are thinking." "You." Henry's fingers tightened slightly, and the deeper meaning between his eyebrows intensified, but he said nothing after all, shaking off Winnie's arm and striding away. Winnie did not dare to hesitate and also rushed to follow. "Henry, can you give me a lift on your way?" "Take your own cab." The man just waved off 4 words and drove away. Winnie was left alone at the front door of the Li family. She looked at the walkway in front of the villa and sighed silently. She had a feeling in her heart that Henry seemed angry. But wasn't she the one who was brought to the Li family for a reprimand and left at the gate? Why should he be angry? Winnie walked alone down the villa area towards the avenue, thoughts racing through her mind. The phone rang a few times. She looked at the memo name and picked it up. "Hello, Wang Qing." They haven't been in touch since they met at the class reunion. Thinking about what Fang Yi said to himself that day, Winnie pursed her lips. They have been friends for so many years. She really did not want to let this kind of thing affect their relationship. "Winnie, where are you? Can you come over and help me? I really don't know what to do." Wang Qing cried on the other side of the phone. "The senior is drunk on this side of the bar street and won't leave." Winnie frowned. "This kind of thing," she went, "and what can help? If you're in the neighborhood, can you come over? He's really drunk and keeps yelling your name." Hearing this, Winnie felt even more unable to go. "Wang Qing, you'd better find someone else. Some time ago, in order to help you and actively facilitate the contract with the night group, he has already offended all his colleagues in the company. I really don't know who else to turn to." When the words came to this point, Winnie had no way to refuse. After asking for the address, she said she knew. On the other end of the phone, Fang Yi sat soberly across from Wang Qing. What did she say? Wang Qing tugged the corner of her mouth and smiled faintly. "She'll be here soon." Her eyes fell on Fang Yi's face, looking at his smile because Winnie promised to come, and her eyes darkened a little. "Wang Qing, I really have to thank you, otherwise I wouldn't know what excuse I could use to see her in the future." Fang Yi hung his head, chagrined that he had been too hasty that day. He must have scared Winnie when he acted like that. Wang Qing looked at Fang Yi and took out a box of medicine from his bag and pushed it in front of him. "As long as she drinks this, she will definitely be very cooperative with you, and when the time comes, you will be able to get together." Wang Qing hooked her lips and saw Fang Yi's face bewildered. "Senior, haven't you always wanted to get her? This is the fastest way. But I would prefer that she come to her senses and accept me." Fang Yi clutched the glass with a hesitant look. Wang Qing got up with her bag. "I just told her that you drank a lot of wine. You slightly drink a few glasses. Do not reveal." After saying that, she walked out quickly. Outside the glass window, Wang Qing looked back at Fang Yi and saw him put the box of medicine in his bag and bit his lips tight. Then, dialed Henry's number. Wang Qing knew that Fang Yi didn't have much to drink, but just in case, he was given that drug. It does not make people hallucinate anything, but at most, some drowsiness. Soon, Winnie arrived at the bar and saw Fang Yi sitting alone in a card table, passed out from drinking and lying on the table. She called Wang Qing, but no one ever answered. "Fang Yi?" Winnie shouted twice, but Fang Yi looked like he was unconscious from drinking. "Hello, can you help me take him to a nearby hotel?" Winnie pulled in a male waiter and opened her mouth to ask. "This?" Winnie directly stuffed a few hundred to the other side. "I'll pay for the room." "Okay, no problem. I'll clean up that side and come right over." The waiter cheerfully agreed. Winnie sighed and sat down opposite Fang Yi. Seems to hear a voice around him. Fang Yi slowly raised his head to see Winnie's face and immediately sobered up a lot. "Winnie." "I did that before. It was really an impulse. I hope you won't be angry with me." "You've had too much to drink. Drink some water to clear your head. I'll have them send you to the hotel later." Winnie raised her hand and poured him a glass of ice water. No matter what, Fang Yi has helped her before. She can't be so ungrateful and leave him here alone. Fang Yi nodded and also pushed another glass of water in front of Winnie. "Can you have a drink with me?" Winnie happened to be a little thirsty and drank in without much thought. And outside the bar door, a limousine was parked on the street. In the car, the man's cold gaze watched the two of them, his knuckles slowly tightening. Winnie persuaded Fang Yi a few more times, but he was getting more and more emotional. It's not. Fang Yi pushed away the glass of ice water because of the reason of drinking, standing up. The movement is sluggish. Winnie, I really want to talk to you properly. I like you for so many years, have never had the courage to confess to you. Each time through the strength of the wine, even I myself are a little despised myself. Fang Yi smiled bitterly and looked at Winnie with even deeper affection. Winnie instantly got up. I just think of you as a friend and we won't develop any other relationship between us. Why? Fang Yi was very frustrated. He stood there, looking disheveled, and said, They all say you and Henry, but I know you're not that kind of person. You wouldn't do anything for money, much less sell yourself out, would you? Do anything for money? Winnie laughed, the light in her eyes completely swallowed by the darkness. You misunderstand. I am the kind of woman who will do anything for money. I will even sell myself and have children for others. Fang Yi's entire body was confused. Aren't you all curious as to why I disappeared without a trace after I graduated? Because That's enough. A figure suddenly appeared behind him and took Winnie away directly. This is the second time he has helped her out of this situation. Winnie was taken to the car by him, and for some reason, there was a bit of a trance in front of her eyes. Go to the nearest hotel. Henry looked at her face and frowned slightly, reaching out to probe her forehead. Sure enough, he guessed right. Just that person did not know what to give her to drink. You're out there all by yourself, just. Before he could finish his sentence, Winnie tugged on his trench coat and planted herself in his arms. That moment, the man's wet temper is lost. He could only support Winnie with his hand to avoid her falling down from sitting unsteadily. Henry carried her into the hotel lobby and opened a suite in his name. Winnie's whole body would curl up in his arms, and her body would shiver from time to time, but she would also keep mumbling something to herself when Henry dropped her on the bed. The man stood by the bed, frowning at her. If he hadn't gotten the call to rush over, she would have, tonight. Henry's mind always goes back to the words that Winnie just said at the bar. She will do anything for money. The man's thin lips hooked up while walking over to help her change her jacket, while saying, Obviously not that kind of person, but still have to play hard to act. As soon as the words left his mouth, the person on the bed opened his eyes. Henry paused in his movements, now tugging at Winnie's jacket with one hand, so close between two people. He subconsciously tried to explain, however, Winnie reached out and hooked her hand around his neck. His sanity slowly dissipated. After a night out, Winnie felt cold and couldn't stop leaning into the embrace beside her. She even had to put her hands and feet all over that person. The next second, her eyes snapped open. Into the eye is a man's bronze chest and then a white bed sheet, and she immediately sobered up and tried to remember what had happened yesterday. But she couldn't get up in time before Henry pulled her back. Overhead was the man's lazy, brooding voice. I haven't slept enough. Winnie blushed. She only remembered that she was taken by Henry to the car, and what happened after that, she had no recollection of it at all. But again, it seems to have had that kind of dream. For a while, Winnie could not distinguish between dream and reality. Her breathing was getting more and more rapid, and after being held by the man for a while, she didn't even react to what was going on. Henry slowly opened his eyes. The harsh light was replaced by a few moments of gentleness. He looked down at the woman in his arms. What do you want for breakfast? I'm not hungry. His natural voice of inquiry made Winnie even more embarrassed. It shouldn't be this natural relationship between them, she said, withdrew from his embrace and got up to dress piece by piece. Henry turned sideways, his eyes slightly sunken, watching her every movement. Noticing his gaze, Winnie instantly turned around and walked quickly into the bathroom. She didn't want to ask anything. She knew very well that Henry was not that kind of person. After Winnie washed up, she realized that the room was empty of Henry, and a note was left on the bedside table. Breakfast will be delivered to the room later. I'll go to the office first. A few simple sentences and no explanation of what happened last night. Winnie sighed and sat down on the double bed. The room still seemed to smell like a man's body. She opened her phone only to see several messages. All from Wang Qing. Said he would apologize to her. I'll be waiting for you downstairs at your office. Winnie frowned, thought about it slightly, packed away breakfast with the hotel, and took a taxi to the night group. Last night, it was Wang Qing who called her first and asked her to help. But when she arrived at the bar, only Fang Yi was there, and then later, she was so dizzy she couldn't remember anything. As soon as Winnie got out of the car, Wang Qing hurriedly came over. Winnie. Her eyes were red, as if she had been crying for a long time, and as soon as she saw Winnie, her tears fell again. Where did you go yesterday? Winnie opened her mouth first. Some things it is better to say clearly, and she does not want to be counted behind her back all the time. I went to buy sobriety pills for my senior, but when I went back to the bar, he suddenly... Wang Qing cried and cryptically said. Later, we stayed overnight in a hotel. Wang Qing bit her lips tightly. That was my first time, although I like him a lot, but I didn't think about being in that situation. The more she talked, the sadder she became, pulling Winnie and refusing to let go. What are you telling me that for? That's your business, you guys talk about it. Winnie's tone got a few degrees colder. Wang Qing saw her reaction and shook her head uncontrollably. Yesterday he was so drunk, all because of you, and later probably also mistook me for that kind of thing. Winnie, you won't blame me, right? Winnie shook her head. She never wanted to accept Fang Yi's confession. But Wang Qing is still able to help Fang Yi explain in this way now, making Winnie a little intolerant. Also a woman, she can understand how hard it is in Wang Qing's heart. Have you eaten breakfast? Winnie took her to the small garden on the east side of the office and brought out the breakfast she had brought out from the hotel. Wang Qing lowered her head and ate slowly. But suddenly, I noticed the bag in which the breakfast was packed. King's Run Hotel? Winnie, you stayed out there too last night? Winnie's expression didn't change, and she hummed. Wang Qing picked up the sandwich and ate 2 bites, and then casually asked, I heard the barman say yesterday that it was a man who went to pick you up. Henry. Winnie did not hesitate and gave a direct answer. How did Henry happen to be in that bar at that time? Henry, what a coincidence. A smile returned to Wang Qing's face. I really didn't expect that Henry would be so nice to you. When making that call to Henry, Wang Qing was hung up on without saying a few words. She thought Henry wouldn't bother, but didn't expect. So it seems likely that Winnie was with Henry last night. Winnie, you and Henry. Yesterday, you were the one who called Henry, right? Winnie sipped her coffee and glanced at Wang Qing. Wang Qing froze on the spot. I don't even have his phone number. How could I call him? Besides, I'm not familiar with him either. That's true. Henry's contact information, or she asked several newspaper reporters and paid for it. She also took a gamble. But the facts just prove that there is indeed something between Winnie and Henry. Otherwise, Henry could not have gone to pick up Winnie in that situation. Winnie nodded. I was just asking in passing. She handed the other cup of coffee to Wang Qing. You'd better find a chance to talk to him properly. To me, you have nothing to apologize for. Last night, if there wasn't something wrong with the glass of water she drank, she couldn't have no memory of it at all. Winnie didn't even know if she should be glad that last night, the person who went to her was Henry. Or else. Her expression was extraordinarily calm as she turned around and walked into the night building. Wang Qing looked at the cup of coffee and breathed a sigh of relief. Take out your phone and take a picture of that hotel bag. Winnie just entered the office. He-Ming received the news and immediately rushed over. I was just about to call you. Come with me quickly. What is it? Henry told her to get ready for work again next week, and Winnie thought nothing was going to happen today. Something went wrong with the project with Shengyu Group. He-Ming took Winnie to the development site while telling her the specifics. Since Winnie quit that project, Shengyu Group is constantly looking for things, and every now and then to change a person in charge, so that when the final review, the amount of the project book all cannot be correct. Henry's having a tantrum over there right now. He-Ming gripped the steering wheel and felt nervous thinking about Henry's fury. Winnie wrote down the key points He-Ming said, and then immediately searched the internet for the recent movements of this project. Suddenly it was discovered that Shengyu Group had released a statement last week, highlighting that the completion of this project might be delayed. This matter, have they communicated with the company? Winnie didn't really understand the process issues here, but according to common sense, since it was a joint cooperation between the two companies, any message publicly released by Shengyu Group should be approved by Knights. Such a unilateral act already involves a breach of contract. But the project was going well before, so why would Shengyu Group make trouble at this time? He-Ming looked at the time, turned the steering wheel, and drove into the parking lot. These days, many companies are following the trend of trouble. Probably all the Ning Group side is fanning the flames. Winnie occasionally looks at the company's employee group, and indeed there are some such tidbits of information. Saying that Henry's engagement to Dana was broken, the Ning family side was angry and wanted Henry to give a statement. However, if you use this way, is it too mean? They took the elevator upstairs together, and just as they reached the door, they heard the voice of the project manager of Shengyu Group coming from inside. Henry, you can't say that. Our company has been actively cooperating from the beginning of the project until now, and now the information doesn't match. We can't be blamed for it all. That manager set out a clear attitude of shifting the responsibility. Not only did our company change people, but didn't you also change the person in charge before? We have reason to suspect that this information has been incorrect since that time. He-Ming glanced at Winnie. Winnie took a deep breath and knocked on the door. If she doesn't show up again, I'm afraid that the people of Shengyu Group will put all the blame on her. Henry wrinkled his eyebrows slightly and looked in the direction of the door. Seeing Winnie walk in, the coldness on his face intensified. In the next second, the people of Shengyu Group recognized Winnie. Manager, she is the assistant Wen. Someone whispered to remind. The project manager of Shengyu Group did not expect Winnie to come so quickly, and all of a sudden, his expression changed. If it's just Henry here, they have plenty of reasons to shirk their responsibilities. But now... Winnie looked politely at the other party. Hi, I'm Winnie, who was in charge of this project before, and I just happened to hear what you said in the hallway, but I don't think it's our company's responsibility. Now that you're out of the program, say whatever you want. The manager shot a cold look at Winnie. They did research on Winnie before they came. a person without any qualifications and background, easily into the lees, but also in charge of their project, it can be seen that those outside the gossip is not all false. Otherwise, how could Henry not avoid suspicion at all, and now keep her in the company? Generally, this situation, those big bosses will have an ambiguous relationship with the female employees dismissed it. They decided that Winnie came over today because she was backed up by Henry and didn't have any skills. But when Winnie spoke, that manager immediately regretted what he had just said. When I withdrew from the project, the amount of your company's input was already not this amount. According to the expected target of 1 month, the problem appeared in Shengyu. In fact, no matter what the amount of this information actually is, Shengyu Group has already touched our company's interests by unilaterally disclosing the progress of the project. Sometimes you can't pass the buck with a few simple words, can you? Winnie then took out her phone and showed the project manager a screenshot of the news she found on the web. Perhaps they thought that Knight would not pay attention to such tidbits of information, but Winnie happens not to be the type of curmudgeonly employee they see. Sometimes the use of such a way but can achieve the unexpected effect. Sure enough, as soon as Winnie's words fell, that manager's expression changed. I think you guys don't want to make things too stiff. After all, if you really want to pursue the party at fault, Shengyu definitely. Before she finished speaking, the manager immediately got up and apologized to Henry, and that everything that just happened was just a misunderstanding. The project is now at the most important stage of closing. We are also to be able to better solve the problem. There is money to be earned. Who will not earn it? That manager smiled and signed the contract in a crisp manner, and also promised on the spot that he would always supervise his staff and complete the full settlement of the project before the contracted date. Winnie confirmed the other party's signature and put the document in order to hand it to He-Ming. That should do it. Still, you have a solution, He-Ming said from the bottom of his heart. So many experienced employees are the Shengyu Group's headache, but the results are Winnie 3 words to solve the problem. If word of this spreads around the company, there can't be any more gossip questioning Winnie's abilities. Only when the people from Shengyu Group left, Henry got up and headed out. He-Ming and Winnie immediately followed. Henry glanced sideways at Winnie and tried to say something. He-Ming had a good eye and took the initiative to say, "Henry, I'll go ahead and drive." Henry treated Winnie as what attitude? He-Ming see clearly. Winnie also felt that Henry had something to say, and she pursed her lips as she thought about everything that had happened last night. This time, are you going to say it's adults taking what they want too? He said a word, Winnie stunned. She did not have the confidence to answer comfortably. Too many things have happened during this time, and she has to admit that for the man in front of her, she has developed an inexplicable sense of dependence. But he has a fiancée. Leaving aside how their relationship is, it is also a fact that she and Henry each have a child. Even if the children get along well, Winnie feels that everything is not as easy as they think. She doesn't speak, and Henry isn't in a hurry to say anything. The car pulled up in front of them, and Henry received a phone call from the hospital. After hearing a few words from the other side, the man frowned and let He-Ming go back to the company first, and he rushed over with Winnie. That hospital, the private hospital where Winnie gave birth at the time. After several years of renovation and remodeling, even the name of the hospital has changed. When Winnie got out of the car, she just felt a little familiar. She looked at Henry suspiciously, only to see him blushing deeply and striding up the steps, and Winnie had to follow. "Mr. Henry, we have absolutely not revealed any information about you, but those guys seem to have found out something." The dean personally received them and said with some difficulty, "We absolutely follow the process and regulations to keep the privacy of our patients completely confidential, but..." The dean took out a packet of information and handed it to Henry. "Read it for yourself. Someone wants to report this story, saying that when that child came back from the dead, it was a miracle in medical history. I've explicitly rejected them, but it looks like they won't take it lying down. The only thing the hospital can do in this regard is to keep it confidential." The dean asked Henry to come over, but also to skim off the blame. In case the matter is one day made public, he did not want the hospital to be involved. Winnie listened on the sidelines, bewildered. Henry read that information and then put it back directly to the side. "I know. I will check well to find out who is so curious about this matter. Besides, you don't need to worry. That child is healthy now and won't bring any trouble to your hospital." Winnie blinked, mistaking the child Henry was talking about for S. Could it be that when ES was born, the situation was also dangerous? Then I'm relieved. The dean got up and sent them out the door. I just met the head nurse who has worked in this hospital for many years in the hallway. She was the one who took Winnie and the swaddled baby to the station in the first place. The moment they brushed past, that head nurse bowed her head slightly and greeted the dean. Winnie, however, thought she looked very familiar. She took a dozen steps ahead and suddenly felt something was wrong. But when I wanted to go back and ask, the head nurse had already entered the office. Henry took her reaction in, didn't stop or rush her, but continued on his way out. "Henry, I seem to have just met someone I know. Can I go back?" Winnie had to think about it, but also think this thing is a little strange. The man looked at her and said softly a good word. Winnie immediately turned around and ran back to the hospital. Watching her back, Henry clutched the information packet in his hand. 7 years ago, Winnie would not have been born prematurely, but she accidentally fell down the steps before she was rushed to the hospital. And after Winnie's birth, there were people from the Ning family who came to this hospital many times and offered to take a stake in the hospital that they invested in. Why are they so interested in this hospital? Is it a coincidence, or is it that the Ning family is trying to hide something? Winnie ran to the door of the dean's office and just met the head nurse. She immediately pulled the other party. Do you still remember me? 7 years ago, I gave birth to a pair of twins. One of them was barely breathing at first because it was premature. It was you who helped us, mother and child, and even sent us to the station. This kindness Winnie will remember for the rest of her life. Hearing her say that, head nurse smiled and shook her head. Ma'am, I have to work with many surgeries every day. I really can't remember, but if that's the case, that child is really lucky. Don't you remember? Winnie was a little frustrated. She also thought that she might be able to know the person who approached her for a surrogate in the first place. The head nurse took another good look at Winnie, and still nothing struck her. I'm sorry. We have too many pregnant women discharged from the hospital on our side. Okay, thanks. Winnie sighed and headed for the hospital doors. She had just gotten into the elevator when the head nurse remembered. It's the twin premature babies, and she wondered then why the two children were discharged separately. And Winnie was crying and begging her to never tell anyone about this child being alive. When the head nurse tried to chase her out, she could no longer see Winnie. From her second-floor window, she saw Winnie get into Henry's car. They're not. After considering it, the head nurse felt that what she thought up might not matter to Winnie anymore. She's already back with the baby's father, I think. On the way back to the apartment, all Winnie could think about was the day she gave birth to Kerr. The car just stabilized. I saw Yoon running out with S in her arms, sweating profusely. Winnie was busy pushing open the car door. What's going on? Since Kerr was discharged from the hospital, there has never been any discomfort, so how could it be like this today? I just came back from buying groceries and saw him lying alone on the sofa, and I called out to him several times, but there was no response. Yoon had heard Henry explain before that Kerr was not well. Get in the car and go to the hospital. The man shouted from the car. Winnie did not dare to delay and immediately held Kerr from Yoon's hand. They drove all the way to the nearest children's hospital, and on the way, Henry gave a call to Shangguan Xian. My son is sick. That's all he said. In the back seat, Winnie froze for 2 seconds, thinking that maybe it was too much time to explain to Shangguan Xian more before he said that first. Upon arrival at the hospital, Henry rushed to the emergency department with Kerr in his arms. His expression looked calmer than Winnie's, but in reality, his heart had long been in a panic. Sir, that's the operating room over there. Excuse me, families, please wait outside. The nurse stopped Henry and closed the door to the operating room. Winnie witnessed Henry sighing with relief and sitting on a bench in the hallway. In that moment, she almost thought that it was S who was sent to the emergency operating room, and not her son, Kerr. While waiting for Kerr to treat her, Winnie's whole body was confused. Kerr had just undergone surgery not long ago, so how could he faint again so soon? She regretted why she was not by his side at that time. Not long after, Shangguan Xian also rushed over. As Kerr's surgeon, he knew more about Kerr's condition than anyone else. What's the situation now? It's still in there. Henry's voice sank slightly and he glanced at Winnie without thinking. Shangguan Xian directly broadcasted a phone call to the director of pediatrics of this hospital. It was after 2 a.m. when Kerr was wheeled into the ward after a lot of tossing and turning. Mommy. Kerr lay there with a respirator buckled over his mouth, looking weakly at Winnie. He looked like anyone would be heartbroken to see. Winnie kept a tight grip on Kerr's hand, looked at his little face heartily, patted him gently one by one. Sleep, sleep, and wake up. We'll go home. After Kerr's successful surgery, she thought she would never experience anything like this again, but to her surprise, it all happened so suddenly. Outside the ward, the doctor communicated with Shangguan Xian and determined that Kerr was not suffering from post-operative complications, but from incidental fainting due to prolonged physical weakness. And will he stay like this from now on? Henry couldn't help but ask. You're the baby's father, right? Those waiting outside the operating room were usually family members, and the doctor, seeing how concerned Henry was about his child, naturally guessed. Henry didn't deny it, but just waited for the doctor to continue. The doctor pushed his glasses. This condition is unpredictable. The conservative solution is to treat it with adjuvant medication, and there are a few successful cases of secondary surgery abroad, but the chances are very small. The odds are slim? Henry's eyes sank. He disliked the word. He looked at the side of Winnie's face from the window of the ward door, and his tone heaved a few points. No matter what method I use, I want this child to live in good health. His emotion was not really emotional, but it was enough to show his attitude. After discussing with the doctor, Shangguan Xian walked over to Henry. Let Kerr go to our hospital for a full examination again in the near future. What's the worst that can happen? Henry asked in a hushed voice, not taking his eyes off of Winnie and Kerr for a moment. Frequent fainting may damage his brain and may require blood replacement if it is to be completely cured. Shang Guanxian sighed. Now these circumstances were not anticipated before he operated on Kerr. Winnie watched Kerr sleep for a while before she slowly got up and walked out of the room. Shang Guanxian had gone back, but Henry was still there, and Winnie moved over and whispered, "Today, thank you." She looked tired, and for a while it was like a dream. At this time she was so full of thoughts about Kerr's condition that she couldn't care about anything else. Looking at her like this, the man's heart was clouded with a layer of worry. If, he spoke, his voice deep, if, for example, Kerr needed to undergo one more operation to have a chance of a full recovery, would you agree? The surgical protocol just proposed by Shang Guanxian has precedence abroad, but Kerr is still young, and it will take time to find a suitable donor. Adding other risk factors to the mix, Henry considered that only Winnie was qualified to make decisions for Kerr. Another surgery? Winnie froze. Her hands twisted back and forth, hiding the nervousness and panic in her heart. She was really scared, afraid that Kerr would not last, afraid that he would not be able to walk off the operating table. Winnie lowered her head in silence, her shoulders trembling slightly. Henry looked at her and was silent. For a long time, his hands slowly caressed Winnie's shoulder, gently patting it one by one. Consider it later, there's no rush. 7 years have passed, not bad for a moment. Winnie has no more tears. She is just heartbroken that Kerr is so small and has to suffer like this. The night is getting late. Winnie was so tired that she didn't know when she fell asleep on Henry's shoulder. She drifted off to sleep, an inexplicable feeling calming her mind. It seems that no matter what happens, this man beside her will help her. By the time she opened her eyes again, it was dawn, and she was draped in Henry's suit. Winnie struggled to clear her head and got up to walk to the hospital room. Kerr sat against the hospital bed, and Henry, wearing a thin shirt with the cuffs pulled up, fed Kerr the porridge, one mouthful at a time. Hot! Kerr's eyebrows tightened and flattened his mouth. Henry hurriedly took the spoon in the air again and circled it several times, and his tone was usually much milder. Now it's not hot. Kerr tentatively tasted it and ate it in. At this rate of feeding, probably a morning will not finish such a bowl. But that moment, but deeply imprinted in Winnie's heart, she never thought that Henry had such a tender side. You can tell by the way he moves that he certainly hasn't done anything like this before. Winnie can't help but think, so when S is sick, is it all taken care of by the nanny aunt? I'll do it. She just couldn't look away, walked over and took the bowl and spoon from Henry's hand. Henry naturally got up and stepped aside. You can be given leave from today. I'll go to the office first. That was all Henry said and headed out of the ward. Winnie hurriedly put down her bowl. Kerr, Mommy will be back soon. She picked up Henry's suit and chased him out. At the very least, Winnie wanted to say thank you to him properly. However, she chased it to the hospital entrance, only to see Dana driving to pick up Henry. That instant, Winnie's feet suddenly stopped, and no longer able to move a step forward. Watching Henry get into Dana's car, Winnie woke up to the fact that the man had such an elegant and beautiful fiancée. Even if their engagement party didn't work out, he was going to marry Dana sooner or later. She nearly lost her grip on the suit in her arms. This time Henry's help to their mother and son should only be out of pity? Winnie's mind slowly became blank. The waves of the heart all faded away. She tried to mentally tell herself several times to buck up. The most important thing now is to take care of Kerr. She turned around at once and headed for the ward. Kerr had already gotten out of bed by himself and washed up. Mommy, the nurse sister just came over and said that I can be discharged and go home. Okay, Mommy will take you home. On their way back in a taxi, the radio in the car was playing the news. The president of the night group does have an illegitimate son who has been hidden for many years, some time ago, had been held hostage by an unknown person at an engagement party a few days ago, and is still under investigation. Winnie's palms went cold. The man who caused trouble in the banquet hall that day has been arrested, but why can't we find out yet? Winnie was a little worried about S. But with the strength of the Lee family, it should only be a matter of time to find out who is behind it, and with so many bodyguards in the Lee family, that kind of slip-up will not happen. So thinking, Winnie suddenly felt wrong. The people who could enter the banquet hall at that time were guests invited by the Lee and Ning families. How could there be unidentified people mixed in? Unless it is someone who hates the Knight family and deliberately arranged. The more Winnie thought about it, the more scared she felt. After taking Kerr home, she looked up a lot of things about Knight's group and Henry on the internet. It seems that the Knight family has no enemies in the city of C. But now the hearts of people are unpredictable. There will always be people who are swallowed up by the vortex of interests, and it is not impossible to retaliate against the Lee family for money. Winnie looked at the computer screen and tightened her brow. Tried to reply to that anonymous email with a message. Do you still need a picture of Henry's illegitimate son? If she takes the initiative, can she help Henry dig up some information about the people behind the curtain? Winnie had just sent out the email when Kerr sat over with fruit in his hand. He cocked his head and looked at the computer screen. Mommy, you have something on your mind, huh? No, just some things at work. Winnie shut the laptop screen without panic. Kerr nodded in seeming disbelief. Mommy, the recording we just heard in the car was about S and Uncle Handsome, right? Kerr guessed very accurately. Seeing him with a straight face, Winnie froze. She didn't think Kerr would actually know. I've seen the news yesterday, but why are they holding Es hostage? Es is so timid, he must be terrified. Kerr ate the cherry and whispered, Kerr. A terrible thought suddenly flashed through Winnie's mind, and she instantly grabbed her son's little hand. In the future, no matter who asks you about Ez and Uncle Handsome, you have to say you don't know and don't recognize them. Kerr's brow furrowed, revealing a few not in line with the age of a child's composure. Okay, I'll remember that. Winnie was relieved to hear him say that. Gathering him in her arms, she gently soothed, sometimes Mommy really doesn't know if it's right or wrong to take you back to live in Haicheng. At this time, the Sea City Ritual Banquet Restaurant. Henry got out of the car with Dana and took the elevator to the elegant room. Henry, I didn't think you'd let me pick you up. Dana smiled faintly, and she knew in her heart where Henry had been and what he had done last night. But she could care less. As long as Henry is still willing to return to her, she can even pretend that Winnie the person does not exist. Since the engagement party, Henry's attitude has been nonchalant, once making the Ning family very worried, so under the arrangement of Master Li, which led to this meeting tonight. And Henry got a call from Master Knight last night. If Henry refused to meet with the Ning family, then Winnie and her mother and son would immediately be kicked out of Sea City. The man's cold face is reflected on the elevator's mirrored door. His thin lips opened and closed with a bit of numbness in his voice. Even though the engagement party turned out to be like that, you still have nothing to tell me? Dana was stunned, hiding the panic in her beautiful eyes, and put her voice especially soft. Henry, the engagement party has passed, and no matter how it turns out, in my heart, you are already my fiancée. She doesn't care about the process, just the result. Henry narrowed his eyes, swept Dana's hand climbing his arm, indifferently turned around and walked out of the elevator. He will come today, simply to appease Master Li's heart. Henry arrived as promised, and the smiles on the faces of Mr. and Mrs. Ning Quanhai grew even wider. I basically don't watch the news these days, it's all some wild speculation. As long as they have good feelings, no need to get engaged, just get married. Ning Quanhai lifted his glass. Come on, advance wishes. Uncle. Henry's voice was deep and cold as he opened his mouth to interrupt. All of a sudden, the mood at the table changed. Elder Li immediately pulled down his face. Henry! Henry hooked the corner of his lips, side face, looking at Dana said, She waited for me 7 years, should not suffer a little aggravation, if you really want to get married that engagement party, or to do. Once she heard this, a shy smile appeared on Dana's face. She then knew that Henry still had her in mind. Dad. Ning Quanhai also smiled and agreed. Then pick another good day, Elder Li. What do you think? Master Li gave Henry a meaningful glance. Everything is regulated, and the water is in the right place. Of course, it is the best. The meal is over. Henry rode back to the Li family's old house in the same car with Master Li. I heard that you canceled your business trip. Elder Li coughed twice. The company has other plans in the interim. Henry simply returned. However, it didn't make Master Li drop his guard. You've been in the hospital with that woman's baby last night, and today, you've agreed to re-prepare your engagement party with Dana. What were you thinking? Henry collects the emotions under his eyes. Our Li family absolutely cannot become the laughingstock of Haicheng. If you insist on protecting that woman, I will only make her disappear forever. In order to protect the reputation of the Li family, Master Li is willing to do anything. The darkness outside the car made the atmosphere inside even more claustrophobic. Is that how you threatened my father too, back then? Henry slowly turned his head, his face unchanged. But I'm not like him. You. Master Li was furious, pounding his chest and coughing uncontrollably. But Henry just handed him a handkerchief and pushed open the door immediately after the car stopped. I can't tolerate that the Ning family touches my flesh and blood. Master Li understood something at once. Behind him, the driver came over to support Master Li. Master Li, however, just looked at Henry's back as he left, his voice trembling as he said, Go check, the person who held S hostage that day. Instead of spending the night at Knight's house, Henry drove to the apartment where Winnie and Kerr were staying. He was really uneasy, especially when it was found that the person who was holding S hostage had ties to the Ning family. He even thought of directly disclosing that he had 2 illegitimate children. Winnie heard the doorbell ring, draped herself in her clothes, and came out to take a look. Henry? Henry hummed indifferently and turned sideways to look at the dim light in the room. Winnie looked back and then at the time. What can I do for you at this late hour? She had no intention of inviting Henry in for coffee. The man looked at her, his thin lips pursed into a line. The emotions accumulated during this period of time almost have to be vented in this instant. All of them. Actually, Henry's frown slowly deepened, but looking at Winnie's slightly haggard face, she must not have slept much in the past 2 days, in order to take care of Kerr. If at this time, she knew the truth about that year, would she still be able to live in the apartment he arranged and stay in Haicheng without worrying? Thinking about which heavenly official Shan said that Kerr had better receive blood replacement surgery. The thoughts swirling in his head were eventually swallowed back by Henry. He was worried that Winnie wouldn't be able to accept it. Winnie looked at him suspiciously. There must be a reason for him to come over so late at night. Henry, what the hell are you going to say? The next second, she was pulled into Henry's arms, and her forehead rested directly on his shoulder. The welcoming body heat wrapped around Winnie. From the top of her head came the phrase, "I want to adopt you, conditions, you can mention whatever you want." Winnie listened to this, and for a moment suspected that her ears were out of order. She broke away from his embrace with force, and looked at the man in front of her with wide eyes, sniffing the air again. "Henry, you haven't been drinking. What are you talking about, drunk?" "I just signed a contract with you, promising to work for night all the time, but I never said that I wanted to work with you. Moreover, aren't you getting married soon?" Winnie finished and looked away. Her heart was beating overwhelmingly, and her reason told her over and over again in her mind that she had to stay awake. She will no longer do anything to sell herself for money. Even Henry can't change her mind. The man in front of her just looked at her for a long time and threw down a sentence in a gentle tone. "I have a lot of time and can wait for you to think about it slowly." After he finished, he turned around and entered the elevator. Late at night, he came and went, but disturbed Winnie's heart. She hugged the blanket, her mind swirled with what Henry had just said, and his expression didn't look like he was joking. Winnie wrinkled her brow. Are their rich people's preferences so strange? She's a single mother with a child, and he actually. Winnie took a deep breath. No, it was enough for her to have Kerr. Getting involved with someone like Henry was not half as good for her. Not to mention, he couldn't have made that request because he liked her. She stayed up almost all night, leaving Kerr in the care of Yun, and Winnie went to work at nights. The only way to pay Henry back for his money and favors was to work hard. Just after finishing the office, Xiaoli hurried over to her. "Winnie, come over and help us organize the banners and some things to set up the venue." "Okay, no problem." Winnie followed Lee to the secretary's office and saw balloons scattered all over the place. The printer was still typing documents, and several people in the secretary's office were busy and dizzy. "This, and this, move them together to the conference room. Don't stand still, you guys. Hurry up and put up the banner." Winnie helped out while asking a few questions and realized that today was the internal tour day of the night group. Several companies that have a year-round cooperation with Knights will send representatives to attend, and because Henry will definitely attend, more than 80% of the visiting group are senior executives of major companies, or even people above the level of vice president. Everyone in the secretary's office was on standby. Fear of which link is wrong, we all follow the deduction of bonuses suffer. We originally thought that with that kind of incident at Henry's house, this year's visiting day would be cancelled, but we didn't expect to receive news at the last minute this morning that Li Dong would also personally attend. So it's really busy. Xiaoli hung the banner and complained incessantly. Winnie oh so slightly and picked up the pace. At 9:40 a.m., the conference room was almost full of senior executives who came to visit. Winnie stood at the door with the secretary's office and did the guiding. When Master Li brought Dana along with him, he saw her at a glance, and Master Li narrowed his eyes and pretended not to see. A woman who grabs the limelight in front of people is too fickle-minded for Henry. In contrast, a gentle and elegant one like Dana is more to Master Li's liking. Winnie didn't notice this and looked down to organize the promotion materials. Henry listened to He-Ming's report while walking towards the conference room. There is still a shortage of an interpreter, and Mr. Wu, the vice president of Senya, is a returned Chinese, He-Ming said. Originally, he could have gone over to cooperate, but he was also responsible for the overall process and was distracted. Dana just happened to hear that one, turned around, and suggested, "Let Winnie go." Henry paused in his steps. His eyes slowly fell on Winnie next to him, but moved away the next second. His voice was colder than his face. She has been in the company for too short a time and does not have enough seniority. And Winnie has only been responsible for the text translation work, not done real-time translation. Once the problem, the impact is the whole A. He will not gamble with the company's image. I believe that you see people's vision. Since she is your broken recruitment of employees, naturally have the ability to perform, and I believe that she is so smart, will be able to complete the task successfully. When the time comes, can give her another promotion. The end of the year bonus doubled. Dana said with a smile and also walked up to Winnie. "Would you like to work for the company for once?" Assistant Winnie. Winnie bowed her head, not knowing how to answer. She didn't want to be in the limelight, she just came over to help. Elder Knight, on crutches, frowned and glanced at Henry as he walked step by step toward the conference room. This is the result of Henry's insistence on keeping Winnie. With Dana's personality, it is absolutely impossible to put a time bomb beside yourself that will explode at any time. She will definitely not rest until Winnie is kicked out of Knights. Dana took the initiative to reach out and pull Winnie. "I believe that you will be able to do it, He-Ming. Bring the information of Mr. Wu's company to Winnie." Then she turned over and took Henry's arm. "It's time for us to go in too." Winnie only had to take the information handed over by He-Ming. Her heart was all over the place. She does not understand the process of the visit day at all, in case there is a problem in the translation later. "Winnie, cheer up." She said it to herself many times in her mind, then brushed the edge of the door and entered the conference room as the employee was about to close it. Winnie, according to the location of each company, soon found the Vice President Wu. age in the upper 40s, looks svelte. Only the eyes will fall from time to time on the legs of the female employees coming and going. Winnie let out a low sigh and walked over to introduce herself. Vice President Wu, I'm Winnie, who is in charge of the translation today. Vice President Wu raised his head, looked up and down at Winnie for a while, and surprisingly got up directly and gave Winnie a hug. Great, I just love working with a lady as good-looking as you. Winnie barely managed to pull out a smile, trying to keep the distance between her and him. When Vice President Wu let go of his hand, he also fondly touched Winnie's arm. Winnie was repulsed, but could only sit quietly to the side of Vice President Wu. She was just the assistant employee in charge of translation. Even if this person really did something to her, no one would believe her words in such an occasion. Winnie prayed silently in her heart, hoping that everything would end quickly. Assistant Wen, where are you from? A native of Haicheng. Winnie answered simply and directly. Vice President Wu raised his eyebrows as if he was very satisfied. I have always felt that the women of Haicheng are particularly attractive. Winnie looked at the information in her hands and stopped talking. Because they were speaking Spanish, and because VP Wu was just a little warm to Winnie, not overly so, it didn't draw undue attention from anyone. Except for Henry, who has just taken his seat. The hand under his suit cuffs slowly tightened and his face sank. Dana sat right next to him and looked over at him with a smile. Henry, it's almost time to start. Henry averted his eyes and gave Heeming a wink, signaling that it was time to begin. The whole tour and explanation process lasted for nearly 3 hours. The vice president's executives of each group were satisfied with the arrangement of Night Group, and several companies even stated on the spot that they would add funds for the next quarter's projects. Winnie also did her best to translate for Vice President Wu. Only, every few sentences she translated, Vice President Wu had to bring the topic to other things. Vice President Wu, our company will focus on developing the intelligent office field in the future. Miss Wen, I will stay in Haicheng for the last few days. Do you have time to accompany me around? Winnie frowned and did not answer, but continued with the translation. At this point, the tour meeting was nearing its end. Several companies had left one after another, and the scene was not as quiet as it had been earlier. Enough of that, let's talk a little bit about something interesting. As he spoke, his hand peeked under the table to explore Winnie's leg. Vice President Wu, please behave yourself. Winnie Tang stood up. She has endured long enough, but this scum see her not say anything, more and more aggressive. She suddenly shouted, attracting the attention of many people who had not left the scene. Vice President Wu coughed awkwardly and his face sank, looking like he was accusing Winnie. What are you doing? I just accidentally bumped into you, and it was clearly you who took the initiative to lean towards my side. His eyes became more and more revealing as he surveyed Winnie. A woman like you, for nothing, I wouldn't even touch. What he said afterwards was all in Spanish. Winnie's heart was thumping, and she wanted to drop all the papers in her hand directly on this man's ugly face. But she couldn't do that. She was an employee of Knight's, and once she argued with the other party publicly, it would tarnish the company's image. There is only one way in front of her, and that is to endure. Henry had already walked out with a few partners. Dana came back from dropping off Master Lee and saw the scene. She let the other employees coordinate the atmosphere in the conference room and then walked over. What's going on? Assistant Winnie, Dana asked, staring at Winnie. Is fine. Nothing. Then you're shouting in the conference room. What do you want? Dana acted as if she was the hostess of Knights and apologized to Vice President Wu instead of Winnie. I'm really sorry. Our employee lost her temper for a moment and affected your mood tonight. I'll let her personally go to your house and make amends to you. Winnie frowned and opened her mouth to refuse. That Vice President Wu smiled happily when he heard that, looked at Dana appreciatively, and replied in unskilled Chinese, That's certainly good. Winnie's face was white with anger. This scum clearly understands Chinese. Due to the situation, she still has to make what should be said clear. Miss Dana, just now I was just... But Dana wouldn't even hear her out. Go to the secretary's office and request a car, and for these 2 days you will take care of Vice President Wu exclusively, and the company will be responsible for all expenses. Dana continued. One sentence, all to push Winnie towards Vice President Wu. Seeing Dana so sensible that Vice President Wu's face was piled with smiles, Winnie pestled in place, her eyes sinking a little. She wanted to tell the truth, but who would believe her? As long as that Vice President Wu adds a few words, everyone will think it is Winnie herself who is backwards and has to act out this drama. Dana asked the other employees to send Vice President Wu to the restaurant for dinner first, turned back, and walked to Winnie. The purpose of the company's visit day is to maintain the relationship with the partners. No matter what the truth of the matter is, you must endure it for the sake of the company, understand? Winnie bit her lips tightly. Miss Dana, you'd better send someone else to take care of him. I can't do it. Heh. Dana laughed sarcastically. If you can't do that, you can pack up and go. After Henry finished chatting with other company executives and returned to the conference room, he heard what Heeming had just said, and his cold eyes gazed at the 2 people in the conference room. At the same time, Winnie felt his sight, and her head hung lower. In some ways, there is nothing wrong with the way Dana handled the situation. Winnie clutched the folder in her hand so hard that she couldn't say a word. What is she going to do? Really accompany that Vice President Wu for 2 days? Dana watched her reaction with satisfaction. Now that you understand, go and do it properly. Don't let the rest of the company think that you are always under special care. Henry clearly heard Dana's words and saw Winnie's reaction. He didn't go straight up to stop it, but stood hesitantly in the doorway. Dana turned around and saw Henry in the doorway and immediately put a smile on her face. Henry, when did you get back? Let's go to the restaurant too. When she noticed that Henry's eyes were all on Winnie, she naturally explained, just now, assistant when offended Vice President Wu of Shangyi Group, I arranged for her to. She's traveling with me tomorrow and won't have time to accept other work. He Ming, arrange someone else. A slow sentence from the man overturned everything Dana had said. Dana stood there, unable to laugh. Henry, the company will gossip if you do this. She did the wrong thing. She should be allowed to make amends. The Henry she used to know never had such a distinction between public and private. Because of a Winnie, has he disregarded his principles? The tickets have been booked. Henry just threw down this sentence and turned to leave. Henry! Dana stomped her foot in exasperation and followed quickly. Seeing this, He Ming went over and explained to Winnie the arrangements for the business trip. Henry's really letting me travel with him? Winnie frowned, thinking Henry was just making a casual remark to help her out. He Ming thought about it briefly and nodded his head. Yes, that's right, it was arranged a long time ago. I was going to tell you about it. He Ming finished and squeezed out a smile. Then go eat. I'll email you the specific arrangements later. Is fine. Thanks. Winnie sighed with relief and took the file back to her office. After such a scene, she was not in the mood to eat, simply ordered a set meal and stayed in the office. When He Ming saw her leave, he immediately took out his phone and booked a flight for Winnie. Henry pushed open the door to his office and had just untied his tie, intending to take a break when Dana followed him in. Henry, you never used to be like this. What's wrong with you? She thought that his promise to re-prepare the engagement party meant that he would give up tangling with Winnie, but to her surprise, he still wanted to protect Winnie. You also know the reputation of that Vice President Wu. Are things really what he says they are? Henry's eyes sank slightly and asked in a cold voice. Dana took a deep breath. No matter what the truth of the matter is, this matter is caused by Winnie. She should be responsible for the aftermath. Otherwise, how can other employees do things in the future? That's Knight's problem. His reaction to that moment tore Dana's heart apart. Okay, let's pretend I didn't just say anything, so take the time to listen to this. Is a woman like her really worthy of you defending her? Her approaching you was premeditated from the start. After Dana left, Henry opened the recorder she left behind and listened to it with a slight frown. He grimaced and locked the recorder into a drawer. Is it really Winnie conspiring with someone to hold us hostage? No, she has no reason to do that. But this recording, how to explain? Henry took out his phone and read the message that Sheng Guangjian sent him last night. There has been a successful case of blood replacement surgery abroad. That attending physician named Parker will hold a seminar in Dezhou next week. If you can hire him, then the chances of success of Kerr's surgery will be greatly improved. That's another reason why he's taking Winnie on a business trip. Only if he cures Kerr's illness first can he talk to Winnie and take Kerr back to the Knight family. But now that Master Li and the Ning family are watching Winnie, he has to do something to keep Winnie safe and sound in the company. Before work, Winnie packed up the information. As soon as she walked out of the office, she ran into Henry head-on. Henry. The man gave her an indifferent look and went into the elevator. Winnie wanted to ask about the business trip and quickly followed her inside. Henry, I confirmed the address with the hotel side, but that hotel seems to be a bit far from the project company. Should we change to another one? No need. Henry replied with an expressionless face. The hotel he booked was the one Dr. Parker would stay in, and he had other arrangements besides business. Winnie nodded and didn't ask any more questions. As soon as the elevator door opened, a lot of people gathered in the lobby of the night group. Winnie followed everyone's line of sight to look over, only to see Fang Yi holding a large bouquet of roses, standing there. The bouquet is also laid out in Winnie's name. When they saw Winnie get out of the elevator, everyone started to get up in arms. Winnie, your boyfriend, huh? It's so romantic. When will we eat your wedding candy? Winnie froze, not knowing what to do. When she wanted to turn around and go back to the elevator again, Henry had already closed the door from the inside. That moment, Winnie only saw his cold to the extreme gaze, as well as a faintly penetrating a wave of anger. Winnie paused in her steps and sighed inexplicably. Fang Yi plucked up courage, holding the bouquet of flowers, and walked up to Winnie. Winnie, I know I haven't contacted you in the past few days. You must be angry with me, right? I just feel that what happened that day happened too suddenly, and I was not prepared for it. Today, I want to make a formal confession to you that I am willing to take responsibility for whatever happens. Responsible? Winnie listened in confusion. With so many people around, she had to pull Fang Yi out of the company first. What the hell are you doing? Winnie frowned and told him to put the flowers down first. Fang Yi stammered out what happened that night. I really drank too much that day before I treated you. Winnie, don't worry, I will be responsible for you to the end. Winnie listened hard to the meaning of his words and realized that he had misunderstood. He took Wang Qing, who spent that night with him at the hotel, for himself. No wonder there was a special fuss about this confession. Some things, if not explained clearly, will be more troublesome later. Winnie made up her mind, looked seriously at Fang Yi and said, "You misunderstood. That night, I did go to the bar to look for you, but I left early." "How can that be?" Fang Yi froze on the spot. He clearly remembered a woman went to the hotel room with him and did a lot of things that should not be done. If that woman wasn't Winnie, who else could it be? Winnie looked at the flowers he brought and advised in a low voice, "You should think about who you are responsible for." Fang Yi's entire body fell into silence. "Senpai, Winnie, there you are." Wang Qing hurriedly ran over and directly yanked Winnie's arm. "Winnie, the senior has been very distressed these days, do not know how to face you. You must talk it out. Do not destroy so many years of feelings." Winnie stared. It sounds as if Wang Qing knew what Fang Yi was going to say to himself, so why didn't she explain? Wang Qing, that day. "Winnie, let's go over there and talk." Wang Qing tugged her to the side to make sure Fang Yi couldn't hear her before she whispered a prayer and said, "I beg you, don't tell him that it was me who was at the hotel that night. This kind of thing can still be hidden. He said he would be responsible for the girl that night. Don't you like him?" Winnie was a little confused by Wang Qing's words and looked at her confused. "Just because I like him so much, I really can't bear the consequences of telling him the truth, Winnie. You just pretend you don't know and never tell him, okay? But now he thinks that woman is me." Winnie cried and laughed. If we continue to be so confused, things will get more and more stagnant. Winnie also does not want to help Wang Qing block for this kind of thing. "You just don't have to admit it. He was so drunk that day, he can't remember." Wang Qing said again and again, just about kneeling down for Winnie. Seeing this, Winnie sighed helplessly. "I know. Winnie, thank you. If you ever need my help in the future, I will definitely fight for you." Wang Qing pulled out a smile and dragged her back to Fang Yi. After some recollection, Fang Yi also seems to remember something. When he looked at Winnie and Wang Qing again, his eyes were filled with confusion. Who exactly was the woman that night? "Senior, Winnie said she had something else to do tonight and had to go back first. Let's send her over there to take a taxi." Wang Qing said so and winked at Winnie. Winnie followed her words and nodded. "I'll see you next time." Fang Yi wanted to say something, but he could only watch Winnie get into the cab. Seeing the cab drive out of view, Wang Qing secretly sighed with relief, looking at the oversized bouquet of roses not far away, a layer of cloudy fog under her eyes, deliberately pretending not to know, asked, "Senior, why did you buy so many roses, ah?" "Winnie turned me down. She wouldn't admit it was her that night." Fang Yi's voice was warm, revealing a few moments of frustration. I could see that he was really lost. Wang Qing pulled the corners of her mouth and said casually, "Maybe she just doesn't know how she should face you. You suddenly appeared with such a bouquet of flowers. Who will be caught off guard, right?" "Are you saying that Winnie is just shy?" Fang Yi thought so, with a renewed glow in his eyes. Wang Qing smiled lightly. "Or maybe her life is more chaotic and she doesn't mind this kind of thing at all." "No way, she's not that kind of woman. We haven't seen each other for so many years. How can you be sure that Winnie is still as innocent as she was back then?" Fang Yi was stunned. Half a day did not want to believe the second possibility. Looking at Wang Qing's gaze is also full of hesitation. "Well, I'm just saying, let's find a place to eat something. I'll help you with advice and see how you can chase Winnie." Wang Qing squeezed out a smile. In any case, she will not tell Fang Yi the truth now. She has to bet that if she is pregnant, as long as more than 3 months, Fang Yi will have to admit the child in her belly. Winnie went home and communicated with Yun to stay at home for a few days and take care of Kerr. "Mommy, you're going away on business again?" Kerr leaned against the doorway of the room and watched Winnie pack her bags. Winnie put her clothes and toiletries away, turned back around and hummed. "You have to be good and listen to your aunt, okay?" Kerr cocked his head and was silent for a few seconds. "Mommy, are you traveling with your handsome uncle?" Winnie paused in her movements and looked at her son in surprise. "How do you know?" Kerr did not answer, but looked as if he already knew the deep look. "Then you should not bring so many things." He walked over to the suitcase and picked up a few things he couldn't use. "These will be enough." Winnie blinked, feeling that Kerr knew more about traveling than she did. "I'll be good at home, don't worry." Kerr said this and went back to his room to read a book. Winnie looked back at the side of the little one's face, and how she had the inexplicable thought that Kerr looked like Henry at some point. Not the looks, but the feeling of talking and doing something. Shaking her head, shaking off that thought that shouldn't be there, she must have been too tired and rambling lately. The next morning, she set out with Henry for the city. From the moment he arrived at the airport, Henry had a cold face. It was Winnie who ran the front and back, taking care of everything such as checking luggage. Only after arriving in Tak, Winnie was told by Henry that the 5-day business trip would be compressed into 3 days. She was standing in front of the hotel with her suitcase and a dumbfounded, "Henry, did I just mishear? I've seen the schedule Ming gave me. We still have plenty of time. You don't have to be in such a hurry to meet with the partners." If he had a meeting, she would have to follow. but she was really tired after a few hours of flying. "Listen to you, or listen to me?" he said coldly, causing the air pressure between the two to sink completely. "Of course I'm listening to you." Winnie squeezed out a flattering smile. "Then why don't you move the luggage into the room?" He wrinkled his brow indifferently. Winnie had to resign herself to her fate, bowed her head, carried her suitcase, and headed for the hotel. Henry narrowed his long, narrow eyes and followed her slowly. It's not that he deliberately tortured Winnie, but this hotel has a long-term business cooperation with the night group, and it's hard to guarantee that no one will reveal anything to the company. The only way he could shut up those people was to keep Winnie busy at the hotel. And they have more free time if they can find that Professor Parker. Winnie was busy late into the night for the video conference that night and for the following days too. Except for eating and going to the bathroom, she devotes all her time and energy to her work. She was so sleepy that her eyes were lax, but she found Henry in high spirits, all dressed in a suit, negotiating with the other side as if bathed in spring air. Is this the difference between ordinary people and highly sophisticated people? Winnie yawned, clutching her papers, and waited off to the side. "Let's go." As soon as Henry finished the meeting, he immediately walked over to Winnie. Winnie heard his voice and, as if by reflex, shot up and moved forward. The man frowned and looked at the waiter who pushed the luggage cart next to him and was about to crash over. He reached out and tugged. Winnie's entire body crashed into his arms and reacted in a daze. Looking at the tired look on her face, the man swallowed back all the words of rebuke and replaced them with a rare gentleness. "Go back to your room." Winnie was just about to nod when she noticed that a number of people around her were looking at them. She immediately extricated herself from his embrace and raised her decibel to say, "Thanks, Henry." Henry withdrew his eyes and walked forward, his thin lips curving up into a gentle arc. When he traveled with He-Ming in the past, how come he didn't find work such a fun thing to do? After dinner, Winnie was in her room finishing up the report, just to send it to the company after giving it to Henry to look over. She yawned and slapped her face hard. "Concentrate on the computer screen. Next quarter, project report." However, I was still too sleepy and fell asleep on the computer desk. By the time she heard the doorbell, it was 3 hours later. "Here it comes." Winnie pulled the door open and was surprised to see Henry standing in the doorway with a cold face, blinking and asking, "Henry, is something wrong?" She looked back at the time, 11 p.m. Then, thinking of Henry's reason for looking for her, she immediately explained, "I'm writing a report. It'll be ready soon." The man looked at the keyboard marks on her face, with a few laughs in his tone. "Wipe your saliva first, then change your clothes and go downstairs. I'll meet you in the lobby." Winnie immediately covered her mouth with her hand and wiped violently. She closed the door to her room and changed her clothes while whispering, "Henry, you're a workaholic. Compressing your working hours to this extent is already a violation of the labor law, right? I really don't know how He-Ming used to put up with you." 10 minutes later, Winnie was taken by Henry to a nearby music bar. Winnie watched Henry head inside the bar and her whole body was confused. "Henry, you called me out at 11 o'clock at night, especially for a drink, huh?" "Sort of," Henry returned in a cold voice. "Then take your time and drink. I'll go back to the hotel first." She was just about to move her feet when her shoulders were encircled by the man. "On such a romantic night, I'll be misunderstood if I get drunk alone at the bar." He smiled faintly, patted Winnie's shoulder, and brought her into the bar against her will. The man enters, not in a hurry to order a drink, and observes the bar patrons as if nothing had happened. Winnie propped her arms up and frowned slightly. From the time they came in to now, but a few minutes, there have been several women throwing winks this way. I have to say, Henry's charisma is too powerful. This bar is indeed very moody. Listening to the sound of music, Winnie slowly relaxed. After a few sips of lemonade, the exhaustion of the past few days has also dissipated most of the... Finally, Henry's eyes focused on a foreign man in the distance and walked over with a glass of wine. Winnie blinked and followed him. "Professor Parker?" The other party was chatting with someone else when he heard this sound and turned around, very unhappy. "Who are you?" "I'm just someone who admires your medical skills and would like to invite you to a colloquium with a 7-year-old boy who is in desperate need of a blood replacement surgery." Henry opened his mouth and described Kerr's illness to the letter. The information that Shangguan Xian gave him, he could already recite it backwards. Winnie listened next to her, only to feel that all the sounds around her darkened, her eyes, only Henry alone. Every word he uttered made her heart tremble without help. He compressed his business trip and came to this bar so late, just to meet this pediatric professor. Winnie stood next to Henry and suddenly felt a lump in her throat and drank a large glass of cool water to feel clearer. Otherwise, she would really not be able to control her heart. After listening to Henry, Parker's face expression is not as cold as just now, but the attitude is not much better. "You've got the wrong person." Henry frowned but didn't give up. "I know you just want to come out for a break tonight and don't want to mention anything about work, but this child is really important to me, and I hope you will consider it and come to C-City to see him. Whatever you ask, I will try to meet it." Henry took out his business card and handed it to the other man. However, Parker didn't give Henry face. He didn't even take the business card. "You guys leave me alone. I'm not going." Parker winked at his friend next to him, walked onto the dance floor and started dancing. Henry stared at them with a frown. Winnie listened to their conversation and asked in a whisper, "Can he cure Kerr?" After Kerr was discharged from the hospital, she called Shangguanshan several times and also looked up some information on the internet. The results were the same. If Kerr could not undergo blood replacement surgery at the right time, he could only rely on long-term medication. Even if he can be stabilized, it will have an impact on his future life and physical recovery. I don't know. Henry's voice sank and he looked sideways at Winnie, but even the slightest chance can't be given up. From Winnie's perspective, the man's demeanor when he said this was really heartwarming. "Thank you." Winnie spoke, in a sincere and gentle tone. Whatever Henry's purpose in doing so, Winnie told herself at that moment that she would take that contract seriously. Parker came back from dancing with his friend for a while and saw that Henry and Winnie were still there. He frowned with some annoyance. "What the hell do you want? I told you I won't say yes to your invitation." "That's okay, we can make friends first." Henry raised his hand, signaling the waiter to serve the wine. Seeing this, Parker laughed. "Sure, if you can drink 10 glasses in a row, I'll consider." He didn't finish his sentence. Henry drank directly. "Night." Winnie tried to stop it, but it was too late. She could only watch as Henry, one glass after another, drank. The degree of this wine is already very high, plus he worked overtime for several days in a row. Drink to the last glass. Henry can only lean against the bar, barely standing. Some people around also saw this side in the sparring, have opened their mouths to start. One more, one more. Henry put down his empty glass. His eyes became more and more severe. "Can you think it over?" Once again, he took out his business card and handed it to Parker. Parker blushed slightly and jerked the card over. How true. He and his friend got up and left. Around the people see nothing to see, are slowly dispersed. "Are you okay?" Winnie said with some concern as she held his arm. She didn't know exactly how much Henry could drink, but her stomach must have been upset after drinking that much in one gulp. "I'm fine." Henry relied on his self-control and forced himself to stay awake as he headed out of the bar. On the way back to the hotel, he didn't say a word, just looked out the window at the street scene. Winnie, on the other hand, is thinking in her mind to prepare hot towels, sobriety pills. At this time, whether that Professor Parker accepted that invitation or not, Winnie felt very grateful to Henry. "Henry, we're here." She called out to him, but saw the man's face was white and his brow was furrowed. "I'll help you." He looked uncomfortable at first glance, and without saying a word, Winnie used all her strength to help him off the car. Putting his whole arm on his shoulder, he strained to walk into the hotel. Henry still has a few moments of clarity. He looked at the side of her face and frowned. "Go get the hotel people to help," he said, his hand pushed and his whole body staggered against the door. Winnie sighed and busily went to the front desk to find a waiter, and several people helped Henry back to the room together. Winnie helped him change his shirt, wiped his face, and fed the sobriety pills, busy after it was already the latter part of the night. She was drenched in sweat, opened the window and blew for a while before she slowly calmed down. Looking at the drunken man on the bed, Winnie's eyelashes trembled slightly and her lips opened and closed. Why? She didn't particularly know him, but she also knew how proud he was to be forced to spell wine on that occasion. Winnie took a deep breath and moved over to the bed and got a little closer. "You." Suddenly, all at once, the lights in the hotel room went out. Winnie could only look at him by the moonlight. In that instant, that hidden memory came like a flood. The man she spent the night with 7 years ago. The man with the cool tone who told her she only had one chance. No, how can it be? Winnie was weak on her feet and looked at Henry in a daze. She wondered if there was a problem with her memory and a misunderstanding or not. Winnie frowned and forced herself to hold back the panic in her heart. Just at the moment her hand to touch his cheek, the man suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were as deep as the sea. "What do you want?" Winnie was stunned and about to make excuses when her wrist was pulled by him and she fell into his arms. Then the sky spun around and she was held in his grip. "Didn't anyone ever tell you not to get so close to a drunken man?" His voice was mute and drifted into Winnie's ears, but it sounded like a very melancholy tune. In that moment, the shadow in her mind drifted away in a trance. I don't know if it was the smell of alcohol on him that made her drunk too. Is it going to be dangerous? Will. The man slowly approaches, different from before but the same as the first time. This night, they were both awake. Early morning. Winnie raised her head from his arms, inadvertently touching the stubble on his jaw, and also smelled the smell that belonged exclusively to him. She pursed her lips, but had no intention of running away. Suddenly, the embrace around her tightened. "Don't look. I won't let go if you look again," he lightly said, slowly opened his eyes, the eyes of the gods, and the night sky is brighter. Winnie's heart missed a half beat. "Henry, do I need to change my ticket?" Winnie hesitated for a while and asked this. The man wrinkled his brows. "You're in a hurry to get back to Haicheng?" Winnie blinked. Not really. Henry suddenly hooked his lips and held her a little tighter. "It's early then." They did not say the words through, but something, in an invisible way, changed. Winnie got up and washed up. When he came out again, he had changed into a new shirt and was standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, his temperament cold and stern to the bone. Winnie moved her feet and walked over to him, looking at him for a while before saying, "I now know why Yachiana and the others went to so much trouble to get your favor." The man's thin lips, slightly hooked, wanting to say something, heard the phone ring. He looked at the memo name and frowned slightly. "Hey, it's me." Henry listened to the voice on the phone, and his face sank deeper and deeper. "I'll be back tomorrow. Keep an eye on things over there for me." Winnie listened to the words and immediately took out her phone and changed their tickets back to Haicheng to tonight's flight, then turn around and go downstairs to the lobby to order breakfast. By the time she got back to her room, Henry had already read the report she had stayed up to do and sent it back to the company. "There are still things I haven't changed." Winnie was a little anxious. "I changed it." The man got up and rubbed her hair. "You are also tired in these 2 days. Rest at the hotel today. I will go out and come back to pick you up in the evening." He finished and lifted his steps to leave. Winnie suddenly thought of something and turned back to tug on his sleeve and asked, "Can I come along?" She had a feeling that Henry was going after that Professor Parker for Kerr's sake. At the word, the man turned around, and after a slight consideration, he lightly said, "Good." Last night that Parker made Henry drink so much, Winnie felt that Henry would never just let it go. Also, Parker only said he was considering it, not formally agreeing to it. She simply packed up and got on the bus with Henry to Parker's lab. They didn't have any appointments and were going straight in to see Parker. Rightfully so, they were blocked from the gate. "Sorry, the professor won't see guests without an appointment. We had an appointment last night. You can call him and confirm it," Winnie said to the employee. The employee, however, never let up. "We have a rule that we are not to disturb the professor's work." No way. Henry had to wait in the hall with Winnie. However, they waited all morning, did not see anyone. Any further delay will likely delay the evening flight. Winnie got up to pour the 6th glass of water, just in time to see that Professor Parker came out of the elevator and was about to walk around the pillar and leave through the side door. Without saying a word, she rushed straight over. "Professor Parker?" The other party heard Winnie's voice. The expression on his face collapsed. "You guys," he was helplessly invited to Henry by Winnie. Seeing Henry sitting there with an air of dignity, Parker sighed. "You drank that much last night and you still came to me sober?" Henry smiled faintly. "Perhaps because I took a special sobriety drug." As he said this, his eyes gently swept over Winnie's face. Winnie instantly lowered her head. Parker didn't notice their eye contact and just said somewhat apologetically, "I really didn't expect that you guys would be so persistent, but I really can't accept this invitation. The blood replacement surgery is too difficult, and the chances of accidents are high, so why don't you guys choose medication? That kind of medicine must be taken for the rest of his life, and I hope he can grow up to be a normal child and get rid of the disease." After having a complete understanding of Kerr's condition, this was the decision Henry made. He finished and looked at Winnie. After all, their mother and son are connected by blood, and he will respect Winnie's thoughts. Winnie hung her head slightly and said nothing. As Kerr's mother, she was willing to do anything as long as it was for his own good. Parker listened to this and hesitated for a long time before letting go and saying, "Next week, I will go to C-City and see this child in person, and then decide whether to proceed with the surgery afterwards. When the time comes, you may be required to go for blood type matching. However, even between relatives, the matching is difficult, so you should be mentally prepared." Winnie's heart stuttered as she listened to this. In other words, even if the surgery can be performed, the right blood type has to be found? Yes, even parents and brothers don't always fit. Parker briefly said some more notes and then left, and Winnie's mind was buzzing the whole time. She had thought she could hire him and Kerr's illness would be saved, but to her surprise, it was only the first step. Henry's face sank slightly, and he got up. "Come on, let's go back to the hotel first. There are some things that cannot be rushed." The thoughts in Winnie's head slowly calmed down, and she was always able to let go of her anxieties when she was around Henry. They had just entered the hotel lobby when the waiter approached them. "Mr. Henry, there's a package for you at the front desk." The man stepped over, and the waiter handed him a beautifully wrapped box. "Mr. Henry, this is the gift box that Miss Dana purchased, and she would like you to help her bring it back to C-City." This hotel has a long-term relationship with the night group. It's not unusual for Dana to get Henry to bring something through them. Only, the brand logo on that box is very conspicuous, is a very hot lingerie brand recently, so intimate things, of course, by the intimate people to help. Dana did this simply because she wanted to declare her sovereignty. The waiters' faces all carry a few envious looks. It should be every woman's dream to find a good partner like Henry. Winnie looked at the gift box and furrowed her brow. Without saying a word, she turned and headed for the elevator. The elevator doors had already closed by the time Henry finished signing and found her leaving to go after her again. Winnie swiped her card and went back to her room in an unexpectedly confused, even annoyed mood. She sat by the window, watching the traffic weaving down the street, her mind reeling with strange thoughts. Was what was going on between her and Henry really just a game between adults? Then why is he so attached to what happened to Kerr? If he hadn't once shown genuine care for their mother and son, Winnie wouldn't be having such a hard time right now. Her heart felt like it was clogged with something that was weighing her down. Soon, it was time to go to the airport. Winnie gathered her things and stood in the hallway early to wait for Henry. He pulled open the door to his room and was a little surprised to see Winnie standing there. "Why didn't you call me when you were done packing?" "It's still early. Henry can rest a little longer." Her tone made the man's brow furrow slightly, and he stared at her face for a moment before saying, "Forget it, go to the airport." He has never been good at explaining. As when he arrived, Winnie ran ahead and back to check in for various formalities, and Henry just had to drink coffee in the VIP waiting room. But his eyes kept following Winnie. He could sense that Winnie was angry and could probably guess why she was angry. Strangely enough, the situation soothed him. "Henry, it's time to board." Some fine sweat flowed slightly from the top of Winnie's head. The man narrowed his eyes, his thin lips opened and closed, and said goodbye. He also passed his half-drunk coffee to Winnie by hand. Winnie looked at his handsome leaving back, secretly sighed, and trotted to follow. On the way back, Winnie carefully do everything the assistant should do. Extra words, not a word. She was also eager to find a chance to talk to Henry, thinking left and right that she should be grateful just for what he did for S. Winnie saw that Henry needed nothing else, so she put on the eye patch and thought about taking a break. It didn't take long for her to fall asleep in a daze. She once again dreamed of that night 7 years ago. The outline of the man inside the dream was not clear, and Winnie was eager to see him clearly. She reached out her hand to probe the other woman's face. But before we could touch it, the plane landed. Winnie removed the blindfold with some loss, then looked at Henry next to her and became even more confused. Is it true that the person 7 years ago was not him? Or is it that she has been under too much stress lately and has developed fantasies that she shouldn't have? Be careful of catching a cold. Henry saw that she was thinly dressed and handed over his jacket. Winnie shook her head at once. No need. She turned around and carried her bag, lining up to get off the plane. The man withdrew his hand, his face was a little cold. Winnie's attitude was starting to get to him not so well. They had just walked out when they saw Dana standing at the exit waiting. She was wearing a beige trench coat with black marten boots, and the whole person looked confident and flamboyant. Moreover, she was dressed with Henry wearing this one like a carefully matched, even the silk scarf tied around her wrist are very close to the color of Henry's shirt. Winnie froze. She lowered her head and went out the other side, following the crowd. Sooner or later, Dana will be Mrs. Knight, and it is better for her to recognize her place in peace. Henry walked ahead, unaware that Winnie had walked away from the side. But Dana saw it clearly. She hooked her lips in satisfaction, walked over and said with a smile, "I happened to be near the airport on business, so I checked my flight and came to pick you up. You don't blame me, do you?" Henry frowned slightly and subconsciously looked back. But Winnie was no longer visible in the crowd. His face was sullen and cold, thinking that even if Winnie was angry, there should be a limit. "Henry, the old man didn't seem to be in good health the other day. Let's go back first. You talk to him and play chess. He'll be better." Hearing Dana say this, Henry indifferently, That evening, Dana logically stayed at the Lee family for dinner, and she cooked a special 2-course meal. Master Lee was so happy. When you marry a daughter-in-law, you have to marry someone like Dana, who is gentle and decent at the same time, you know. Master Lee spoke with a smile, hinting that Henry should put the matter of re-preparing the engagement party on the agenda. However, listening to Elder Knight's words, Henry's face had little expression. Dana lowered her eyes and smiled lightly, and seemed to be in no hurry, so considerate to persuade Mr. Lee. "Henry, recently the company has more things. I have also thought about it. The engagement is nothing but a ceremony. Even if not, it does not matter." She was willing to wait until Henry was willing to wait. When Master Lee heard this, he became even more satisfied with Dana. In his opinion, what Henry needs is an obedient and understanding luxury girl, not a woman who doesn't know anything, like his dad did at first, and in the end, harmed himself and nearly harmed the Lee family. Henry ate carelessly and did not answer the question. Seeing this, Master Lee said in a deep voice, "By the way, I have arranged for Dana to work at the company tomorrow. Isn't the position of creative director still vacant?" Henry's movement stalled. "You usually have to take more care of her at the company. Don't let outsiders look at our Lee family's jokes again." Dana's heart was a little nervous and looked carefully at Henry, afraid he would object. Unexpectedly, Henry just looked indifferent and answered, and did not say anything. Dana spread a smile. "Don't worry, Henry. I'll work hard. Although there were some hiccups at the last engagement party, those rumors will not be broken as long as she works at Knight's this time. She doesn't need to bother defending her future Mrs. Knight's identity either." After dinner, Dana wandered around the Knight house and saw S painting alone, so she walked over to spend more time with him and deepen her relationship. This drawing is from a man and a woman are on the screen, each holding a child. As S colored, he said, "This is Daddy and me, and this is Pretty Sister and Kerr." At that moment, Dana's eyes clouded with a layer of hate. She spent so much time with Ease, buying him the best clothes and the most expensive toys, and the boy never drew her and Henry on the same page. That feeling of being left out made Dana uncomfortable. She ripped the painting straight through and tore it to pieces. "In the future, you are not allowed to draw something like this again, remember?" After saying that, she tugged Ez by the arm and led him into the second-floor room. After closing the door, Ez looked at the expression on her face and kept backing up. "Daddy! Daddy, help me!" Dana hooked her lips. At this time of the day, Henry was in the study playing chess with Master Lee. How could he come here? "I'm just going to show you what you have to become to live in this house. She won't put up with someone else's baby after another." Winnie travels these days, the most worried about the health of Kerr. As soon as she pulled open the door, she saw Kerr nestled on the couch reading a book. That instant, her whole body settled down. "Mommy, you're home early?" Kerr looked over at her and jumped off the couch. "Well, there's been a temporary change. How have you been these past few days? Is there anywhere uncomfortable?" Winnie put her things down and looked at her son carefully. Seeing his little face seems to have fleshed out a bit, and his face is rosy. "I'm fine. Uncle Shangguan even came to see me," Kerr said, taking out 2 boxes of medicine from under the coffee table. "He told me to take these first, and then go back to the hospital next week for a review." Winnie took the medicine box and looked at it carefully. "Okay, then you eat first, and next week Mommy will take you there." She was willing to try anything as long as it was for Kerr's own good. But the thought that Shangguan Shan will take special care of Kerr should also be on the face of Henry. Winnie thoughtfully went into the bathroom. As Henry changed his schedule and returned to the company a day early, all employees were on standby, a situation that generally means something big is going to happen. I heard that on the day of the visit, the general manager of the Huawei Group was there in person and said that he wanted to talk about the contract. "If the contract is successful, will our bonus be doubled at the end of the year?" Winnie had just arrived at the office when she heard everyone talking about it. Xiao Li even more mysteriously pulled her to the pantry. "Winnie, have you heard anything about this business trip with Henry?" Xiao Li had a gossipy look on his face. Winnie was a little puzzled and thought back on it. Nothing special. "I heard from the personnel department that starting from today, Miss Dana is coming to work in the company, and it's still a creative director kind of idle position. Do you think it could be that she is worried that Henry won't marry her, so she came to the company to force the marriage?" Little Lee ventured a guess. Winnie really did not hear, but look at the little Lee said so verbally, probably true. The image of Dana picking up Henry from the airport yesterday came back to her mind. For a moment, some froze. The two of them, they are really well matched. Lee's cell phone rang. She took a look and immediately dragged Winnie downstairs. "Go watch the fun. I heard Henry came with Miss Dana." "They are together?" With a bitter taste in her heart, Winnie was dragged to the first floor by Xiao Li. The other employees had heard about Dana coming to work at the company, and there were many more people in the lobby on the first floor. Winnie followed Lee and stood by the elevator. She looked out the front door as Henry got out of the car first, followed by Dana. The two of them stand together, extraordinarily well matched. There was a burst of envious admiration from the company's employees. "Miss Dana is so beautiful. In fact, they are now in this state is also quite good. Not that it is necessary to get married to prove anything, just so a piece of paper." Winnie's heart stuttered. Watching Henry as they walked to the elevator, she subconsciously stood behind Xiao Li. Henry's eyes crossed over Winnie's face and clearly saw her avoiding him. A complex of emotions spread across the man's angular face. If it was because of the hotel, she wouldn't have been in a foul mood until now, right? Beside her, Dana fell to hold Henry's arm. "The elevator is here. Let's go up early and get ready. Mr. Gao's car is already on the way." Speaking of business, Henry nodded and stepped into the elevator. Dana followed him inside with a glance in Winnie's direction, and a few triumphant smiles curled at the corners of her mouth. Xiao Li said enviously, "They are really a great match. Miss Dana is beautiful, and her family is also." As if this time the Huawei Group agreed to sign, and Miss Dana also has a relationship. A successful man like Henry, of course, is to marry a talented and beautiful millennial, is considered a strong combination. I finally know why Henry does not care about those actresses out there, with such a beautiful fiancée, who still... They were still talking, but Winnie felt so uncomfortable inside, that she slipped into the step room alone, and slowly made her way from the first floor to the 10th. She tried to calm herself down in this way, telling herself over and over again that she shouldn't have any delusions of grandeur about Henry. Winnie walked very slowly, a few floors away. She walked for nearly 20 minutes. She was about to reach the 10th floor when she heard some people talking on the 11th floor. What cannot be discussed in the office, to come to this kind of corner to avoid people? At first Winnie thought it was which office couple, thinking it was not good to disturb people, ready to leave quietly when I heard a sentence. "Ning director, you can rest assured that I will definitely modify the accounts beautifully, will not let Mr. Gao see half of the clues." "Director Ning?" Winnie paused in her steps and listened carefully. "That's good. This contract with the Huawei Group is crucial to the company. If you successfully take this single, your project department will have a very good performance this year. The revision of the accounts must never be known to Henry, understand?" "Understood. You can rest assured." They want to change the chart of accounts? That's not the same as faking it and cheating your partner. Winnie was stunned. She didn't think she would overhear such secrets. When she was thinking of going back to the office first and looking for He-Ming to ask laterally, the cleaning lady pushed open the door with a broom. Not expecting Winnie to be standing there, she was shocked and shouted, "Oops! Scared me!" Hearing this sound, Dana and project manager Shu realized that someone was listening downstairs. Dana immediately let manager Shu go first, then took a few steps downstairs and immediately recognized the color of Winnie's coat. She frowned slightly and called out to Winnie, "Don't you go yet, let's talk." Winnie was caught red-handed and turned around helplessly. "Director Ning, you heard everything we said just now?" Dana hooked her lips, sarcastically sizing up Winnie. "I knew you had been a paparazzo before. I didn't think you had forgotten your old job, eavesdropping. Heh, didn't the company do any induction training for you?" In one sentence, she blamed Winnie. "Director Ning, I didn't want to eavesdrop on purpose. It's you guys shouldn't talk about such things in the company, right?" Winnie asked herself that she had done nothing wrong and spoke calmly. Dana stared at her face and didn't say anything for a while. "If Director Ning has nothing else, I'll go back first." Winnie turned around and was about to leave. Her wrist suddenly was yanked by Dana. "Wait, do you know how much pressure Henry was under in order to be able to keep you in the company? If I were you, I would bury this matter in my heart, and the only way to get the best result for the company is to let the Huawei Group see Knight's sincerity and smoothly sign the contract." The implication is that if Winnie tells the story, it's a stab in the back for Henry. Have you done anything worthwhile since you joined the company until now? If you can't even control your own mouth, there's really no need for the company to keep you around. Dana said, the smile between her lips intensifying. She glanced faintly at Winnie and walked out of the step room. Winnie heard very clearly that she could not tell the truth if she wanted to stay with Knight. She hesitantly returned to the office and saw everyone preparing to meet the people from the Huawei Group. "Xiaoli, check the file again. You guys don't stay idle either. Familiarize yourselves with the project content again." He-Ming assigned tasks to everyone, and seeing Winnie standing at one side in a daze, he went over and said, "There is a shortage of manpower over there in the project department, so if you don't have other work, go over and help." "Ho!" Winnie opened her mouth to say something, but He-Ming was already too busy and was called away by the others. She sighed and had to go ahead and help in the project department. After seeing Winnie, manager Shu, who had just met privately with Dana, said faintly, "You follow everyone and go downstairs together to greet Mr. Gao of Huawei Group." Winnie came too late to tell anyone about that incident and followed the other employees downstairs. A total of 30 people came from the Huawei Group, and every one of them, including Mr. Gao, is a top talent in the industry. Henry also came downstairs to greet them personally. "Mr. Gao, please." He personally introduced the framework of the whole project to the people of Huawei Group, and then went to the meeting room together to watch the PPT materials. Everything seems to be going very well. Especially when Dana came on stage to do the presentation, she always had a confident smile on her face. Knight has meticulously considered every point and will definitely make the investment in Huawei worth every penny. At the end of the sentence, the lights in the conference room came back on. Everyone's attention was focused on Dana, and even Mr. Gao of Huawei couldn't help but clap his hands in praise. "I've long heard that Henry has a talented and beautiful fiancée, and today I finally got to see it. With two co-leaders involved in this project, I really have no reason not to sign the contract. Thank you, Mr. Gao, for your compliments. Henry and I will definitely do our best," Dana said with a smile. "The last time I met with your father, he didn't tell me that you were so good now," Mr. Gao said with a smile and spoke to the executive managers around him and then spoke, "I would like to see the specifics about the project several times of investment again, and if there is nothing wrong, I think we can sign today." Project funding. Dana immediately looked at the project manager, Shu. Manager Shu smiled and said, "No problem, Xiaowen, you go and get it." Winnie was stunned. She was sent to help in the project department only this morning and had no idea where all that information was kept. But Manager Shu said so in public. She could not sit there and not move. The meeting room grew quieter and quieter, and Winnie had to get up slowly and go to the back to look on the information shelves. At this time, some employee in the project department handed her an information box. Winnie couldn't think much about it, and after flipping it open and reading the title, she took it to Manager Shu. Manager Shu, however, frowned and coughed, signaling her to send it directly to Mr. Gao. Winnie had to do as she was told. Henry sat in the middlemost seat and gave a faint glance at Winnie, who kept her head down and did not notice his sight. However, after just a few minutes of looking at it, the people from the Huawei Group shook their heads, and after exchanging opinions with each other, questioned, "The project funding ratio in this is completely wrong, and although it looks like a significant return, it is simply impossible to achieve. That's not how I remember the previous account statements." When they finished, the atmosphere in the room sank completely. With a cold look in his eyes, Henry took the document and read it. Without waiting for him to say anything, the project manager Shu directly got up and went over, questioning Winnie, "How do you do things? You don't even verify the data and take it directly to Mr. Gao." Immediately afterwards, Manager Shu personally went to the information cabinet and took a copy out again. "I'm really sorry, Mr. Gao, this one is the final data. Manager Shu accompanied with a smile and turned his head to give Winnie a fierce glare. On such occasions, any little mistake may affect the signing. Henry closed the folder, his face slightly sunken. Winnie stood still and lowered her head helplessly. She was originally not an employee of the project department, let alone had contact with the project's information, plus the person who just handed her the information. Winnie frowned. These words, she could not explain at this time, that would only make things worse. She bit her lip, always feeling like everything was arranged by someone. The expressions of Mr. Gao and several other supervisors changed. The atmosphere that was originally a good conversation was not the same as it was just now. Mr. Gao, I think this aspect should be verified again by a professional investment company and the signing of the contract, or maybe next time. Hua Wen employee proposed. After all, this investment contract is not a small amount of money. This unexpected hiccup made a big dent in the professional impression displayed by Knight's group. Mr. Gao nodded. Then, Miss Gao, don't misunderstand. This assistant Wen is an employee that Henry recruited by Breakthrough. She must not have intentionally caused this mistake, and she has been responsible for translating foreign documents, which will be of great help to the project in the future, and because of this, the company will transfer her to help in the project department. Dana suddenly spoke up and helped Winnie out. She even got up and walked to Winnie's side and gently patted her shoulder. Anyone can make mistakes in their work at a moment's notice. I believe that Mr. Gao will see her strength in the future cooperation. Winnie could not say a word and could only let Dana help her explain. But how to listen to this? It will feel like this thing is Winnie's fault. On the contrary, because Dana came forward to take a stand, only to persuade that high total so that the signing of the matter has a turnaround. Mr. Gao listened and nodded. Good, I believe in Director Ning. Come on, let's sign. When the contract was signed, the people of Huawen Group left one after another. Dana looked at Winnie's pale face, and her smile grew thicker as she said to Henry in particular, Good thing there was no danger. I'll go see Mr. Gao off. Compared to Dana's fallen generosity, Winnie's reaction today is described as the opposite of the workplace. He Ming watched his own president's face sink a little bit, for Winnie pinched a sweat. Who told you to go to the project department? His tone was suddenly cold, and he asked Winnie directly, Do you know how important this project is to the company? Since you don't know the content of the information, you shouldn't touch it. I'm sorry, Henry. Winnie kept her head down, knowing that no amount of explanation would help. Even less likely to open her mouth again to tell Henry what she had heard in the walk-up room. If every mistake would be forgiven, there wouldn't be so many companies in the business world going out of business. Henry said fiercely, There's no next chance, and if you cause this kind of trouble again, just hand in your resignation. He could take special care of her, but that was for Kerr's sake. She needs a steady job and income to be able to improve Kerr's life. But if every time he has to take the trouble to protect her, then he will have to reconsider if he can keep her in the Li. Outside the meeting room, Dana just came back from dropping off the high office and heard these words. Her heels came to a slow halt and her lips rose. Winnie, you can't fight me. Winnie listened to Henry's fading footsteps and looked up again to see his back as he and Dana left side by side. At that moment, her heart seemed to fall into the abyss. Yes, it is true that she is not smart enough. Otherwise she wouldn't have been fooled by Dana so much. But listening to those words of Henry, she was really sad. She thought he saw her efforts, but the result was, Winnie was reprimanded a few more times by the manager Shu, who had gone and returned, and had to stay in the conference room and do the final cleaning and closing work before dragging her tired feet back to the office. Every employee she met in the hallway looked at her strangely. There was even some gossip that happened to be overheard by Winnie. If it weren't for Director Ning today, the signing would have been a bust. I just said it, how can she be Henry's assistant as soon as she enters the company? No strength at all. No wonder Director Ning does not like her to stay by Henry's side. People are not out of jealousy, but for the greater good of the company. Yes, with her. How can she compare with Director Ning? Winnie raised her hand and pushed open the office door, poured a glass of cool white water, and drank it down in one gulp before she felt more comfortable. She looked in the direction of Henry's office and felt a little aggrieved. But what could she do? In the office to stay until closing time, Winnie and other people are clocked out, only the last out of the office. On the way back to her apartment, she kept herself together, not wanting Kerr to worry about herself. She carried groceries and fruit down the block and saw Kerr playing with a little boy, and only when she walked in did she see that it was Is. Why are you here? Winnie subconsciously looked to the side and didn't see Nanny Aunt Lou or the Knight family's bodyguards. As a rule, S could not have run so far by himself. Pretty sister, S beamed and ran up to Winnie with a toy robot in his arms. Can I stay at your house for a few days? I don't want to go home. The more he said, the smaller his voice became, and his little face was filled with a look of resignation. Hearing him say that, Winnie's heart softened. She set the dishes and fruit aside and pulled Kerr and S to herself. Say, what's going on? The two children looked at each other. S was so aggrieved that he was about to cry. It was Kerr who was still calm and told Winnie the original story. Mommy, S was bullied at home and he just came over to me. Winnie believed they wouldn't lie. But in the Lee family, who would bully S? He was held in the palm of the hand and loved by Master Lee. Moreover, there is a distance from the old Lee family home to this side of the apartment. How did he get here by himself? Winnie also wanted to ask a few more questions. There are several cars drove into the neighborhood, parked next to them. The car came down, a dozen bodyguards surrounded them on the spot. Winnie was taken aback and subconsciously protected the two children. Immediately afterwards, we saw Master Knight get out of the car, along with Henry and Dana. Ez is really here? Dana exclaimed, coming over quickly and trying to grab Ez. But when Ez saw her, his eyes were full of fear, and his little hands shivered as he grabbed Winnie's hand. Dana's hand fluttered, and seeing how much Ez rejected herself, she glanced behind her without thinking, then questioned Winnie in a cold voice. Even if you missed on the job and Henry and I said a few words about you, you can't take it out on the child. Do you know that you are abducting children by hiding Ez like that? Winnie was confused. It was Ez who came here to find Kerr, so how did she abduct Ez? She saw the way Ez was afraid of Dana, and subconsciously felt that something was not quite right. But she was too late to explain. Henry had already walked up to her and picked up Ez. Winnie had never seen that kind of expression on his eyes, even the coldness that could not be hidden. Before she could say the rest of her words, she swallowed them all back. In this case, how else could she explain? Henry wouldn't believe her even if she said it, right? Master Lee stood behind Henry with an angry face, staring at Winnie's face. I told you a long time ago that you shouldn't keep her in the company. Master Lee sent the maid over and picked up Ez from Henry's arms. Ez kept turning back and looking at Winnie with resignation, and his little mouth kept chanting, I don't want to go back. I want to be with my pretty sister, But he was taken directly to the car by Master Lee. Hearing the sound of the car door closing, Henry's taut face became even colder. Why did you take Ez? His words were full of questions. Henry, I just got off work from the office and I bought dinner dishes and fruit. Do you think I have that kind of time to go to the Knight house and take Ez away? And can I just enter the gate of Knight's house when I say so? Winnie has had enough of the aggravation of being vilified, and she doesn't want to go on like this. The man's brow furrowed slightly, and his eyes wavered for a moment. For that very moment, he almost believed Winnie's words. An hour ago, he returned to the Lee family mansion, only to learn that Ez is missing. He immediately sent people from the Lee family mansion, all places to look, but did not expect, in this neighborhood, to find Ez's traces. And Ez is still with Winnie. Is it a coincidence, or does she simply know the truth of the matter, and knowing that Ez is her son, is going to take Ez away from the Knight family? Henry wanted to ask, but those words always choked in his throat, could not say. It was at this time that Dana called the night maid from the car. What happened when Ez went missing? The maid looked at Henry's expression, and then looked at Dana, head hanging very low. I was playing with young Master S in the garden. He said he was thirsty. I went to the dining room to get the juice. Did not expect me to come out. Young Master S disappeared. So you didn't see anyone suspicious? Dana asked afterwards. Henry wrinkled his brow, just like Winnie said. It was not easy for her to enter the old Lee family house without alerting anyone. With so many servants, someone will always see her. Nor will she be allowed to take Ez away without a word. What's more, at that time, Winnie should still be at the company. When the maid heard Dana's words, she swallowed and said again, I was so focused on taking care of young Master Ez, I didn't pay attention to anything else, but I think I heard young Master Ez shout something about his sister. Winnie's heart stuttered. This is tantamount to saying that she was the one who took Ez away from the Knight family. Dana pretended to be surprised. I really did not expect that you are so powerful. The last time you saved Ez in the banquet hall was also you acting, right? You simply planned to kidnap Ez a long time ago. It's a good thing we found out early today. Otherwise, what were you planning to do to Ez? As Winnie listened to this, she felt that the wounds left by that time to save Ez were still faintly painful. But in the face of Dana's questioning, she couldn't get half the words of explanation out. She didn't know where to begin to explain. Henry's thin lips pursed into a line, looking at Winnie's eyes more and more severe. You? How on earth did you do that? For the past 7 years, he has protected Ez so well that he never let any stranger near him. But now, Winnie was actually able to take Ez without anyone noticing. The man's hands clenched into fists under the cuffs of his suit. He wanted to see through Winnie's expression at this point, to know whether she was wrongly accused or it was all a self-directed show she was putting on. She allowed herself to discover her and Kerr's existence and let him know that Kerr was his son. Then, take the opportunity to get his care and trust. Find another opportunity to take away Ez. Winnie froze. Ez was found in the apartment complex where she lived, still with her and her son, plus this maid's accusation. It seems that no matter how you explain it, she can't escape suspicion. She raised her eyes to Henry's face, and saw only endless doubt and indifference on his face. In that instant, her lips dried up and she only stifled a rhetorical question. If I really did it, why did I bring Ez here? What can I get from the Lee family by taking him away? Money. Your son had an operation some time ago. He should need a lot of money. Dana was behind Henry and said this. She had already sent someone to check. Winnie's son was operated in Luoshin Hospital. She also knew that the hospital was under the name of Shangguanshan, with Henry's special care. The cost of that operation must have been suppressed very low, but even so, that amount is not something Winnie can afford. Winnie sneered. Money? All her dignity was crushed into the dust by these words. She pulled Kerr's hand tighter, looked at Henry and said, word for word, Miss Dana is right. I do need the money so I can leave Knights as soon as possible and not be tied to that contract. Perhaps abducting Henry's illegitimate son would be a good way to go indeed. She raised a few eyebrows in derision and just looked straight at Henry. She was a single mother, living alone with her child for 7 years, and even when she was on her knees in front of the people at the bank begging them to let her take out a loan in order to raise money for Kerr's surgery, she didn't even consider such a despicable practice. Her mind cleared even more in the face of Henry's suspicions. This man, and she is not a world of people. No matter what happens, she should not have any illusions. Kerr stood by, listening to the words, a confused expression clouding his small face. Mommy, just now actually. Kerr, you go home first, and Mommy will come upstairs for you later. Winnie squatted down and gave her son a gentle hug. At least, she didn't want Kerr to be involved. Henry's eyebrows suddenly cold, suddenly thought of something. He stepped over, want to stop Kerr, ask what is going on. Little children, they can't lie. But just as he moved his feet, Winnie stepped in front of him. What? Does Henry want to abduct my son too? Henry stopped moving and his cold, sullen gaze fell on Kerr. Kerr took 2 steps forward and looked back at Henry and Winnie. He gritted his teeth, turned around and ran into the elevator. Winnie was relieved and looked at Henry again with more confidence than just now. If Henry wants to hold me accountable, I'm at the mercy of the arrangement. And anyway, I owe you money that I can't pay back in my lifetime. She finished, gave Dana another faint look, said nothing, picked up the dishes and fruit from the floor, and slowly walked into the apartment. Maybe it's time for her to look for a new house. Henry stood in place for a while longer before he heaved a sigh and turned around to get into the car. Just now, Kerr looked at him with a strange look. Henry pulled open the car door, and the first thing he asked Ez was, "Who the hell brought you here?" Ez was about to answer when he was interrupted by Elder Knight. "Well, after tossing and turning for so long, the child is also tired. Go back and talk. Drive." Henry had to stop and turn to look out the window, his mind getting even more confused with his thoughts. He didn't want to suspect Winnie, but if she knew the truth early on, things weren't as simple as they seemed. Dana sat in the passenger seat with a wry smile curling between her lips. She knew then that S was Henry's weakness. Once he touches Ez, he shows no mercy to anyone. Winnie went back to her apartment, determined to put everything she had just done aside for a moment, and went into the kitchen to make dinner for Kerr. Eat up, it's all you like. In this world, as long as Kerr is healthy and happy, she can endure any suffering and aggravation. Kerr sat down quietly, took his small bowl and chopsticks, and couldn't help but ask, "Mommy, why didn't you just let me tell them the truth that you didn't bring Ez over? He came on his own." Winnie tugged at the corner of her mouth and gave Kerr a piece of cucumber. Even if Mommy said it, they wouldn't believe it. Winnie squeezed out a small smile, not wanting to worry Kerr. "But Uncle Handsome will believe you." Kerr blinked and whispered, "Eat up." Winnie didn't want to continue talking about it anymore. The job she has now and the place she lives in are all there because of that man, and she has no business shouting in front of him. She has had enough of this kind of subjugation, but she always believed that one day it would all pass. After returning to Knight's house, Henry took Ez into his room. Dana wanted to follow her, but was called back by Master Lee. "It's time for them to have a good chat, father and son. Come with me for a moment. I have something to say to you." Elder Lee leaned on his crutches and said in a deep voice, "Good, then I will make tea for you." Dana instantly put on a smile and followed Elder Lee into the tea room. In the room, Henry looked at Ez. What the hell is going on? Ez bit his lip and carefully tried to speak, but it suddenly occurred to him that it was in this room that day that Dana had taught him a lesson with the rope. All at once, Ez was afraid to say anything. His body couldn't stop cowering backwards. "Daddy, I won't dare again." He thought Henry would punish him in the same way Dana did. Henry reached for him and was also dodged by S. His eyes were full of panic, and he shook his head uncontrollably, then climbed onto the children's bed and hid under the covers. Henry saw this and had to give up. He got up and sighed, telling the nanny to stay well with this. "Absolutely nothing like this can happen again." "Understood, sir." Henry again asked the housekeeper to get the surveillance video of the week. He wanted to take a good look at what the problem was. As he passed by the entrance of the tea room, he happened to overhear the conversation between Master Lee and Dana. "In this matter, it doesn't matter who did it, but if someone hits on my grandson again and uses him for something, I will definitely pursue it to the end." The Elder Lee tone is very heavy. After putting down the teacup, also brought up the engagement party. "You and your parents also chat again over the engagement. You and Henry directly married. The end of next month is a good day." Dana listened to the first half of the sentence and thought that Master Lee saw something, scared, but heard the back, the smile on his face more thick. "Okay, I'll be sure to talk to them when I get back. The position of Mrs. Lee will be hers sooner or later." Henry listened with an expressionless face, walked past the door of the tea room, and waited in the courtyard. "Henry, I'm going back." It didn't take long for Dana to walk out. The man slowly turned around and just looked at her. Why are you looking at me with that look? Is there something dirty on my face? Dana hooked up her lips. Just now, Master Lee told me that we should not get engaged directly. There's a meeting at the office tomorrow, so go back early. When he finished, he walked around Dana and went into the villa. He just wanted to confirm one thing from her eyes. She would do anything to get married to him. Knowing full well that there is no affection between them, she is still able to plot these with a single mind. Henry's eyes turn a little cold. That night, he took a closer look at the security camera footage outside the gate and in the yard of the Knight family a few times. Only the last 2 days were blurred, and the position of the camera had obviously been adjusted. That angle cannot see what people have entered and left the Knight family. His knuckles slowly tightened, his face flushed with coldness. It turned out that someone had already, under his nose, made a move. He could not be sure that it was Dana who was behind everything, but the matter was certainly related to her. As for whether Winnie is acting, he still needs time to find out. This night, it rained all night in Haicheng. After Winnie put Kerr to bed, she couldn't sleep. Her mind always wandered to the events of the day. According to Dana, it was she who had colluded with certain people to take S captive. Was she overthinking it? Who could be the person who deliberately threw out the bait and hired her to take pictures so that she would appear at the engagement party? Winnie thought and opened her laptop just in time to see an unread email from an hour ago from the very same person. She immediately clicked on it, and there was only one address in the email. If you want to know the real life of your son, come to me alone. Winnie looked at the computer screen. The mood for a long time cannot calm. This person knows what happened 7 years ago. She immediately emailed back. Who the hell are you? What do you want? A few minutes later, a phone number in the city of Haicheng appeared on the other party's reply email. Winnie dialed straight through. What exactly do you know? Winnie's voice trembled slightly. She had to find the man from 7 years ago if she wanted to cure Kerr's disease. Maybe he could successfully match with Kerr. As long as it's for Kerr, she won't let go of any possibility. The other party's voice has been processed with a voice change. The opening is a low laugh, penetrating an eerie feeling. Miss Wen, as long as you do as I say, I will tell you everything you want to know. What do you want me to do? Winnie bit her lips tightly. No one would like the feeling of being held hostage and observed. This person obviously knows a lot about her, but she doesn't even know the other person's real voice. You go back to the Winchesters first, or you're not qualified to bargain with me. Back to the Winchesters? Aye. Winnie did not finish. The phone has hung up. She dialed back. Has been empty number status. This man hides too deeply, and if we don't do what he says, Winnie won't be able to know the truth. The rain outside the window is getting heavier and heavier. Winnie turned off the light and moved back to her room. At this point, she can only take one step at a time. The next day, Winnie took a half day off and went back to the Win family alone. When Li Shulan saw her return, she immediately put on a concerned look. Winnie, why are you all thin? Is it because you've been too busy with work lately? Winnie tugged at the corners of her mouth. If she moves back to the Winchesters, she'll have to live with this pretentious mother and daughter. But that employer has said so. She can only do as she is told, and then think of a way. Last time you told me to sell the house, I went to the company to check the accounts. The company does not lose money to the point of selling the house to subsidize. Winnie just sat down and got to the point, bringing out the information she had prepared. All of the above are the profitable projects of Win in recent years. There is a problem with the income and expenditure records of the accounts. Just give the company a new accountant. There is no need to sell this house. Winnie said methodically, not giving Li Shulan any room to react. Also, I will move back in recently and need 2 rooms. Li Shulan looked at the information she took out. Her mind was confused. How she did not expect Winnie to see the false accounts made by accountant Zhang. Then hearing Winnie say she was moving back, Li Shulan pulled the corners of her mouth awkwardly. That's certainly good. What should be said is said. Winnie is not in the mood to drink coffee with her. Get up to leave. Winnie! Li Shulan suddenly shouted at her. The company's accounts may have problems, but the funds do not work. I thought about it. It is better to sell that piece of land in Panshan district. It goes around and around and around to that ground. Winnie thought it was funny. As you wish, isn't that land in your name? Li Shulan's face became more and more ugly. Before they ran to the Knights, so a big fuss is to let everyone know that the land in their hands. But now things are falling apart. Li Shulan can't get the land back, but also by the prosecution investigation. She panicked. She had to explain in a low voice to Winnie. Back then, I did belong to that land, but after your father bought it, the previous formalities don't count anymore, and now only if you sign, inherit the land, and sell it, can you get the money. When Li Shulan saw that Winnie didn't say anything, she continued, I've asked someone to find the best lawyer in Haicheng Jin. He will contact you. You just have to listen to him. Winnie blinked and seemed to be considering. Li Shulan again showed a difficult look. I know, because of this matter, you have some misunderstanding about me, but you have to believe me. I do everything to keep the property left by your father. What she says always sounds better than what she does. Winnie nodded lightly and swept her off her feet. Yes, but what? Li Shulan's eyes were clouded with a few hidden eagerness. Winnie's mouth curled up in a sarcastic smile. She won't be fooled by them again like she was back then. I'm going to take this house and transfer it into my name. What? Li Shulan's voice suddenly rose several decibels. Winnie, in that case, where do I live with Xin Ying? In any case, she never thought that the Winnie who was at her mercy 7 years ago would now become so difficult to deceive. I am now living in Haicheng without a fixed place, and I may leave at any time, so what is the use of me wanting that piece of land? Moreover, according to my understanding, if I don't have a property in Haicheng under my name, I can't do the inheritance procedure at all. Is that right? Li Shulan's face stiffened. She did not remember that lawyer Jin had mentioned this matter. Looking at her expression, Winnie smiled knowingly. Take your time to think about it. I'll leave you to it. The moment she stepped out of the door of the Wen family, Winnie's heart was incomparably relieved. To be able to live in Haicheng without relying on anyone, she has to get back what belongs to her. This house, they have also occupied long enough. It's time to return things to their rightful owners. Winnie was on her way home by car when she received a call from Li Xinying. Hello. Winnie, what the hell do you want? That house is my mother's. Who are you two? Li Xinying's hoarse questioning voice came from the phone. She had just finished filming when she saw the message sent by Li Shulan. Said Winnie to take the children back to live with Winnie, but also to transfer the house to her name. Li Xinying got anxious on the spot. It's not because Henry is getting married and you've been dumped by him. You'll just have to turn around and rob us. Rob? Winnie's eyes suddenly cold. I think you should go back and ask your mother properly. In the end, who is robbing who? After saying that, Winnie hung up the phone. If she didn't have to, she wouldn't want to have anything more to do with them. Once she got back to her apartment, she started packing her things. Sister Yun looked a little strange and asked casually, Miss Wen, are you moving out? Winnie lowered her eyes, thought about it and said, well, it's just for these 2 days. Yun, I'll have to trouble you about taking care of Kerr in the future, but your salary will still be paid by me. But Mr. Henry sighed. You quarrel it? Yun's face was hard to see. Winnie didn't say anything and continued to pack. She couldn't sort out the relationship between herself and Henry. She had signed a contract and couldn't leave nights. But at least, she wanted to draw a line in the sand with him on top of other things to avoid increasing trouble. The good thing is that Kerr's body is slowly recovering, and Sheng Guanxian also told Winnie that Professor Parker will come to Haicheng in the near future, and they will discuss Kerr's case carefully. This was the only good news she had heard in the recent past. That evening, she received a compromising call from Li Shulan. Winnie, I've thought about it, and I'll transfer this house to your name. Li Shulan's voice showed a bit of tiredness. It sounded rather like Winnie was forcing her to endure the pain. When will the procedure be done? Winnie just asked indifferently, without any half-hearted hesitation in her eyes. From now on, she will take back what they have taken away, piece by piece. Li Shulan meant to entrust everything to that lawyer Jin. Winnie subconsciously associated that there should have been some kind of consensus between them. Okay, let's meet some time to talk about it. She put the phone down and sighed slowly. The passage of time did not let her forget the pain of that year, but Li Shulan may not remember her father's appearance. She is not the one who should be anxious now. This night, the Wen family villa was lit up. Li Shulan invited the lawyer Jin and the company's accountants to her home to discuss countermeasures overnight. Li Xinying wrinkled her brow, looked at the pile of information, annoyed. Can only transfer the house to her name. What if she regrets? The market value of this house can be much more than 6 million. They were only trying to bait Winnie before they said they were selling the house. This is the only way now, and I don't know who gave that little bitch the idea. Li Shulan hummed and turned to look at lawyer Jin. I'll trouble you with this one. Lawyer Jin smiled gently. Mr. Yun has already instructed. We will get things done. Wen Jingru has been watching their every move in the Wen family. She came out of the kitchen with black tea and greeted with a smile. Have some hot tea. That said, Wen Jingru is now the family, the only one surnamed Wen, but had to watch several foreigners, calculating everything in the family. She sighed silently in her heart. Winnie, you should come and see for yourself the abominable faces of these people. Lawyer Jin picked up a document from the table and walked over to Wen Jingru. Can I talk to you a little more about Mr. Wen Jiangguo? Wen Jingru was stunned and nodded. You can. The next day during her lunch break, Winnie received a call from this lawyer, Kim, asking her to meet for a detailed discussion. The meeting place was arranged in the downstairs of the night group. As soon as Winnie entered, she saw 2 men in suits, sitting by the floor-to-ceiling window, with laptops and recorders on the table. She had searched the internet for information about this lawyer, Kim. However, in his early 30s, he is already a famous barrister in Haicheng City, and is best at handling inheritance disputes. Strangely enough, Winnie thought there was something familiar about his looks, as if she had seen him somewhere before. Miss Wen, please sit down. Jinhan stood up with a gentle attitude. Winnie smiled back but remained wary in her mind. At least from what we can see, this lawyer Kim is on Li Suran's side. Before coming, she was not sure in her heart. Miss Wen has to work in the afternoon, right? Then we'll step straight to the point. Lawyer Jin pushed the document in front of Winnie. After Mr. Wen Jiangguo passed away unexpectedly, The Wen family villa is still under his name, and so is the piece of development land in Panshan district. The difference is that before he died, Mr. Wen Jiangguo left a will naming Miss Wen to inherit that development site. Listening to his words, Winnie frowned and asked rhetorically, "You're saying that my dad passed away accidentally?" "Yes, this is the diagnosis we obtained from G Hospital." Lawyer Kim looked like she came prepared and took the diagnosis straight out. "No way." Winnie scanned the diagnostic room, unable to calm her emotions. It was Li Shulan who misappropriated her dad's surgery expenses, which caused him to be unable to receive treatment. It wasn't even an accidental death, as they said. That instant, Winnie understood. They hit on something. The house transfer is an attempt to cover up the truth of her father's death. Winnie stood up with a start. "Lawyer Jin, I think the information you have is suspected of falsification. This matter, let's talk about it next time." After she finished, she turned around and walked out of the restaurant directly. She simply can't think calmly now, and if she continues to talk, she will only walk into the trap they have set. What should she do? Winnie thought as she walked towards the office. She was so full of what Lawyer Kim had just said that she was momentarily lost in thought and didn't notice the car in the alley. Luckily, someone pulled her back. "Hey, don't look at the road when you walk." The driver poked his head out and yelled at Winnie. Winnie then came to her senses and noticed the red light in front of her. She breathed a sigh of relief as her nose caught a very familiar scent of men's perfume. A familiar voice rang out overhead. "If you have a traffic accident here, the company will not count you as a workplace injury." Winnie stubbornly took 2 steps back and looked up at Henry, facing the sun. She felt a little blinding. "I understand. Please don't worry, Henry." Winnie's face is calm, but her heart is a bit resentful. Why every time he has to see such a wretched side of himself? Her simple, unobtrusive remark made Henry less than comfortable inside. "Follow me," he said with a frown. Winnie reluctantly, but can only follow. Henry bought 2 cups of strong coffee with sugar and milk, one handed to Winnie and one just held in his hand. Winnie secretly thought that he probably came all the way here to help Dana buy coffee. "Thank you, Henry, for your hospitality. Then I'll go back first." "Wait." The man collected his eyebrows and called out to her. "I heard Yun say that you are moving?" Knowing that he would ask about it sooner or later, Winnie nodded and took out her long-prepared words. "Kerr is going to be in elementary school next year, and I have to prepare him to settle for school." She does have that in mind. Previously, Kerr was not well enough to attend school normally, like other small children, but now things are different. "Settled in Sea City?" Henry's eyes sank. Winnie smiled. "Yes, settled down in Haicheng." She had signed a contract with Henry to stay at nights, and neither she nor Kerr could leave the city until this contract was lifted. Since you can't leave, you have to find a way to live better. But Henry was about to say something when Dana pushed open the cafe door and walked in, interrupting him. "Henry." She smiled as she walked over to Henry and smoothly took the cup of coffee. "I waited for you in the office for a long time, so you and Assistant Wen are here talking about work." Winnie silently hung her eyes. She was only Henry's translation assistant. What else could she talk about if not work with him? Dana so judgment, no problem at all. Seeing the two of them standing side by side, Winnie just felt like she looked superfluous. "I won't bother you two. I'll go back to work first." Winnie pulled the corner of her mouth, turned around and walked out of the cafe. Henry looked at Winnie's back, took out his cell phone and dialed Shangguan Xian's number. He also did not avoid Dana and asked directly about Professor Parker's visit to Sea City. Dana sat right next to him and took a sip of that cup of coffee. After just one small sip, her brow furrowed. Not her preferred taste. Winnie went back to her office and kept thinking about what Lawyer Kim said about her dad passing away unexpectedly. Did she overlook something? If Lawyer Kim can get a diagnosis from that hospital, it means that the hospital has information that can prove her dad passed away unexpectedly. Generally speaking, those cannot be faked. Winnie's heart could hardly be at peace. Dad. What really happened back then? After work, Winnie made a special trip to that Chiho hospital. However, there was no access to the medical information that was left behind. "Miss, I'm sorry, we can't disclose the patient's privacy," the nurse said apologetically. "Besides, the case you want to check is already 7 years old, so maybe it can't be found." Winnie's eyes darkened. If the hospital does not provide this information, where did the diagnosis come from in Jinhan's hand? It is not. Li Shulan 7 years ago has predicted today will happen everything, prepared in advance, right? Winnie tried to remember what happened, but was confused. The phone rang. She looked at the memo and immediately picked it up. "Hello?" The other party's voice was still so odd and gloomy, and also emitted a prickly laugh like a chain. "It's useless for you to go to the hospital. Your father's death was not an accident." Winnie's mind buzzed. She subconsciously looked around, trying to find this mysterious employer behind the scenes. But there are too many people coming and going in the hospital. "It's going to rain outside soon. I'll send a car to pick you up." The other party just said that and hung up. Winnie watched the phone screen go dark and took one step out of the hospital doors. She had to stay calm. This man knew too much about her. All she has to do is wait until the other side is willing to talk and come up with the right bargaining chips. Just as she reached the front door, a black car pulled up in front of her. The car window rolled down and the driver said, "Miss Wen, please get in." Winnie got in and realized that there was no third person in the car besides the driver and her. The person who called her was not in the car. When she tried to recoil from the car, the driver had already locked the door. "Miss Wen, I will send you to where you should go." He said this and drove in silence. Winnie stiffened up with a few moments of concern in her heart, and she tentatively asked a few questions. "What's your boss's name? Where did he tell you to send me?" But no matter what she said, the driver stopped talking. Winnie took out her cell phone, but found that the car was installed shielding equipment. Cell phone signal is not at all. "I want to go to the bathroom. You stop the car in front." The driver remained silent. Winnie clutched her phone and kept thinking of ways to get out. The only thing she could be sure of was that the employer behind the scenes would not want her life, and maybe she would know the identity of the other party when she got to the place where she should get off. With this in mind, Winnie gradually quieted down. The car turned forward through 2 traffic lights and went around to another road, and the driver looked in the rearview mirror from time to time, as if trying to shake off someone. Winnie was about to look back at a thud. The car behind them hit them directly, and both cars stopped on the road at the same time. The driver had to open the door lock and go down to check the situation. On the other side, the rear car door was pulled open from the outside. Henry, wearing a dark blue trench coat and a black umbrella, held out his hand to Winnie. "Get out of the car first." "Why are you here?" His angular face hides a few moments of anxiety. Without saying a word, he took her by the shoulders and led her back to his car. As for the tailgating, someone will naturally take care of it. Winnie somewhat reluctantly looked back several times. She was so close to knowing the identity of the employer behind the curtain. "That guy just now. Are you all right?" He strained his face and frowned at Winnie. From his pupils reflected Winnie's delicate face. Her eyes slowly moved down and landed on his rain-soaked shoulders. She wanted to get out those words. In that instant, all swallowed back. This is not a place that Henry would pass through on his work trip. He came here especially to pick her up. Winnie gritted her teeth and said helplessly, "I'm fine." She couldn't sort out her own feelings at the moment and couldn't see through what this man was doing. "Go to the apartment." Henry coldly ordered the driver and then folded his head to look out the window, as if nothing had just happened, ignoring Winnie, a large living person. Winnie tried several times to speak up and ask how he knew she was in that car, yet the low pressure in the car kept her from asking. Half an hour later, the car was firmly parked under the apartment building, and the rain had stopped. Winnie said, "Thank you, Henry." As she was about to push open the door, an icy, "Why did you get in that car?" rang out behind her. "What?" Winnie turned back to look, only to see Henry's eyes dark as night. That expression is not like his usual deep, as if at any time will tear the person in front of him. Winnie's so stunned moment, but the corners of Henry's mouth slowly rose. "Last time you denied that you took Ez, but I just found out the owner of that car, and you were in it. It would be too much of a coincidence to say that it is a coincidence." The cold, sullen eyes couldn't hide the anger. He waited all the way for Winnie to open her mouth and explain, even if it was an impromptu excuse. Winnie's eyes flickered, and she opened her mouth, thinking of what to say. From the man's nostrils came a faint question, and his hand captured Winnie's wrist in that instant. "How much of the truth do you really know now?" "What are you talking about? I can't understand." Winnie felt the pain at her wrist and frowned. Henry's words confused her even more. "Can't understand." The man held back his anger and stared hard at her slim face, trying to see if she was lying. "Yes, Henry, I have no idea what you're talking about. The only reason I was in that car was because I took a part-time job and the guy wanted me to take a few pictures for him. That's all." Winnie cleared her mind and looked at the man in front of her as calmly as she could. "Who is that person?" His thin lips opened and closed, endlessly cold. "I don't know, he didn't tell me," Winnie answered truthfully. But as the words fell, a few sarcastic smiles immediately appeared on Henry's face. "How much did he pay you to deserve such a cover-up?" During this recent period, he has been having people investigate the person who held us hostage in the ballroom, and as he was investigating, he came across this car. But just today, he had the driver follow all the way, but saw Winnie get into the car in front of the hospital. Everything is so coincidental. Winnie met his gaze and shook her head. "I really don't know." She was also trying to do him a favor and find out who was trying to turn on Ez, but that person knew so much about her past and knew who she had surrogated for 7 years ago. Winnie couldn't bring herself to say all of this. She had too much hidden in her eyes. Henry looked at her faintly. "You can go now." Winnie bit her lips and finally failed to tell the past that she had buried in her heart. She watched as the Henry drove out of view. Since he forced himself to sign that contract, he probably knows what he did 7 years ago. But it really takes too much courage to expose your scars to a person. Winnie dragged her tired feet and took one step into the elevator. At least for now, she has no reason to be able to convince herself to be honest with Henry. Winnie used her free time from work to pack up everything with Kerr and send it to Winnie's house. Gave the address to Yoon again. "I'll contact you if I need you later, and I'll trouble you to come here to take care of Kerr." In fact, the Wen family also has servants. There was no need to be so troublesome, but with her current situation, she really did not dare to trust any of the people in that family. At least she trusts Yoon. Okay, Miss Wen, feel free to contact me if you need anything. Sister Yun greeted Kerr with a smile and sent them to the car. Watching the car leave, Rue dialed a number. Miss Dana, who has moved out of Mr. Henry's apartment, has given me a new address. Okay, I understand. I won't tell Mr. Henry the address. Soon, Winnie led Kerr into the Wynn family gates. Looking at the workers who were moving things in the courtyard, the emotions in her heart became more and more complicated. She had sworn that she would never return for the rest of her life, but now, things have gone far beyond her predictions. She didn't know if she was right or wrong to make such a choice. Mommy, why did we have to move here? Kerr caught a glimpse of Li Shulan, who was watching them from the living room, and his brow furrowed. He didn't like it here. Kerr, be good, this is Grandpa's house. We're just staying for a while. Winnie said so, took her son's hand and walked in. This is her home, and she and her son can live in peace of mind. Your name is Kerr, right? Come over and eat the fruit. The maid, Aunt Shu, came over with a smile and took Kerr's hand. Kerr looked back at Winnie and saw Winnie nod before ducking down to the side, his tone slightly deep. Good. He was only 6 or 7 years old, but his body vaguely reveals a noble aura. Li Shulan was beside her, quietly surveying Kerr, her brow knitted tighter. She didn't expect Winnie to be able to raise her children so well on her own. Only, a child without a father will not have a good time. Winnie, your rooms have been packed up. I'll show you up. Li Shulan instantly changed to a gentle face, as if she very much welcomed Winnie and the others back to live, and pushed open the 2 rooms closest to the stairs. These 2 are the best light inside the bedroom. The bedding and daily necessities have been replaced with new ones. See if you like them? Winnie looked around the room and nodded. Quite all right, please. No trouble. Li Shulan looked at Winnie's face and asked softly, Winnie, as I mentioned to you before, do you want to meet the match I found for you? His family is also in business. If you can be together, it will help the company's future development. Winnie looked at the ornaments on the 5-drawer cabinet and asked carelessly, wouldn't selling that land in Panshan be enough to turn the company around? Why would I need to sell myself off? This. Li Shulan's face stiffened and said politely, you misunderstood my meaning. I will not betray myself again ever. Winnie turned back around, her eyes cold to the core. That instant, Li Shulan could not say a word. She watched as Winnie walked out. Swallow back all those calculating thoughts. A few meetings, Li Shulan has really felt that Winnie is no longer the fool who was at her mercy 7 years ago. That night, Winnie stayed with Kerr. When Wen Jingru came back, she only said a simple hello to Winnie and went upstairs, seemingly without any affection at all with her own niece. Li Shulan took their cold interaction into her eyes and smiled as she served up a plate of fruit. Winnie, try this peach, it's especially sweet. Winnie hooked her lips and picked it up. That land inheritance procedures have not yet been done. Li Shulan still dare not give her a drugged thing to eat in a dignified manner. As long as she doesn't sign, Li Shulan will guard her like a huge check. Mom, why are there so many? Outside. Li Xinying saw the packing boxes outside as soon as she stopped the car and only opened her mouth to complain when she saw Winnie and Kerr sitting in the living room eating fruit in simple home clothes. She stared at Winnie with a frown of disgust. Why are you here? Winnie continued to eat as if she didn't hear Li Xinying's words. Mom, are they really going to move in here? Or have you really decided to transfer the house into her name? I don't agree. Li Xinying hated to kick Winnie and Kerr out immediately. She held her fire, but Winnie simply ignored her. Li Shulan was afraid that they would get too stiff and Winnie would change her mind, so she hastily pulled Li Xinying back into the room. Kerr ate his dragon fruit and said lightly, Mommy, they're so noisy. It's okay, we'll be back in our room in a few minutes. Winnie stroked the broken hair on her son's forehead, mentally calculating that when the closing of the house was completed, she would inquire about Kerr's primary schooling. After that, they can officially settle down in Haicheng and don't have to move around as much as before. Kerr looked at Winnie's expression and nodded knowingly. Winnie accompanied Kerr around the garden again. I have to say, it is able to take advantage of the mountain and overlook half of the sea city, and the night view is indeed beautiful. She still remembers when she was a child. Wen Zhongguo often took her, counting the stars here, but everything cannot go back. The good thing is, old God has given her such a lovely child. Winnie vowed silently in her heart that she would let him live a carefree life like a normal child. It was getting late and Winnie took Kerr to her room, but she was blocked by Li Xinying at the corner of the stairs. Winnie subconsciously shielded Kerr behind her and stared at Li Xinying. Is something wrong? Don't think that because you came back, this house is yours. Even if you wash yourself clean now, you can't erase the fact that you're already dirty. Li Xinying laughed sarcastically and glanced at Kerr disdainfully. With such a small bottle, I'm really worried about the rest of your life. Why don't you consider the blind date my mom arranged for you? It's better than ending up alone in the future. No matter how sarcastic Li Xinying was, Winnie's expression was cold. Winnie knows Li Xinying too well. The less she said, the harder it would be for Li Xinying. She was not simply holding back, but waiting for the right moment to make the mother and daughter spit out everything they had taken from her. Hearing the sound of talking in the corridor, Li Shulan came out of the room. Xinying, it's getting late, go back to your room. Li Xinying glared at Winnie, twisted her waist and turned around to go upstairs. Winnie didn't say much and took Kerr back to his room. Winnie, I have a meeting with lawyer Kim tomorrow. Are you free? It's better to do those formalities early. Li Shulan stepped straight to the point. Yes, I will come to you tomorrow after work. Good. Li Shulan said several good words in a row and left happily. Winnie's eyes slightly sunk. Let her take a good look. Li Shulan all these years in the Sea City, have what backers? Or rather, who she was with in the first place, to bring the Wen family to this point. No matter how well Li Shulan hides, as long as she still wants to plot the Wen family's property, she will definitely reveal her foot. Winnie called Yun to Winnie's house before she went to work and put her in charge of Kerr's 3 meals a day. Li Shulan was a little reluctant. Winnie, there are already enough maids in the house, no need to spend an extra share, and I usually take care of Kerr more. Winnie just smiled faintly. Kerr is used to eating the food cooked by Yun. Then okay. Li Shulan had no choice but to agree. Li Xinying also came out of the room and heard these words, and haughtily hummed, Do you really think this is your own home? For such a small child, do you need to find an aunt to cook for him? Winnie glanced at her expression and shot back sharply. When the closing is done, this will be property in my name. You. Kerr, be good at home. Mommy will come back from work to keep you company. Winnie ignored Li Xinying's rude spill and walked out of the villa. Li Xinying wanted to say something else, but was tugged by Li Shulan. She gave a wink, then asked the maid to take Yun and Kerr to the upstairs room. Mom, what are you stopping me for? Look at her rampant look. If the house is transferred to her name, she will definitely want to kick us out. Li Xinying was unwilling. Li Shulan's face was calm. You should be more restrained in front of her. Don't forget our plan. Also, have someone continue to find out where this child came from. According to Li Shulan's idea, Winnie left the country just after giving birth that year and was not heard from afterwards. It's a little strange to bring back a child the age of Kerr now. After the morning meeting, Winnie knocked on the door of Henry's office with the translated document in hand. Heard an answer inside. Winnie pushed the door in and smelled a unique perfume, a very advanced jasmine fragrance. Guessing that Dana should have just left, she gathered the emotion from her eyes and walked over. Henry, here are the papers you asked for. Henry indifferently swept his eyes. Put it there. Winnie did as she was told and turned to leave when the man's cold, questioning voice rang out behind her. Why do you want to see a lawyer? Because of a little personal business. Winnie didn't deny it, nor did she want to know why he knew so much about her whereabouts. The man's eyebrows are raised, the pen used to sign is flat on the table, and his jawline is slightly raised, forming an extraordinarily attractive curve. The voice grew a few degrees deeper. If you need help. No need, Henry, Winnie replied decisively. She turned around with no half-hearted hesitation on her face, having thought about this day from the moment she decided to move out of the apartment Henry had prepared for her and Kerr. She will only be a small employee of nights to him. Other than that, there should be no relationship between them. Henry was about to say something else when the phone rang. He picked it up and only heard 2 words from the other side before picking up his suit jacket. Parker has arrived in Loxon. You're coming with me. Good. Winnie responded and immediately followed him. The two got into the elevator back and forth, and immediately after, Dana received a call from the secretary's office. Hearing Henry leave the company with Winnie, Dana's pretty face was covered with a layer of anger. She should have thought of that. Keeping that woman in the company would only lead to endless problems. But she couldn't understand why Henry could tolerate Winnie over and over again. Did Henry find something wrong with that recording? No, it won't. It must have been Winnie who stalked Henry. 20 minutes later, Winnie sat anxiously in the conference room at Loxon Hospital. The large screen scrolled through the audio and video recordings of Kerr's last surgery, as well as his previous cases. Henry's face was cold and sullen, his body leaning straight in the chair beside her. Xian Shangguan, leading the most experienced pediatricians at Loxon Hospital, disagreed with Professor Parker's team over the treatment plan taken. Based on the child's current condition, he or she must be effectively treated within 1 year. Even for immediate relatives, the chances of blood type matching for this kind of surgery are less than 1%, and no one is sure how long it will take to find a suitable donor in a sea of people. Can he wait, in case the condition mutates and deteriorates by then? Winnie couldn't understand too much technical terms, but she could see the hesitant and cautious look on the faces of the doctors. The fingertips were shaking uncontrollably, and the palms were full of cool sweat. Her mind swirled with chastening memories, and then went blank. Shangguan Xian and the doctors at Luoxin Hospital were also torn. The results after the last surgery were very good. We all thought that Kerr could be like a normal child in the future, but to our surprise, there are still such hidden problems. Just one step away, her Kerr would be able to act like any other child. Winnie struggled to control her emotions, but as a mother, there will be a way. A hand peeked out from the side with a warm, thick feel, gently wrapping around her cold fingertips. 5 short words, smashed in the heart of Winnie. Henry slowly released his hand and patted her gently, then said to the nurse beside him, "Please go with her to the bathroom." He turned his head again and soothed Winnie. "Go wash your face and clear your head." Always in this stressful environment, she was under too much pressure. Indeed, at a time like this, she couldn't think rationally. Winnie nodded, listened to him, and walked out with the nurse. The door had just closed when Henry's expression changed. After the blood replacement surgery, the hidden risk of future recurrence will be completely eliminated. Can I understand it this way? He suddenly opened his mouth and interrupted those doctors' arguments. They looked at each other. A doctor next to Professor Parker nodded and replied, "Yes, we are 10% sure. The problem is that this child's current condition, while stable, does not guarantee that he will wait for a suitable donor. Also, his immediate family is currently the only one with his mother." Henry pondered sensibly. That means finding the right blood type and performing the surgery within a year, right? The doctors looked at each other and nodded in response. The arguments in the conference room gradually laughed, and everyone's attention was on Henry. "Then we can start now, no matter how hard it is. Within a year, I will find the right blood type for him." Henry finished, stood straight up, and looked at Shangguanshan. "Let's start with me and Winnie today." "You?" Shangguanshan was confused. It's not that he hadn't considered this option, but once Henry matched Kerr's blood type, how was he going to explain it? Strangers who are not related by blood have a fit rate of less than 1 in 10,000, and even if you are his biological father, you are not necessarily a fit. "Well, let's try that too. Didn't you say the damage to the donor would be negligible? Tomorrow, I'll bring S over." "Think it over. How will you explain to Winnie and your old man if you really fit in?" Henry's eyes sank slightly. His face looked like it was frozen in a layer of ice. "I've been absent from Kerr's life for 7 years, and there's no way I'm going to leave him alone again." "Well, even if you want to do your fatherly duty, you'd better consider your unmarried fiancée. If she and the Ning family know about Kerr's existence, will they be kind enough to stop?" When Shangguanshan finished, he immediately discussed with the others about finding a suitable blood type. Henry stood still, his expression unchanged. He would not allow anyone to harm his son. There was a lively discussion before Winnie rejoined the conference room with the nurse. Shangguanshan announced the final plan. Loxon Hospital will work with Professor Parker's team to find a suitable blood type and operate on Kerr within a year. Winnie returned to her original seat and sat down. "Better?" Hearing Henry's words, Winnie was stunned for 2 seconds, then nodded. Seeing that she was still a little pale, Henry frowned in regret, as if he should not have brought her here so early. "Then that's it for today, Winnie. You guys get ready and go to the 4th floor for the matching test." After Shangguanshan finished, he gave Henry a parting glance and then left. Fortunately, everything is carried out in the Luoshin Hospital. He can still help to resist for a while. Otherwise, only this evening, the Li and Ning families will receive the news. With Henry's status, it was too noticeable to make a blood type match for a small child who was not related to him in any way. If that old man of the Knight family knew, he might just tear the hospital down. Shangguanshan, just think about it. All feel a chill down the spine. "Let's go," Henry said to Winnie with a calm face. "Why?" At this point, only the two of them were left in the conference room. Winnie wondered, looking at the side of his face. "I was just outside and I heard it all." He was the one who made the decision, and said that he would definitely help Kerr find a suitable blood donor. Winnie couldn't figure it out. "Do those matter?" Henry spoke indifferently. Winnie lowered her eyes, her heart troubled. "Mr. Henry, Miss Wen, the examination room is ready. You can go there now." The nurse knocked on the door. Henry did not hesitate and stepped out. Winnie gritted her teeth and followed. He was right. The nurse did all the necessary physical tests on both of them separately, and another blood draw was performed. Because of the need to do a lot of comparison tests, Winnie finished drawing blood, obviously feel dizzy and weak. She sat in the chair for a while, did not slow down. The first thing Henry did after the blood draw was to come over and see her. In passing, he draped his jacket over her. "Hold it for me." He faintly brushed off this sentence and walked into the doctor's office to the side. If it was an uninformed person, I'm afraid they would have thought he was Kerr's father. If it was a stranger, how could he be so interested in her child's affairs? Winnie looked through the glass at Henry's carefully questioned doctor's appearance, and her thoughts drifted a bit. "Miss Wen, please sign here to confirm, and we will notify you of the matching result next week." The nurse gently explained. "Okay, thanks." Winnie sighed with relief, threw away the cotton swab pressing the needle hole, stood up and wanted to go listen to see what Henry had asked the doctor. But just as she stood up, her whole body, bam, fell down. "Miss Wen!" There was a cacophony of footsteps and talking all around. Winnie tried to open her eyes, but there was no strength in her eyelids at all. She felt herself being picked up by something, so gentle in its movements. Her head rested on the man's shoulder as she exited the hospital and got into the car. But her mind was so foggy that she couldn't get a word out. In the ear is Henry's cold and bone-chilling voice. "This is the clinical manifestation that may appear after the blood draw. I am now sending you back to the Wen family. You rest first." Winnie leaned on his shoulder, her face growing pale, opened slightly, and said yes. There was only one thing swirling around in her mind. If it wasn't for Henry, she wouldn't have been able to hire that Professor Parker, let alone help Kerr with his next surgery. What was the reason he helped her so much? The car stopped steadily in the courtyard of the Wen family. Henry looked down at the woman beside him. A touch of concern crossed his eyes as he gently patted Winnie's shoulder. Here we are. If he carries her indirectly, it will cause a lot of unnecessary misunderstandings. Although he didn't mind. Winnie slowly opened her eyes and looked out the window, trying to take his jacket off and give it back to him. It was stopped by Henry. I'll send you here, clothes you're draped in, and if you fall ill, who will take care of Kerr? Winnie was stunned. Each time, his consideration made her unable to refute. Thanks, Winnie whispered, hiding the emotions in her eyes, pushed open the car door and walked into the Winnie's villa. Henry watched her go inside before he told the driver to turn around and leave. Li Shulan in the living room to see the real thing is Henry personally send Winnie back. When Winnie entered the door, she immediately greeted her with a curious look on her face. Winnie, it was Henry who sent you back just now, right? You two, what exactly is your relationship? Winnie was still pale and looked a little weak when she walked. She returned indifferently. He's my boss. But... Li Shulan was about to say something else, but Winnie was already dragging her feet and heading upstairs. She keenly smelled the antiseptic water on Winnie's body and saw the men's jacket she was wearing. Li Shulan is certain that Henry is not that simple with Winnie. She has to think about how to use this to get more out of Winnie. Winnie pushed open the bedroom door and saw Kerr lying on the floating window reading a book, and in that instant, she felt all the exhaustion in her body dissipate. Mommy? Kerr heard the door open and tilted his little face to shout, but when he saw Winnie's face, he immediately frowned. What's wrong with you? He took Winnie's hand and made her lie down, poured hot water again, took a hot towel and wiped her face. You went to the hospital? Kerr picked up the jacket she was draped in and sniffed it. It's Uncle Handsome's. Winnie hummed and stroked her son's head. You're so observant. Are you uncomfortable, or is he uncomfortable? Kerr asked in a serious voice. He also folded up Henry's jacket by hand and put it on the chair. He's not feeling well. A small smile appeared on Winnie's face as she tugged Kerr into her arms, the only moment she could let herself relax a little and catch her breath. As Henry said, no matter what his goal was to help them, Winnie only agreed to compromise. She did not want Kerr to suffer from the disease again. She didn't want to risk losing him again. Kerr nodded with seeming understanding, climbed up the floating window to close the window, and dragged the blanket over and covered Winnie, then sat quietly next to her. Mommy, you go to sleep, I'll watch over you. At that moment, Winnie's heart melted. All this time, she thought she was the one taking care of Kerr, but in reality, it was Kerr who was there for her, giving her the courage, step by step, to get to where she is today. Winnie woke up again to see Kerr asleep beside her. There was a brawl from outside, like Li Xinying and Wen Jingru were arguing. Thinking about what Wen Jingru told her at the hospital that day, Winnie slowly moved her body, put on her shoes and walked out. Don't be delusional, that piece of land has nothing to do with you. Li Xinying shouted furiously, without any regard for her image as a big star. Wen Jingru, on the other hand, looked at the mother and daughter with a sarcastic expression. In these years, you have gone to great lengths to swallow up how much property of the Wen family, and you have also made the company into the way it is now. Do you still want me to tell you all those things you have done, one by one? Winnie closed the door of the room and looked at them indifferently. All of a sudden, the atmosphere in the living room became depressing. Winnie looked at them, and finally her eyes fell on Lawyer Kim, who was sitting to the side. She was curious to know what had happened to make them lose their emotions and tear themselves apart in front of outsiders. Winnie, are you well rested? I didn't call you when I saw you sleeping so well just now. Li Shulan said falsely, as if she was very concerned about Winnie, and kept giving Li Xinying a wink, dragging her to the side. Winnie's face was indifferent as she sat down on the sofa. Lawyer Kim, are you here to help me with the closing of this house? Winnie got straight to the point. Lawyer Jin subconsciously glanced at Li Shulan, then nodded. Yes, Miss Wen, the information is all ready. He took out the paperwork and gave it to Winnie, as long as you sign at the end of each page. Winnie was not in a hurry to sign, but watched carefully from beginning to end. 7 years ago, she trusted Li Shulan too much to be sold by her, and this time she won't make that mistake again. Winnie, hurry up and sign. It's getting late, or let Lawyer Kim go back early. Li Shulan urged from the side. Winnie just faintly hummed and did not speed up. She couldn't risk her and Kerr's future. Li Xinying looked on from the side and coldly snorted. It's useless for you to look at it more carefully. You can't read it again. Winnie ignored Li Xinying. She had Googled a lot of information about property inheritance and house transfer in the past few days. Although she has not consulted a professional, she can definitely eliminate some hidden dangers and loopholes if she looks a little closer. Lawyer Kim, what does it mean here? Why isn't the closing of the house effective immediately, but wait until 2 years later? When Winnie asked this, Li Shulan's brow furrowed. What's the use of me signing this if it's not effective immediately? According to the relevant regulations, I have no property in Haicheng, so I am not qualified to inherit the land in Panshan district, right? Or is it that this article was added by someone in particular? Winnie raised her hand, flipped further down, and saw that in addition to the closing of this house, there was a closing of a small apartment. In other words, Li Shulan thought she was as good a liar as she was 7 years ago. Making two complicated and redundant documents, mixing them together and using only one apartment, just like getting her to sign? Winnie sneered and threw away the papers. I don't want to pursue what went wrong, but I won't sign such documents. She finished, got up, and headed upstairs. Since Li Shulan was so insincere, she had nothing to say. Winnie is not what you think it is. Winnie took a step up the steps. 7 years, you guys have to grow up a bit, and you still want to trick me with such tricks of fooling children? Li Shulan's face stiffened. Half a day could not say anything. The lawyer advised calmly, Miss Wen, I think it is better for you to sign first, as early as possible, to complete the house transfer procedures. You can inherit the land as early as possible. The inheritance is valid at the end of this year. If you do not sign in the near future, I'm afraid cannot complete the inheritance process. Li Shulan's eyes turned and went forward to pull Winnie. Yes, you are not satisfied with where we can change it again. Kerr will be in elementary school next year, right? You always have to think about the child. Winnie's brow furrowed. Her soft spot was pinched by Li Shulan again. I'm going to the bathroom. She needed time to think it over. Winnie turned on the faucet and washed her face twice as hard as she could to clear her head. The phone rang, and it was a message from the employer behind the scenes. Miss Wen, sign as soon as possible so that you are qualified to negotiate with me. Winnie clutched her phone and tightened her brow. Immediately after, the other party sent in a second message. Do you not want to know who the man who bought everything from you is? The mirror reflected Winnie's slightly pale face. She bit her lip tightly and watched the screen go dark. By the time Winnie returned to the living room again, Attorney Kim had produced a revised document, and the clause that had just taken effect after 2 years had been changed. Miss Wen, the document has been changed according to your request. Lawyer Jin then took out another document. Why don't you sign it together today and authorize me to help you with the land inheritance procedures? Do they have to force her to sign it all at once today? Winnie indifferently swept over Li Shulan's face and thought about the message sent by the employer behind the scenes. She will not be led around by the nose. She picked up the house closing document she had just read and signed it dryly. But the rest of the documents she no longer glanced at. Miss Wen, I don't mind the trouble, but I'd better ask Lawyer Kim to help me with the closing of this house first, and after that, let's talk about it. Winnie smiled faintly, all without putting the value of that land in the eyes. Winnie, you signed together today. The formalities will be done faster, Li Shulan beside anxiously advised. The company side is anxiously waiting for the money. The more anxious she was, the more calm Winnie became. What does it have to do with me? My dad has passed away so long ago, and I'm not the substantial beneficiary of the company. Winnie went to the company that day to check the accounts have seen, the company all the flow of public accounts, and eventually went to Li Shulan's personal account. Over the years, she has gutted the company and made a lot of money. Now the company is not turning over, but she will only use the Wen family's property to fill. Winnie was just too lazy to tear her down. Li Shulan can't laugh anymore. She once again moved out that rhetoric. Winnie, I really didn't expect you to become like this now. Don't you feel sorry for your father's heart and soul for so many years? How did you become so hard-hearted? Back then, she used such words to brainwash Winnie. Winnie hooked her lips. My conscience died 7 years ago. I just want to live in peace. If you guys change your mind, I don't care. Succeeding or not inheriting that land, it has no effect on me. Anyway, she had nothing left long ago. After Winnie finished, she went straight upstairs and went back to her room. As soon as the door closed, she heard another argument ring out from downstairs. It's all about money. Winnie took out her phone and sent a message to the employer behind the scenes. What is your relationship with Li Shulan? Even if she is in the Wen family, the other side can know everything about her. This inexplicable sense of being watched made her uncomfortable. However, the man did not reply. In the next few days, Li Shulan was not as cordial to Winnie as before. No need to think about it. She must have regretted in her heart, trying to get through Winnie, the plan to get that piece of land. Because Winnie simply isn't as in control as she thought she was anymore. On the afternoon of the same day that Knight held the celebration party, Winnie received an email from Lawyer Jin that she could take back the Winnie's villa as soon as the 2-week public period had passed. Winnie looked at the computer screen and her eyes were slightly moist. Soon, she and Kerr would have their own home. Lee knocked hurriedly on her office door. Come on, Winnie, it's time to go downstairs. It's about to start. Good. Winnie hooked her lips, and without turning off her computer, she got up and went into the elevator with her. Shortly after she left, a figure pushed open the door to her office. This time, Knight's group held a celebration banquet not only to celebrate the success of the contract with Huawei Group, but also to welcome a group of new colleagues, among which Dana, as the creative director, would speak in front of the whole company's staff. The entire third-floor conference room was decorated like the scene of a high-class dinner party. Lighting, sound, everything is so dreamy and advanced. Wow, never seen Henry so attentive when it comes to things like this. Most likely he is heartbroken for his fiancée, so he specially prepared this kind of romantic surprise. Could it be that Henry is planning to make up for his last engagement party by proposing in public at the company? Such speculation is also justifiable. After all, After the engagement party, the relationship between the Knight family and the Ning family was not affected, and Dana even joined the Knight group as a creative director. In a sense, this is a recognition by the Lee family of her future Mrs. Lee's identity. Soon, the celebration began. Dana, under the eyes of everyone, wearing exquisite and stunning high heels, walked to the very middle. Everyone, Knights can have such achievements today without everyone's efforts. Let's raise a glass together. She guffawed, her tall figure looking more and more elegant in the crystal light, and Henry was standing not far from her side. The two are very compatible, both in temperament and dress. Many people even took out their cell phones to take pictures of the moment, which is a very rare sight. Director Ning, are you and Henry about to have good news too? Someone gossiped and shouted. Dana sniffed, looked back at Henry with affection, turned around and said in a vague voice, my love life is going just as well as my career. Wow. There was even a cheer in the room. Henry also gave her the benefit of the doubt and stayed by the side until the end of her speech. Well, have fun for the rest of the day, everyone. Dana smiled and turned toward Henry, the two of them close at the ear saying something. Winnie's heart is a little sour. She cannot say what kind of taste that is. Looking down at the buffet in front of a wide range of food, she served it spoonful by spoonful. Winnie, why are you serving only fried rice? There are so many snacks and seafood over there. Isn't it better than fried rice? Xiao Li said in confusion. I didn't eat enough at noon, so I'll eat some rice first and pat it out. Winnie hooked the corners of her lips, carried the plate and found a quiet place to sit down. She had to calm herself down in the shortest possible time. Not far away, Henry's eyes passed through the crowd and landed straight on her, with a few moments of coldness in his brow. This time, the successful contract with Huawen Group, Dana's relationship with the Ning family played a big role, which is why he had to give her face in the company. At least in the short term, he had no reason to dismiss Dana. However, what she just said in public made the man hesitate a bit. What he is most tired of is the mixing of business and personal matters. Henry, Mr. R Group Fei's phone. He Ming came over and said. Henry immediately adjusted his thoughts and walked quickly out of the ballroom. Winnie ate half a day, filled several cups of orange juice in a row, satisfied and got up and went to the washroom, ready to stay a little longer to take the opportunity to leave. In the hallway, just in time to run into Dana. Compared to her exquisitely dressed appearance, Winnie looked so rough and humble. Did you hear everything I just said? The moment she brushed past, Dana took Winnie's arm. Winnie froze for 2 seconds. Listen carefully, Director Ning. Dana was satisfied with her reaction. Her red lips rose slightly and she spoke softly. I want you to help me and Henry take wedding photos. This request is not too much for you as an assistant, right? By definition, it is indeed not excessive. Winnie tugged the corner of her mouth. Sorry, Miss Dana. I only help people take photos occasionally. If it's a wedding photo, it's better to get a professional team to take it. Dana looked at her and her smile deepened. I almost forgot. You and Henry just met because someone asked you to take a sneak peek at him. After Winnie joined Knight's group, Dana already knew all these things like the back of her hand. It's just that she's always been skeptical about it. Knowing Henry as she did, there was no way he would take such good care of a woman he had just met. Dana stared into Winnie's face. She had to find out just what had ever happened between them. Or what would happen later. Winnie bowed her head. Before Dana said her next words, she suddenly smiled to herself. Director Ning is right. I was a puppy boy who made a living by stealing photos before. Those photos I took were too low end. I don't deserve to take your wedding photos. It seemed to her that Dana wanted nothing more than for her to be humble. Sure enough, the words fell, and Dana was satisfied. You're more self-aware than you were before. Dana hooked her lips and wanted to say something else, when she suddenly saw He Ming walking over in a hurry. Winnie, why are you still here? Is the paperwork from the R group ready? I've called you several times, but you didn't answer. Now there's an urgent need over there. You go find it quickly. He Ming said anxiously. Winnie responded and said yes in a hurry. She turned around and headed for the elevator. He Ming coughed lightly and said to Dana in passing, Director Ning, Henry said he had to meet a client and had just left the company. Dana's smile stiffened. She nodded, maintained her elegant posture, and re-entered the ballroom. Even if Henry leaves, she will have to watch the end of this celebration as the future hostess. She also knew in her heart how coincidental everything happened. She had only spoken to Winnie a few times when the R group rushed for papers and Henry left the office. The elevator door closed and the corners of Dana's lips turned up. Henry, don't push me. On the other hand, Winnie went back to her office and immediately found out the documents to give to He Ming. He Ming, however, just swept his eyes. Henry's car is waiting for you in B3, so go over there. Winnie followed what He Ming said and went down the elevator to the B3 floor of the company, and indeed saw Henry's car parked there. But in that moment, she wasn't sure if she should go over. As Winnie looked at the car door and hesitated, Henry watched her from the car. His phone screen showed the blood type matching results that Shang Guanxian had just sent him. His blood type match with Kerr's was up to par, while Winnie's was not. The mood between the man's eyebrows grew deeper and deeper. His finger pressed the open window button and said to Winnie, who was still dazed, "Get in." Winnie sighed slightly and pulled open the car door. "Henry, what is it?" The blood type matching results are in. Henry looked at her sideways, no extra expression on his face. Winnie's heart beat faster at once. How did it turn out? Winnie wouldn't hesitate even to take her life as long as it would help Kerr's condition. Winnie looked nervously at Henry's face, expecting him to say the result. The man, however, did not answer her directly, but ordered the driver to drive. Winnie frowned anxiously and asked again in a small voice, "Henry, you haven't told me." "You can't afford, I'm afraid, to perform another operation on this child." Henry narrowed his eyes and said words that confused Winnie even more. The car drove further and further away in the night. Winnie shook her head. "Henry, I don't quite understand what you mean. If it's the money aspect, I'll figure it out. As long as she painfully signs the succession papers, or sell the Wen family villa." In front of him, the man curled his lips. "You'd do anything for Kerr?" Winnie had never seen that kind of expression on Henry's face, deep with a slight coldness, and his tone made Winnie feel nervous. "You don't have to answer me in a hurry. Go back and think carefully about whether you want to operate on him, even if you have to risk losing him forever." Henry looked out the window at the night scene and threw Winnie such a cold sentence. "Lost, Kerr?" Winnie clutched her fingertips, unable to speak for half a day. Until the car pulled up under the apartment building, she woodenly pushed open the door and watched the car disappear from view. In the back of his mind, Henry's words hovered unbroken. Deep inside her, a voice was reminding her that there was something in Henry's words. What does he mean when he refers to the loss of Kerr? Half an hour later, Henry met with Xian Shangguan at the bar. "You've read the results of the match I sent you, right? Prepare for surgery." Without the slightest hesitation, Henry skimmed off his jacket and sat down to get a glass of wine. This is a chance God has given him to make up for Kerr, and he will hold on to it. "Then have you thought about how to tell Winnie and your family's old man?" Shangguan Xian was a little worried. "Even if you are in good health, you need to rest for a while after the surgery. The Li family side will definitely notice. Plus, you and Dana." "And Winnie, you're planning a showdown with her?" Shangguan Xian asked a few questions in quick succession, each one poking Henry right in the heart. His brow was deeply knitted, and he poured one glass of wine after another. Once it was revealed that he and Kerr had performed the surgery, it would be impossible to hide the fact that he was Kerr's real father. Winnie, Knight family. Henry leaned back on the couch, his fingers clutching the cold glass of wine, and even he wasn't sure what would become of their relationship after uncovering this layer of truth. "Before that, Ez has been targeted by something. If the other side knows that you still have a son, both children in the Sea City will be in a dangerous situation." This is also clear to Henry. He took a deep breath and let the alcohol ferment between his lips and teeth. Inexplicably, I thought of that night 7 years ago, the way Winnie carefully tugged at him, not letting him go. At that time, the decision she made may not be easier than the one he has to make today. The man slowly closed his eyes. Perhaps time will eventually solve all the problems. Winnie went back and kept thinking about the question Henry asked her, looking down at Kerr nestled beside her, sleeping peacefully. What exactly did he mean by losing Kerr forever? That day, Winnie had a hard time sleeping all night. The next morning, she ate breakfast and hurried to Henry's villa. She wanted to ask what the match result was. Just as she entered the front door, she was ushered by the maid into the living room, where Henry was sitting on the couch playing Transformers with Ez. The floor-to-ceiling window reflects the similar side faces of father and son, and the scene is so harmonious and complete. "Miss Wen, please." Winnie nodded, said thanks, and slowly walked in. Henry heard footsteps, raised his eyes slightly, deep eyes hiding a few complex emotions. He raised his hand to pick up Ez. "Daddy has something going on. Take it and go to your room and play with it. There are some things that it is better to avoid, children." Ez smiled sweetly at Winnie. "Pretty sister." "As good. Next time I will play with you." Winnie looked at this normal child who was almost the same size as Kerr, and the emotion in her heart grew stronger and stronger. "Sit." Henry raised an eyebrow, his tone slightly cold. Winnie sighed silently in her heart and walked across to him and sat down on the single sofa. "Henry, I want to know the results of the match that day." Henry was about to answer when Winnie's cell phone rang. She looked at the memo name, employer. She hesitated, got up and said, "I'm going to take the call." Walking outside with the phone in hand, Winnie only pressed the answer button. The voice on the other side of the phone still underwent special treatment. The voice was harsh and depressing. "Miss Wen, there is not much time left for you. I hope you can gain Henry's trust within a month. Preferably, become his public woman." "What does this have to do with Henry?" Winnie frowned. There is always a feeling of stepping into some kind of trap step by step. But she now has no way of knowing Kerr's real father's information, except to accept this man's step-by-step instructions for the transaction. Winnie put the phone down and rejoined Henry. "Excuse me, Henry." Henry's thin lips opened and closed as he continued to answer her earlier question. "You can't donate blood to Kerr. The match doesn't match." "But I'm his real mother." Winnie was stunned by his remark. If even she can't save Kerr, how long will it take to find the right blood type? Winnie didn't hold out any hope for Henry's match results. All she could think about was what the employer behind the scenes had just said on the phone, asking her to gain Henry's trust. In that case, that person would have told her who Kerr's real father was. Maybe that twin child and Kerr's real father were able to match back then. This is Winnie's heart, the only hope left. The fit rate between direct relatives is also low, or you could try with Kerr's dad. Henry intentionally threw out the bait. His gaze was deep as he gazed at Winnie. Just how much does this woman know about the truth of 7 years ago? Does she really not know, or is she acting in front of him? Had it been the latter, he would not have hesitated to take Kerr away from her. Winnie hung her head low, the tips of her fingers clasped in her palms. Barely tugging at the corners of his mouth, he whispered, "That person I can no longer contact. So do you know the name? I can help you find it," Henry casually pursued. "No, Henry, I will think of another way. Thank you for helping Kerr to hire Professor Parker. As for a suitable donor, I will find one." Winnie stood up with a start and walked towards the outside of the villa. She needed time to think about what she was going to do. "Pretty sister, don't you go." Ez ran down from upstairs and chased Winnie out, hugging Winnie's legs at once. "I want to hear your story. Don't you go, okay?" His eyelashes are very long and his cute look makes it impossible to refuse. Winnie always felt she couldn't refuse S's request. She knelt down and touched S's little face. "But I'm going back now, so I'll be back with you next time, okay?" "Noel." "Noel." Ez whispered and pouted, hugging Winnie's hand and refusing to let go. Henry stood in the doorway watching the scene, breathing a few moments heavier. He casually picked up his jacket and said to Winnie, "I'm going out for about 2 hours, so please take care of Ez for me." Without waiting for Winnie to answer, the man had already stepped into the car and drove out the door. Winnie had to take Aze's little hand and go back to the villa. After all, Henry had helped her so much, it wasn't hard to just help him with the kids for a while. "What story do you want to hear?" Winnie asked, taking Aze's little hand and standing in front of the picture book stand. Aze cocked his head and pointed to one of the books. "This one." Winnie was about to reach for it when she suddenly saw a bruise under Ez's collar. Not very obvious, but it didn't look like a birthmark or anything like that. More like a bruise. She frowned and gently lifted Ez's collar to look down. From the child's left shoulder to his back, there were scattered bruises all over, as if he had been beaten. Ez noticed Winnie's movement and subconsciously cowered and ducked to the side. Those big eyes lifted in pity and fear. "Pretty sister, don't touch there." "How did this happen? Who hit you?" Winnie also wanted to see the rest of Ez's body, but it was blocked by the maids who rushed over. "Miss Wen, young Master Ez is not feeling well. I'll take him to his room first." The maid tugged ES's clothes up and took him upstairs. Simply do not give Winnie the opportunity to continue to check. Winnie felt that something was wrong and wanted to call Henry, but thought of him going out on an errand and had no choice but to drop the idea. In the room, the maid put down Ez and immediately dialed Dana's phone. "Miss Dana, something's wrong." Soon, Dana drove to the villa. She stomped on her high heels and rushed into the living room in an overbearing manner, pointing directly at Winnie and questioning, "Why did you hurt S? You are deliberately approaching Henry and the Lee family. What do you want?" I hurt Es." Winnie was confused and looked up to see the maid just now before she understood what Dana meant. "You misunderstood. I saw a bruise on S and wanted to ask what was going on." Dana smiled sarcastically and stared at Winnie's face. Would anyone in this house, where everyone knows what S is, risk abusing him and beating him up? Winnie was dumbfounded. She had to admit that Dana was right. With Henry's position in C-City, no one would be out of their depth and challenge his bottom line. Winnie to tighten her lips. "I just came today. There is no chance." "That's hard to say." Dana didn't care where Ez was uncomfortable. She looked Winnie up and down, and was about to say something when she heard footsteps from behind her. She turned around, tears in her eyes, and walked directly to Henry. "Henry, go check on Ez. I heard from the maid that Ez was abused by Winnie and has bruises all over his body." In a few words, she put all the blame on Winnie. In that instant, Henry's eyes sank. He didn't even look at Winnie and went straight up to the second floor. In less than a minute, Henry carried Ez downstairs. "Henry, where are you taking S?" Dana asked with concern. The man's angular face was drenched in anger. "Hospital. Someone actually hurt Ez right under his nose." Dana froze, then said, "Then I'll come with you." Winnie also wanted to do something for Ez, but her identity is there. She opened her mouth, but finally did not say anything. Henry did not answer, hugged Ez and walked out quickly. The whole time, Ez was lying on Henry's shoulder, not saying a word. But his eyes kept looking at Winnie with watery eyes. In that moment, Winnie's heart was breaking, and she had the feeling that S was asking her for help. The injuries on S's body were definitely not caused in a day or two. If not done by the family maid, who would it be? She associated it with the employer behind the scenes who wanted to take S captive and became increasingly worried and couldn't resist the urge to follow. However, Dana blocked her way. "You're only Henry's assistant and, right now, the most suspicious person, and you'll only complicate things if you go along to the hospital." Dana hooked her lips. "I wouldn't do something that pointless if I were you." "I didn't do it. The most important thing now should be to take care of Ez, right? Miss Dana, you don't have to target me at every turn. If I really did it, I will take all the responsibility." Winnie's emotions were also a bit agitated. She is also a parent and would not be cruel enough to do such a thing to a small child. Dana just looked at her quietly, took a step forward, and whispered in her ear, "Sometimes it doesn't really matter if you've done it or not. A sentence, listening to Winnie's heart is very uncomfortable. What do you mean? I remember your son being the same age as Ez, so maybe you did something similar to your son at some point, but you don't even remember it yourself. Winnie thought of Kerr, couldn't care less to theorize with Dana any further, and ran straight out of the villa. If anything happens to Kerr, she will not spare them. Just as Winnie just returned to the Wynn house, pushing open the door to the room, saw Yoon use a sheet to tie Kerr to the corner of the table, and a bucket of hot water with a long ruler in the room. What are you doing? Winnie is crazy, directly lunged over and pushed away Yoon. Her hands shivered as she untied the sheet that bound Ez. Kerr, are you all right? Winnie looked nervously at her son's little face, her voice trembling as she tore off a little of the tape stuck to Kerr's mouth. Kerr shook his head. Mommy, I'm fine. Winnie took a good look at Kerr's body to make sure he was unharmed before she sighed in relief. She shielded Kerr behind her and questioned Rue. Why are you doing this? Sister Yoon lowered her head. Miss Wen, this matter, I have nothing to say. Because Rue is Henry hired nanny, has always also taken good care of Kerr, Winnie has never suspected her. But now that she saw this scene with her own eyes, she was both angry and chagrined. If she could have found out earlier that something was wrong with Yoon, things would not have turned out the way they are today. I trusted you so much and never treated you badly, but now you do this to my son without even an apology or explanation? Winnie defended Kerr, her face full of anger. But no matter what she said, Yoon just didn't say anything. Li Shulan and Wen Jingru also heard the commotion in the room. Winnie, what's going on here? Li Shulan swept the mess on the floor and immediately asked the maid to come and clean it up. Wen Jingru, on the other hand, gauged Yoon's expression and went up to soothe Winnie, saying, no matter what, it's good that the child is okay. Winnie's hand trembled slightly. She bit her lip tightly, thinking about what Dana had just said. Did Dana put you up to this? In order to put the blame for the abuse of S on herself, Dana paid off Rue to do the same thing to Kerr. Miss Wen, I'm sorry, I really can't talk about it. Yoon's eyes were red and she knelt down at once. I didn't mean to do that. I was desperate. Winnie took a deep breath. You go. Li Shulan was beside her with the mindset of watching the show, and when she saw that Winnie was so nice, she couldn't help but say, Winnie, it's better to call the police, in case she moves anything crooked in the future. I won't. Yoon shook her head hurriedly and begged Winnie for forgiveness. Miss Winnie, please forgive me for once. Winnie just looked at her for a long time before saying, I'll never forgive you, and you can't appear in front of my son again. After that, she took Kerr to the nearby children's hospital. Registered, gave Kerr a full-body checkup to make sure that Yoon had not had time to do it, and Kerr had no superficial injuries at all. Winnie was relieved. Mommy, I'm really fine, don't you worry about it. Kerr understood and calmed Winnie down. Winnie's face grew milder and milder as she held back her temper and pulled her son's little hand tighter. Well, it's good that you're okay. From now on, Mommy won't let you be alone again. Kerr leaned into Winnie's arms good-naturedly and whispered, I just heard her talking to an aunt on the phone, and then she tied me up. Mommy will straighten things out. She dialed Henry's number, asked for the address, and rushed over. By the time Winnie arrived, the doctor had finished examining Ease. Ease had large bruises on his back, and after examination, it was true that someone had abused Ease. But no matter how the psychiatrist and Henry asked, Ease just wouldn't say. His tiny body cowered on the balcony of the hospital ward. The child has been very tense and evasive in asking us questions about him. Based on previous clinical experience, we deduced that there should be some kind of external cause for the child's kind of resistance and distrust of adults, such as, for example, prolonged corporal punishment and abuse. Henry's eyes sank. He didn't expect S to. So now, doctor, what can I do? Spend some quality time with your child, and don't overly force him if he never wants to talk. The doctor gave some more instructions on what to look for and left. Winnie's hanging heart followed and fell to the ground. She didn't mention that Kerr was being treated like Rue, but asked, Can I go in and see S? Can't. Without waiting for Henry to say anything, Dana came over to her and stopped her. You've got Ez in this state, and you still want to get close to him? Do you have any shame as a person? Winnie's eyes darkened slightly, but instead of arguing with Dana, she looked at Henry. The man looked back at her and didn't say anything, just pushed open the door of the ward and walked in. Dana stomped her foot in exasperation and followed Henry. Winnie finally walked into the ward and gently closed the door. She looked at Ez's aggrieved and scared little look and just felt heartbroken. Ez, don't be afraid. You'll be home soon. Winnie ignored Dana's face and walked straight up to Ez and gently took Ez's small hand. Ez blinked and slowly looked up. Winnie smiled tenderly. Wait a few days. I'll take Kerr to play with you, okay? Hearing these words, his eyes regained their glow. But immediately after, he saw Dana standing next to Henry and immediately shook his head. I don't want to play. He stammered and couldn't get a complete sentence out. The whole face was written with panic and fear. Winnie instantly got up and looked at Henry and Dana. Miss Dana, please leave. Dana laughed out coldly when she heard that. Winnie, you're crazy. Who are you to let me out? Can't you see that S is scared of you? He doesn't want to see you. Dana's fine eyebrows furrowed, glared at Winnie and stepped on her heels to walk up to Ez. It doesn't hurt anymore, does it? Come on, follow me home. She reached out and went to pull S. S subconsciously dodged backwards, but was directly tugged by Dana's arm and hugged up. Dana gently patted Ez on the back. Ez's little face drops down, not a word is said. Dana hooked up a smile of satisfaction. As you can see, Ez isn't scared of me, he's just too hard to handle. In this case, Winnie had no way to stop her. Henry, I'll go with S to the car first and wait for you, Dana said and headed straight out the door. Henry's face had changed, and when the sound of Dana's high-heeled footsteps faded away, he spoke in a cold voice. The doctor says Ez needs to rest, and this matter ends here. Just let it go? Winnie shook her head and stepped in front of Henry. Ez was hurt in the night house, and even with all the nanny aunts you hired to take care of him, he was still. If you don't find out the truth, can you feel comfortable letting Kerr stay in that home? Winnie was somewhat unable to control her emotions. She couldn't understand how Henry, as a father, could make such a decision, allowing Ez to stay with people who could hurt him at any moment. That's the Knight family's business. The man's tone sank a few more notches as he walked around Winnie, just 2 steps away, looking sideways at her. All you have to do is take care of Kerr. After saying that, Henry stepped away. Winnie pestled in place with an empty feeling in her heart. Henry is right. She can't even take care of her own children. How is she qualified to judge other people's families? But the way Ez looked at her, there was no way she could just sit back and watch. Winnie took a deep breath and dragged her tired feet back to Winnie's house. Just before entering the door, I heard Li Xinying accusing Kerr. Do you know how much this bottle of perfume is worth? You can't even afford to pay for it if you sell it. Kerr, little brow knitted, stood there, not a word of defense. Li Xinying counted Kerr from head to toe. Look at your appearance, and I don't know what kind of man your mother gave birth to you with. Li Xinying, shut up! Winnie quickly went over and shielded Kerr behind her. Li Xinying did not expect her to come back so quickly. Her face was a little unnatural, pointing directly to the fragments of perfume bottles in the trash. Look at what your son has done. I have only used a few times the perfume, was broken by him. She twisted her waist, went to the sofa and sat down, grunting coldly. And it's not like I'm wrong. You're living alone with this kid and never mentioning his dad, so you can imagine that this man must not be any good. Winnie bit her lip tightly. Her hand, holding Kerr's shoulder, trembled slightly. She was tired enough for one day today. Kerr tilted his head and gently took Winnie's hand, saying word by word in a calm manner, Mommy, I didn't do it. The perfume bottle was broken when I came down from my room upstairs. Well, Mommy trusts you. Winnie's face squeezed out a smile and squatted down, looking at Kerr with distress. She would no longer let her son be bullied or blamed. Not being able to give him a complete home was enough to make her feel guilty. Li Xinying, you should watch your own things. There are so many people walking around in this house. Who are you to say that my son broke it? Hearing Winnie's questioning voice, Li Xinying felt even more amused. You're not really stupid enough to think that once the house is closed, it's really yours. The words just fell. Li Shulan came out from the inside bedroom and directly tugged Li Xinying, not allowing her to continue. Mom, don't drag me. I have to. Today. Well, you're too tired. Go upstairs to your room and rest. It's just a bottle of perfume. With Li Shulan stopping her, Li Xinying glared at Winnie fiercely and twisted around to go back to her room. Winnie heard Li Xinying's words loud and clear. This house, even after the transfer, is not hers, but the procedures have been completed, even if Li Shulan wants to play tricks, and what can be done? Winnie, don't take it to heart. Xinying is too tired from filming recently, and she spoke a little heavier. Li Shulan explained with a smile, and also took 2 steps forward, stretched out her hand, and gently patted Kerr's shoulder. Didn't get scared, right? Your sister-in-law didn't mean to say that. Sister-in-law? Winnie had no intention of climbing in with the mother and daughter. I trust Kerr, and as long as he says he didn't do it, it must not be. Li Shulan nodded repeatedly. That's for sure, and we know that Kerr is very good and won't be naughty or mischievous, she said, called Aunt Shu, and took Kerr to the upstairs room. Winnie, there's something I want to discuss with you again. Last time, the transfer of the house has been done. When do you see when to do the inheritance procedure of that piece of land? Li Shulan only cared about that piece of land. I'll do it immediately when the house is past the public notice period and you move out. Winnie answered painfully as well. She then thought of this and calmly looked at Li Shulan, ignoring her surprised expression. We're moving out. Winnie, where do you want us to move to? I've been keeping this house since your father passed away. You can't kick me out. Li Shulan moved Wenjiangguo out. Although she knew in her heart that Winnie today was very different from the past, but now she is more astute and calm than in the past. I didn't kick you out. I just don't think it's suitable for us to live under the same roof in the future. Looking at me and Kerr every day, you guys will be uncomfortable too, right? I'm doing this for everyone's sake. Winnie hooked the corner of her lips and stepped up to the 2nd floor. In the living room, the smile on Li Shulan's face faded completely. She had long thought of this possibility, but really heard Winnie say it out loud. She was both angry and blocked. Chagrin at the time did not set up Wen Jiangguo's afterlife earlier, actually let him have the opportunity to find a lawyer to leave a will. However, even if Winnie inherits the land and passes the house, she has the same way to make Winnie not get a single dime. Late at night, Winnie had just put Kerr to bed when she heard a knock at the door. Are you asleep? It was Wen Jingru's voice. Winnie casually draped a sweater and walked over to open the door. Is something wrong, Auntie? Then again, they are related to each other by blood. Winnie would not be cold-blooded to that extent. I asked with the maid at home today, before that Yun's sister took care of Kerr quite attentively. Today should be the first time that kind of thing happened. Don't you worry too much. Wen Jingru put down the cut fruit plate and advised Winnie in a warm voice. Well, the results of the hospital tests I took Kerr to were fine. Wen Jingru glanced inside the bedroom. Is Kerr asleep? Seeing that she seemed to have something to say, Winnie walked over and sat across from her. Well, if you have something to say, just say it. Since I returned to the Wen family, I have been learning about the things that happened before your father died and was hospitalized. At that time, you had just graduated from college, and there were many things he hadn't told you. Wen Jingru took out a business card and put it on the table. This lawyer, surnamed Han, was the last person your father met before he died. Winnie frowned and picked up the business card. If it weren't for him, this house and that land would have been sold by Li Shulan long ago. Listening to Wen Jingru say this, Winnie's face did not have any emotional fluctuations. She is numb to all this already. Auntie, you don't need to bother on such things. I know very well how my father left. Winnie put that business card down. There was no way for her to be sure if this was another trap set by Li Shulan. After all, Wen Jingru has not returned to China for so many years. Before still on the side of Li Shulan, her sudden kindness, is it true or... Winnie, I understand that you have concerns, and I know that your whole heart is on Kerr right now, but I have to remind you that Li Shulan can keep running a company that is on the verge of bankruptcy after your father passed away and still keep this house. Behind her, there must be someone who is helping her. You have to be careful in everything. Winnie nodded. She understood that this was also the reason why she had not returned to the Wen family after returning to Haicheng. This time, if it wasn't for the demands of that employer behind the scenes and other things, she wouldn't have taken the plunge. If she was still living alone now, it wouldn't matter what happened, but with Kerr, she had to think a lot more. I'll get in touch with Attorney Han and see what I can get for you. Wen Jingru did not get angry because of Winnie's cold attitude. Instead, she became more and more gentle and advised a few words. Rest well. Children will forget what happened after a few days. It will be fine. At least in this moment, her words made Winnie feel a few moments of family warmth. No one has told her this since she gave birth to Kerr. Winnie hummed. Thank you, Aunt. When Jingru happened to get up, heard this polite thank you, inexplicably heartbroken sigh. Thanks for what? It's all my bad, dragging your father down at the time. Otherwise, he might still be able to. Halfway through the conversation, the sound of Kerr rolling over came from the bedroom inside. When Jingru immediately turned the conversation. Let's talk about it next time. You guys rest early. Winnie mulled over the words she had just left unsaid, a few moments of worry spreading across her face. Could it be that there is another reason for her father's death? Winnie looked at the business card left on the coffee table by Wen Jingru and put it away with a frown. Even if you can't find out anything, being able to learn more about the situation at the time will comfort her apologies and thoughts for her dad. Since Yun is no longer taking care of Kerr, Winnie plans to hire another nanny. But early in the morning, Aunt Shu came over to her. Why don't I try to take Kerr? I've taken care of children before. Winnie was a little hesitant. It's not that I don't trust Aunt Shu, but I don't trust anyone else in this family. Missy, don't worry, I understand everything, but now you have so many things to do. Don't be distracted by this matter. If young Master Kerr has anything, I will keep you informed. Aunt Shu smiled gently and also looked at Kerr, who was eating breakfast. I'll be in charge of your 3 meals a day from now on. Is that okay? Kerr turned his head to look at Winnie and nodded. In that case, Kerr will trouble you in the future. Winnie picked up her jacket. I'm going out today to run some errands. Last night, she had planted pinhole cameras in her and Kerr's room so that even if something did happen, she would be able to find out in time. Okay, Missy, take care on the way. Aunt Shu watched Winnie leave, and when she closed the door, she looked back at Kerr, and she said silently in her heart, the debt I owed back then, I can finally pay, Missy. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. Winnie temporarily put the Wen family's affairs aside and took a taxi straight to the Luoxin hospital. But the nurse at the desk said, the dean has gone on a business trip because of a medical conference and is not expected to return until next week. Next week. So can I ask about the results of the last match I had done? The nurse said with difficulty, I'm afraid this will also have to wait until the dean returns. We have no authority. It seems that she can only wait for Shang Guanxian to return. Thanks. Winnie squeezed out a smile and turned to head out of the hospital, only to accidentally run into Professor Parker, who had come to pick up the information. The other party was impressed with Winnie and recognized her immediately. Miss Wen, we will soon be able to operate on your son, and my team is already working on a plan. Parker said with a smile. I really didn't expect that things could go so smoothly. Is she dreaming? Winnie was surprised and delighted. Really? That's right. A donor with the right blood type has been found. After Professor Parker finished, he looked at Winnie with some confusion. Didn't the hospital side tell you? Winnie shook her head. In the mind, perhaps because Shang Guanxian was on a business trip, when he returns, Luoxin's side will definitely contact her. Thank you very much indeed. Winnie expressed her gratitude to Professor Parker once again, and also invited him to have coffee at a cafe near the hospital. We will do our best to minimize the risks of the surgery. Winnie listened to Professor Parker go over some of the considerations and specifics of the procedure, and the more she listened, the more confident she became. This time, Kerr can really make a full recovery. On the way out of the cafe, Winnie ran into Fang Yi, who had a 5 or 6-year-old girl with him. As soon as he saw her, Fang Yi's expression changed. What brings you to Children's Hospital? I've come to run an errand. Winnie hooked her lips. Since the last time they met, the relationship between her and Fang Yi is not as pure as it was in college. Plus, Wang Qing has expressed her feelings for Fang Yi to Winnie several times, and Winnie can't ignore it. Wait here for a moment while I walk my niece in, and then we'll find a place to talk. Fang Yi finished, and did not wait for Winnie to answer, pick up the little girl beside him, fast into the hospital, a few minutes later, sweaty run back. It's been a long time. Winnie shook her head. It's okay. Looking at Fang Yi's expression, she knew that Wang Qing had already confessed to him, or he had already remembered who the woman he was with that night at the hotel really was. The two of them walked slowly along the pedestrian street outside the hospital. From time to time, Fang Yi gauged Winnie's expression, his hand clenched into a fist, plucked up courage and said, I was reckless last time. It's okay. Winnie returned naturally. As soon as the words fell, Fang Yi's eyes darkened, his feet suddenly stopped, and he slowly spoke. Because you don't care who I've had anything to do with, that's why. You can say it so simply, right? Winnie didn't know what to say. I'm sorry, in the future, I won't say any more words that make you uncomfortable. Fang Yi clenched his fist. I will take care of things between me and Wang Qing after that. After? Winnie listened to him say that and felt that there was something in the words. But Fang Yi shook his head and smiled, the tense emotion on his face slackened. Nothing. I just hope you won't alienate me because of that incident. No matter what, we are still friends, right? Sure. Winnie tugged at the corners of her mouth. She would never forget anyone who had helped her. She would like to believe that Fang Yi just drank too much that day and did not do that on purpose. Then let me take you back. Fang Yi said, my car is right in front. Winnie saw that the time was about right, and if she took the bus, she would indeed be delayed some time. Okay, thanks then. On the way, Fang Yi inquired about Winnie's recent condition whenever he had the chance. Hearing her say that she had moved back to the Wen family, he was sincerely happy for her. Then will you always work at nights in the future? Have you ever considered changing the company? He clutched the steering wheel and asked slowly. Winnie blandly looked out the window. It should always be at nights. She was aware of her contract with Henry. Until the man changed his mind, she was in no position to bargain. Fang Yi sighed helplessly, said no more, and concentrated on driving the car. When Winnie got down from the car, she naturally said thank you to Fang Yi. Winnie entered the door to change her shoes and was about to go upstairs when she was pulled aside by Li Shulan. Winnie, the man who just sent you back, who was he? A friend? Li Shulan's eyes were filled with a curious look. Winnie hummed, not wanting to say more. Winnie, don't rush back to your room. There's something I need to talk to you about. Li Shulan tugged at her, refusing to let go, and kept a smile on her face. You see, you're not too young. It's too hard to bring up a child by yourself. You need to find a partner that suits you while you're young, so that you can spend the rest of your life in peace and security, right? She said, took out several photos from the coffee table to show Winnie. These are the objects I specially commissioned to find for you. Take a look. Is there one you like? Winnie frowned. She did not believe that Li Shulan would be so kind. I have no idea about that, and I never will, and I can take care of Kerr by myself. Winnie said calmly. Not to say she hadn't considered this. Even if she had, she wouldn't have trusted the person introduced to her by Li Shulan. Alas, how can that be? You always have no way to live a good life alone. In the future, the company so many things, all to you. You find a man to rely on, is not very good. Li Shulan said with a smile, and the words were for Winnie's benefit. But the words... Winnie didn't believe a word of it. Winnie looked at her expression and knew that if she didn't say something, she wouldn't give up easily. Taking the pictures, Winnie casually looked at them. Were they ever married? See, Winnie asked. Li Shulan immediately said, No, all single. And you should not just look at their external conditions. These few, especially this one, is the famous diamond in Haicheng. How many thousands of girls are lining up to meet with him? Winnie hooked her lips. You think too highly of me. A single mother with one child like me can't climb too high above them. You can send Kerr to his dad. With one word, Winnie's face suddenly changed. She never thought of it that way. Even if she wants to know the identity of Kerr's real father now, it's not to send Kerr to that man. She just wants the operation to go through. I also hope I won't be so confused to live. Impossible. Kerr is my son. I won't give him to anyone. Winnie looked at Li Shulan's face and said word by word, In the future, please don't say such words again. I'm afraid Kerr will be sad if he hears it. Growing up, Kerr only asked once why he didn't have a dad. At that time, Winnie did not know how to explain, just so in front of Kerr cried. Since then, Kerr has never asked again. Winnie threw the photo on the coffee table and went upstairs to her room. Once she pushed the door open and saw Kerr sitting on the floating window playing chess, her exasperation slowly faded away. "Mommy, you're back." Kerr looked sideways at Winnie, and her slightly haggard face was reflected in her crystal eyes. "Well, was Kerr good today?" Winnie walked over and sat down, gently taking her son's little hand. "Maybe in a while you'll need another surgery, will you?" Kerr blinked and deliberately thought for a moment before nodding his head. "I'm willing to do whatever Mommy wants me to do." Winnie's eyes were slightly moist. She sincerely prayed to God that this would be the last time and that her Kerr would not have to suffer like this again. She took Kerr in her arms and whispered, "Mommy promises that you will be healthy and well in the future." Kerr reached out his little hand and hugged Winnie as well, lowering his voice and asking, "Mommy, then you won't separate from me, will you?" "Of course not." Winnie carried into Kerr. She would never in her life let Kerr leave her. That night it rained heavily for several hours in Haicheng, and all the highway roads into the city were forced to close. Extensive power outages in urban and suburban areas. Winnie held Kerr and lit a few candles in the room, and mother and son leaned against the bed while electricity flashed outside the window. Winnie patted Kerr one at a time, lulling him to sleep. The phone screen suddenly lit up, and it was a news push message. Henry, the president of the night group, was in a car accident on the highway back to Haicheng and has been rushed to the downtown hospital. Winnie's mind buzzed the moment she saw that line. She couldn't think of anything else, grabbed her coat, and drove to the hospital. The corridor of the operating room was crowded with reporters. She had a hard time getting inside and saw He Ming and several doctors standing at the door of the operating room. "How's Henry?" Winnie trotted all the way over here, her breathing still a little rushed. But no one answered her question, and immediately afterwards, the red light in the operating room went dark and the door opened. Henry was pushed out with his eyes squeezed shut. He still has an IV needle in the back of his hand. "Move over, the patient needs to rest. Please leave." The nurses escorted Henry all the way to the ward. "Henry." Winnie saw his bloodless face and her whole body froze. She never thought that one day she would see that man lying there so frail. After a brief exchange with the doctor, He Ming turned back around and saw Winnie sitting in a chair dazed and shouted at her a few times before she responded. "I'll go do the hospitalization procedures. You go to the 7th floor ward first to take care of Henry. Maybe later, Chairman Lee will also come over." Winnie nodded in a daze, got up and headed for the elevator. She was filled with only one thing surrounding her mind. Henry had been in a car accident. Pushed the door into the ward. The smell of sterilized water is pungent. Winnie looked at the unconscious man on the hospital bed, pursed his lips. Why exactly? She couldn't believe what was happening before her eyes. The rain outside the window gradually stopped, and the night became more and more silent. Winnie drew out her stool, sat on the edge of the bed, and looked at him. Stretch out the fingertips, trembling, and landed on his cheek, feeling his temperature. No one told Winnie exactly where Henry was hurt, and she felt heartbroken as she watched him lie there with his eyes closed. I don't know how long it took. Winnie was physically exhausted and fell asleep against the side of the bed. The man's fingers moved slightly, then opened his eyes. As soon as He Ming entered the ward, he saw Henry looking at Winnie with a soft face. That kind of gaze. It was like a different person. Night. He Ming had just opened his mouth when he was stopped by a stern gaze. Henry's brow furrowed, not wanting anyone to disturb Winnie's rest. He Ming immediately stopped and did not dare to move again. But Winnie also heard voices in the ward and opened her eyes. She was surprised how she had fallen asleep and looked up to see that Henry was still lying there unconscious, just as he had been earlier. Winnie turned back and frowned as she asked He Ming, "Henry is still awake. What did the doctor say?" The doctor said that it was all the effect of the anesthetic, and that with a little more rest he should wake up. He Ming pulled the corners of his mouth and made up a lie. Winnie's eyes were slightly vacant and oh so loud. When he looked at Henry again, he was even more worried. Now 7 or 8 hours have passed since his accident, and the anesthetic has not yet worn off. Will it have other effects on his body? That, Assistant Wen, if you can you stay and take care of Henry? I have to go and deal with the reporters over there. In case the news gets too big, it will have an impact on the company's next plans and investments. He Ming then said, I will talk to the personnel department in accordance with overtime to give you next month's salary. Winnie looked at the man on the bed. Don't worry, I'll keep him. Those words were her promise to Henry, whether they have that paper contract between them or not. The night was sinking. The Knight family did not come back, and Dana did not show up. Winnie flipped open the page and looked at it, all of which were news about Henry's post-operative condition, and some even said that his body had become so serious that he had to undergo multiple surgeries, and there was a risk of becoming a vegetable. Winnie looked at the phone screen, her heart clenched. She knew it wouldn't be true, but the thought of him waking up at some point and facing the pressures of the company and the outside world when he did. She sighed faintly. She got up to pour a glass of water, but just as she moved, her wrist was suddenly held by someone. Didn't you say that you were going to keep watch over me all the time? Where are you going? He opened his eyes and his mouth was like intoxicating red wine. He spoke suddenly, startling Winnie. I'm going to get a glass of water. She whispered and squeezed out this sentence, but did not know that her white face was tinged with a few dainty at that moment. Henry just looked at her and didn't let go. Winnie frowned. Are you uncomfortable somewhere? I'll call the nurse on duty. She still doesn't know exactly where Henry was injured, in case there are any complications. With that thought, Winnie got a little anxious. She was about to break free of Henry's grip on her hand when he stopped her with a word. Don't worry, I'm fine. Then he let go and leaned back on the bed, and his eyes slowly moved away. These words are like sprouted seeds, rooted in Winnie's heart. He wants to reassure himself? When did she ever say she was worried about him? Winnie bit her lip, went to the other side of the table and filled a large glass of water and drank it all in one gulp. Behind him was the man's low, inquiring voice. What's the situation outside now? This car accident happened so suddenly that even if the people of the Lee and Lee family dealt with it overnight, they might not be able to stop the onslaught of those news and public opinion. Winnie thought about it a little and spoke. He Ming is already taking care of it with the PR department. As for the rest, she stayed in the ward watching him, not sure. Is that so? The corners of Henry's lips curled up slightly, as if there were words in them. Seeing his expression as if he had completed some special plan, Winnie was a bit puzzled. He was not at all worried about his own health condition. Didn't he need to call a doctor and nurse to come and take a look? The two of them, one lying on the bed and the other sitting on the edge of it, neither of them spoke again. In a daze, Winnie fell asleep on the edge of the bed. After she fell asleep, it seemed that someone was gently stroking her hair and saying something, but she was too tired to open her eyes to see. Just after dawn, another cacophony of voices rang out in the corridor outside. Winnie opened her eyes and looked warily at the door. It was those paparazzi reporters? She looked back at Henry, who was still asleep, got up straight away and walked out. The most important thing for him now is to recuperate. I heard that Henry is in this ward. The information is absolutely accurate, will not be wrong. Why didn't he go to a private hospital and come to this one? There's no special hidden agenda, is there? The reporters whispered. The camera was pointed at the door of Henry's hospital room at all times. All want to get a first-hand shot. Winnie pulled open the door and calmly faced the cameras. Please leave. The patient needs to rest. Those reporters, seeing only Winnie alone, were even more impatient to rush inside. Who are you? We're here to interview Henry. Winnie closed the door of the ward, secretly took a breath, and followed He Ming's usual tone of dealing with special situations. Henry is not convenient to be interviewed right now. If you insist on going in, I can only contact the hospital's security department and the company's legal department and let them come talk to you. When the reporters heard this, their attitude was not as strong as it was just now. Still not leaving? Then I'll remember the name of each of your websites and TV stations first, and then I'll have someone from the legal department contact you afterwards. Winnie said and began to read the labels attached to their cameras. Hongzhong TV. Those reporters hurriedly put away their cameras and left reluctantly one by one. After all, Henry's identity is there, even if they want first-hand news. They can't stay in the hospital, in case it's really big. They can't keep their jobs. Winnie watched them walk away before she breathed a slow sigh of relief. She moved back to the ward and saw Henry looking at her with a smirk, opening his mouth with a few compliments. It seems that Assistant Wen has learned a lot during this time. It's all because Henry taught me well. Winnie looked at his IV bottle, got up and said, I'll get the nurse to come over. Last time it was my fault for misunderstanding you to take S. It took so many days before he brought it up to his face. Winnie's eyes sank. It's nothing, it's over. As long as Kerr was not harmed, she could live with it. Henry raised his eyes to look at her, his eyes flooded with coldness. Yun's sister to Kerr. His words made Winnie gradually sober up and opened her mouth to interrupt his later words. Henry, thank you for taking care of me and my son during this time, but I also hope that we can keep a distance between us in the future. Keeping your distance? A stern look crossed the man's eyes. I don't want to cause unnecessary misunderstanding. After saying that, Winnie walked straight out of the ward. Her heart thumping, she rounded the corner, Winnie's back against the cold wall, and took a deep breath to calm herself. She must do this to be the best way to protect Kerr. If she owes him too much, she's afraid she won't be able to pay it back. Winnie ordered breakfast and went to get the nurse to come over and help Henry change the infusion bottle, just as Shangguanshan received the news and rushed to the hospital from out of town. He hurriedly pushed open the door of the ward. After seeing Henry, his eyebrows tightened and could not help but start nagging. That kind of stormy weather, what are you rushing back to Haicheng for? Fortunately, you people are fine, in case. What if something happens to you, S? Shangguanshan sighed and sat on the sofa. Henry hooked his lips faintly. I've been fine. You're fine. The Knight family is not. Shangguanshan took the latest news to Henry. Since the news that he was hospitalized in a car accident was revealed, the competitors of the Knight group could not sit still and kept releasing false news to slander the Knight. Said Henry was to avoid responsibility, self-directed such a play. In addition to the fact that the Knight group has been managed and operated by Henry in the past few years, his sudden hospitalization and unknown condition will indeed make those companies that have just signed contracts with the Knights sit up and take it easy. Once something happens to Knights, the economy of half of the Sea City will be affected. Shangguanshan looked at him helplessly. Next, what are you going to do? Henry looked at the news on his phone screen and did not speak for a long time. And only then did Shangguanshan open his mouth, suddenly thought of something, turned back to Winnie and said, "Excuse me, I just got off the plane. My mind is not very clear now. Can you please get me an espresso?" "Okay, no problem." Winnie nodded and walked out of the ward. She had a feeling that Shangguanshan looked like he was deliberately distracting her, but she had little interest in the company, so she thought and walked quickly out of the hospital. Shangguanshan closed the door of the ward to make sure no one would come in to disturb it, before turning back to the hospital bed. "I've made plans with Parker's side. As long as the conditions are right, you and Kerr can have the surgery anytime. But after the surgery, you will need to rest for at least a week. But you are now lying in the hospital, and the body is so weak, if because of surgery, causing adverse reactions, I am not sure what the consequences will be." Shangguanshan said here, suddenly stunned. He immediately looked at the medical instruments beside Henry, and a bold idea popped into his head. "You didn't have an accident at all, did you?" Although he was a pediatrician, he could read the values of these basic instruments, and Henry was in excellent health, no problem at all. Shangguanshan subconsciously went to lift Henry's quilt. "You don't have to check, I'm fine." Henry lifted his right hand. The infusion was just nutritional fluid too. Shangguanshan wrinkled his brow and sat to the side. "I wondered on my way back why you didn't stay in a private hospital and come here. Tell me, what did you have in mind?" Knowing Henry as he did, he wouldn't do such a thing for no reason. What's more, it won't put Knight's group in crisis. Because they all know very well that the cost of doing that is too great. The slightest mistake will tarnish the entire Knight business empire. It's the only way I can publicly disappear for a while. Henry raised his eyes slightly, and his face was calm. Kerr's blood replacement surgery is scheduled at this hospital. Shangguanshan was stunned, so it all makes sense. Henry was hospitalized in a car accident and treated in the hospital, and with a little arrangement, they were scheduled to enter the operating room at the same time on the same day as father and son. This is a great move of yours to hide from the world. He couldn't help but applaud the perfect plan. But the question also comes up, can your old man feel comfortable letting you lie here? And Dana's side. They won't show any difference. Henry spoke indifferently. His physical condition is related to the business and interests of several groups, whether it's elderly or Ningquan Hai, will not easily take risks, which is the reason why the Li family has not sent anyone to the hospital until now. Once they show up, it means Henry's condition is serious, and at that time, there will be more people besieging the Knight's group. There's also a high probability that more serious consequences will result. Henry took out his phone and looked at the few unread messages on it, his thin lips slightly hooked. This is the world he is in, far more cold and heartless than others seem to be. Well, since you've thought of all that, I'll cooperate with you fully, and I'll go back to Loxin now to contact Parker's assistant and schedule the surgery as soon as possible this week. Shangguanshan got up and carried his jacket to leave. Behind him suddenly came Henry's sentence. "Don't tell Winnie for now, it's me who's going to donate to Kerr." "Got it, don't worry, I won't ruin your big plan to recognize your son." When Shangguanshan finished speaking, he pushed the door and left. The ward regained its silence, and Henry slowly closed his eyes and leaned back on the pillows. He also does not know how many people can be hidden, let alone how long, but for the current situation it is the best choice to do so. Once again, the door to the ward was pushed open. He thought it was Winnie who had returned, and raised his eyes to say something when he saw that the person who came was Dana, and a few moments of coldness arose between his eyebrows. That shift in demeanor is just too obvious. Dana saw it clearly. She put away the smile at the corner of her mouth, stepped over to the bed and said softly, "What? A little disappointed to see it's me?" Henry narrowed his eyes. "What brings you here?" Ningquan Hai should have told Dana not to appear here. "I contacted the hospital, and they said your condition is stable, and there won't be any major problems," Dana said with a smile. Henry looked at her with that gentle and elegant look, and his eyes sank deeper and deeper. "By the way, I had the kitchen at home make soup. I'll serve it to you." At this moment, there were 7 or 8 black-clad bodyguards standing outside the ward. Winnie was stopped outside when she returned with her coffee and breakfast. At first, she thought it was a bodyguard sent by the Knight family, so she explained, "I'm Henry's assistant, and this is his breakfast. No one can go in without Miss Dana's orders." "Miss Dana?" Winnie then responded by carrying 2 bags of breakfast and looking in through the window across 2 doors. Dana is holding a bowl and feeding Henry 1 bite at a time. In that moment, Winnie silently hung her head. Her reason was telling her that the situation before her was the right one. Putting her breakfast aside, Winnie took a few steps backward and walked quickly out of the hospital. On the way home, Winnie sent a message to He Ming. As Henry's assistant, she has done all she can do. Just as she entered the door, Lawyer Jin and the people from their law firm followed, with the simple purpose of hoping she would sign the succession papers for the land in the Panshan district. And tomorrow is the last day of the public notice period for the transfer of the Wen family villa. For reason, Winnie has no more reason to refuse. As Lawyer Kim brought out the document and tried to persuade Winnie to say a few words, Winnie had already signed it painfully. "Is this okay?" Li Shulan was frozen beside her, not expecting things to go so well. Winnie, it would be great if you could do that, and when lawyer Kim helps us sell this land, soon the company will have money to turn around. Li Shulan couldn't stop talking with joy. She has worked hard for 7 or 8 years, and it has finally paid off. However, what she was playing for, Winnie could not be clearer. 7 years ago, it was Li Shulan who took the money from the sale of her to promote Li Xinying as a big star, and now they want to do the same thing again, sell the land, and they will swallow the money. Mother and daughter. Attorney Kim, I would like to know what the current market value of this land is. Winnie asked a direct question. Lawyer Jin had long been instructed by Li Shulan and immediately said, about 30 million. 30 million? Are you sure you're remembering correctly? Winnie pressed the document they hadn't taken away at once. I've seen the bidding price for this land before, and a third of the area alone is already in the hundreds of millions. Lawyer Kim coughed lightly, not expecting Winnie to be such an insider. This is only an approximate price. The exact selling price will be negotiated again. The assistant behind him temporarily explained. Oh yeah? Winnie slowly stood up and took the inheritance document and turned it over. Since I'm now the owner of this land, I should have the right to decide who to sell this land to, right? It certainly is. Li Shulan almost froze beside him. If Winnie intervenes, won't she get a penny? Winnie, you are so busy at work, entrust all these matters to. I'm just a small assistant. What's so busy about it? Compared to Li Xinying, my job is too easy. Besides, this piece of land is the last property of our Wen family. I always have to keep a close eye on it to live up to your hard work for so many years. Winnie blinked, and the smile between her lips intensified. She nearly made Li Shulan faint with these few words. Lawyer Jin, then after that, I'll trouble you. Winnie handed the document over, followed by, I passed by your law office before, so if there's anything I don't understand in the future, I'll just come to the door and bother. Okay, no problem. Then we'll leave first. Lawyer Kim pushed his glasses and hurriedly left with his assistant. The living room regained its calm, and Li Shulan sat there, unable to speak for half a day. Winnie naturally walked up to her. The company's working capital, it shouldn't need a few $100 million, right? That amount of money is enough to buy several Wen's groups. Li Shulan's face became more and more embarrassed. Inside, she regretted a million times that she shouldn't have let Winnie know so much. The words have been said to this point. Winnie also do not want to play with them again. Since it's for the good of the company, the money from the land sale should be paid directly into the company's account to save trouble. Doing so will maximize the chance of stopping Li Shulan from making a move on that money. Li Shulan's face is bloodless, can only dry smile and say, Winnie, you are more and more capable in these years. If your father knows, he will be very pleased. Speaking of her dad, Winnie frowned slightly, said nothing more, got up and went back to her bedroom. That's all she can do for the Wen family today. The light in the living room was on for a long time, and what Winnie did made Li Shulan have to be on guard. She made several phone calls overnight, and must uncover a bit of Winnie's secret, or else, the property of the Wen family, she can't get a penny. The next day, Winnie had just gotten up when she was awakened by a knock on the door. Kerr rubbed his eyes, frowned and jumped out of bed and went over to open the door. Li Xinying, dressed in a silk nightgown, glanced at Kerr. Where's your mother? What's up? Kerr held his head up in a nonchalant manner. His eyes were quenched with a coldness like an iceberg, and his tone was distant. Li Xinying reached out to push Kerr inside and was dodged by Kerr. He frowned and stared at Li Xinying. This is my room and my mommy's room. How rude of you to barge in without permission. Li Xinying has been in the business for so many years, but this is the first time she has been taught a lesson by a small child. She instantly wanted to go to Raquel. Your mother didn't teach you how to talk to adults, did she? Then I'll teach you. What are you doing? Winnie heard the sound and came out in time to protect Kerr. She frowned and stared at Li Xinying's raised hand. If you dare to touch a finger of Kerr, don't blame me for being rude to you. Yeah, I'll see how you can treat me badly. Li Xinying didn't mind Winnie's warning at all and had to approach Kerr. Winnie protects Kerr and coldly hooks her lips. I can find a few former peers and have a good chat about your interesting stories in the entertainment industry in the past few years, especially those male actors who used to have a good relationship with you. Li Xinying's gossip, she can talk all day and night and all have real evidence. You. If you want people to know, you can't do it. Winnie gently patted Kerr's shoulder and told him to go back to his room first. When Kerr left, he gave Winnie an uneasy look. Winnie closed the door of the compartment inside and turned around to look at Li Xinying. If you have something to say, just say it, and if you're done, please leave. Li Xinying's face changed slightly and she stared at Winnie's face for a while. But Winnie doesn't take her seriously at all. Thinking about what her mother said to her yesterday, Li Xinying had to hold back her temper. Last time I invited you to shoot a reality show with me, you refused, but a reporter still caught us eating together, so you have to attend a party with me today. I'm not going. Winnie bluntly refused. She didn't want to be a stepping stone for Li Xinying. Li Xinying seemed to have expected her to refuse and directly threw out a cold sentence. Don't forget, you and your son are now living in the Wen family. Even if this house is yours, you can't evict me. There are so many paparazzi out there staring at me. If they misunderstand your son's relationship with me and do something to him, you can't blame me. Winnie's brows knitted together. You threatened me. Yes, and I know that you will definitely compromise. Li Xinying hooked her lips. Come downstairs in 10 minutes, otherwise you will be responsible for the consequences. After she finished, she twisted her waist and closed the door of the room. Winnie sank her face and sighed helplessly. She had to admit that Li Xinying held her soft spot, and she couldn't let Kerr get hurt at all. Under the same roof, in case that woman starts to go crazy. Winnie changed her clothes, instructed Kerr to stay at home, then went downstairs and got into Li Xinying's nanny car. The driver and Xia saw Winnie were frozen, especially Xia. She knows very well in her heart that the sisterly relationship between Li Xinying and Winnie is not as close as it sounds, and the feud between the two is not a day or two old. She tugged on Li Xinying, who was looking at her phone, and asked in a low voice, "Why did you bring her along? You know how important today's trip is to you." It took a lot of effort for the company to arrange for Li Xinying to shoot today's miscellaneous cover, and after the shoot, they would send her directly to a party for the stars of Haicheng. If you take Winnie with you, it will be difficult to close the case if something goes wrong. I know, she's here to be my assistant today, carrying bags and shoes. It won't be a problem. Li Xinying hooked up her lips, picked up her phone and took 2 selfies, intentionally or unintentionally snapping in the ball, Winnie sitting behind her. But as soon as Winnie noticed, she immediately turned her head away. Li Xinying cut a sound and continued to pose her pose. Hearing her say so, Xia had no choice but to ask the driver to drive faster and go to the studio earlier. In addition to Sister Xia, Winnie was also curious as to the purpose of Li Xinying bringing her over. According to Li Xinying's character and temper, she hated to step on her feet. Winnie looked out of the window and was well prepared mentally. No matter how Li Xinying tossed her, she wouldn't care. Only when she makes Li Xinying feel bored will she be spared. Li Xinying was as popular as ever. Without getting off the bus, there were many fans holding name tags and gifts waiting in front of her office. Some even kept screaming and shouting her name. "Xinying, Xinying, always beautiful." Winnie followed them, the last to get out of the car, using a duck-tongue cap to shield her face, followed quickly inside. But just 2 steps away, Li Xinying swept back Winnie. "I left my bag in the car. You go get it." Winnie stared. She clearly did it on purpose. With so many reporters and fans outside, Winnie will be pushed and photographed when she goes out alone. Li Xinying pretended to be angry. Winnie had to go out once more. Li Xinying watched her being pushed around by the fans. The smile at the corner of her lips intensified. "Winnie, I'll let you wake up today. Not everyone can have the beautiful dream of flying to the top of the branch. Especially you. In this life, you are destined to be stepped under my feet." She thought carefully with her mother that Winnie dares to be so reckless nowadays, all because of Henry's support behind Winnie. Therefore, they want to let everyone in Haicheng know that Winnie is from a lowly background, also unmarried and pregnant. So misbehavior, also worthy of seducing Henry? See how she can still be wild in the future. Winnie took a long time to get Li Xinying's bag back, but just delivered to Li Xinying's hand. She wanted to drink coffee again. Let Winnie go to the restaurant a few stops away to buy, but also must be freshly ground coffee. Remember, I want to stay in shape and not add sugar. Winnie tugged at the corner of her mouth. Good. However, Winnie had just left when she received a call from Li Xinying. "I changed my mind. I don't want to drink coffee. Go to the next street and pick up my shoes for me." A few hours of time, Winnie was paged around by Li Xinying, tired and sweaty. She delivered the lunch that she had specially run to several stores to get to Li Xinying, but Li Xinying just picked at it and ate 2 bites, then brushed it aside. "The smell is too strong. Take it and throw it away." Winnie frowned and gritted her teeth in anger. Li Xinying, however, said sarcastically while fixing her makeup, "What? You're not willing to let you do such a little thing?" This is not the first time that Li Xinying has bullied people in public. The staff in the studio only thought that Winnie was Li Xinying's new assistant, and secretly felt sorry for her. The artist is so difficult to serve. Just when Li Xinying was waiting for Winnie to lose her temper, so as to hit her hard with a few words, Winnie suddenly bent down and quietly put away all the food she had eaten for a few bites, and incidentally wiped the table clean without leaving a trace. "If you think of anything you need me to do, let me know again." She is not angry at all. The words that Li Xinying had been reckoning in her head turned into bubbles in a flash. "Winnie!" Li Xinying stared at her in exasperation. "You're really able to endure it. Compared to everything I've ever suffered, this little toss from you is really nothing. Even if I'm a little angry, I can understand why you did it. Think about it. I don't feel the need to bother with you." Winnie hooked her lips, turned around, and simply walked out of the studio. She did have a fire in her heart and felt that Li Xinying got where she is today because of her dirty tricks. But the truth is right in front of her eyes. Li Xinying is a big star, and she, just a small employee of the night group. The real conflict, disgraceful, being talked about will only be her. That's why Li Xinying brought her here in particular. This is Li Xinying's territory. In these 7 years, Winnie spent every day learning to endure, and now she has long lost the impulses of the past. Li Xinying finished filming and saw Winnie still staying outside, walked over and left a sentence. "Follow me." Winnie followed her and Xia with expressionless faces. Li Xinying changed into a high-grade dress and took Winnie to an open-air restaurant half an hour later. Tonight, artists from several agencies in Haicheng will hold a small party here, which will also be attended by some high-class people. Winnie was dressed in a casual outfit, out of place with the evening's atmosphere, and everywhere she went, she looked like a shadow of Li Xinying. Xinying, this way. A few models dressed in character waved at Li Xinying, then saw Winnie and asked with a smile, "Who's this? Your company's newcomer. How come you came dressed like this?" Winnie ignored their sarcastic tone and didn't say a word. Li Xinying smiled, took Winnie's hand in public, and said, "You don't know her now, but you will soon, because she, is Henry's lover." Henry? Hearing this, the models' faces changed. Henry is almost all the women of the Sea City, Prince Charming. How many models starred desperately to him? The results, he chose Winnie such. All of a sudden, the atmosphere completely changed. Those models looked at Winnie with an expression full of jealousy and hatred. What's her background? It looks like that's all it is. I thought Henry's fiancée was Dana? The models murmured, their eyes like X-rays, eager to stare through Winnie. Li Xinying was very satisfied with the atmosphere at this moment. She just wanted to make Winnie embarrassed and let her know that with a little mean tactics, she can't be Mrs. Li. Moreover, now that Henry is in the hospital, even if he hears something, he is unlikely to come over to clarify it. Winnie will soon have to take the blame for being a mistress. Winnie bit her lip tightly. She's not afraid of being misunderstood, but she doesn't want to pay for something she didn't do. Just as Winnie was about to say something, a gentle voice rang out. "Miss Winnie, we meet again." Winnie looked in the direction of the voice. It was Xu Jingya. That day on the cruise ship, the woman who was on a blind date with Shangguan Xian was also the object of Tang Rui's ambiguity. Xu Jingya slightly raised the corners of her lips. Her pretty face reveals some calmness and elegance. Compared with these models and Li Xinying, she naturally carries an innate nobility. After all, her family is so much better off than theirs. "Last time when Henry took you on a cruise, I didn't even get to have a good chat with you," Xu Jingya slowly said, sitting down to confirm that Winnie and Henry do have a great relationship. But it sounded like Henry was taking extra care of Winnie. Instead of what Li Xinying said, Winnie interfered. The faces of several models have changed, and some of them have taken the trouble to inquire about Henry's schedule, but in the end, they couldn't even meet Henry's face. But Henry actually took Winnie to one of those high-class parties. This left them with nothing but jealousy. Xinying will go first. They don't want to stay and continue to hear how good Henry is to Winnie. Even if they are doing junior, they don't have a chance. Li Xinying frowned in exasperation and had to say something, and was pulled over by Xia to answer the phone. Winnie, who had gotten away for the moment, sighed and thanked Xu Jingya, saying, "Miss Xu, thank you for earlier." "Thank me?" Xu Jingya smiled unconcernedly. "I just said the facts as I saw them. As to what exactly is your relationship with Henry? Only you know." Winnie felt that there was something in her words. What does Miss Xu mean by that? Xu Jingya picked up a glass of champagne and looked at Winnie with a smile. "If you really want to thank me, then tell me the truth. Henry, he really had a car accident?" Winnie was stumped by the question. She never considered the truth of it. The smile on Xu Jingya's face deepened. "You don't have to answer. I already have the answer." She finished and turned to leave. But looking at her back, the questions in Winnie's mind grew heavier. She never thought of it in this way. At this time, the hospital ward. Henry looked at another video call from Master Li and reluctantly picked it up, frowning a few degrees heavier. "You kid, what the hell is going on? Why don't you keep answering the phone?" Elder Li yelled with some urgency. "I'm having surgery in a few days, and the doctor told me to recuperate." Henry came up with a long-prepared saying. "Surgery? That's serious?" Master Li thought Henry just had some minor scrapes, but he didn't expect it to be serious enough to warrant surgery. "No, you can't have surgery in that hospital. There is no protection at all. Transfer to the hospital immediately." Master Li said so, his face sank. "This side is ready, and my condition, not quite suitable for transfer. In case the press photographed anything, will be more trouble," Henry said faintly. "But..." Elder Li sighed heavily. "Okay, I'll go over to see you tomorrow." For the Knight family, Henry is an essential presence. No matter what it takes, Master Li will not let anything happen to him. This is the reason why Henry, to take the risk, he must do so, in order to hide Kerr's life a little longer. After hanging up the phone, Henry immediately spoke with Shangguan Xian to determine the surgical procedure and time. Shangguan Xian was a little worried. In case they are recognized, the ones who will be hurt the most will be Kerr and Winnie. I know. But he didn't have a second choice, and even if he were given another chance to start over, he would still make the same choice. Knowing that his mind has been set, Shangguan Xian also did not persuade again. "By the way, Winnie seems to have gone to a star-studded party today." Henry's brow furrowed slightly. "Send me the address. Don't you forget that you are now a patient who has been in a car accident." Shangguan Xian regretted a little, as if he shouldn't have told Henry. "I have something in mind." On the other hand, this little gathering of celebrities was nearing its end. Li Xinying was making Winnie the whole time, carrying skirts, fetching desserts. A little out of place, she put on a 1,000-year-old lady's pose, and there was only one meaning in the words. With Winnie's status today, she has to be thanked for being able to go in and out of such occasions. Several female models who are close to Li Xinying also know about Winnie's relationship with Li Xinying. Xinying, if you ask me, you are just too kind. Someone like her who is not clean should just disappear quietly alone, not worthy of you being so nice to her at all. That's right, you keep her by your side. Aren't you afraid she'll be jealous of you? Winnie listened to these words with a half-hearted expression on her face. Li Xinying raised her eyes and glanced at her, shaking the champagne glass in her hand, pretending to hand it to Winnie, but suddenly letting go of her hand before Winnie could receive it. Most of the champagne was splashed on Winnie. All at once, an unpleasant scream rang out all around. "Why don't you pick it up? My dress!" The others who had their champagne splashed on them all stared at Winnie in annoyance, wanting to stare a hole in her body. Winnie hung her head helplessly, too late to deal with the dirty stains on herself. Sorry. The only thing she could do was to bow her head and apologize. Looking at her obsequious appearance, Li Xinying hooked her lips in triumph, raised her hand and took out a card from her dinner bag, handing it to the two models whose champagne had been splashed on them. "Well, she's just clumsy in what she does, so I'll make it up to you guys for her." Seeing Li Xinying's generous offer, they looked at each other and took their cards and left. Winnie half crouched and was about to get up when Li Xinying's mocking words rang out beside her. "See, that's the difference between you and me. Think about it and what attitude you're going to treat me with in the future." "Li Xinying, there is a limit to my patience. If it wasn't for Kerr, she definitely wouldn't have put up with it until now." "Is that so?" Li Xinying had a smug look on her face. She simply didn't believe that Winnie was capable of doing anything to her. Plus, Henry was in the hospital, his life or death uncertain. Winnie no longer has a backer. As they were talking, the hotel manager walked over with a few employees smiling. Li Xinying thought there was something, but she saw them respectfully say to Winnie, "Miss Winnie, Mr. Henry's car has arrived and is ready to take you back." "Henry?" Winnie was stunned for 2 seconds. He was in the hospital. How did he know she was here? Li Xinying was already furious beside her and grunted, "You're tough. I'll see how long you can be complacent." Winnie sighed silently and said to that manager, "Is there a mistake?" "There will be no mistake. The car is at the main entrance parking lot. If you need anything else, you can always let me know." The hotel manager's attitude became more and more kind. Winnie nodded slightly, said thanks, and looked back at Li Xinying. "I'm going back. Are you leaving?" Li Xinying's gaze was full of jealousy, wanting her to dip into Winnie's light and ride in Henry's car. She gritted her teeth in anger. No need. Winnie averted her eyes indifferently and walked out of the hotel. The night breeze outside blew her hair away in the clear cold. She couldn't help but shiver, and I have to say, Henry helped her once again. And still, while he was hospitalized for treatment. Winnie stood there, looking at the tightly closed car door, her heart clouded with a layer of strange emotions. Could it be that he was in the car? He didn't have an accident, he just had to hide the truth for some reason. With a renewed glow in her eyes, Winnie immediately pulled open the car door, yet the back seat was empty. The driver said, "Miss Wen, please get in." Winnie's face darkened. "Please, can you take me to the hospital?" She was still a little worried and wondered how his condition was. But once the words were out, she regretted it. At this time, perhaps Dana is still in the hospital to take care of Henry. She, the assistant, went, only to be driven out of the part. "Forget it, please take me home." "Okay." Winnie turned her head sideways and looked out the window at the night scene that swept by, and the emotions in her heart became more and more complicated. Each time, Henry's help to her confused her. What exactly did she miss? The next morning, the news broke a fierce story. Henry, the president of the night group, was not in a car accident at all. The photos and related videos at the scene were faked, and it was said that Henry was trying to escape from the marriage to make this move. All of a sudden, many reporters gathered outside the hospital again. Winnie and Heming rushed to the hospital when there was no way to show up. "It's over. Henry must be throwing a fit in the ward." Heming sighed with worry, wishing he could grow a pair of wings and fly up. Winnie stood downstairs, looking at the drawn curtains of the ward. "You just said that you had to discuss the back of the solution with Henry personally, right?" Winnie asked. Heming helplessly sighed. "Yes, there are things that cannot be said on the phone, and follow me." Without waiting for him to finish, Winnie ran into the supermarket near the hospital. A few minutes later, she and Heming both with masks and hats, and she was holding an empty camera bag. "Why are you dressed up like this?" Heming asked, puzzled. "So that you can go in, you don't talk for a while." Winnie said so, and also let Heming take off his suit jacket and put it on the car as well. Now the two of them look like this. Not at all like the employees of the night group. Whoever looks are like the paparazzi who follow the secretly filmed. Winnie stood outside and strolled around for a while, then pretended to inquire about the news and got close to a few squatting reporters. Winnie had only said a few words before the other party was identified as a peer. "You guys are too late. We sneaked upstairs in the morning and saw it, and nothing could be shot." "Where did you get on from? I want to take my chances." Winnie's eyes curved into a crescent smile and asked as if ingratiating, "Just back there, that straight staircase. But be careful, there can be Henry's bodyguards outside the ward." Winnie thanked him repeatedly. Well, thank you, big brother." After saying that, she gave Heming a wink, and the two of them walked into the elevator in front of those reporters. No one suspected at all that they were the people of the night group. He-Ming sighed with relief in the elevator. Or you have a solution. Winnie pressed the floor button. Is the company in a bad way? The directors were already sitting on their hands when they heard that Henry had been in a car accident, and now these rumors are popping up. If not handled properly, it will bring a lot of trouble to the company's subsequent investments. Winnie frowned slightly. According to this situation, Henry must be under a lot of pressure. She opened her mouth to ask something else. The elevator doors had already opened. Winnie waited for He-Ming to enter the ward, and then found a corner in the corridor to stand. She was dressed inconspicuously and didn't want to draw anyone's attention to herself. But it was still seen by a nurse with a vial of medicine. You're a family member of Ward 3008, right? Come with me for a moment. 3008 is Henry's ward. Winnie was just about to subconsciously say no when she saw Dana coming out of the elevator. If she had talked to the nurse more, she would have met Dana head on. There was no way out. Winnie nodded and followed the nurse as she left at a fast pace. The nurse took Winnie to the attending doctor's office. You're Henry's? The doctor asked, frowning as he looked at Winnie. I'm his assistant, Winnie answered truthfully. The doctor nodded and handed a medical record to Winnie in passing. This is what Henry wants. Please take it to the ward. Winnie was slightly stunned. Normally, such cases are prescribed by doctors to patients. How could it be said that Henry wanted it? She turned to the first page, which clearly stated the reason and time of Henry's admission. The crash resulted in broken ribs and a moderate concussion, necessitating hospitalization for observation. Further down the page, there are some photos from the surgery. Perhaps this is the evidence that Henry asked for with the doctor to counter all the false speculation from the outside world. Thanks. I'll send it over to Henry now, Winnie said to the doctor. Also, please tell Henry that Sunday's surgery has been scheduled, the doctor added. Winnie nodded and walked out of the office. It turned out that he had a surgery to perform. Winnie took a few steps forward, wanting to call He-Ming and ask him to come out and take the medical records in, and opened her phone just in time to see the call coming in from Shangguan Xian. Winnie, the time for Kerr's surgery has been set for Sunday morning at 8 o'clock at the city hospital. Winnie always felt something was wrong. Not having surgery at Loxon Hospital, the time and place of Kerr's surgery seemed to have collided with Henry's. Was it a coincidence, or was she too sensitive? It doesn't look like the two events are related either. Because Professor Parker's team members to observe the participation in this surgery, the location is set in the city hospital, more convenient. You do not worry, we have all ready. You just need to take Kerr a day in advance for the hospital procedures. Shangguan Shan took out the speech he had prepared before. Winnie listened and thanked Shangguan. I'll be counting on you this time too. Don't worry. Winnie walked back near the ward and dialed He-Ming's number. But before the call was even answered, Dana's voice rang out behind her. You're still a shady bastard. Winnie turned around in a hurry. She still had Henry's case in her hand. Dana swept it away, jerked it hard from her hand, looked it over carefully, and tightened her eyebrows. Where did this come from? Did Henry have you forge it? No, it was just given to me by the attending doctor. Dana sneered and tossed the case directly into the trash. She took a few steps forward and pressed closer to Winnie. Tell me, what exactly did Henry promise you, or what you really mean to him in a unique way? Dana stared at Winnie's face, gritting her teeth with hate. The first thing she did after seeing the news was to come over and see Henry. As long as he is willing, she can cooperate with his acting at any time without asking the reason to minimize the risk to the night group. But she was thrown out before she even met Henry. In these 7 years, she thought she must have sat firmly in the position of Mrs. Lee, but Winnie's presence made her unable to eat or sleep. All the efforts she made for the Knight family and Henry were worthless to that man, and this feeling of being ignored made her uncomfortable. Winnie wrinkled her brow and met Dana's gaze. Miss Dana, I've answered this question of yours many times. I'm just Henry's assistant. Snap. Dana slapped Winnie across the face. I'm telling you, with your origins, you don't deserve to stay by his side. She has long investigated Winnie's family background clearly, but she did not find any clues that Winnie was associated with Henry. With what she knew about Henry, there was absolutely no way he would keep a woman like Winnie around. He even took care of Winnie time and again. The way Henry looked at Winnie alone was enough to make Dana jealous. This is the second time she has felt this way, the first time because of the woman who gave Henry a surrogate. Winnie reached out and touched her face, and it was hot and sore. What? Nothing more to say. Meeting Dana's questioning eyes, Winnie suddenly smiled. Miss Dana, you are always so aggressive in your pursuit of my relationship with Henry that it almost gives me the illusion that maybe Henry has a vision problem, and it's really not me. When she said this, Winnie's eyes were tinged with some complex emotions. If even his fiancée thinks I'm a threat, then shouldn't I work hard and seduce Henry by all means? After all, if I can take the position of Mrs. Knight, I won't have to worry about the rest of my life. Winnie, word by word, clear and cold. Don't you dare. Dana didn't expect her to say that and raised her hand to hit her again, but this one was blocked by Winnie. Miss Dana, I'm not going to hold back any longer, and if you push me any further, I'm really going to fight back. She did not want to confront Dana head-on for one reason only. Last time Yoon was mostly instructed by Dana to do that to Kerr, and she did not want Kerr to get hurt in any way. Dana's knuckles slowly tightened. When she looked up, she saw Henry in his hospital gown, standing in the doorway of the ward, watching them. "Henry." Dana hastily drew her hand back, walked quickly to Henry's side and took his arm directly. "Why are you out? Didn't the doctor tell you to rest more?" She looked in Winnie's direction, squeezed out a smile and explained, "She just accidentally lost your case, so I said something to her." Winnie lowered her eyes, did not explain half a word, returned to the doctor's office and asked for another case. By the time she returned to the ward with the reopened case, the bodyguards outside had disappeared. The door to the ward was hidden, and Dana was nowhere to be seen. Winnie took a deep breath, thinking that if she gave the case to Henry sooner, she could go home sooner too. Just as I was about to knock on the door, I heard Henry's voice coming from inside. "Remember to schedule the operation so that no one finds out about the breach, and especially, keep it a secret from Winnie." There was a bit of tiredness in his voice. It's true that he didn't get much sleep in the hospital these days. Then Hee-ming responded, "Understood, Henry. I will double-check the surgical procedure with Mr. Shangguan." Winnie stood in the doorway of the ward and frowned. "Are they talking about the surgery? Henry's surgery on Sunday? Why should she be kept a secret?" Winnie was puzzled, but did not venture inside. She stood outside for a while before she saw Hee-ming come out. "I now have urgent business to go back to the company, the hospital side. Please take care of Henry." Hee-ming finished speaking and left in a hurry. Winnie looked down at the chart in her hand and had to knock on the door. "Henry." The man's deep, melodious voice came from inside. "Enter." Winnie sighed silently and went in with her head down, walked straight to the bedside and handed the case to him. "This is your case. The doctor told me to give it to you." He pressed the peak of his brow down and surveyed Winnie's expression. "You've been out there?" Winnie's heart thumped, afraid that Henry misunderstood that he had the intention to eavesdrop, and hastily explained, "I just came over. I didn't hear anything. I didn't mean just now." Henry's cold eyes slightly raised, the tone of voice with a few icy and indistinguishable anger. Winnie was a bit stunned. She could hear that he was a bit upset, but couldn't figure out why. "Henry, I'm not quite sure what you mean." The man's gaze fell straight on her for a long time before he moved his eyes away. "Nothing." Winnie listened and then sat quietly to the side, at Henry's disposal. She brought back the case. Henry did not even glance at it, did not seem to care what was written on it, which makes Winnie even more suspicious. Not long after that, there was another footstep outside the door. Then, Master Lee, on crutches, walked in under the guidance of his personal assistant Wei Lin, and behind him, followed by Ning Quan-hai and Dana. The originally spacious VIP ward looked a little crowded at this time. Winnie instantly got up and stood to the side, thinking whether to slip out first. Dana followed behind Ning Quan-hai. The first glance saw Winnie, her beautiful eyes overflowed with a few annoyed, but did not publicly angry. Especially in front of Master Lee, her elegance and generosity are always a plus. She wasn't stupid enough to get into a public confrontation with Winnie. That, on the contrary, would have confirmed Winnie's special place in Henry's heart. Master Lee stood by the hospital bed and looked at the medical instruments attached to Henry's body, frowning. "Are these necessary? It's just a small car accident?" Ning Quan-hai did not make a sound, just stood back and surveyed Henry's situation. Outside the rumors, his future father-in-law, of course, could not sit still, to personally come over to determine whether Henry was really in a car accident or in disguise acting. Dana saw the case sitting on the bedside table and walked over and handed it to Master Lee. "Take a look." Master Lee read a few pages and frowned more tightly. "More surgery?" His questioning was so forceful that Winnie was startled to hear it from the side. She slowly moved her feet, wanting to hide out first but didn't want to be stared at by Master Lee just as she took a step. "This case, where did it come from?" Winnie didn't dare to look at Master Lee's anger-filled eyes and explained in a low voice, "This is what Henry's attending doctor asked me to bring over." "Bullshit. Ever since he was a child, he has always been healthy. How could he possibly?" Halfway through his sentence, a surge of blood rushed up, and he became dizzy and could not stand. Winnie was the closest person to him at the time. There was no time to react, and subconsciously held on to Master Lee. Dana also wanted to rush over to help, but did not move as fast as Winnie. When Master Lee saw that the person holding himself was Winnie, the disgust in his eyes intensified and he violently flung his hand away, pushing her away. "Get the hell out of here! This is a family matter for our Lee family." In his eyes, Winnie was just trying to seduce Henry by being his assistant. His son was ruined by this kind of woman, and he absolutely cannot let his grandson follow that same old path. Winnie pursed her lips and lowered her head. She did not do anything wrong, yet she could only listen to the orders of Master Lee. "I was the one who asked her to stay and take care of me." Henry's voice suddenly sounded. He stared at Winnie's slim profile, his eyes faintly swept a touch of worry. He suddenly felt that after getting involved with himself, Winnie had endured too much aggression and misunderstanding. On the contrary, she never explains. This inexplicable feeling of guilt that came over him made him uncomfortable. But over time, Henry could also tell that he had more than just guilt for Winnie. There are many ways to mend a person's wounds. If giving her a sum of money and letting her and Kerr go far away is the fastest way to solve the problem. But right now, he just wants to selfishly keep her by his side. Better yet, don't move an inch. You are in the hospital. Do not know what kind of chaos has been outside. Now if people know that there is a woman in and out of your ward regularly, and how much gossip will emerge. Master Lee hammered his cane heavily a few times. He knew Henry was also well aware of the pros and cons. But even so, Henry always protects Winnie. This is what makes him and Ningquanhai father and daughter most uneasy. So what? Henry leaned on the hospital bed, thin lips hooked up a curve. I am now in the hospital, still need to care about the outside world's eyes? The doctor also said that there is a possibility that I will not be able to walk off the operating table. Perhaps starting next week, I will have to lie in a hospital bed forever. He deliberately made the surgery sound serious. Even so, you have to take into account the feelings of others and the image of the company. A few sarcastic smiles spilled from the corners of his lips. You. Master Lee was furious and sat down on the sofa to the side with his eyebrows glued. I will ask the most authoritative experts at home and abroad for you. Absolutely nothing like that will happen. Listening to their conversation, Winnie's heart went up and down. It's not possible that Henry's health is really that serious, right? She suddenly wished that the rumors circulating outside were all true, that he was simply fine and was only hiding the truth for some reason. The atmosphere in the ward became more and more depressing. Ningquanhai's scrutinizing gaze moved away from Henry and lingered briefly on Winnie before speaking. Elder Lee, I think things have come to this. Let's just leave everything to the doctors and wait for the surgery results. Henry's face was as normal, without any half-hearted reaction. Master Lai sighed heavily. I will go see the doctor who operated on you. If there is any semblance of difference in the outcome of the operation, the Lee family will definitely not rest in peace. After saying that, Master Lee took his assistant to go first. Then, Ningquanhai gave Dana a look and pulled her out of the ward. Don't come to the hospital for the next few days. Why? Dad, this is the time when Henry needs me most, and I must stay and take care of him, Dana said, and reluctantly looked back in the direction of the ward. She wouldn't let Winnie have a chance to be alone with Henry. However, no matter what she said, Ningquanhai's mind was made up. You're crazy. In case he really can't walk off the operating table, you want to marry an invalid. Ningquanhai, lest the elder Lee in front of him hear, especially lowered his voice. Everything, wait for him to finish the surgery. Until then, you stay honestly at home. If something really happens to the Lee family, our whole family will be pulled down. Dana simply did not think of these, listening to Ningquanhai's words, can only reluctantly agreed to down. Thinking of finding the time to sneak over to see Henry again. In the ward, Henry listened to the sound of fading footsteps and his thin lips opened and closed the door. Winnie hesitated for a moment before nodding. She turned around again and saw that the man's side face was very tired, and his eyes had turned lax and listless, just looking out the window. Not saying a word. Winnie looked at the time, walked over and asked, Henry, do you want something to eat? The man just shook his head. No need. Winnie, ready to continue back to the sofa to sit down, the phone vibrated a message from Li Shulan, saying that there is a problem with the inheritance procedures, and want Winnie to go back now. She frowned with some hesitation. After all, someone needs to be on guard on Henry's side as well. The man's cold voice came from behind him. You go back first, I can do it alone. But... Winnie showed a few difficult color, as his assistant, at this time to guard the hospital, is indeed Winnie part of the job. Get out. His voice went cold. He spat out these two words with a frown and turned away. Seeing this, Winnie had to say, then I'll go back and be back soon. She grabbed her things and walked quickly out of the ward. Hearing the sound of the door closing, the man's gaze darkened a few more moments. He knew the rules of the Knight family better than anyone else. Once his donor surgery for Kerr was exposed, what awaited Winnie and Kerr would be endless torture. Even though he was prepared for those consequences, he wasn't sure that Kerr would be harmed. With this in mind, a few moments of chagrin popped up in his heart for nothing. The company's main business is to provide a wide range of products and services to the public. Pressing her voice, she told Winnie, they found a reason to make you give up your inheritance. Winnie frowned and listened to her a few more times, then the phone was hung up. In the end, what are Li Shulan's mother and daughter up to? When Winnie returned home, she saw lawyer Kim and Li Shulan sitting in the living room, and the atmosphere seemed less than pleasant. As soon as she saw Winnie come back, Li Shulan immediately got up and greeted her, pulling her and refusing to let go. Winnie, listen to lawyer Kim quickly. That land, something is wrong. Miss Wen, after we submitted the material, it was denied by the auditing agency, and they determined that you are not the sole heir identified by Mr. Wen Zhangguo in his will, and that Miss Li Xinying has the same inheritance rights. What? Winnie didn't expect things to go in this direction at all. In terms of blood relationship, Li Xinying is not related to his father in any way. She is just the child of Li Shulan and another man, so what makes her the heir to the document? Lawyer Kim then took out several documents and placed them in front of Winnie. Miss Winnie, this is indeed the case, so you'd better discuss the issue of the percentage of inheritance in the near future, and in a few days, I'll come back for a visit. Having said that, he left with his assistant. Winnie stood in the Wynn's living room and just felt dizzy. She was not willing to have what her father had painstakingly left her be divided up by Li Xinying like this. Li Xulan listened to the side, secretly pleased. She seems to have known all this. Fake comfort, Winnie. Winnie, I also do not know these legal matters. What is the problem? You and Xinying discuss it. In the future, the family still depends on you. That's a nice way of putting it. Once Winnie is loose, when the succession procedures are completed, that land and the company's shares will have a share of Li Xinying, and the percentage is definitely not less. At that time, the mother and daughter will be like parasites, devouring everything her father left behind. But things have come to a head. There is nothing Winnie can do except follow the process. She secretly gritted her teeth and glanced at Li Xulan. Fine, I can't afford to support the family anyway, all by myself. She finished, went back to the room with Kerr for a while, and suddenly remembered the business card that Wen Jingru took to her that day, the lawyer surnamed Han. Since that person was the last person her dad had seen before he died, and Li Xulan had not mentioned it in front of her so far, perhaps he could be trusted. Winnie took the business card and left Winnie's house in a hurry. Watching her back as she left, Li Xulan slowly sipped tea from her teacup, the corners of her mouth curled up in a wry smile. No matter who Winnie gets help from, she can't win. Winnie called 3 or 4 times before the call was answered. Hearing a sharp cough from across the street, Winnie's hand clutching the phone was unsteady. Hello, who is it? Hello, my last name is Wen, and I'm looking for attorney Han. A few seconds later, the man sighed. I'll send you the address, come over now. He seemed to have known that Winnie would look for him, and did not ask much, and when he finished, he hung up. Looking at the address, Winnie frowned. This place she had been to before, in the villa area where Henry and S lived. She had no other choice but to do what the other side said. Let's see if there's a way to ruin Li Xulan's plan first. She rang the doorbell of a villa at the address the man had sent her. Hello, is Lawyer Han there? The door was quickly pulled open by a maid, and the man looked at Winnie and led her inside. The garden was a dead landscape, with no life at all. When you push open the villa door, you can also smell a pungent smell of disinfectant water. Together with the decoration and dim lighting in the villa, everything gave a very uncomfortable feeling. Winnie slowly moved her feet to hide the amazed look in her eyes. Soon she was brought to the door of the room on the second floor. Please. The maid pushed open the door of the room and gestured for her to enter. Winnie took a deep breath. Lawyer Han? She asked in a low voice as she faced the man at the desk. The other man looked up, but in his early 20s, more youthful than Winnie had imagined, his slender fingertips clutching a fountain pen. So you're Mr. Wen's eldest daughter? Hearing him say that, Winnie nodded, and she was basically sure that this man knew a lot about the Winchesters. After 7 years abroad, why are you suddenly back? He asked casually, looking down and writing on his paper. Unlike Jin Han, a lawyer who is always ambitious and looks at his client, Han Yuji gives a very cold feeling. Winnie froze for 2 seconds, not knowing whether to answer or not. Before your father died, he kept wanting to see you, but you wouldn't answer the phone, and he was very uneasy when he left. Without waiting for Winnie to speak, he spoke again. The words are cold and devoid of any emotion. Winnie lowered her eyes and her voice trembled. I heard that you were the last person my father saw before he died. Can you tell me what really happened then? Why? The hospital would tell me that he didn't receive the surgery in time. Her emotions got uncontrollably excited, and her breathing became more and more rapid. The emotion that had been hidden deep inside her for many years was finally vented at that moment. All these years, she has been afraid to investigate the real cause of her dad's death in order to be able to take care of Kerr. She was afraid that she would not be able to control it and throw herself at Li Xulan to take revenge. What should Kerr do in case something unpredictable happens? Han Yuji listened to her almost broken voice. His face remained calm, coughed twice. It's been too long. What exactly happened? I can't remember. I don't believe it. Winnie rushed right up to him. You were the last person my dad ever saw before he died. I am neither a doctor at the hospital nor a member of your family. Mr. Wen did entrust me with making a will before he died, but I saw him and just did my job, that's all. Han Yuji lifted his head and looked at Winnie, his eyes cold to the extreme. The calm tone of his voice was a constant reminder to Winnie that he was only doing his job as a lawyer. As for the family dispute in the Wen family, he was not aware of it. Everything seems to be back to square one at this moment. Winnie slowly hung her head and lowered her voice. I'm sorry, I got too emotional just now. She moved her feet and was about to leave when the voice of Han Yuji rang out behind her. But, he paused slightly. At first Mr. Wen mentioned to the doctor that he wanted to be transferred to another hospital, but each time was rejected. Even when his body could still be controlled with medication, the hospital insisted on giving him to perform the surgery. Winnie paused. Surgery? Han Yuji pulled open a drawer with a combination lock and handed a file bag to Winnie. This is the whole matter that Mr. Wen once entrusted to me. I just kept a file, by the way. The rest of the matter, all unknown. The implication is that it is impossible for Winnie to know anything more from him. Accepting the file bag, Winnie looked at him gratefully. But without waiting for her to say anything, Han Yuji had already thrown her out. It's already 7 or 8 years ago, and if you want to investigate it again, it's a needle in a haystack, so I advise you not to waste your time." Then he slammed the door with a thud. Winnie stood in the doorway. "Lawyer Han, thank you." Whether it was his work habits or something else, he was able to save this information until now, which has helped Winnie a lot. Winnie clutched that file bag and walked quickly out of the villa. At the very least, she needs to know what really happened back then. After she left, Han Yuji stood alone by the window for a long time, with a few unconcealed pain in his voice. "Mr. Wen, from now on, I won't owe your Wen family anything." There was only so much he could do to help Winnie. With those people against, Winnie absolutely cannot win. Perhaps will also take the life of all. Winnie felt that this file was hard-won and likely the only remaining evidence, and she was very careful and meticulous along the way. Before returning to the Winchesters, also went to a nearby clothing store to buy a body of clothes, the file bag and a garment bag. Seeing that she hurriedly went out and came back, Li Shulan came up and shushed her. "Winnie, have you been very busy lately? If there's anything you need me to do, just let me know. We're all family, you don't have to be polite with me." In this area of pretending, Li Shulan has always done a good job. Winnie tugged at the corner of her mouth. No need. Her nonchalant attitude was no different than usual. Li Shulan looked at the shopping bag in her hand and wanted to reach over to pick it up. "I'll get it for you." Winnie directly changed to hand carry and also incidentally found an excuse to say, "I'm hungry. When to eat?" "Almost there. I'll go to the kitchen to hurry." Li Shulan smiled and looked at Winnie's back as she went upstairs with some confusion, feeling that something was wrong, but unable to say. After all, Winnie had treated her much the same way before as she does now. Li Xinying had a dinner party outside and didn't come back for dinner. At the round table, the only people dining were Li Shulan and Winnie, mother and son. When Kerr eats, he is very knowledgeable and well-behaved, and only clips the dishes on the plate in front of him, appearing calm and domesticated compared to other children his age. Li Shulan smiled and gave Kerr a dish and said, "Our friends are envious of me for having such a well-behaved grandson like Kerr, and asked me to bring Kerr with me the next time I go to a party." Winnie ate her meal with no expression. "Yeah? You've worked hard all these years, educated Kerr so well. In the future, you can rest assured that he will be handed over to me and Aunt Shu. You, still young, meet more friends outside." If someone else had said these words, Winnie might have felt it was for her own good, but coming from Li Shulan's mouth, she felt awkward how she heard it. "Well, good," she answered in a low voice, just to stabilize Li Shulan. She also wants to find the evidence from their mother and daughter back then. "That's right, we are always a family." Li Shulan saw that Winnie was beginning not to reject her, and the smile on her face grew even stronger. After dinner, Winnie did not take Kerr straight to his room as she usually does, but went around the living room and garden a few more times. Li Shulan occasionally mentioned to her some interesting things among the broad wives, and Winnie was not as cold as before. It was not until Li Xinying returned that Winnie took Kerr back to her room. Li Xinying dropped her designer bag on the sofa and grunted coldly. "She hid back in her room as soon as I came back?" Li Shulan glanced at her daughter and told her not to talk nonsense. "In the future, we all live under the same roof. Your fire should not be so heavy." "Mom, are you old and confused? Are we a family with her?" Li Xinying was furious and muttered, "If it weren't for that piece of land, I'd kick her out right now." "There!" Li Shulan looked upstairs to make sure the door to Winnie's room was closed before she tugged Li Xinying and said, "Be careful what you say at home in the future. I think Kerr understands early, and children also have a good memory. In case he hears something and talks nonsense everywhere, it will be a problem. Just a wild child born with some man." Exasperated, Li Xinying got up on her high heels and slammed the door of the room. Li Shulan shook her head, calculating in her heart that she would have to deal with the inheritance procedures as soon as possible to avoid a long night. In the following days, the atmosphere in the Wen family was much better than before. Although Li Xinying will often squeeze Winnie a few words, but Winnie just pretend not to hear, she has to do is slowly investigate the events of 7 years ago, cannot let Li Shulan find any traces. Until the day of Kerr's surgery, Winnie packed a small suitcase. "Winnie, you guys are going out, huh? Why did you even take so many things?" Li Shulan surveyed Winnie's suitcase. Winnie tugged at the corners of her mouth. "The company arranged a business trip, and I didn't feel comfortable with Kerr, so I took him along." She didn't want to tell them the true state of Kerr's body. "In that case, in fact, I can help you take care of Kerr," Li Shulan said and took a few steps forward, trying to reach out and pull Kerr. But Kerr kept a wary eye on her and immediately ducked to the other side of Winnie the moment she made her first move. Li Shulan's hand stopped in midair. Before Li Shulan got suspicious, Winnie immediately said, "I also want to take Kerr out to have fun, a rare opportunity." "That's true, children grow up fast, and when they go to school later, they won't have so much free time." Li Shulan still had a smile on her face and didn't seem to care, and especially took a card from the bag and handed it to Winnie. "Buy Kerr anything tasty and fun you come across on the way." Winnie looked at the card and was going to refuse it, but took it anyway. "Yes, thanks." She must let Li Shulan believe that she has let go of everything and just wants to live in peace and quiet in the future. Only then will Li Shulan reveal her foxtail. Winnie took Kerr to the car, and as the car drove out of the Win family's front door, She could still see in the rearview mirror Li Shilan standing in the living room watching them. Winnie clutched the steering wheel and took a deep breath. Since Li Shilan can act for so many years for the sake of the Wen family's property, what can't she do? In the living room, Li Shilan dialed Yunbaosen's phone immediately after they left. Last time you told me that the boy Kerr had a chronic illness and would be operated on in the city hospital in the next few days, right? On the other end of the phone was the man's dull, cold reply. Right. Winnie also counts as my half-daughter. She is young to live with a child. It will be very troublesome in the future. It is best to let that child disappear once and for all. What do you mean? Li Shilan lips up, smile thickened. In the hospital operating table, some medical errors is a very normal thing, right? Just like when Wen Jiangguo's surgery. In the car, Kerr cocked his head and asked, Mommy, are we going on a business trip or are we going to the hospital for surgery? Go to the hospital. Winnie tugged at the corner of her mouth. I just said that because I didn't want them to worry. At least in front of Kerr, Winnie did not want to bring up her hatred for Li Shilan's mother and daughter. But children are often the most sensitive. Even if Winnie does not say, Kerr also feel this family's grandmother and sister-in-law, and their relationship is not so good. Kerr nodded. Good. Then he sat quietly aside and looked out the window. After Winnie took Kerr to the hospital, she was about to contact Shangguan Xian when she unexpectedly ran into Master Li and his assistant Wei Lin head-on. Because of the experience of the last not-so-pleasant meeting, Kerr wrinkled his little brow as soon as he saw Master Li. But instead of hiding behind Winnie, he took Winnie's hand and straightened his spine. That look, as if protecting Winnie from bullies. Master Li's hand on his crutches tightened and tightened. His deep gaze fell on Kerr for a few moments before he moved his feet again. Li Dong. Since they were going to take the elevator upstairs together, Winnie took the initiative to say hello. Instead of opening his mouth, Elder Knight gave Kerr a meaningful look. Kerr's side face evoked memories in Elder Knight's mind. When the young Henry was brought back to the Knight family, he had the same look on his face. Obviously not much power, but to protect the people they hold most dear. Master Li's face sank a little, and the atmosphere in the elevator was extraordinarily depressing. Winnie is all business as usual. Her whole mind is now on Kerr's upcoming surgery. As for how Master Li sees her, she doesn't care at all. The elevator door opened, and after the nurse saw Winnie, she enthusiastically invited her to the other side. Sign the pre-op consent form and we'll take him to change and get ready. Winnie had seen this nurse in the ward of Loxon Hospital and signed after reading the specifics. Then I'll trouble you, and I'll wait over here. Winnie clutched her son's hand. Kerr turned his head with a smile. Mommy, see you later. Good. Winnie watched Kerr being taken in by the nurse, gradually losing strength in her body, and sat down on the bench in the corridor lost in thought. She really couldn't let Kerr suffer again. But again, it was the only way to make Kerr fully recovered, and she had no choice. At the same time, Master Li met with the doctor who was going to operate on Henry. He only had one sentence. He is the future master of the Knight Group. He must not be in trouble. Understood, understood. We will do our best. The doctor put on a mask and turned to go into the operating room. From the outside, it looked like Henry and Kerr went in through different doors, but they were actually wheeled into the same operating room. Because of Henry's prior arrangement, a curtain was blocked in the middle of the operating room. Kerr was very cooperative with the nurses and doctors and behaved very well from start to finish. The anesthetic has kicked in and it's ready to go, Professor Parker. Shangguan Xian was Parker's assistant in this surgery, and his task was to watch all of Kerr's values throughout to ensure his safety. The moment the surgery began, Henry lay in his hospital bed and watched his blood flow through the instruments to the other side. His deep, cold eyes were clouded with a layer of gentleness. Numerous seminars were held beforehand, and the surgery went very well at first. But because of a sudden change in Kerr's physical signs, the child's blood pressure dropped dramatically. There's a risk of cardiac arrest. Henry is still conscious at this time. He immediately shouted to Shangguan Xian. What's going on? You take it easy. We'll figure it out. Shangguan Xian tightened his brows and stared at the values on the instrument. Henry's breathing became rapid, and with his last ounce of strength, he grabbed Shangguan Xian's arm. No matter what, he must be cured. In the next bed, Kerr's white face showed a few moments of pain. Thin lips murmured open. Handsome, uncle? Parker immediately changed the direction of the operation. Using the time difference, adjusted the intensity of Kerr receiving extracorporeal blood. The entire operating room are all on standby. Some efforts, the original 3 hours to end the operation, carried out almost 7 hours. Outside the operating room, Master Li sat uncomfortably. What the hell is going on? Why don't people come out until now? Assistant Wei Lin once again contacted the head of the hospital side, but now Henry was lying on the operating table, and there was no way for anyone but the attending doctor to intervene. Master Li stared intently at the door, his eyes almost spitting out fire. Winnie was also worried about Kerr and was very distraught. After all, the surgery is taking longer and longer. Hi, I wanted to ask, what's going on in there right now? She couldn't resist going over and asking the nurse. The nurse whispered, there are no problems with the donor or the child, and it should be over soon. So can I ask where the family of the donor is now? I'd like to thank them in person. Winnie thought about how she was so worried about Kerr, so the donor's family must be worried about him too. I can't tell you this, it's about the donor's personal privacy. Winnie wanted to ask a few more questions when the door to the operating room on the right opened. Is the surgery over? Winnie was about to go over when several people rushed out of the stepladder, dressed as hospital orderlies and wearing masks, and barged into the operating room. The nurse shouted, "Which department are you from? Stop!" But the men simply ignored her. That instant, Winnie suddenly thought of the previous medical fiasco at Loxon Hospital. She was worried about Kerr and ran in after him regardless. Those people seemed to have a clear purpose, heading straight for the operating room, and there were even people who took out the daggers they carried with them. The nurses were doing their post-op closing work, each busy with their own, when they didn't expect someone to suddenly rush in. All of a sudden, the scene was unusually chaotic. Kerr! Winnie couldn't think of anything else. She looked all over the operating room for Kerr. But only an empty surgical bed was visible. Those people looked at each other and said, "The child is not there, withdraw." Is that what they're after, Kerr? Winnie's palms went cold, both worried and panicked, and the nurses in the operating room left. There was another sound of footsteps in the corridor outside. She wasn't sure if it was the hospital. Her foot slipped and she stepped on the power cord of the hospital apparatus. Unable to stand, he fell on the surgical bed behind him. At that time, she noticed that there was someone behind the curtain. The sound of footsteps outside is getting closer. A hand suddenly supported Winnie's waist. She did not have time to react. A familiar voice came from behind her ear. "Do not move." Then he pulled back the covers and half-shrouded Winnie onto the surgical bed. The original single bed, which is not spacious, is now lying with two people. Winnie's head had to rest against his chest. "Henry?" "Shh." His eyes were slightly closed, his face was pale, and his arm around Winnie's shoulders was gradually losing its strength. The operation also had a significant impact on his body, and the anesthetic had not yet worn off. He had just been in a less than clear state of consciousness. Winnie wrinkled her brow and tried to break free of his hand. He was hot, and two people lying on the same bed, but also covered with a quilt. This ambiguous atmosphere is too. "Don't move." The man's tone sank a few notches. As soon as the words were spoken, people outside barged in. There were people from the night group and several media reporters. Their expressions were a bit surprised to see the scene of a mess in the operating room. But those reporters had obviously received some kind of message and still wanted to go in and find out what was going on. They were stopped in time by the arriving He Ming and bodyguards. "Henry?" He Ming rushed in and told his bodyguards to clear the room immediately. "I'm sorry, I didn't do a good job of security." He Ming felt guilty. A person who claimed to be a doctor's assistant just now asked him to go to the doctor's office, but he went to find out that there was no such thing. All this seems to be carefully laid out by someone. He noticed something wrong downstairs. He immediately called to inform the Shangguan Shan. Henry nodded slowly. "You go out first. He doesn't even have much strength left to speak." But He Ming only noticed at this time that Henry's posture lying on the surgical bed seemed a little strange. But he did not ask more questions and immediately led everyone to quietly retreat. And immediately start investigating those unidentified people. Wait until the operating room is calm again before the man lifts the covers. Winnie has been nestled in his arms, with a suspicious blush on her face. Her hand just now also hated accidentally touched the location that should not be touched. But what makes Winnie puzzled is that the site where Henry did the surgery should be near the ribs, but there is no wound on him at all. And how did he end up in Kerr's operating room? When Winnie tried to touch the other side of the rib cage again, her wrist was suddenly caught by him. As soon as she looked up, she met the man's cold, deep eyes. "Don't touch." Winnie knew he had misunderstood her, but in this situation right now, she just felt her mouth was dry. "I'll go ahead and get Kerr. He has been sent back to the ward. After that, Shangguan Shan will take him back to Luoxin Hospital and hospitalize him for observation. You don't have to worry, over there, this won't happen." Henry's eyes sank slightly as he said this. Just now, if not for that phone call from He Ming, when those people rushed in, he may not have been able to protect Kerr. Winnie is just a single mom who came back from abroad not long ago. What kind of person keeps staring at her and Kerr? Or could there be a third person, who already knows about the relationship between Kerr and the Knight family? These speculations, Henry will find out. Winnie was stunned, and she knew she owed Henry another favor. Just now he did that, is also concerned about her feelings. Do not want the company and the outside world to have any more whispers. "I'll get the nurse to come over and take you back to your room." She could hear a bit of exhaustion in Henry's voice. After all, he had just been operated on, and he needed to recuperate. "Has anyone come after you lately?" Henry didn't answer her, but asked in a low voice with his eyes closed. Winnie thought about it and shook her head. No. The only thing on her mind right now is the inheritance of that land in the Panshan district. But after all, it's her and Li Shulan's mother and daughter, and she doesn't want to trouble Henry all the time. As the two were talking, the door to the operating room was pushed open. Dana was followed closely by Master Li, who had heard that there was a disturbance on this side of the operating room, and rushed over. "I never thought I would see Winnie with Henry." "Why are you here?" A nameless fire ran through Dana. She didn't expect Winnie to be so shady. I came with assistant he. Winnie casually found an excuse. Too much explanation will make things more complicated instead. Dana frowned and stared at Winnie. There's nothing more for you to do here. You can go out. Winnie looked at Henry and quietly backed away. She was only Henry's assistant and indeed had no business staying. Winnie out of the operating room, the first time to contact the Shangguan Xian. To determine that Kerr's surgery was successful, Winnie's nervousness slowly relaxed. She leaned against the cold wall of the hospital corridor and whispered, "Thank you." "It's nothing. These are what I should do." Shangguan Xian did not mention a word about the chaos that happened in the operating room just now. This is what Henry had instructed him to do in advance. Lest Winnie worry, there are some things, in the absence of a clear investigation, or do not let her know the good. "So can I go over and see Kerr now?" "Not for now. He has to be observed in the intensive care unit for a week, and it's best to rest." Shangguan Xian said so, which is also out of the doctor's perspective, for the health of Kerr. "Well then, I'll trouble you with everything." Winnie put the phone down and let out a breath. She was finally able to sleep peacefully. But just when she thought there was nothing more and she could leave the hospital, Wei Lin came over and stopped her. "Assistant Wen, Li Dong wants to see you." "Master Li?" Winnie's heart stuttered. "Why do you want to see me?" "This, you will know when you go." She always knew that Master Li was prejudiced against her, especially after threatening her in that way last time. Winnie was in a difficult mood every time she saw Master Li. The Li family has a status and position compared to the family. She is fragile and unbearable. With a word from Master Li, she and Kerr would disappear from Haicheng the next day. Winnie followed behind Wei Lin with her head down and was led into the next ward of Henry. As soon as she entered, she saw Master Li's stern eyes looking at her. "What exactly did you use to make my grandson so inseparable from you?" Master Li single-handedly brought up Henry. Whether it was school or work, Henry never let him down, let alone openly disobeyed his wishes. But since Winnie appeared, everything has slowly become out of control. This feeling of being out of control makes Master Li very uncomfortable. "Li Dong, I'm just Henry's assistant. I don't understand when you say that." Winnie frowned slightly, unable to figure out what Master Li meant. She did suffer from Henry's care, but how could Henry get away from her? Elder Li laughed coldly and stared at Winnie's eyebrows. "Don't act in front of me. Those people today, you're the one who found them, right? What the hell do you want?" "I don't have." "Then why were you alone with him in the operating room?" Winnie was stunned. She had nothing to say. No matter what she said, Master Li would think she was being sophomoric. At that time, that situation, she just made a mother's normal actions. As for those who broke into the operating room, what exactly is the intention? She is not clear. There are few traces that can be traced back now that I recall. Seeing that she didn't make a sound anymore, Master Li's face sank. But instead of threatening Winnie, as he did last time, his tone suddenly changed and he spoke. "If you insist on staying at the Knights, I can give a set of properties on the condition that you absolutely cannot presume to enter the door of the Knight family." Elder Li's hand on the crutches is slightly old. He sent someone to carefully investigate Winnie. Did not find out, does not mean that Winnie did not do. Unsleeping nights are long. He can only choose to go along with Henry's wishes. And when he gets tired of Winnie later, they will naturally separate. He also believed that with Dana's medal, she would not be able to tolerate Winnie. Anyway, it's just a woman with no name and no credit, and it won't have any effect on the Li family and the company. Winnie understood this. She raised her head and looked firmly at Elder Li. "Li Dong, please take back that statement. I will never do that kind of thing." "You want to say no?" Master Li laughed coldly and stared at her. "Don't play such tricks in front of me." Winnie took a deep breath. The words were clear. "I know, in your eyes, I am the kind of woman who will do anything for money. You have asked me several times to leave the company and not to be delusional. I understand your intentions. But I still have the self-awareness that I can't afford the luxury of a man like Henry." Winnie finished this sentence and bowed at Elder Li, turned around and walked out of the ward. Her back was dry and fell in the eyes of Li's old man. "I don't know what's good for me." Just after Winnie left, the door to Henry's ward next door pulled open. The man was standing in a hospital gown, barely propped up against the wall, and he could hear their conversation clearly. Winnie declined Master Li's offer without denying that she had developed some kind of feelings for him. The man's eyes were half smiling, and his mood suddenly improved. He immediately changed his clothes and left the hospital overnight. Before dawn, he was on his way to the office when he received a report from his subordinates. "Henry, it's been checked out. Those people are punks around Haicheng, and one of the bosses hired them to kidnap a child from the hospital." The man's eyes sank slightly. "Keep an eye on them and find out who's behind it." Winnie has only been back in Haicheng for a short time. Who has she offended? Henry took a deep breath, slowly closed his eyes, and rested against the back of his chair. When his body recovers, he will find an opportunity to have a good talk with Winnie about the child support. The following day, Winnie had just arrived at the office when she heard about Henry coming to work. Is it because of the accidental warehouse fire thing, huh? How is the company's investment so unlucky recently? Winnie stood in the elevator, listening to the employees' chatter, and was a little worried. It's not that I think there will be a problem with Knight's group, but Henry just had surgery and didn't rest for a day, so he rushed to work. How can his body take it? In any case, Kerr can successfully complete the operation this time, thanks to Henry's help to hire Professor Parker. For the sake of reason, Winnie felt she should do something. After the morning meeting, she took the initiative to contact Shangguanshan and inquired sideways about Henry's surgery and what needed attention. But Shangguanshan said, stammering, only said to eat lightly, do not overwork. Winnie saw that it was going to be noon, so she went downstairs to the restaurant and ordered a low-fat, low-salt lunch. She knocked on the door of Henry's office, and no one answered. Henry? Winnie shouted, thinking of going in first and dropping off her lunch and leaving. But as soon as she pushed open the door, she saw Henry lying on his desk, motionless. She immediately went over quickly, shouted at him several times and pushed him, but Henry did not respond at all. Winnie's fingers clenched and slowly probed his forehead. It's hot. Winnie took out her cell phone to call He-Ming to come over. But before the number could be dialed, her wrist was clutched by Henry. You want the whole company to know how seriously ill I am? His voice was raspy, without the usual harshness. I didn't mean that, but you have a fever now and need to go to the hospital immediately. Winnie looked at him anxiously. Those eyes were filled with concern. Henry gave her a look, and his thin lips curved up in a curve. Raising his hand, he took a version of the pill out of the drawer and dropped it on the table. Before the surgery, he knew that there might be some conditions, fever and dizziness, unconsciousness, but he was just busy with the company's business and didn't pay attention for a while. Just want to take a little break. Winnie rushed to help him pour water and take medicine. Looking at Henry's slightly pale face, the worry in her eyes intensified. Is it true that you don't have to go to the hospital? Winnie lowered her eyebrows and put the medicine away. Book me a ticket for tonight for a business trip to Lin City. Henry's voice was cold. Winnie opened her mouth trying to persuade him. He just had surgery. To work in the company has been very reluctant, if the long-distance travel, in case there is an accident. Do the job you're supposed to do, and other than that, don't ask anything. The man's eyes were sullen and cold, and the words that spilled out from his thin lips had no temperature at all. Winnie had to nod and did what he told her to do. Seeing her leave, a softness in the man's brow, he opened the lunchbox on the table and slowly ate. 2 hours later, she drove Henry to the airport. Along the way, Henry took many phone calls, all on official business. Winnie listened to his voice grow hoarse and frowned slightly. If this continues, how can his body survive? She pulled up in front of the airport and asked out of concern, Henry, why don't I come with you on your business trip? The man's hand, which was about to push open the car door, paused, clutching the door handle, then tightened. Don't you have to take care of your son? Winnie knew she was being a little abrupt with this proposal, but as Henry's assistant, she couldn't afford to watch him go on a business trip in this state. The hospital said that Kerr is recuperating in the hospital and doesn't need my care for now. Henry raised his eyes to look at the side of Winnie's face. His thin lips swept over a smile. No, you just stay at the office. After he finished, he carried his suitcase and walked into the airport. Winnie clutched the steering wheel and sighed. Since Henry said he didn't need to, she couldn't have to follow. After returning to the company, Winnie realized that before Henry's business trip, he assigned intense work to each department, plus it was about to be the year-end appraisal period. Up and down the company, employees in all departments were busy, and several stacks of documents were piled up in He-Ming's office. Winnie volunteered to help out and worked overtime until 11 o'clock at night. While doing the final closing work, He-Ming received a call from the manager of the hotel where Henry was staying, asking if Henry had a wife. Because there are too many documents at hand, He-Ming is pressing the speakerphone to answer. The whole office heard it, and that includes Winnie. Here's the thing, a lady, who said she was Henry's wife, just took his room card, just in case. I still need to check with you. The hotel manager said with some difficulty. Normally we wouldn't do that, except that lady. Without waiting for the other party to finish, He-Ming turned off the speakerphone button and picked up the phone. Ahem, our Henry is currently unmarried. Did the lady say her name? The whole office fell silent. The movement of Winnie's hands organizing the documents also slowed down. After hearing the answer over there, He-Ming's face instantly fell. Okay, I get it. That Miss Dana does know our Henry. When he hung up the phone, there was a sigh of relief in the office. Director Ning is also too powerful, directly chasing the husband to Lin City. I'm afraid Henry won't have any freedom at all when he gets married later. Winnie dropped her eyes and said nothing. A thought not quite like others popped up in my mind. Since Dana went, Henry will not be alone. There will be no fever or fainting or anything like that. So thinking, she was relieved, although there was a little twinge in her heart. The next day, there were photos of Henry and Dana going in and out of the Forest City Hotel late at night posted on the internet. Even Lai's public relations department said that those paparazzi reporters seemed to have received the news long ago and were able to grasp the time and place so precisely. All of a sudden, the gossip that Henry had faked his illness to escape the marriage was not broken. Employees up and down the company are also talking about when they can drink Henry and Dana's wedding wine. After all, Dana has waited for Henry for so many years, and to him with deep love. Winnie just listened to the gossip coming out of her colleagues' mouths and tried to keep herself focused on her work. Prepare the documents to be video conferenced. Winnie went straight to the conference room, debugged the camera, and waited for the meeting. Usually, she and He-Ming have to make preparations first. But I don't know why. Just turn on the camera today, and Henry's side of the communication is connected. Can see the business suite of the hotel on the screen, as well as the clothes scattered on the chairs. This scene looks incomparably ambiguous. Then the voices of Dana and some man could be heard faintly. You, slow down. Winnie and a few employees who had just walked into the office were stunned, and someone momentarily failed to control and let out a wow, followed by Dana's exclaimed from over there. Why is this on? Henry, you go turn it off. As the communication was cut off, everyone's face was in capital letters of confusion. Winnie stood there and inexplicably felt a sourness in her heart. She walked quickly out of the conference room, went to the bathroom and washed her face, looked at herself in the mirror, and was reminded over and over that they were engaged, and it was normal for this to happen. But she could no longer convince herself that she was only Henry's assistant. After all, what should have happened between them has also happened. Winnie took a deep breath and forced herself to clear her head. The phone vibrated once. It was a message from the company group. Meeting cancelled. He only finished surgery 2 days, so tossed. Winnie bitterly laughed. She should not be out of her depth, and said what to accompany him on business trip words. Since the meeting was cancelled, all documents were submitted in paper version instead. After Winnie handed the documents to He-Ming, she took a taxi to Loxon Hospital. It just happened to be the weekend, so she could spend time with Kerr at the hospital. But for some reason, the more she told herself not to think about it, the more her mind got out of control. Mommy, what's wrong with you? Kerr tilted his head and called out to Winnie. It's nothing, Mommy might be a little tired. Just take a rest. Winnie squeezed out a smile and comforted her son, saying, after this surgery, she clearly felt that Kerr's resistance and immunity were stronger than before, and he had much more energy than before. Kerr nodded his head. Oh. While flipping through the book, he asked, Mommy, Uncle Handsome had surgery on the same day as me. Has he been discharged from the hospital? How did you know that he was in surgery with you? Winnie remembered that she had not mentioned this to Kerr. Handsome Uncle was in the operating room when I had the surgery, Mommy, don't you know? Kerr was sure he had heard correctly. That voice, it was Henry's voice. In an instant, all the things in Winnie's mind were strung together in a single thread. Why did Henry ask He-Ming to keep a secret from himself? Why are so many people speculating that he wasn't even hospitalized in a car accident? And why, when those people broke into the operating room, Henry was the only one lying on the operating table? The man who would not reveal his identity and name, and who performed the blood exchange donation surgery on Kerr, was Henry. He was a match for Kerr, and it actually fit. Mommy. Kerr sensed that Winnie's expression was not quite right and was a little worried. Winnie had trouble digesting this for a while. She reached out and put her arm around her son's shoulders, unable to calm her heart for a long time. Henry wouldn't take care of their mother and son for no reason. What is his relationship with the man who made her a surrogate in the first place? And when did he learn of his and Kerr's identities? All along, he has been using various excuses to get closer to them. Winnie felt a chill down her spine, and even a sense of panic that Kerr would be snatched away in the next second. Mommy, you're hugging me too tight. Kerr, breathing a little hard, whispered. I'm sorry, it's Mommy's fault. Winnie panicked and let go, just in time to see Shang Guanshan with a nurse to check the room. She immediately whispered in Kerr's ear, Don't tell anyone about what you just told Mommy, okay? Kerr nodded with seeming understanding. Winnie bit her lip tightly. Since Henry didn't pick on her, she still had a chance to pretend she didn't know, and once she got the word out, she was afraid something would happen that she couldn't handle. Kerr, how do you feel? With a smile on his face, Shang Guanshan walked in and carefully checked the values on the instruments. It also helped Kerr to do a full-body checkup. Kerr was cooperative and all information showed a good recovery. Winnie stood by and watched the whole time, paying particular attention to Shang Guanshan's expression. She was sure that Shang Guanshan must know something inside. In the next few days, Kerr should also take good care of his diet and... Shang Guanshan carefully instructed, not forgetting to tell the nurse to pay careful attention to Kerr's condition. Winnie stood and listened, her face growing calmer and calmer. After Shang Guanshan finished, he noticed that Winnie was not looking at him in the same way as usual and asked jokingly, What's the problem? I'd like to talk to you alone. Winnie volunteered, heading out into the hallway. Shang Guanshan froze and took a step to follow. Miss Wen, what else is wrong? I would like to know the approximate cost of operating on Kerr this time, Winnie asked bluntly. There will be someone to contact you again about this. Shang Guanshan coughed lightly. Winnie listened, her face growing calmer and calmer. Dean Shangguan, I want to know. Not waiting for Winnie to finish her question, Shang Guanshan's cell phone rang. He said sorry and turned around to answer the phone. Shang Guanshan lowered his voice and said into the phone handset, When are you coming back? I can't hold it any longer. Henry's voice was cold and deep. Going back tonight. What's wrong? Shang Guanshan looked back at Winnie and pointed to his phone. Miss Wen, I have a very important call to make right now. Other things, let's talk slowly next time. After saying that, Shangguanshan fled away. Winnie's eyes kept looking at his back, the tips of her fingers slowly tightened. There is never a free lunch in this world. What was Henry's intention in taking care of her and Kerr again and again? Winnie tried to recall all that had happened since she met Henry, and the thoughts in her mind became more and more confused. But she knew that no matter what happened, as long as Henry didn't let go, she would still be an employee of the night group. He, on the other hand, will only be her top boss. After Henry's business trip, he returned to work as usual. Everyone was amazed at the speed of his physical recovery, and with Dana now firmly in her position as design director, there was still talk of a marriage between the two of them. From time to time, there will be some gossips popping up. He Ming has been sending PR people to suppress those gossip news, but the effect is still not obvious. As Winnie passed by the coffee break room, she heard the company employees gossiping again. She looked down at the coffee cup she was holding and spared herself the trouble of crossing the long corridor to make coffee on the other side. Just a few steps away, I ran into Henry and He Ming head on. He had probably just met with a client and looked a little tired. The first second Winnie saw him, she lowered her head and quietly took 2 steps to the side. She wanted to just brush past him as if nothing had happened. Yet Henry wasn't going to give her that chance. Assistant Wen. His thin lips flicked open and he called out to her, "Where to?" He had clearly seen the coffee cup in her hand, yet he had to ask on purpose. "I'll make the coffee, Henry. Make me a cup too and send it to my office." Henry finished and continued walking in the direction of his office. Winnie shook her head helplessly. Since the day she joined the company, she knew from Xiao Li that Henry never drank this low-end instant coffee. Is he trying to screw her again? A few minutes later, Winnie knocked on the door of Henry's office, carrying the brewed coffee. "Enter." She bowed her head, made up her mind, put down her coffee and left. She didn't have any work at hand that she needed to report directly to Henry anyway. "Henry, your coffee," Winnie said, and turned around at that moment. "Wait." He raised an eyebrow at her. "It's lunch break. I don't suppose you have anything to do?" "I still have a lot of work to do. I have to summarize the minutes of the meeting and submit the translation contract, so if you don't have anything else, Henry, I'll leave you to it." The man's eyes were half narrowed, his gaze suddenly cold. I didn't even know that a translation assistant could be so busy. Because of this detached attitude of Winnie towards him, he was uncomfortable in his heart. And what irritated him even more was that he had no way to explain the cause of this irritation. Or maybe he didn't want to face that outcome. Maybe I'm not capable enough, I'm slow to do things, and I let Henry down. "Winnie, do you have to speak in such a grim voice?" Winnie sniffed and slowly turned around to face the man at the desk head-on. "Henry, when I joined the company, you didn't tell me that I also had to be able to kiss ass to be a translation secretary." Henry raised his eyes slightly and his face grew cold. "I'm sorry, Henry. I will learn more about the art of speaking without giving you a hard time in the future." Winnie tugged at the corners of her mouth and turned to walk out of his office. She walked faster and faster back to her small office and closed the door straight away. She leaned against the door, her breathing increasing a little. "Winnie, what the hell are you doing?" "Offending Henry is not half as good for you or Kerr, and even if he had something to do with that man back then, what can you do about it? In front of people of that status and position, what are you?" There was a sudden knock on the door. "Winnie, are you there? There's a delivery for you." Winnie heard Xiao Li's voice and hastily adjusted her mood and pulled open the door. "I have a delivery?" She doesn't remember telling anyone to send her anything. "Yeah, that's your name, isn't it?" Xiao Li handed her the file bag and turned to walk away. Winnie frowned suspiciously and opened the file folder. Seeing the contents inside, she was dumbfounded throughout. All of them were her father's hospitalization labs and doctor's diagnosis, which were completely different from those given to her by lawyer Han. This information shows that her dad was in a very serious condition, and the cost of the surgery was well over 4 million. If this information is true, it means that Li Shulan did not betray the Wen family. Winnie squeezed the file folder tightly, trying to find the sender's information. However, nothing was found. Until the end of the day, Winnie is still full of thoughts about this matter. He Ming came in and saw that she hadn't finished translating the contract and urged, "Make sure you send it to the printing room tomorrow morning. It's for the meeting." Winnie, however, remained frozen, looking at the computer screen. He Ming went over to take a look. The desktop is all Wen Jianguo's admission information. Winnie heard his approaching footsteps, only to jolt awake. The next second, immediately panicked to pack those things. "Okay, I got it. I'll be on time tomorrow." Some personal matters. Winnie withheld all the information. The office phone suddenly rang. She immediately picked up. Listening to the other side finish, Winnie pursed her lips and took a pen and paper to record it. "Book a deluxe king room suite for Henry at the Shanghai Hotel and decorate it romantically?" "Good." She clutched the phone and her eyes darkened. As Henry's assistant, these things are her job. It just didn't seem like such an easy job assignment tonight. As requested, Winnie first went to the winery and picked up 2 bottles of wine and bought a rose cake, then drove to the hotel. All the way to the car, she kept the windows open and her mind grew clearer. She has to recognize her place. Winnie carried a pile of stuff into the hotel room, scattering rose petals all over the bed and carpet, and wine on the coffee table near the floor-to-ceiling window. Everything is ready to go. Winnie looked around and was ready to leave when she suddenly felt lightheaded. She smelled the special scent of incense in the air, propped herself up in her chair, and couldn't stand up. When she just came in, she smelled it, but thought it was the layout of this hotel, and didn't take it to heart. She looked towards the scented candles placed in the doorway, and her vision became increasingly blurred. A few minutes later, a man and a woman walked in. "Keep an eye on her, and when I tell you to do it again, but take some pictures first." Dana wrapped her hands around her shoulders and sized up Winnie from above. Under her watch, no one can steal Henry's heart. A woman who is a watery woman does not deserve to be in the door of the Lee family. "Understood, Miss Dana. I will make sure that this is done properly." After the man finished, he picked up Winnie with one hand and went to the next room. Dana reached out and put out the scented candles and opened the window to let in some air, changed into a silk champagne dress, and waited for Henry to come over. Her plan was simple. Just for tonight, she was going to have a showdown with Henry. Dana waited for a long time before Henry appeared. Once he entered the door, he saw the dim light in the room and the rose petals on the floor. His eyes sank a few points. "Didn't you say that you had an appointment to meet with a partner?" He didn't like the feeling of being counted. "Can't I be your partner?" Dana hooked her red lips, not caring at all about Henry's cold attitude. These 7 years, she has long been used to seeing such expressions, if care too much, but will lose the advantageous position. The man frowned slightly and drew out his chair to sit down. "Go ahead. What is it?" Dana pushed the red wine glass in front of him with a few laughs in her voice. "Henry, we haven't had a drink together in a long time. Can you talk with me before we talk business?" She knows Henry. He will definitely show up as long as it has to do with the company. The man glanced at the glass of wine and pushed his fingers forward. Winnie is not only your assistant, but that son of hers who is not 6 but 7 years old, was born on the same day and year as Ease." Without waiting for Henry to speak, Dana hooked her lips. "I didn't think that the woman who gave you a surrogate in the first place was actually Winnie." She tried her best to hold back the mad jealousy in her heart to be able to say the words so calmly. Dana kept her eyes on Henry's expression after she finished. Her heart also sank a little into the bottom. The man's reaction told her plainly that he had known about it for a long time. "Henry, you went to great lengths to keep her with you. What did you want to do? To make the Knight family accept a woman who has borne you 2 sons?" Her eyes filled with a layer of tears, as if she didn't know Henry. Yes, she no longer knew the man in front of her. For so many years, the reason that has been holding her up, waiting for Mrs. Knight's position, is Henry's attitude towards women. Not only was he cold to her, he was even more ruthless with other women. But now, everything has changed because of Winnie. "Say something." Dana couldn't control it and slammed her glass on the floor. "Yes, Kerr is my son, and she is the woman who, back then, conceived for me as a surrogate." Henry confessed. His eyes were sunken with a cold intent. This matter, he knew it could not be concealed for long. Dana's expression stalled as if she had been grabbed by the throat. "So, what are you going to do about her and the kid?" She used the word arrangement. Because in her eyes, Winnie is just a woman that Henry calls on and waves away. Since the other child is still alive in the first place, it should be picked up and raised by the Knight family, just like S. "Don't worry, I can treat them fairly. I'll find the best teacher tomorrow." "No need." The man interrupted her in a cold voice. "That's a matter for the Knight family." Dana's palms were cold and she asked softly in return, "What about Winnie? As your fiancée, I can always ask how you plan to end your relationship with her, right? She just had 2 kids for you. She did it all for the money." Henry's face was expressionless, just looking at Dana. If she had not told him this today, perhaps he would have maintained a cooperative relationship with the Ning family for some time. "What about you?" Dana's body stiffened. "Me? Staying by my side all these years, didn't you do it for the position of Mrs. Knight? Winnie didn't do anything wrong, and she didn't try to take anything away from me." Henry finished and then got up. The lines of his decent suit were stiff, and his face showed some indifference. "Do not meddle in the affairs of the Knight family again, and do not touch her and Kerr." This is the last bottom line of his tolerance for the Ning family. Dana bit her lips tightly. Her face turned a little bit white. "Henry!" But no matter how she shouted, how she lost her temper, did not stop the man from leaving. When the door to the room closed, the tears in her eyes slid down her cheeks. "Fine, then we'll see. Let's see how an impure woman like her can enter the door of the Lee family." In the hallway, Henry was about to enter the elevator when his phone rang. He pressed the answer button, and just after listening to a few words, he immediately turned back and ran back. A scream was heard coming from the next room. He immediately ran over and smashed the door. In the room, Winnie had just woken up and was staring warily at the strange man in front of her. "Get the hell out of here!" The man smiled wickedly and began to take off his shirt. "Don't be in a hurry. The long night is long. I have plenty of time." "No, don't come over." "What to pretend?" Before the man could say anything, the door to the room was pushed open from the outside. Winnie wrapped herself in the blanket and couldn't say a word when she saw that the person who broke in was Henry. Henry slammed his fist into the man's face. then rushed to Winnie with tension and panic in her eyes. "It's okay." With a few warmth in his hands, he picked Winnie up. Winnie was shivering with cold and had to tug on Henry's shirt. The shirt was tugged out of her creases. Henry took her straight to the car and back to the villa. All the way, his eyes did not leave Winnie. Winnie hung her head, knowing very well the reason why all this happened today, and knowing who was behind this elaborate design. It is because she knows that the emotions in her heart are long unsettled. "Henry, please take me home." The phrase ground out between her lips. The man's eyebrow crest pressed down. "It's not quite right for you to go back like this now." He did it purely from a position of doing what was best for her. "I'm afraid that she will be bullied by Li Shulan's mother and daughter when she returns." Winnie, however, looked up with amusement. "Thank you, Henry, for your concern, but I don't need it." Seeing the coldness and detachment in her eyes, Henry's brow furrowed more and more. "You can rest for a while, and I'll send a car to take you back afterwards." "There's really no need. I can't afford it." The last thing she wants to do right now is to draw a line in the sand with him. "You..." Henry opened his mouth, still wanted to say something, but finally turned into a soft sigh, turned his head and ordered the driver to go to the Wen family. The atmosphere inside the car was depressing. Both of them stopped talking, and as soon as the car stopped, Winnie immediately pushed open the car door and walked quickly into the main door of the Wen family. Henry didn't let the driver stay much longer either. He had things to arrange. Feeling the car driving away behind her, the tears in Winnie's eyes finally fell down. Every step she took was like walking on the tip of a knife, stabbing her heart raw. In her condition, she is not paired with Henry to have unrequited thoughts. Even if he takes care of her and Kerr again, it's for another purpose. She shouldn't get half-assed ideas. Winnie powerlessly pushed open the door and changed her shoes. "Yo, how did you get this look? Human and ghostly." Li Xinying stood in the living room and laughed mockingly when she saw Winnie. Suddenly, he saw that Winnie had bruises on her neck and wrists, and her expression looked unnatural. Li Xinying naturally associated with something. "You're so late and you have a scent on you. Where have you been?" Winnie raised her eyes and stared at her face. That instant, Li Xinying was shocked by that look in her eyes and coughed condescendingly. "We live under the same roof. I just care about you." Without a word, Winnie took a step up the steps. But she had little strength in her legs and body, and as soon as she entered the room, she passed out, and this sleep, and then woke up the next afternoon. After she opened her eyes, she felt that her body was still tired. When I opened my phone, there were several unread messages. It was all sent by Dana, not only with text but also with a few photos. It was taken secretly while she was in the hotel bed, unconscious. "Don't come near Henry again, or your picture will be spread all over Sea City, and you don't want your son to see you like this, do you?" Winnie clutched her phone, her chest heaving up and down. "I'll allow you to continue working at the night group, and you'll have to come to my wedding with Henry, and I'll let you know that even if you give everything, you'll never get him." Every word that Dana sent her stung Winnie's heart deeply. "Got Henry?" Winnie bit her lips tightly. She loathed the feeling of being watched and counted. Since Dana was so wary of her presence, she would have to find out the reason for Henry's special preference for her. And the truth about 7 years ago, Winnie drove to the hospital to pick up Kerr from home and by chance ran into Fang Yi, who came to pick up his niece again. Seeing Winnie tenderly coaxing a handsome-looking little boy, Fang Yi's heart stuttered. "Winnie." He didn't hold back after all and called out to her. Winnie turned to look. Her expression did not change much. "Fang Yi, such a coincidence, you came to send your niece again." "Well, this child is?" Winnie took Kerr's little hand. "My son." In that instant, Fang Yi's expression and eyes could no longer be described as shocked. He had only heard some trumped-up gossip from his classmates, but never thought that Winnie actually had such a big baby, and counting the days, she might have a baby as soon as she graduated. Looking at Kerr, Fang Yi's eyebrows tightened. Winnie defended Kerr. "Please don't look at him with those eyes." I didn't mean that. I just couldn't accept it for a while." His tone of voice became different from earlier. The eyes that looked at Winnie were also much more complicated. Once he was so looking forward to want to pursue the girl actually long ago had a child, and never heard Winnie said she was married. So this child, in the end, how to come? At that moment, Winnie also read a lot from his shocked expression. "That's why I haven't shown my face in Sea City for the past few years. No matter what you think, but Kerr is indeed my son, and I will not hide his existence." Winnie tugged at the corners of her mouth. She didn't care what people thought of her. She looked down and took Kerr's small hand. "Come on, it's time for us to go home." Then, with Kerr in tow, he walked past Fang Yi without looking back. She once thought about running away from that hidden past, but now she thinks about it. Even if she hides it deeper, there will be a day when it will be dug up. Instead of being so passive, you should take the initiative to suffer. She and Kerr had done nothing wrong. On the way back, she saw an apology message from Fang Yi. "I hope to meet with her and have a good chat again." Winnie refused. After she sent Kerr back to the Winchesters, she went to Attorney Kim's office alone. Winnie waited for a few minutes and then met with Attorney Jinhan. "Miss Wen, I didn't expect that you would come over to me in particular. The inheritance formalities haven't been completed yet, and now I don't know what the result will be." Jinhan spread his hands and said with some difficulty, "You should also know that sometimes these formalities are very complicated to do. I'm not here to rush you, but to consult on other matters." Winnie took out the information she got from Han Yuji earlier. "If I have proof that my father was not conscious before he died, this inheritance will should be null and void, right?" Jinghan froze and then picked up those medical materials. He looked at it carefully with a very complicated expression. I know that Attorney Kim is experienced and must have handled many similar cases. Otherwise, my stepmother would not have entrusted you with such an important matter. It's Mrs. Wen who trusts me." Jinhan wiped the fine sweat seeping out of his forehead. Winnie showed him all this medical information that he had never seen before. According to what is shown on the information, Wen Jiangguo had several brain and heart surgeries before making his will. It is difficult to determine legally that Wen Jiangguo was in a sober state when he made his will. In case the authenticity of this will is questioned by the time he finishes this delegated inheritance process. Once something goes wrong, how can he continue to mix in Haicheng in the future? Before coming, Winnie also just take a try attitude, but see the expression on the face of Lawyer Kim, she knew the bet was right. "Lawyer Kim, have you not read this information? My stepmother, didn't she show it to you?" With a word from Winnie, Jinhan instantly came to his senses. He immediately got up and said to Winnie, "Miss Winnie, I'm going to withdraw the succession application now. We'll make an appointment for what happens after that." He could not delay for a moment and immediately ran out of the law office with his briefcase. Winnie picked up the coffee in her hand and sipped it slowly and deliberately. She is not afraid that Jinhan will go to confront Li Xilan. They both don't trust each other anyway, and with a little provocation, they won't cooperate anymore. When the inheritance procedure is rejected this time, Li Xilan will try to convince her again, and at that time, maybe she will reveal her foxtail. After meeting with Lawyer Kim, Winnie stopped by the street and bought 2 new clothes for Kerr, planning to take them with her when she picked him up from the hospital. When she got back to the Wen family by car, she saw Li Xilan throwing a tantrum in the living room. The maids couldn't stop her, and the glass vase broke all over the place. "Get out, all of you!" She was fuming and looked up to see Winnie enter, the hate hidden in her eyes. But she pretended to be such a gentle and virtuous stepmother before, always have to continue to maintain, so can only hold back the anger, skinny smile to greet Winnie. "Winnie, you're back." Then, Li Xilan filled a large mouthful of cold water before slowly calming down. Aunt Shu and the other maids immediately cleaned up the living room. Winnie did not even raise her eyes, moved to the sofa and sat down. Her expression was at ease, and with a few smiles, "What's wrong? Who made you angry?" Li Xilan tugged at the corner of her mouth. "No." She clutched the glass tightly, knowing that it was Winnie who had gone to see Lawyer Kim, that the inheritance of that land had gone wrong. But Winnie was acting so obedient in front of her that she couldn't lose her temper. Once that layer is poked, it will be difficult to get Winnie to do her bidding. "Is that so? I watched the news this morning and it seems like there aren't a lot of announcements for Li Xinying lately. Could it be that she got into trouble with someone again and was temporarily banned?" Recently, Li Xinying did mess with the daughter of a certain big boss. This has led to many film contracts and advertisements falling through. These, Li Xilan, are very clear. Hearing Winnie so lightly mentioned, she is even more angry, heart-blocked. That's the way it is in that circle of theirs. After a few days it will be fine. I really hope her future star path is smooth, our Wen family, but also more rely on her, Winnie said with a smile, then got up and went back to the room. Immediately afterwards, there was another sound of smashing things in the living room. As she listened, the smile on her lips grew even wider. Sometimes it is more relieving to be slowly tortured in this way. After Li Xinying came back from the office, she went straight to Winnie's room. She had already heard about the withdrawal of Attorney Kim's application. "Mom, this time you don't stop me. I have to have a clear theory with her. She knows that situation of the company, and still," Li Xinying said, about to barge into Winnie's room. In the next second, the door opened from the inside. Winnie had already changed into her going-out clothes and looked at them calmly. "What happened to the company?" "Winnie, don't ask me why. My mother had to sell the land in the Panshin district to help finance the company's operation these days, but you're good enough to send those fake cases fabricated out of thin air to the lawyer. What do you want? Is there any benefit to you if the Wen family falls?" Winnie looked at her with those teeth and claws and just felt relieved. Winnie asked back, pretending not to think, "I can't understand you." "You!" Li Xinying's beautiful eyes glared in anger, only wanting to go up and grab Winnie by the hair and drag her downstairs. However, before she could do anything, Aunt Shu came in from outside. "Missy, Mr. Henry sent a car to pick you up." "Mr. Henry? Which Mr. Henry is there in Haicheng, besides the Henry Knight family?" Winnie also did not expect Henry to send a car to the house. Thinking about last night, she was a little hesitant. But looking up and seeing that Li Xinying was about to blow up with anger, Winnie graciously answered yes. "Excuse me, I have to go out for a while now. If there's anything, let's talk about it when I come back." Winnie raised her hand and gently pushed away Li Xinying, who was in the way, and walked out step by step. "Mom, look at her like that. I don't know what tricks she has used to make Henry so dead to her that he has pushed back the wedding date again and again." The more Li Xinying thought about it, the angrier she became, and her jealousy of Winnie was beyond control. Li Shulan, who was standing by the side, was also unhappy in her heart. The duck that came to hand just flew away. Li Shulan looked back at the limousine parked in the courtyard and said through clenched teeth, "It's okay. She has an unknown trailing bottle by her side. Even if Henry likes her again, there's no way he'll let her into the door of the Li family." On the car, Winnie spoke up and asked the driver, "Where are we going now?" "Miss Wen, Mr. Henry asked me to take you to Loxon Hospital," the driver said truthfully. Winnie was stunned for 2 seconds, worried if there was something going on at Kerr's end. As soon as the car stopped, she hurried into the hospital and went straight to Kerr's hospital room. But just as she reached the door, she looked through the glass and saw Henry playing flying chess with Kerr, and the two were having a particularly good time. She hadn't seen Kerr smile that happily in a long time. "Handsome uncle, you are awesome. I didn't even think this could go here. Ah, I lost again." Although he lost, Kerr's little face wore a satisfied and happy look, pestering Henry for another hand. The men cleaned up the board while chatting with Kerr. Winnie stood at the door of the ward, looking at the large and small, suddenly did not know whether they should go in. During this time, she had too many doubts piled up in her heart, and every time she met with Henry, it made her feel very complicated. Just as the nurse came over to drop off the discharge forms, she saw Winnie standing in the doorway. "Miss Wen, won't you go in?" A small group of people in the ward heard the sound and turned their heads to look at her. "Mommy!" Winnie looked at her son and temporarily let go of those uneasy thoughts, pushed the door open and walked in. "Miss Wen, after signing over here, Kerr can be discharged, and after a month, go back to the hospital for a review." The nurse carefully explained, and also said a lot of precautions to go back to recuperate. "Good, thanks." If it was before, Winnie would have found this hospital service particularly attentive. But now, she clearly knew that it was all for Henry's sake. Otherwise, with her and Kerr's condition, it would have been impossible to receive treatment at Loxon Hospital. "If there is anything after that, you can contact us anytime." The nurse finished her explanation and walked out of the ward. Winnie looked at Kerr and then at Henry. "Henry knows that Kerr was released from the hospital today?" As the man gathered the board, he said, "Shangguanshan told me." Winnie gave an indifferent "oh." Henry would have known about Kerr's condition even earlier than she, his real mother, would have. "I'll take you back," he said, his eyes taking in Winnie's unnatural expression. Winnie lowered her eyes and avoided his gaze, then picked up Kerr and had to reach for the luggage next to her. "I'll do it." He stepped ahead and brushed the tips of his fingers over Winnie's arm. Winnie stared and withdrew her hand, hugging Kerr and heading outside. Kerr looked back at Henry, blinked, said nothing, and quietly nestled in Winnie's arms. When they arrived at Winnie's, Winnie pushed open the car door and let Kerr out first, then calmly thanked Henry. What should be said is also this sentence. When she finished, she pushed open the car door and walked into the villa, holding Kerr's hand. The man watched her back, his brow slowly furrowed. Winnie was not this way in front of him before. He could clearly feel her cold attitude towards him. Winnie just entered the door with Kerr in her arms. Li Shulan asked her with a smile, "I see that car outside is Mr. Henry's car, right? You said that Kerr is staying at your friend's house these days, is it?" "No." Winnie didn't tell them that Kerr was in the hospital and made up a random excuse that Kerr was temporarily staying at her friend's house for a few days. I never thought that Li Shulan would associate it with Henry. Even if Winnie directly denied, Li Shulan's face smile does not change. "There is a small party in the evening. You go with me. It just so happens that I can introduce some friends in Haicheng to you." Winnie's heart jumped. How could Li Shulan be so kind as to introduce her to a friend? Li Shulan stared at Winnie, just waiting for her to speak. Winnie thought about her plan and didn't refuse. "Okay, what time do you want to leave?" "More than 6 o'clock. I'll call you upstairs then. Remember to dress up pretty." Li Shulan's smile deepened. Winnie swept her off her feet and said nothing. She knew that after withdrawing the inheritance application documents, Li Shulan would definitely find another way to calculate that property. Winnie was not so obedient. Just chose a more comfortable dress, hair pulled up, and also smoothly painted a light makeup. In the mirror, she was much more refined than usual. "Winnie, it's almost time." Li Shulan urged at the door, nothing more than fearing that Winnie would stand her up. Winnie twisted around and instructed Kerr to get some rest at home. Kerr nodded, watched Winnie go out the door, climbed onto the couch, and dialed a number. "Hey, handsome uncle?" He said a few words and hung up the phone. Aunt Shu came over and asked with a smile, "Who is Master Kerr talking to on the phone?" "A man who might turn out to be my father." Kerr winked and answered with a seriousness. On the other hand, Winnie followed Li Shulan to the agreed location, Huihai International Hotel. "The Mrs. Zhao we're meeting today is the mistress of this hotel." When going upstairs, Li Shulan kept boasting about how wealthy the Zhao family was and how high their status was in Haicheng. Winnie goes in with her left ear and out with her right ear. She was more interested in knowing what Li Shulan's purpose was in taking the trouble to bring her here. After all, if something really good had happened, Li Shulan would never have thought of her. "Mrs. Chow." Li Shulan just entered the elegant room and was busy smiling at the woman sitting inside, constantly praising each other's dress today. Mrs. Zhou looks a few years younger than Li Shulan, and there are no wrinkles on her face from years of beauty treatments. Mrs. Zhou, this is the second daughter of our Wen family, Winnie. Li Shulan turned back and beckoned Winnie to go over. In that instant, Mrs. Zhou's eyes looked up and down at Winnie, as if she was picking out some kind of merchandise. Winnie was a little uncomfortable, but didn't say anything. Well, they'll be here soon, so sit down first. Mrs. Zhou was quite satisfied with Winnie and finally had a few smiles on her face. Then came a few more people. Li Shulan did not specifically introduce. Winnie also did not bother to remember, until Mrs. Zhou's son, Zhou Weilin, appeared. Li Shulan instantly came to the interest. Winnie, this is Mrs. Zhou's son, young Master Zhou. The other party in a silver suit with a few smiles in his eyebrows was quite a gentleman and extended his hand at Winnie. Hello, Miss Winnie. Winnie nodded slightly, gently shook hands with each other, and then let go. It turns out that Li Shulan wants to marry her to this young Master Zhou. Winnie had a number in mind and just barely coped with the conversation at the table. Soon, Li Shulan made a special excuse for Zhou Weilin to take her around the hotel. Winnie, make the most of your opportunity. Winnie got up and walked out with Zhou Weilin. Before she took a few steps, she excused herself to go to the bathroom, and the other party didn't mind. Then I'll wait for you in the coffee area in front. Winnie nodded and walked quickly into the bathroom. Took out the phone and checked, and soon knew Li Shulan's intentions. The Zhou family started as a hotel, but their eldest son is a very famous lawyer in Haicheng, especially good at helping people with inheritance lawsuits. Around and around, Li Shulan is afraid that the land inheritance procedures are difficult to do. The cook duck flew. It is contemplating to sell her to the Zhou family. Winnie has a bottom in her heart. If she can get the Zhou family as a partner first, then Li Shulan's plan is going to go down the drain once again. She began to look forward to seeing Li Shulan's face when her wish was dashed. When Winnie was walking towards the coffee area, she saw Zhou Weilin being stopped by a beautifully dressed girl, and the two seemed to be having some arguments. Zhou Weilin's face was full of impatience. We've already broken up, don't bother me anymore. But no matter how the girls cry, how to beg him, Zhou Weilin is a cold look. Once he looked up again, he saw Winnie, and even more so, he had to hurry to keep his distance from that girl. Miss Winnie, it's not what you see, don't misunderstand. The girl also looked at Winnie, her eyes full of surprise and jealousy. We just broke up, and you're looking for another one? Winnie, somewhat helpless, walked over and faced Zhou Weilin, asking knowingly, who is this? An ordinary friend, Zhou Weilin said immediately. Winnie tugged at the corners of her mouth, such is the nature of men. The girl cried even more and kept glaring at Winnie, as if Winnie had stolen her boyfriend. If this goes on, the whole hotel will come over to see the joke. In order to be able to pull in Zhou Weilin, Winnie had to help him out. She coughed lightly and reached out to take Zhou Weilin's arm. This lady, I don't know what kind of relationship you had between you in the past, but there are some things that once you miss them, you can never go back. I hope you won't pester him again. Zhou Weilin froze, but was very satisfied with Winnie's approach, and even more obediently put his arm around Winnie's shoulders. Winnie recoiled a little, gritting her teeth and holding back. The girl cried even louder and shouted, I hate you! After that, they ran out of the hotel. Watching her leave, Zhou Weilin looked as if he was relieved and also smiled at Winnie gangly. I didn't expect you're still quite good. Just by her looks, Winnie is not the kind of woman with a thorn in her side. I also didn't expect that young Master Zhao was so peachy. Winnie pushed his hand away and lifted her chin. The lady behind, she's also here to see you, right? There was a woman standing at the bar just now, watching their side. I can explain. Don't worry, I won't talk nonsense. See you next time. Winnie hooked her lips, turned around and walked out. Zhou Weilin looked at her back and raised a smile of interest. Winnie stood in the garden at the side of the hotel and blew the wind before she felt much clearer in her head. If it weren't for ruining Li Shulan's plans, she wouldn't want to see that disgusting scum for a minute. The sound of footsteps rang out behind her, and Winnie subconsciously stared. Just to say something, a coat with a warmth over her body, and a very familiar feeling. Henry? Winnie was a little surprised, not expecting to run into him here. And it was also very dark on her side, so unless he was specifically looking for himself, he would not have come across it so by chance. I didn't influence you to get a date, did I? Henry drew out his chair and sat down, his voice taking on a few thin tones. Winnie wanted to give the coat back to him. She had several mouths to feed when she was seen here. Wear it, don't get cold. Winnie bit her lip and said self-deprecatingly, I appreciate Henry's kindness, but it's after hours, and as an assistant I shouldn't be alone with my boss in a place like this. Winnie looked up at him, not knowing what to say, took off her jacket, hitched it to the chair next to her, and let the night breeze blow her hair away. The atmosphere between the two became strange. Sitting across from her, Henry's thin lips slowly curved up into a curve. He didn't like the cold way Winnie was treating her at this point, but he remained seated and didn't get up to leave. Zhou Weilin chased out of the hotel and saw Winnie with a man. He raised his eyebrows and walked over with great confidence. With the Zhou family's status in Haicheng, he didn't believe that Winnie could find a better date than him. But when he saw Henry's face, Zhou Weilin's eyes could not hide his surprise. Henry, Knights is a big customer of their family's hotel business. Joe Whalen wanted to make friends with Henry several times, but did not have the opportunity. But I did not expect to meet with Henry today because of Winnie. I didn't expect to run into Henry here. Henry has an appointment? Henry responded indifferently, his eyes resting on Winnie's face. He didn't ask anyone out. He just got a call from Kerr wanting to know who Winnie was going on a blind date with. Winnie was stunned and subconsciously avoided his gaze. Joe Whalen coughed, wanting to take advantage of Winnie's acquaintance with Henry to firmly cling to the big tree of the Lee family. Last time I didn't have time to talk to Henry about the future prospects of our hotel. If Henry has time today, we can go inside to the restaurant. No, you can talk to my assistant directly if something comes up. Henry said, getting up and handing Winnie the jacket that was hitched next to him. You didn't tell him that you work at nights? Winnie frowned, who would hang on to their work all the time. What's more, she has no intention to further develop with Joe Whalen, but just want to borrow the Joe family's relationship. Without waiting for Winnie to say anything, Joe Whalen took over. That would be great. He also deliberately stood towards Winnie and deliberately made a familiar appearance. Henry spared a look at Winnie. His angular face leaned forward slightly and spoke in her ear. If you want to meet men, I can introduce you to them. Like this. Forget it. Winnie secretly gritted her teeth. But she didn't have time to fight back. Henry had already turned away. I didn't realize you knew Henry so well. How long have you been working for him as an assistant? Joe Whalen asked several times in a row. When are we going to meet next? I think we can get to know each other well. Winnie withdrew her gaze and took a deep breath. Yes! Although this is the opportunity obtained by using Henry's assistant status, it is more beneficial to her plan to make Joe Whalen feel that she has value to use. This way she doesn't need to worry that Li Shulan will stab her in the back. Perhaps, it can also take advantage of the Joe family's position in the legal profession to get the matter of inheriting that land in the Panshan district done. For her, it was a surefire deal. Looking down at the black jacket she was holding in her hand, in the end, it was Henry who helped her. It was about time, and Joe Whalen took Winnie back to the elegant room with him. Seeing that they went out together for so long and came back together, Li Shulan and Mrs. Joe were both satisfied, especially Mrs. Joe. She smiled at Winnie and said with special intimacy, "Next time you have a chance, let's meet at home and have a good chat." Winnie tugged at the corners of her mouth and nodded copiously. Seeing Mrs. Joe and her mother and son get into the car, Li Shulan's happy mouth couldn't close, pulling Winnie and saying, "Winnie, you did a good job today. I can see that Mrs. Joe and young Master Joe both like you quite a lot. Is that so?" Winnie was not impressed. Of course, she's never done it before to other celebrity millennials. Li Shulan wanted to continue to say something. Henry's car had already pulled up in front of them. The window rolled down. The man's side eye spat out 2 words, "Get in." He said this only to Winnie alone. Li Shulan saw Henry sitting in the car, and all of a sudden became more flattering, even pushed Winnie a few times. "Go on." Winnie hesitated and pulled open the car door. "Henry, what is it?" She had no idea of pretending in front of Li Shulan. "You get in first." The man repeated it, his tone a few points heavier than earlier. Winnie had to do what he said, close the car door, and the first thing she did was return his jacket. Henry didn't answer and instructed the driver to drive. Winnie looked at the man's expression, pondering. Is Kerr getting used to it since he's been home? Henry made no secret of his concern for Kerr. Get used to it. Winnie kept her guard up since Henry had not confessed to her that he was the donor. It meant that he had other considerations. The fingertips under the cuffs are slightly clenched. Every minute alone with this man, she has to fight. Have you figured out which elementary school you want Kerr to go to? Henry, thank you for your concern for Kerr and me, but these are my affairs, and I shouldn't have to explain them to you, word for word. With what Winnie knew about Henry, when she said those words in that tone of voice, 9 times out of 10 he would have just told the driver to pull over and left her on the side of the road. But this time, the man's temper was surprisingly mild. It's after hours. Don't think of me as your boss. It's a friend. His words made Winnie's heart even more confused, and she couldn't help but think of those nights between them. She looked away, considering what to say in response. My proposal is that you can let him enroll with S next month. I will send someone to do the procedure. Here is the school's information. You can look at it in advance. He was prepared and shoved the elementary school information directly into Winnie's hands. Henry, can you tell me exactly why you're doing this? Winnie was confused. The ball of doubt she had hidden in her mind was about to come out. The car stopped just outside the gates of the Wen family. As is the bastard son of the Knight family, after school, there is inevitably a lot of gossip. I want to find a playmate for S who is about the same age, that's all. Henry's eyes were as deep as the sea, hiding something Winnie couldn't read. Winnie nodded gently and got out of the car with that information. Indeed, many rich people in Haicheng do this to find a close friend for their children. In that circle of theirs, trust is the most outrageous thing, but the relationship maintained with money, but the most real. Perhaps she was too cautious and careful, and what she had gone to great lengths to achieve in front of Henry was just a matter of words. But is he really doing this just for S? Winnie thought about the look on his face when he said those words in the car, and the emotions in her heart became more and more complicated. Although she has already done the transfer of this villa, Kerr's account and birth certificate are still a problem. Shortly after she arrived home, Li Shulin also came back. Winnie, Henry went to pick you up on purpose, didn't he? With a smile on her lips, she was all set to inquire about Henry and Winnie's relationship. I heard Xinying say before that Henry rarely meets with women alone. Are you too? No, Henry was just looking for me because of something at work. Winnie made an excuse, not wanting to tell the truth to Li Shulin. Is that so? Li Shulin laughed lightly. I know that when you young people come and go, you only care about feelings and don't care about the rest. But you are now a mother. Even if you don't think about yourself, you have to think about Kerr. Hearing her mention Kerr, Winnie's brow tightened. As if she didn't see Winnie's expression, Li Shulin continued. I think you and young Master Zhou are quite compatible. If you can continue to get to know each other better, maybe there will be good results. Since you are so satisfied with Zhou Weilin, why don't you introduce Li Xinying to him? Winnie pretended not to understand and asked this on purpose. Li Shulin's face stiffened. Xinying, these years, she is preoccupied with career. She is not in a hurry, mainly because your side is older and is the eldest daughter of the Wen family. I have to see that you marry well, in order to afford your father's mandate to me back then. Is that so? That's very nice of her to say. Winnie tugged at the corners of her mouth and her eyes went cold. I'm not thinking about those things yet. Then start thinking about it now. I see that Mrs. Zhou is also quite satisfied with you. Next time we meet again, you should get to know the Zhou family well. Even if you make a friend, there is nothing wrong with it. Every word that came out of her mouth sounded like she was thinking of Winnie. Li Shulin kept chanting. Now the situation in Haicheng is not like the old days. If you do it for the good of Kerr, it is better to draw a line with Henry before it is too late. After all, he has a fiancée. You always pester him. It will be misunderstood. Pestering? That sounded very harsh. My mommy wouldn't do something like that. Kerr stood on the second floor steps and shouted at the two men. Kerr? Winnie hurried over. Usually at this time Kerr are in the room reading. She did not expect Kerr will suddenly come out, and even more unexpectedly will be he heard these words. For a moment she blushed slightly and subconsciously put Kerr behind her guard. Li Shulin, don't look away, faced with a few contemptuous smile. You are still young, don't talk nonsense. I am helping your mother, or else something really happened. The disgrace is the Wen family. Wenja. Winnie lowered her eyes, not feeling good in her heart. Kerr clenched his fists, his eyes dyed with anger, staring hard at Li Shulin. Anyway, my mommy is not the kind of person you say she is. Li Shulin, for the first time by such a small child top, she opened her mouth to say something, and feel that Kerr's eyes are too cold and harsh, even a little like. Henry gave the feeling. What does a child this young know? Li Shulin said this in a twisted voice and quickly entered the room. Winnie's hands were tightly protecting her son. It's mommy's fault, she should have gone back to her room earlier to be with you. Kerr wrinkled his brow and collected his just anger. It's not mommy's fault, I heard it all. It's them who made the rumor. It's obviously handsome uncle. Kerr stopped suddenly in the middle of his sentence. Winnie stared. Why don't you say anything? Kerr shook his head in a hurry. It's nothing, mommy, I'm sleepy. He moved up and wrapped his arms around Winnie's neck. He has rarely been so pampered, but it made the guilt in Winnie's heart heavier, and she picked up her son. Okay, let's go to our room. As the night wore on, she put Kerr to sleep while asking in a low voice, if mommy let you go to the same elementary school in the same class as Ys, would you want to? Kerr nestled in Winnie's arms and mewed. Winnie looked at her son's little face and thought. The next day, she contacted her previous college classmate, Lin Tian, who works at the Haicheng Education Bureau, and Winnie wanted to inquire with her about Kerr's schooling. Only after meeting and talking a few times, Lin Tian heard that Winnie already had a son who was going to elementary school and couldn't help but be surprised. I always thought that Fang Yi was chasing you, but I didn't expect that you already had a married son. Winnie tugged at the corner of her mouth and didn't deny it. Some things explain more, but will be annoying. What's more, those things in her past can't be told in 1 or 2 sentences. I asked you out just to ask, if my son wants to attend elementary school in Haicheng, what are the requirements? Winnie wanted to make preparations as early as possible. First, to settle in the Sea City for 3 years and the school district. Lin's sweet, very dutiful to explain to Winnie, but listen to her finish. Winnie's heart empty a large part. The mere fact of settling for 3 years is something she can't do. Is there any other way? I was only ready to move the child's account back to Haicheng this time, Winnie said with difficulty. Then the only way to go is to go to a private school. Just pay the money, and the procedures are quick, about a week, except that tuition fees vary from person to person, and if the child's condition and the condition of both parents are not very good, it is difficult to enroll. Winnie sighed, and when all was said and done, it was still a matter of money. Seeing her expression, Lin Sweet understood half of it. I'll ask again for you at work next week. Maybe there will be another way. Winnie smiled gratefully, and thought of the elementary school Henry had mentioned to her, so she opened her mouth and asked Lin Tian, there is a school called Secretarial in Haicheng. Do you know about it? The most famous noble school in Haicheng. How many rich people's children will be sent there to study? And is integrated teaching from elementary school to high school and will basically go abroad for further study. Hearing it that way, Winnie felt that Henry probably meant what he said last night. However, that school is generally not accessible to the general public, not only to have money but also to have a very high status in the sea city. Winnie clutched her coffee cup. No wonder. I just asked casually. Lin Tian looked at her expression, smiled. You do not worry too much. There is always a way. By the way, tomorrow is our school celebration. Do you go, ah? Winnie shook her head. She didn't want to fit into that circle too much and didn't feel good about the last party. Lin, sweet but feel quite sorry. You have now returned to the sea city, with us to get together more. Now this society, less human interaction, may be able to meet to help your son enrolled alumni it. Winnie thought about it and felt that what Lin Tian said made sense. If she could really meet someone who could help, she wouldn't have to consider Henry's offer. Really send Kerr to that kind of noble school, Winnie always feel uneasy. But what she did not expect was that afternoon, the Wen family received a phone call from the secretarial school teacher. It just so happened that Li Shulan picked up the phone. When she heard that teacher finish, she immediately asked softly, "Your school is not cheap, right?" The teacher politely replied, "Yes, ma'am. Our school is a very professional international bilingual school within Haicheng, and we are very committed to our children's education, and would like to invite Miss Wen to visit our school for a field trip." "That won't be necessary." Without even asking, Li Shulan helped Winnie refuse. "Our family can't afford it. Don't call again." Without waiting for anything else to be said, she simply hung up the phone. She will squeeze Winnie's remaining value a little bit, will not leave Winnie half alive. She also instructed the maids that no one was to tell Winnie about this phone call today. The maids all felt that Li Shulan had gone a bit too far in doing so, but they all pretended not to know anything in order to keep their jobs. That evening, Li Shulan again persuaded Winnie at the dinner table to take the initiative to contact with Zhou Weilin. Next to Li Xinying also added fuel to the fire and said, "With your condition, there is a man willing to meet with you. It's already very good. Do not pick and choose, lest Henry get tired of you. You cannot cry." Winnie stared across the table at the mother and daughter. "Don't you ever say that in front of my son again." After saying that, she let Aunt Shu carry Kerr upstairs first. Kids nowadays understand things early. You think he doesn't understand? If he knew that his mother was seducing someone else's fiancée, he might do something about it. The more Li Xinying said, the more smug she became, looking at Winnie with dislike in her eyes. It was as if Winnie's presence had soiled their home. Winnie ate the last bite of rice, put down the dishes, and met Li Xinying's sarcastic gaze. "My son understands, early and late. Have nothing to do with you." After saying that, she got up and went back to her room. Pretending to be good and obedient in front of Li Shulan was just her plan to find evidence. If she was indifferent to Li Xinying's ridicule, it would have aroused their suspicion instead. What's more, she was too lazy to listen to the cool words that Li Xinying said out loud. I don't know if it was Li Shulan's arrangement or if the Zhou family really liked her, but the next morning, Zhou Weilin called to ask Winnie to meet him. Winnie wanted to refuse, but Li Shulan agreed for her. "Winnie, such a good opportunity, don't miss it for nothing," Li Shulan said, and urged her to go back to her room to change into a more formal dress, with an expression of wanting to send her to Zhou Weilin's bed immediately. Winnie sank her tone. "I have something to do today, the university celebration. I have to go back to attend." "That's even better. Let young Master Zhou accompany you." Li Shulan smiled and pushed Winnie into the check room. Winnie sighed helplessly, simply packed up and went downstairs. When she sat in last week's Weilin car, the other side was obviously a bit stunned. "What's wrong? Is there a problem?" Zhou Weilin then shook his head, "No." But when he slowly turned the steering wheel and drove out of the Wen family, only slowly said, "The women who used to sit in my car are eager to wear as little as possible. Miss Wen is really special. You're pretty special to be able to say that to my face too." Winnie don't look away. From the first meeting, she has seen clearly. This Zhou Weilin is a cynical, rich third generation. There will not be any special progress between them. It is just a mutual use. "Miss Wen, you are very straightforward." Zhou Weilin raised his eyebrows slightly, and his heart became more curious about Winnie. "We're going straight to the school festival?" Winnie looked at him sideways with some surprise. "By coincidence, we are still alumni." Zhou Weilin smiled meaningfully. "You know Fang Yi, right? I went to school with him." "He investigated himself?" Winnie looked ahead at the signage and secretly thought about her plan. The car drove into the school parking lot. Looking at the familiar and unfamiliar scenery in front of her, Winnie's emotions were a little complicated. She thought she would never come back in her life. However, it is not so touchy-feely. "That's Winnie, right? The one next to you. That wouldn't be young Master Zhou." Winnie listened to the occasional chatter that reached her ears and looked to Zhou Weilin. "I haven't seen you at school before. I ran both sides of the company school at that time. You have not heard of me, but I have heard of you." Zhou Weilin grinned gangly and looked at the two figures not far away. "I've also heard a lot about Fang Yi pursuing you." Winnie frowned. The celebration started soon after the vice president's speech ended, and the MC came on stage to announce that a mystery donor would be coming to the event. please welcome and thank Mr. Henry with a big round of applause. Henry walked onto the stage wearing a black stand-up collar suit, his cold brow with a few sunken intent. A glance saw Winnie sitting on the stage as well as her side of Joe Whalen. That gaze. Winnie subconsciously shivered. She wondered a little, feeling that Henry was angry, but he looked at her with that look that made her a little overwhelmed. Next, I'd like to ask Mr. Henry to say a few words for everyone. Henry took the microphone at the host's behest, but only said a few words and then hurried off the stage. He did not yet sit in the first row of seats arranged for him by the school staff, but walked straight to sit behind Winnie. All of a sudden, the eyes of others were drawn to it. All are curious about Henry, and some want to take the opportunity to get to know him. After all, he rarely attends such occasions. Henry, hello again. Joe Whalen is one of them. His eyes lit up when he saw Henry sitting down in the back row behind them. Instead, Winnie was silent, pondering Henry's intentions. Mr. Joe. Henry returned calmly, his eyes falling back to Winnie. It was as if she was the only person he could see in his eyes. In order to chat with Henry more, Joe Whalen opened his mouth and said, I just found out yesterday that Winnie is your assistant, so I should see Henry a lot when I take her to and from work in the future. Since when did she let him drive her to and from work? Is that so? The corners of Henry's lips were slightly hooked. His smile was as if nothing was there, but the coldness in those eyes was even stronger. His hand suddenly came forward and rested on Winnie's shoulder, cold and strong. As far as I know, Assistant Wen doesn't live far from the company, so she shouldn't need a car to pick her up and drop her off, right? And our company will be busy soon. Her time off work is not stable. Henry's eyes were half-lidded. Winnie Hart wondered, she has been off work, time is quite punctual. Then look at Joe Whalen's expression is not quite the same as just now. His eyes circled Henry and Winnie twice, and he smiled as he digressed. I'll get the water and coffee. When he was gone, Winnie felt Henry's hand move away from her shoulder as well. Henry gave money to this school? The man responded coldly. Why did you refuse to visit Sequoia? As soon as he received the feedback from the school, he temporarily changed his schedule and came over to attend this unbearable event, just to hear an answer from her in person. Winnie frowned. I didn't. She didn't even know about it, so how could she refuse? The man's eyes were slightly sunken, and he had to say something, but Joe Whalen had already brought water over. Henry, please. Henry only gave him a calm look, and then got up. I have something else to do. I'll go first. He lifted his leg and left without any hesitation. Looking at his back, Winnie bit her lip. You haven't been Henry's assistant for long, have you? Joe Whalen smiled and sat down next to Winnie. His tone was inquisitive. I heard that he never had too much contact with female employees, but just looking at Henry's attitude towards you, it seems. Young Master Joe can say what he has to say. Winnie looked at the time. There was still an hour before the end of the school event. She wanted to take this time to see if there was anyone who could help Kerr with his admission. Joe Whalen's face instantly sank. He suddenly approached Winnie's ear and lowered his voice. I only knew that you were single with this child, but I didn't know that you were so attractive to men. I want you to be my pawn in the Lee group and match me with the Lee. After saying this, Joe Whalen still wanted to continue to approach Winnie, but was knocked away by her elbow. Yes, I will try to help you as much as I can, but I have a condition. Winnie finally waited until he was patient enough to speak first. You say. Joe Whalen had a look of indifference. No matter what purpose my stepmother had for introducing me to you, I want you to tell me everything you know about the Winchesters and their mother and daughter. At that, Joe Whalen suddenly laughed. I hadn't seen it before. You're so special. We just use each other's relationship. There is no need to meet and talk about anything. Young Master Zhao, goodbye. Winnie finished and got up straight away. She wanted to see where Lin Tian was sitting. Joe Whalen turned his head sideways and looked at her back as she left. The smile in his eyes was more intense. Interesting. Winnie went around the campus in a big circle and couldn't find Lin Tian, and no one answered her phone, probably because the music was too loud and she didn't hear the phone ring. Winnie was planning to go back first when she met Wang Qing head-on. To be exact, it was Wang Qing who walked right up to her and tugged her. Winnie, help me one more time. No one can help me but you, Wang Qing said, almost crying out. With so many people coming and going next to her, Winnie stared at her with a frown. What's wrong? Wang Qing lowered her head in aggravation. Last time, I confessed with Fang Yi. I said that the person who was with him that night in the hotel was me. But he did not want to be responsible. And the company has also been avoiding me. I came over today is to see him aside. There's something that has to be cleared with him, that I might be pregnant. The more Wang Qing said, the smaller his voice. Clutching Winnie refused to let go. You must help me. Winnie looked at her and saw in a trance the helpless self 7 years ago. If someone could have helped her at that time, her life might not have turned out the way it is today. Take your time. Let's go over there and sit down and talk slowly. Seeing her willingness to help, Wang Qing was busy nodding, and the tears in her eyes disappeared without a trace. Wang Qing also called Fang Yi in front of Winnie, but the phone had been blacklisted. You see, he doesn't want to talk to me anymore. Winnie had to take out her cell phone and dialed Fang Yi's number. It was quickly connected. Listening to Fang Yi's usual gentle voice coming from the other side of the phone, Winnie shook her head helplessly. Can you come to the cafe at the East Gate now? Although she didn't know exactly what was going on between them, it wasn't an option to drag on like this. Winnie hung up the phone and got up to leave. I've called him over for you. The rest, you can talk about it yourselves. She stays and doesn't play a role. Don't stay with me for a little while longer, otherwise he will definitely go straight away. Wang Qing prayed in a small voice. No way. Winnie sat down again. When Fang Yi came over and saw the two of them sitting together, he had a complicated expression and moved over. Winnie, what did you want to see me about? It was as if he couldn't see Wang Qing as a person. Winnie frowned. Wang Qing could not find you. I just helped her to call you. I think, no matter what the reason, since things have happened, we must find a way to solve. We sit down to talk clearly, better than always hiding. Besides, you're in the same company, so what can't you talk about? Winnie did not expect that time would change so much. Even Fang Yi has turned into a scum. Winnie, what are you talking about? I can't understand. Fang Yi was confused. How excited he was the moment he received her call, and how lost he is now. Wang Qing has been with you. You always have to take a stand. Winnie's tone is a few points heavier. The words have been said to this point, and then play dumb is no longer meaningful. But after listening to her, Fang Yi's expression completely changed. No way. He clenched his fist and gave Wang Qing a cold look. Don't use this method to lie to me again. Before he left, he looked at Winnie with a complicated gaze, but in the end said nothing. Watching him leave, Wang Qing's tears instantly flowed down. Winnie, what should I do? I really like him too much. Wang Qing was lying on Winnie's shoulder, crying. Winnie did not know how to persuade her, so she had to gently pat her shoulder with a hand. Think about it yourself. Do not get carried away and let yourself go down a road that you cannot go back. She really had no choice in the first place, and couldn't leave the premature Kerr in the hospital. If she had a second chance, perhaps she would still make the same choice. But now Wang Qing has a chance to turn back. After sending Wang Qing away in a taxi, Winnie also went back to the Wen house, thinking about the thing Henry asked her about, and went to the kitchen to ask Aunt Shu, have there been any calls from home for me lately? In a flash, Aunt Shu's expression changed. Winnie glanced outside, walked over and whispered, It's okay, you tell me quietly, I won't tell anyone. Aunt Shu sighed silently and told Li Shulan about the phone call she received from Sequoia School. Madam said that we are not allowed to tell you, Missy. When Winnie heard this, she just smiled lightly. I got it, you go ahead. This has happened countless times before when her dad was still around. Every time Li Shulan was able to put on a show in front of everyone, she was always happy to do anything that was detrimental to Winnie. Afterwards, you can still pretend to be totally unaware of it. Winnie had talked to her dad more than many times for this kind of thing, and every time the response was that Li Shulan must not do that. Winnie took a deep breath and stood in the back garden of the Wen family villa, looking at the sky full of stars, muttering, Dad, you can see it all in the sky now, what she has done to our family. Winnie tugged at the corners of her mouth, the corners of her eyes moistened with tears. But it's not over yet. I'm not just going to lose to them. That evening, Winnie received another phone call from Fang Yi. This time Fang Yi did not drink, he was sober. Winnie, can we take a time to meet and have a good talk? There was a bit of tiredness in his tone. Winnie thought for a moment, is that necessary? Knowing what Fang Yi thinks of her, she has even less desire to get involved in his relationship with Wang Qing at this time, not to mention that she doesn't think their meeting will improve the current situation. But Fang Yi refused to give up. I'm really tired lately. I don't know how to face all this. I'm begging you. You meet with me, okay? Tomorrow I will come to your company to look for you. After saying that, he just hung up. Winnie frowned, put her phone into silent mode and turned off the light to sleep. The next day, Winnie had only arrived at the office when she received instructions to travel. The warehouse of the night group in the suburbs has another accidental fire, and the company must send someone over to deal with the problem, and most importantly, it must be quick and not be preempted by the reporters. Otherwise, the Knights group will be on the headlines of Haicheng again. Go on, the car is downstairs. Winnie took the keys from Xiao Li and hurried downstairs again before she had a chance to enter the office. She drove the navigation and made her way to the warehouse. Soon after she left the company, Himing discovered that someone had secretly engineered and changed the location of the fire warehouse in the reported documents. Winnie couldn't find the warehouse that was relocated long ago, even if she went. More will delay the best time to deal with the accident, and when she returns to the company, the consequences will. Himing frowned and took the file and tablet, ready to go report to Henry. Only after a few steps he was invited to Dana's office by an employee of the design department. On the other hand, Winnie followed the navigation, got off the highway, drove along a mountain road. The further into the mountains, the weaker the signal. The phone also became only occasionally have a signal. Visibility was getting low due to heavy humidity and fog in the mountains. Winnie had to pull over as it was getting dark. The whole mountain road cannot hear the sound of cars, only the birds in the woods and many strange noises. Winnie kept refreshing her location with her phone, but it didn't work. She wanted to drive down the mountain road and ask the villagers nearby It didn't look like there was a warehouse in the area. However, after more than an hour of tossing and turning, no progress was made. Winnie was cold and helpless and had to get back in the car, which coincidentally also broke down. Just now, when she got into the car, did not pay attention to the fault light that had been flashing, was stuck with black tape. It all seemed like it was deliberately directed at her. Winnie clutched her phone and curled up against the back of the chair, barely warm enough. I don't know how long it took, but the phone suddenly rang. Relying on the weak signal, Henry's call came in. Winnie picked up in a hurry. "Henry. Where are you?" The man's voice carried a few suppressed emotions. Winnie hung her head. "I don't know." She really didn't know and didn't want to tell Henry. If she had been more cautious before she left, she wouldn't have gotten things into this state. "Stay where you are, after." The voice coming from the phone was intermittent. Winnie could not hear it at all, and then the phone also turned off automatically because of the lack of power. Winnie sighed helplessly, curling up and hugging her legs. "I thought I might be able to do something about it when it was light." She fell asleep in a daze until something knocked on the car window. She opened her eyes and saw Henry wrinkling his brow anxiously. "Winnie." Winnie felt dizzy and thought she was dreaming. After unlocking the car, her whole body fell into his chest without any warning. He put his arms around her and let out a deep sigh. "Henry, I'm fine." Winnie spoke stubbornly, fighting for a glimmer of clarity. The man looked at her face, flushed with a few pale thin lips pursed into a line. If he's not at the office or doesn't find her in time." His hands were like holding a precious and incomparable treasure, putting Winnie in the car and wrapping her tightly with a blanket. Then let the driver turn around and drive back to Haicheng. After a while, Winnie slowed down, opened her eyes and saw herself in an extremely ambiguous position, leaning in his arms. A blush spread across her face. "I tried to sit up, but he held me tighter." "Don't move." Two somber words smashed into Winnie's heart. She lowered her head and behaved like a captive cat. "Henry, there's something I want to ask first." The streetlights outside the window swept by and the dim light fell on her face. The man looked down at her. "Ask." "I was instructed by the company today before. Can be considered a work injury?" Her careful tone made the man's lips curl up. "Count on it, to reimburse you for your medical expenses." He lost his smile and looked at her. "Rest a little longer. We're almost there." Winnie was so sleepy and drowsy that she opened her eyes again and found herself lying on a strange double bed. She sat up, dragging the blanket with her before recognizing it as Henry's villa. The man took a shower, came out of the bathroom, saw her awake and had a few concerned eyebrows. "It's okay?" Winnie nodded in a hurry and got out of bed barefoot. "I'm all right now, thanks, Henry," she said as she folded up the blanket. Henry stared at her with a frown. Stepping forward, he tugged her wrist. "Can you say something other than thank you?" Winnie tilted her small face and looked at him in confusion. If He Ming hadn't found something wrong with the location of the warehouse, you would have planned to sleep in the mountains tonight?" His tone suddenly intensified, and those cold eyes were fixed on Winnie's face. Couldn't she have made the most of their relationship like other women? "Maybe. The car broke down and my phone." Before Winnie could finish her sentence, her lips were kissed hard by Henry. Hands were also clasped to the wall by him. The restless thoughts in her head slowly turned into a blank, and she had to cater to him. The sound of breathing intertwined in the air grew heavier and heavier to the point that Winnie almost suffocated in his arms. For a long time, he stopped. "In the future, tell me first if anything happens." He said this, with the magic of making people's hearts flutter. "You'll sleep here tonight and come with me to the office tomorrow." When he finished, he let go of his hand and turned to leave. Winnie, demented, stood in place in a daze, with the traces of the hard, plundered lips slowly fading away. Her mind was surrounded by Henry's words, and her mood could not be calmed down. Early the next morning, she had just walked out of her bedroom when she heard the questioning voice of Master Li from the living room. "What the hell is your relationship? How can I explain to the Ning family if you do this?" "There is no need to account for it," Henry replied gently. "I'll take care of it at the office today." Master Li heaved his cane twice. "Next month, you must have a wedding. I will arrange all things." Winnie stood on the steps and heard it clearly. "He's getting married. Obviously already know will be this result." Winnie's heart still cannot help but a shock. She moved her feet slowly, trying to retreat back into the room. She shouldn't even be here in this situation. However, she had just turned around when she bumped into the maid who was cleaning the room. "Miss, you're awake." With a single word, Elder Li's face sank, and his ruthless eyes looked in the direction where Winnie was standing. Winnie hung her head low and had to move over. "Li Dong." "Heh. Since the establishment of our night group, there hasn't been an assistant as capable as you who can make the president personally drive to pick up. What do you think you are?" Suppressing the resentment in her heart, Winnie silently lowered her head. In front of Master Li, she has no room for bargaining. But even though she didn't refute half of her words, Elder Li was still full of anger and stared at her and yelled, "You heard what I just said. I don't care what kind of thoughts you have for the Li family. As long as I am here, you will never enter the door of our Li family." Winnie hung her head and muttered, "I never wanted to." "What did you say?" Elder Li's eyes widened. Henry immediately blocked in front of Winnie. "You first go upstairs to change clothes, and later go with me to the company." Winnie had to nod and followed the maid back upstairs to her room. She can still vaguely hear the sound of arguments coming from the living room, but those are the affairs of the Knight family, and she can't stop them if she wants to. Master Lee snorted coldly, leaning on his crutches, and said unforgivingly, "You've seen it all, just with her. How can she compare to Dana? Such a woman will be of no use to you." In Master Lee's eyes, that's the only value a woman has. Henry's eyebrows sank a few points of coldness. "I don't expect to rely on a woman to maintain the future of Knights. What's more, Winnie has her advantages." "What does she have? She's just a lowly paparazzi reporter. If you hadn't been so bent on having her join the company as your assistant, would I have gotten so worked up?" When the words came to this point, Master Lee couldn't help but soften his tone. "Even if you really want to keep her around, let her leave the company, buy her a house at will, and don't interfere with your marriage to Dana." This is the last indulgence of Master Lee to them. However, this is far from what Henry wants. He also didn't want to hurt Winnie's self-esteem in this way. "I wouldn't do that," he said expressionlessly. "That accident happened yesterday with someone deliberately targeting her. I will find out what to do with it." "You," Master Lee leaned on his crutches, his face white with anger. Henry, however, was indifferent to his anger and had the maids escort Master Lee to his car to leave. Watching the car drive out of view, he only slowly withdrew his eyes. If his father had been as persistent as he was, the Knight family would not have become what it is today. Winnie quietly went downstairs, a long way away, and watched Henry's back. She had never seen him so disoriented and powerless. Thinking about those words of Master Lee just now, she was uncomfortable in her heart and walked towards Henry, trying to explain. "Henry, in fact, I was the one who didn't verify the location of the warehouse yesterday, and if I had asked more questions, I might not have missed it." Henry looked at her and rubbed his brow. "Go to the office first." He didn't tell Winnie that after they returned last night, he sent someone to tow back the car she was driving and do a full inspection. The brake lines and car chassis have been tampered with and done in a very concealed manner. Had Winnie not stopped temporarily due to navigation and fog, she would have likely suffered a car failure on the mountain road. The consequences are unthinkable. Henry took Winnie to the office, and only when he entered the office, he saw Dana waiting inside with someone from the engineering department. "Henry, there you are." Dana automatically ignored Winnie behind him, and the corners of her mouth curved slightly. "I have communicated with Manager Shen. Winnie did not arrive at the warehouse location on time yesterday. It was Manager Shen, and the workers did a good job of emergency handling overnight. The company's losses are not small. I've arranged a press interview for you. It should be coming soon. It's just that the company needs someone to take the blame for this one. When all is said and done, she has only one purpose, to let Winnie take the blame." Dana finished these, turned back and walked to Winnie's side. Originally, Knight's cooperation with Jiazhong International was very smooth. As long as the last batch of goods were delivered, the next quarter's cooperation would be over. But it happened that the storage warehouse caught fire. If we couldn't get Jiazhong's understanding, we would miss the delivery deadline, and by then, Knight's loss would never be just the breach of contract. In public and private, this time Winnie are difficult to get off the blame. "Winnie, do you think, as Henry's assistant, you did your job?" Dana hooked her lips, and those eyes were full of smugness. She has taken control of things. Even if Henry repeatedly protects Winnie, he has to be mindful of the company's system. Winnie bit her lip tightly. She was powerless to refute what Dana had said. "It is true that she set out without checking the location of the warehouse." "Sorry, Director Ning, yesterday. The company doesn't need your reason. I think it would be the fastest way to solve the problem if you resign, and the company would be accountable to Kazong. Henry, what do you think?" Dana finished and turned around to sit on the couch. The atmosphere in the office slowly changed. Everything points to Winnie. As Dana said these words, Henry's eyes were cold, and his thin lips opened and closed. Since it has already happened, find out the remedy first, and then talk about the rest. Dana had already guessed that he would do so, and passed a wink to the manager Shu next to her. Manager Shu immediately took out a contract for the final payment and put it in front of Henry. "We are already transferring goods from the branch warehouse. We should be able to meet the deadline. But I'm afraid that Jiazhong will take this matter to make an issue and refuse to deliver the final payment." Winnie looked at the long-prepared contract and her heart sank. "I'm afraid that from the moment of the warehouse accident, Dana thought of how to throw dirt on her. Even if she arrives at the warehouse without incident, she may encounter other troubles." Winnie bowed her head. She couldn't just be thrown out of Knights. "Henry, Director Ning, this matter has come to this point. I am indeed responsible, but I hope the company can give me a chance to make up for my mistakes." She knew what the consequences of her saying that were, but she didn't regret it. If you really can't handle the assistant position, there's no point in reluctantly staying. Dana raised her eyebrows. "Well, if you can get the understanding of the president of Jiazhong International, Zhang, this matter, even if it never happened." Henry's body tensed up, and his eyes kept falling on Winnie. He will protect her with all his might as long as she gives him a look. However, Winnie avoided his eyes and spoke directly to Promise Down. "I will try to try." At least she wanted to prove to him that she was capable of staying. After Winnie and Manager Shu left with them, the smile between Dana's lips became even stronger. Henry, if she can't do it, you'll have to let her leave the company, or there will be a lot of gossip within the company. I don't care. Henry slowly said so, his eyes getting colder and colder. Dana froze and pulled the corners of her mouth. By this time, you still want to protect her? If not for Manager Shu and the others. Why didn't Winnie arrive on time when the warehouse did? Henry suddenly asked so, and then turned over the 2 reports submitted to his office. The other contents are the same, except for the location of the fire warehouse. How should I know? Dana looked away. Henry tossed the forged document aside. He had warned Dana long ago not to interfere in the internal affairs of the night group, but she had repeatedly challenged his bottom line. You should be thankful that she is safe and sound, otherwise, this would not be so simple. Henry, are you saying that I deliberately set Winnie up? Henry didn't answer, but his expression said it all. No matter how innocent Dana exudes, his attitude is cold. Even if she is no longer an employee of Lee, as long as I want to see her, there are many ways. He was disgusted, even disgusted by the tricks that Dana played behind his back. Before is also in the way of the relationship between the 2 families. On the matter of her stay in the company turned a blind eye, but if she continues to do so, Henry is not afraid to tear with the Ning family. Seeing him like this, Dana tugged the corners of her mouth feebly. The eyes flickered vaguely with a bit of pain. Since you don't want to marry me, why do you have to make the wedding announcement public? Do you know that if you do so, you will make me the joke of the whole Hai Cheng? What happened between us was just a deal between 2 companies, and that was the only thing I could do at the time to ease the situation your father was pressuring Knight into. The answer Henry gives is always the same. He didn't love Dana and never considered marrying her. All this is like a dream created by the Ning family itself, and Dana is the only one who is intoxicated by it. It's just a shame that dreams have a day to shatter. Dana looked at him, biting her lip tightly. You mean you wouldn't have married me even without Winnie, right? She didn't wait for Henry to answer and walked quickly out of his office. Soon, the whole company knew that they had a big fight in the office, and the whole thing was sparked by Winnie. Employees from all departments were whispering, said Henry dragged out the wedding with Dana, all because of Winnie's presence. Winnie was busy contacting the people of Jiazhong International, dealing with the follow-up of the final contract, and could only laugh at these gossips. But still, someone had to stand up for Dana and blocked Winnie in the pantry. People nowadays, they don't know how to be grateful, and they are full of bad things. That's right, don't even look at your status thinking about seducing other people's men all day long. Winnie didn't want to tangle with them at all. Please make way. She didn't want to waste her time on such meaningless things. Those employees saw her look like she wanted to hide and became even more reckless. Directly in front of Winnie. Tell me, how exactly did you seduce Henry? It's not enough to get into the company, but you want to destroy his relationship with Director Ning. They've been together for 7 or 8 years. Why are you so shameless? The implication is that Winnie is the third party who sabotaged Dana's marriage into the Lee family. Winnie gritted her teeth. Get out of the way. The female employees continued to gather around Winnie as if they hadn't heard. Just when Winnie could not hold back and was about to explode, the door to the pantry was pushed open. Dana stood in the doorway and pointed at Winnie. You, come out. Winnie stares at her eyebrows, her face becoming more and more calm. After looking at the female employees who were looking for trouble with her, she walked straight out. She knew very well in her heart that Dana was not helping her out of the goodness of her heart, but she wanted everyone in the company to know that, as the daughter of Ning's group, Dana did not care about her existence. Otherwise, the whole company will be a growing rumor when the time to lose face is their Ning family. Winnie followed Dana all the way to the southernmost part of the company and watched as Dana's heels stopped in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows and Winnie slowly stopped in her tracks. You think you're good? Dana hooked her lips and turned to look at Winnie, a puppy boy who makes his living by stealing private photos, but became the assistant to the president of the night group. Winnie listened without any reaction. It was Henry's idea to get her to work at the company. She just owes money for her debt, but even if she said that, Dana wouldn't believe it. It will only be the same as Master Lee, who believes that she deliberately played dumb, that is, used a non-dirty means to capture Henry's heart. Winnie thought to herself, how could she be that great? This time, the responsibility is all on you. Don't think that if the company gives you a chance to remedy the situation, you can pretend that nothing has happened. As long as Jiazhong hasn't signed the final contract, you have to go beg them for one day, understand? Winnie lowered her eyes and slowly spat out a sentence. Director Ning, this matter doesn't seem to be under the control of the design department, right? Dana's brow furrowed instantly. Winnie hit the nail on the head with one sentence. I understand that Director Ning is bent on thinking about the company. I will try my best to recover the loss for the company. Thank you, Director Ning, for reminding me. Without further ado, Winnie turned around and walked in the direction of the office. Dana stood still, the hatred spreading in her eyes intensifying. Her cell phone rang, picked up just after listening to a few sentences. Her expression changed. Prepare the car. I'm going to the old Lee family residence now. After Winnie returned to the office, she finally sorted out all the required documents and contracts and contacted the manager in charge of Kazhong International again. However, the other party still coldly returned, "Our President Zhang will not see you. I understand that this matter is something we did wrong. I hope that Zhang can." However, before she could finish, the other party said impatiently, "Are you finished?" Then the phone was hung up. Winnie sighed helplessly and had to take a taxi to Jiazong and take her chances. She circled around the downstairs of Jiazong International several times, but couldn't mix in. The security guards of Jiazhong International had long been instructed by the company's upper management that no matter what, they could not allow the employees of the night group to enter the building. No way, Winnie had to squat downstairs in their company. While she waited, she looked through the news feeds on her phone to see if there was a solution. I was surprised to find out that this Mr. Zhang once had a scandal with Li Xinying. Although it was denied by Li Xinying's PR team afterwards, there are photos online of the two of them attending an event together, and the way Mr. Zhang looked at Li Xinying was indeed somewhat ambiguous. Some lace news sites also claimed that Mr. Zhang intended to divorce his wife and marry Li Xinying, but Li Xinying could not see him and simply did not agree. Winnie looked at the phone screen. If she could let Li Xinying to see Mr. Zhang once, even for a few minutes, perhaps things would have turned around. Winnie instantly dialed Li Xinying's number, but only when she said she wanted to trouble her for a favor. Li Xinying immediately refused. "Do you really think we're sisters? I can't wait for you to get out of Haicheng immediately. How can I help you, Winnie? You're out of your mind." Winnie clutched her phone. In her heart, she knew better than anyone else that it was indeed not easy to beg Li Xinying to help herself. Things have come to this point. Anyway, she will have to try. "I know, let's make a deal. Whatever conditions you have, you can mention them." Winnie also knew the idea was dangerous. Li Xinying's light laugh came from the other side of the phone. "Sure, you send me the address." Winnie breathed a sigh of relief and sent the location of the nearby restaurant, then once again dialed the number of the manager in charge. "I've told you, Mr. Zhang won't see you. If you harass me again, I'm going to go through the legal process and have the company lawyer sue you. I'm really sorry. In order to show our company's sincerity, we would like to invite Mr. Zhang to dine at the Lanting restaurant tonight, accompanied by an actress, Li Xinying." Fearing that the other party might hang up at any moment, Winnie finished her sentence as quickly as she could. There was a moment of silence there. "You mean, Haicheng female movie star, Li Xinying?" "Yes, that's right." Not waiting for Winnie to continue to persuade, the other side directly loose. "Good, Zhang will always go." Winnie put down her phone, her hanging heart fell to the ground, and she hurried to the restaurant to wait for Li Xinying's nanny car. After Li Xinying arrived, she explained again and again what had happened. Li Xinying listened carelessly, her beautiful eyes sweeping towards Winnie's face. "That is to say, as long as I get Mr. Zhang to sign this contract, you will be at my mercy and promise me whatever conditions you want." Winnie pursed her lips. Yes. In any case, it was the only way she could think of at the moment. Interesting. Li Xinying's smile got even stronger. In fact, she did not reject to meet with this Zhang. They have also contacted privately before. This Zhang is quite generous, gave her a few bags. It didn't take long for Mr. Zhang to come over with his assistant. Pushing open the door of the elegant room, his eyes were as if glued to Li Xinying. "I didn't expect that Assistant Wen and Miss Li knew each other. I told you earlier, we are all family. Things did not have to make so much trouble." Mr. Zhang smiled and laughed, and his body involuntarily moved closer to Li Xinying. Smelling the perfume on Li Xinying, he didn't drink to get drunk. Winnie immediately gave Li Xinying a wink. Li Xinying coughed lightly and picked up the contract that Winnie brought. "Mr. Zhang, actually this matter. It has nothing to do with me, but Winnie asked for me, so of course I had to come." As she spoke, she threw a wink at Mr. Zhang. All of a sudden, Zhang's eyes became confused and immediately had to take out a pen to sign. Winnie slowed down her emotions, thinking that she would have to pay out of her own pocket later and settle the meal first. However, Li Xinying smiled and stopped Mr. Zhang a second before he put pen to paper and even took the initiative to shake Mr. Zhang's hand. She smiled delicately. "But I didn't come here to get you to sign. I wanted to tell you, don't ever sign." "Li Xinying, you..." Winnie was stunned. She didn't expect Li Xinying would suddenly make such a scene. Just now, it was clearly agreed. How can you change your mind on the spot? Looking at Winnie's surprised look, Li Xinying's smile intensified. "You should know how much I hate you. How can I help you? Winnie, I can't wait for you to starve to death on the streets of Haicheng." "So, you don't have a good relationship?" When Mr. Zhang saw that Li Xinying hated Winnie so much, he immediately pushed the contract to the side. "Miss Li, don't worry. I definitely won't sign it. I also want the company's legal department to pursue their responsibility for breach of contract." President Zhang, to please Li Xinying a smile, immediately ordered his assistant to drive Winnie out. "Mr. Zhang, I'm here on behalf of the night group. We can talk about this matter properly. There's really no need to make a scene like this." When Winnie was pulled out, she was still thinking of salvaging it. But Mr. Zhang's assistant pushed her out of the restaurant directly. It was pouring rain outside. Winnie's entire body was drenched, still using her clothes to protect the documents and contracts. Then after that, Li Xinying took the arm of Mr. Zhang, and the two of them walked out of the restaurant together, and when they saw Winnie, Li Xinying laughed disdainfully. "That's the difference between you and me, Winnie, and you remember it." She daintily cocked her head and got into Mr. Zhang's car. Instead, Mr. Zhang's assistant took a look at Winnie standing in the rain and shook his head helplessly. After they left, Winnie stood under the eaves in front of the restaurant, woefully sorting out her contract. She didn't want to just give up. There must be another way. A few parking spaces away, the man sat in his car and looked at her. The dark, sea-like eyes overflowed with a few moments of heartache. It was raining harder and harder. He had an umbrella in his car, and he wanted to get down there now and take her away from such a wretched situation. But he finally held back. He knew better than anyone how much Winnie wanted to be strong. "Let's go." He spat out 2 words coldly and then dialed He Ming's number. "The responsibility for this matter lies with Knight, and what should be responsible, Knight will not flee, let alone delay the contract deadline, but if they become more aggressive, in the future, there is no need to cooperate again." "Understood, Henry." After hanging up the phone, the man's icy expression didn't ease up halfway. At the entrance of the restaurant, Winnie couldn't care less about finishing her wet hair, borrowed an umbrella from the hotel, and took a taxi to rush to Mr. Zhang's villa. But she couldn't get in at all and was stopped by security outside the villa. "I'm an employee of the Knight Group. Please tell Mr. Zhang that I'm here to apologize in good faith. Even if it is clear that Li Xinying is with Mr. Zhang and will blow his ears off to keep Mr. Zhang from forgiving Li. But what needs to be done? Winnie won't back down. Please leave." No matter what Winnie said, the security guard only had this one response. Winnie dialed over and over again the phone number of Mr. Zhang and the manager in charge, and never tired of. The villa. Mr. Zhang glared with annoyance. "Get rid of her. Why is she like a dog's skin plaster? You can't get rid of her." He hadn't said a few words to Li Xinying tonight before she got out of his car. He counts all this fire on Winnie's head. "Still want to use Miss Li to deceive me? This kind of person who has no faith in his words is also worthy to see me?" The assistant listened next to him and advised in a low voice, "Mr. Zhang, after all, Assistant Wen is a member of the Knight Group. If you don't see him all the time, it will be difficult to explain to the Knight Group in the future." Mr. Zhang's face sank. "Then I can't let her off so lightly." As soon as the words were spoken, the assistant's cell phone rang. Mr. Zhang tightened his eyebrows. "Call the police. Call the police immediately." The assistant read the memo name and immediately got nervous. "Mr. Zhang, this call may need to be answered by you personally. This is Henry's personal number." Mr. Zhang's eyes were wide open. "Take the phone, only a few words." His forehead has been cold sweat, holding the phone, said nervously. Yes, Henry, this time the thing is indeed my ill-considered. I sign the contract. Immediately sign." Putting down his phone, he immediately yelled at his assistant. "What are you doing standing there? Quickly invite the man in." When Winnie was brought into the villa by the assistant, Mr. Zhang was like a different person. "Assistant Wen, why didn't you say something when you came over?" Without waiting for Winnie to speak, Mr. Zhang had already taken out a pen. "Where's the contract? I'll sign it now." Winnie took the contract and chased after their company for a day to explain. In the end, it only took 5 minutes to sign. When she left Mr. Zhang's villa, Mr. Zhang also repeatedly said that he would make the payment first thing tomorrow morning, and that he would definitely not hold the Knight Group responsible. Winnie sighed and walked down the street. The rain also unknowingly stopped, her mind surrounded by the inconsistent attitude and expression of Mr. Zhang. The world is always cruel, and people only talk about values and interests with each other. If she doesn't have the leverage to make the other side look at her, any more effort will be futile. Winnie went back to the Wen family, only to enter the door and see Li Xinying wearing a high-grade silk nightgown, lying against the sofa, revealing her white and smooth calves, holding a red wine glass in her hand. The whole person looks so elegant and noble. In comparison, Winnie was in terrible shape tonight. "Miss, why are you soaked in the rain? Quickly go inside and change your clothes." Aunt Shu greeted us and said with concern. Winnie smiled lightly. "Thank you." Li Xinying had long heard her enter the door, and her delicate eyebrows were filled with a bit of smugness. "You're really embarrassing, to be kicked out of such an upscale restaurant and drenched like this." Winnie listened in silence. Her face did not change in the slightest. They both knew very well that she had become such a mess because of Li Xinying. The more she does not resist, the more Li Xinying finds it meaningless. With a twist of her beautiful eyes, Li Xinying gets up and walks step by step towards Winnie. "If you get down on your knees and beg me now, I can still consider it and contact Mr. Zhang again to see if he is willing to sign that letter." Winnie took a deep breath, and the corners of her lips curved up. "Li Xinying, I've got Mr. Zhang's signature." "What?" Li Xinying's beautiful eyes slightly glared, originally wanted to use this matter to humiliate Winnie once more, did not expect that she had already gotten the signature. "How can he sign when I've clearly said that, Winnie? Don't be a hard ass." Li Xinying said, deliberately provocative, took 2 steps forward and approached Winnie. "You made this wretched appearance, and still managed to get Mr. Zhang to sign. You wouldn't, of course, offer yourself to him, right? Don't think everyone is as dirty as you are." Winnie bit her lips tightly. "I don't take advantage of men, much less do what you do to get something." Her heart bubbled with a few moments of regret that she should not have asked Li Xinying for help in the first place. You. Li Xinying coldly snorted. Yes, I'm dirty. Only you are the most noble in this family, and I don't know who it is, when for 4 million, even their own children were sold. A sentence like a knife stabbed into Winnie's heart. All the armor on her body was stabbed to pieces at that moment. 7 years have passed. Aren't you curious about what the child you sold with your own hands has grown into? The more she said, the more Winnie's heart ached, as if she had been dragged into an abyss of memories. Li Xinying laughed with increasing contempt. Even if I use those smelly men, so what? At least I can still keep my own, but you really make people feel pitiful. She twisted her waist and stepped up to the second floor. Winnie's eyes slowly reddened. Only she knows how cold that surgical bed was back then. She dragged her tired feet back to her room, only to push open the door and see that Kerr had just put down the landline in the room. Mommy, you're back. Who are you talking to on the phone? Winnie stared past, picked up the receiver again, and pressed the callback build. That cell phone tail number she is all too familiar with. Henry? She immediately put down the receiver and pulled Kerr aside, her tone heavier than usual. You're hiding something from Mommy? Kerr stood in front of her, his gaze wavering slightly. Mommy? Didn't I tell you that if he looks for you, you have to tell me right away too, and you forgot all about it? Her sudden rise in decibels caused Kerr's little face to fall. He muttered with slight aggravation. But Uncle Handsome has always taken care of us, and he did the surgery with me. Kerr's brow was strained. He was not averse to hanging out with Henry, and could tell if Henry was really good to him. It was this sentence of Kerr that crushed Winnie's heart. She couldn't control her emotions and went crazy, tugging at Kerr. Who told you that? She had no idea how long this had been going on, and even less understanding of why Henry had done it. Around her, what did he tell Kerr? These years, she worked so hard to earn money and take care of Kerr. Every day and night she would feel guilty and blame herself. If she had been more careful, maybe she would not have been born prematurely, and Kerr's body would not have been so weak. With this guilt in her heart, she has come to this day with trepidation. In the end, you don't even know who your son usually hangs out with. Winnie sat there lost in thought, the light in her eyes fading a little. Kerr has never seen Winnie like this. A touch of heartache crossed his little face. Mommy, I was wrong. Don't be angry. I will never talk to handsome uncle again. Before the words were finished, he was taken into Winnie's arms. You didn't do anything wrong. It's Mommy's fault. It's Mommy's incompetence that makes her so scared every day. Winnie murmured and recited. The uneasiness of the heart did not calm down with the emotions. She still doesn't even know what Henry has to do with the man from 7 years ago. After putting Kerr to sleep, Winnie looked at the landline in her room and stared. Over and over again, I wondered if I was being too sensitive, and maybe Henry didn't mean any harm. But what could the president of the Lee Group talk to a 7-year-old child? Winnie thought about it all night and couldn't figure it out. She Jiazhong International's final payment contract to the project department, and with Manager Shu alone to report the events before and after. However, Manager Shu just took a glance at the contract and tossed it to the side. Manager Shu, what do you mean by that? Winnie looked at him with a slight frown. Kaizhong's side has applied to go through the legal process. Manager Shu glanced at Winnie disdainfully. That is to say, whether you get this final contract or not, it is useless. Winnie heart thumped. Did not expect to be busy for nothing. Manager Shu grunted, waved his hand impatiently, and let Winnie leave. The employees who rubbed shoulders with her glared at her in annoyance. If you're not capable, quit while you're ahead, and don't cause trouble for everyone. If it weren't for her, how could our department have had a full bonus deduction? Sweeper. Winnie listened to these words and walked into the office with her head down. Last night, Mr. Zhang had clearly said that he would not pursue the responsibility of the night group and that the final payment would be paid today. But why did he change his mind all of a sudden? Could it be that Li Xinying is looking for him again? Winnie was pondering when Xiao Li from the secretary's office knocked on the door hurriedly. Winnie, Henry wants you to come over for a moment. Director Ning is also here. Okay, I got it. Winnie snapped back to her senses and took a deep breath. She also wanted to know how the company would handle the matter. In the office, Henry sat at his desk. Those eyes seemed to be stained with ice. Dana sat on the other side of the couch, and when she saw Winnie, she spoke directly. I heard that you convinced Mr. Zhang to sign. How did you do it? She had words in her mouth. Winnie thought about it and recounted the events of last night with a calm face. Just skimmed over the part of Li Xinying. That's the thing. I've sent the final contract to Manager Shu's office this morning. In Winnie's opinion, she has done the job within the limits of her ability. Dana looked at the clock, got up and said with a smile, You think you're doing a good job? Or should the company look at you for making up for your mistakes and write off the previous ones? Winnie hung her head low and didn't argue. Anyway, her thoughts won't do much good. Henry and I have already discussed it, deducting your salary for a month as a punishment, but if there is a next time, you will pack your things and leave the company immediately. Winnie pursed her lips with her situation. She was not qualified to resist. After Dana left the office, Henry's eyes more coldly fell on Winnie. Yesterday. Henry, if there's nothing else, I'll get back to work. Winnie digressed. Stand still. Not giving her a chance to escape, he got up straight and walked behind her. I was just talking to Kerr yesterday, and if you don't like it, I won't do that in the future, but don't give the kid a hard time. This statement struck Winnie as ironic. She turned slowly and tilted her head to look at him. Why should I make things difficult for my son? He hasn't done anything wrong. Rather, it's your behavior, Henry, that makes me feel strange. The man narrowed his eyes and his throat tightened a bit. Kerr is my son. I have the right to demand who he hangs out with and who he doesn't, and if Henry really just cares about him, then please stay away from Kerr. She said each word with all the strength she could muster. Before not knowing each other's intentions and purposes, she could only protect Kerr with such bravado. The more she did, the more complicated the man's expression became. It was this defensive attitude of Winnie that made him not want to tell her the truth. If she takes Kerr far away from the Sea City on an impulse. Henry looked away and finally chose to compromise. Don't worry, I won't go near Kerr without your permission in the future. Is that okay? Winnie's chest lurched. She hung her head and trailed off in a low voice. I would be more comfortable if you would tell me the reason for your special attention to Kerr. Henry's gaze became increasingly sullen and cold. You go ahead and get busy. He wouldn't let her have that uneasy thought again until he figured out how to explain everything. Winnie pursed her lips and turned to leave. Just shortly after she left, Henry received a call from Master Lee. Why didn't you tell me? As soon as the phone was connected, there came the sound of the angry questioning of Master Lee. Henry could not explain in time to hear a noise on the other side of the phone. Then the housekeeper shouted anxiously, The old man has fainted. Henry immediately rushed to the old Knight family home. After some resuscitation, Master Lee had a scare, but the doctor told Henry again and again that he must not let Master Lee be stimulated again, otherwise, the next time will not be so lucky. Master Lee opened his eyes and the first thing he said when he saw Henry was for him to bring Winnie over. You don't have to see her. She doesn't even know that S is her child. No? Master Lee's chest was clogged with a fire as if he was staring at Henry's face. How is that possible? If she didn't know, how could she keep the other child with her all the time? I heard that child has been sick. With her condition, can she raise it? In Master Lee's opinion, Winnie had been counting on the Lee family. Henry frowned slightly. She's done her best over the years. Lee family absolutely will not let that kind of unclean woman into the door because of a stray child, understand? It was only today that Master Lee understood why Henry had always tolerated Winnie's stay in the company. If Dana hadn't told me, I would have been kept in the dark by you all right now. I'm telling you, that woman named Wen, it's not that simple. You'd better keep your distance from her and bring my grandson back to the Lee family sooner. To the Knight family, only Kerr, the Knight family bloodline, is valuable. As for Winnie, dispensable. When he returned to the company, Winnie was with the secretary's office, organizing materials in the lobby on the first floor of the company. Winnie, you carry this to the archives. Winnie answered a good, struggling to pick up that grocery box, a little to move the feet. The box blocked her view, and she couldn't see who the man with his back to her was in front of her. Just seeing the elevator doors open, he asked, I'm going to the archives. What about you? She didn't hear an answer, but the elevator doors stayed open, so she followed them in. She thought about going in first and putting the box down. However, the elevator door just closed. There was a kind of harsh sound, and the lights in the elevator suddenly went out. In a flash, see a rapid descent. That moment, Winnie only felt a black eye. The heart is about to jump out of the throat. The sudden fall of the elevator caused the box in her hand to be pressed against her chest. Her back rested against the cold elevator, barely standing. Good thing the elevator eventually stopped. Winnie breathed heavily, her heart still beating fast. Give me the stuff. The man suddenly spoke, his voice familiar and cold. Winnie was stunned. The box in his hand had been picked up by him and placed on the ground. He took out his cell phone to illuminate it, and then dialed the number of the maintenance department from the phone inside the ladder. They'll be sending someone over soon, Henry said indifferently, no extra expression on his face, smoothly put the phone back into his suit pocket, and the elevator reverted to darkness. Two people stood separately. Winnie could not see his expression, and after thinking about it, she asked, I heard He-Ming say that Li Dong is sick. How is the situation? No one knew when the elevator would be fixed, and she thought it would be better to say a few words than to have both of them in silence. The words just fell. Henry's eyes suddenly turned cold. Don't be curious about things that don't concern you. Winnie listened to this and lowered her voice. Good. Henry is right. The boss's family business is not for a small employee like her to interfere. There was another silence. I don't know how long it took before there were footsteps of maintenance personnel outside. Henry, please stand back. The maintenance man shouted from outside. Henry's brow furrowed slightly, and his first reaction was to turn around and take his suit jacket off to block Winnie. His hands plugged Winnie's ears, and his body turned his back in the direction of the door. Winnie could clearly smell the smell on his suit that belonged exclusively to him. Henry, I'm fine. His attitude was so cold just now. Why should he take special care of her, a small employee now? If the maintenance staff saw it, there might be some gossip in the company again. She subconsciously tried to keep her distance from Henry. But before he could move, his shoulder was held down. Then, the elevator door was pried open from the outside, and against the blinding light, Winnie looked up and saw Henry's face close at hand. His shirt was all dusty from swinging in from outside, and his suit was all dirty at all on her. "Thanks." Winnie opened her mouth and squeezed out this sentence. Without waiting for her to react, the person was already pushed forward by Henry and pulled out by the maintenance staff. Seeing her come out first, Dana, who was waiting outside, showed her displeasure. "As Henry's assistant, you actually came out first? How the hell is the company's employee training done?" Dana stared at Winnie's face, noting again that she wasn't dirty at all and was holding Henry's suit. "Give me that." "What?" Winnie didn't react. The suit in her hand had been yanked over by Dana. "There's nothing more for you to do here. You can go now, Assistant Win." Dana said each word heavily, turned back around, and went to help Henry. Winnie was pushed aside by the employees who surrounded her and took a few steps backwards, almost falling over. At this time, everyone's attention was on Henry. She stood still and watched as Henry stared and patted the dust from his body, while Dana, with a concerned face, took his arm and walked side by side toward the office. It is obviously the same person, but it is completely impossible to find the look of the person who just used the suit to keep the dust off her in the elevator. With her head bowed, Winnie sighed silently. As he was about to carry up the information box and continue to the file room, Hee-Ming came over with Henry's suit. "Henry told you to take it to the dry cleaners, and also, you'll start helping out with the logistics team this afternoon in preparation for tomorrow night's celebration." "Okay, I got it." Keeping her distance from Henry would make her day at the company better. In the office, Dana meticulously helped Henry straighten his shirt. Tilting his head, his face was gentle. "Henry, this celebration banquet with Shengyu Group is very important to the company. I think we must make it lively and invite some more reporters to come over so that everyone in Haicheng knows that the position of Lee's group. You watch and deal with it," the man said back in a low voice, but in his mind were just Winnie's appearance. "Also, my father wants Knight to participate in the Panshan District development case again. Are you interested?" The next second, her movement was dodged by Henry. "Knight won't touch that land again." Henry said so and sat down to look through the papers. But wasn't the Knight Group imperative to that piece of land before? Although there were some small storms before, but now the ownership of that land has been determined. As long as we can buy it, later we must. "We?" Henry's cold gaze slowly lifted. His two short words pressed hard on Dana's heart. She barely managed to squeeze out a smile. "Yeah, the old man said he's already preparing for our wedding, the Lee family and the Ning family. They should have been a family a long time ago, shouldn't they?" Henry indifferently withdrew his eyes. "The old man is old and sometimes not clear-headed, and he can't make the decision between you and me." Dana was shaken. Looking at the man in front of him, he couldn't say anything for a while, until there was a knock at the door. "Henry, it's time for you to leave." Henry got up straight, walked around Dana, and walked out of the office. Dana's lips rose slightly, hooking up a sarcastic smile. "Henry, I've given so much to you, and you never bothered to look at me more than once." Later that day, Winnie received a call from Wei Lin, asking her to send the company's documents over, saying that Master Lee wanted to look over them. She opened her mouth to refuse. By definition, this is not her part of the job, and she is well aware of how much Master Lee resents her. But the other party didn't give her a chance to talk at all and hung up directly. Winnie sighed silently and wanted to go to Hee-Ming first to ask, but went to the office to know that Hee-Ming had gone to a meeting with Henry. In desperation, Winnie had to rush to the hospital with the documents. Just before she reached the entrance of the ward, she was stopped by the bodyguards. "Then please give this document to Li Dong." She was waiting to get in, thinking of putting the document down and leaving. The two bodyguards looked at each other and did not take the documents, but pushed Winnie into the ward as instructed. Master Lee lives in the top VIP suite of this hospital, 3 rooms inside and 3 rooms outside. As soon as Winnie entered, she saw Dana sitting in the outermost room waiting for her. "Director Ning?" A bad feeling popped up in her heart. Maybe Master Lee never even looked for her, but Dana. "Sit." Dana raised her chin and said slowly, "You don't have to be nervous. I don't mean any harm. I just want to find a quiet place to talk to you alone." What is there to talk about between them? Winnie thought about how she was just trying to warn herself to stay away from Henry. "Last time I mentioned to you that I would like you to take our wedding photos, but it's too hasty to prepare for the wedding now, so it may be too late, so you can come directly to the wedding site and take them for us. The price will definitely make you happy." Dana smiled gently, radiating a noble aura from her face. Winnie's heart trembled. Even she herself did not notice how despondent her expression was at this moment. Even though she knew there would be no crossover between her and Henry, Winnie's heart felt like a layer of dust when she heard the good news that he was getting married. She opened her mouth and said softly, "Then I congratulate Director Ning in advance." Dana's smile deepened, and she took out a check from her bag and handed it to Winnie. "I know you're quite short of money, so you can take it first." Winnie looked at the number on the check and wondered if she should take it. "This is not too much." Dana gauged her expression. "I know that you took much more than that from Henry." Henry did lend me a sum of money, and I will work hard to pay it back sooner. Winnie clenched her fingertips and said through clenched teeth, "No, you tell me a clear figure for this money, and I'll help you pay it back." Dana said, looking straight at Winnie, "I never knew before why you can rely on the night group on Henry's side until I found out that you are the woman who was in the way 7 years ago. Winnie, do not think about getting any benefit from him. The Knight family, this pool of water, not you can trip." 7 years ago? Winnie couldn't understand her words. "Director Ning, I don't have. While I'm still advising you properly, put away those delusions of grandeur you shouldn't have. You want to enter the Lee family's door with a child, dream on." Just as the words left his mouth, Wei Lin came out from inside and said to Winnie, "Li Dong wants to see you." Winnie wrinkled her brow and followed him inside. She could feel Dana's eyes on her the whole time. The first thing she couldn't figure out was that she had to see her, and when she saw her, Master Li's hand was propped up on the hospital bed, and his first words were a cold question. "What exactly do you want from the Li family?" Winnie looked over in confusion. "Li Dong, I really don't understand what you mean." Elder Li examined every expression on Winnie's face. For a long time, only slowly closed his eyes. "You should already know that Henry will soon be married to Dana. I hope you do not become an obstacle between the two of them." Winnie hung her head. "Li Dong, you think highly of me. What was so special about her that Henry could give up Dana and choose her? That kind of daydreaming, Winnie won't do." Master Li listened to her words, but he only laughed coldly. As shouted from the door, "Grandpa!" He ran in, and after seeing Winnie, he jumped directly in front of her, his little hands clutching her clothes. "Pretty sister, I miss you so much." Elder Li's deep gaze fell on Winnie, finally sighed heavily, and did not stop S from getting close to Winnie. Winnie looked at the lovely child in front of her, and her eyes were filled with laughter. Every time she saw S, her mood would change slightly and become warm. But she couldn't explain why that was the case. She bent down and half squatted in front of S, gently taking his small hand. "I missed you too." Outside the door, Dana watched the scene with her own eyes, her face filled with anger. Wei Lin went over and reminded in a low voice, "Miss Dana, what Li Dong means is that since she doesn't know, don't ever let her know. Once the truth is revealed, there is no way for anyone to be responsible for the consequences." After saying that, he closed the ward door directly. Dana couldn't stand it and just turned around and left. As little hand kept pulling on Winnie and wouldn't let her go. Winnie looked at Elder Li with some difficulty and wanted to explain, but she unexpectedly heard Elder Li say, "I want to rest for a while. You take him out to play for a while." Ez was overjoyed and tugged Winnie out the door. "You slow down, don't fall." Winnie smiled and kept him company. When the footsteps faded away, Elder Li's face became deeper and deeper. "Continue to keep an eye on her, check carefully whether she is pretending to be stupid or really doesn't know. The matter concerns the flesh and blood of the Li family, and Elder Li does not want to act rashly. The Li family must have a wedding as soon as possible to break Henry's mind and take the other child back to the Li family." "Understood, Li Dong." Ez saw Winnie on a rare occasion and pulled her all over the garden and looked across the street at the snack bar through the hospital fence. "Pretty sister, I want to eat that." Winnie looked over in the direction his little finger was pointing. "Sugar plum?" Ez nodded his head like a chicken pecking rice and said aggressively, "Grandpa and Dad won't let me eat it, saying that it will grow cavities. Pretty sister, can you buy me one? I'll just take a bite, a small bite." Ez pampered, looked cute, nestled in Winnie's arms and kept playing. Winnie smiled, hooked his little nose and ruthlessly refused. "No, they won't let you eat, so how can I buy it for you?" Ez was speechless and deliberately pretended to be sad. In one fell swoop into Winnie's arms and danced around in a playful manner. I don't care, I want to eat candy canes." But no matter how he acted, Winnie was indifferent. After a short while, he got tired and tilted his head up from Winnie's arms. "Pretty sister." Listening to his soft, sappy voice, Winnie almost surrendered, but she suddenly thought of Kerr and picked up ease, whispering soothingly, "Grandpa and Daddy are so heartfelt. There must be a reason they won't let you eat it. The candy cane is really too sweet for children." "So then, Brother Kerr doesn't eat either?" At the mention of Kerr, Winnie smiled and shook her head. "He doesn't eat. Over the years, because of health reasons, the snacks that children generally like to eat are Kerr absolutely cannot eat." When she said that, Ez nuzzled her little mouth for a while and squeezed out, "Then I won't eat either." Winnie was amused by his cute look, and this scene just fell in the eyes of Henry. He had just parked his car and was about to visit Master Li in the ward when he unexpectedly saw two familiar figures over here. Looking at Winnie so tenderly, he frowned slightly. If one day the Knight family took Kerr away from her, would she be able to accept it? Winnie was wondering where she was going to take Ez next when she suddenly heard Ez shout, "Daddy!" Winnie followed and turned her head. "Henry." She stood up. "Li Dong said he wanted to take a nap and asked me to bring Ez down to play." To avoid Henry's misunderstanding, Winnie spoke first and explained. The man indifferently responded, the pair of eyes with a few deep meaning that Winnie could not read. "Then, you take him up, I'll go first," Winnie said after thinking about it. She had done what she had to do, and there was no point in staying, although she would also like to play with Ez a little longer. "Let's have a meal together." Henry glanced at her lightly, picked up Ez, and headed for the parking lot. Winnie had no time to refuse, so she just had to follow first. After dinner, Henry drove her back to Wynn's house again, and Ez fell asleep on the way. The car stopped at the front door of the Wynn family. Winnie got out, and he followed and pushed open the door. "Thank you, Henry, for sending me back." Winnie mentally mulled over whether to congratulate him first. The man's expression remained cold and stern. "You went to the hospital today. What did they say to you?" On his way here, he learned that Winnie had been called to the hospital, but he couldn't do anything about it, and the more he did, the more defensive Master Lee would be about Winnie. Winnie blinked in surprise. "Didn't say anything. From beginning to end, tell me all about it." He heaved his tone a few notches. Winnie pursed her lips, tried to remember, and spoke slowly. "I sent the documents over, and Li Dong asked me to take Ez downstairs to play." Henry took a few steps forward, and those eyes kept watching Winnie's face. "That's it? They are not too close together." Winnie nodded her head while stepping back. Not noticing the car coming up behind him, Henry reached out and took her into his arms. "Watch out." His low voice came from overhead. Once again, Winnie smelled his unique scent in his arms. She subconsciously tried to push him away. But as soon as her hand touched his body, she thought of the blood he had once donated to Kerr, and she was suddenly struck dumb. Whatever his purpose, he saved Kerr. The car that just drove over was parked next to it. The door was pulled open. Li Xinying saw them standing intimately together, and a few moments of hatred emerged from the bottom of her eyes. "Henry is so free to give a small clerk a special ride home?" Henry's attention was on Winnie, making sure she was okay before he let go. "For everything else, we'll report back tomorrow at the office." He finished and turned around to get into the car. Watching him just walk away without even saying a word to himself, Li Xinying became even more annoyed. "What despicable means did you use to make him care so much about you?" Li Xinying looked Winnie up and down, the jealousy on her face intensified. Winnie was too lazy to talk to her and walked quickly into the Wynn house. "You stand still!" Li Xinying followed closely, tugging at Winnie. "Don't think you'll be able to stand firm in Haicheng if you get close to Henry. He'll soon marry the Ning family's daughter, and by then, you'll only be kicked away." Winnie didn't hold back her temper as she listened to this. "Have you said enough? Even if I do have something with Henry, does it have anything to do with you?" "Heh, you finally admit it." Li Xinying looked as if she had seized some shocking secret. "How did you do that?" Henry has never been around women, and Winnie has only been back in Haicheng long enough to take a place by his side, which is what makes Li Xinying most angry. Looking at her eager look, Winnie laughed instead. "I told you, it has nothing to do with you." Li Xinying gritted her teeth with hatred. "Even if Henry really has feelings for you, you can't enter the door of the Li family. That has even less to do with you." Winnie glanced at her coldly and walked straight in. Li Xinying was angry, her delicate face distorted, staring at Winnie's back for a while before she coldly snorted. "What's the big deal? When I find out what you gave birth to back then, I'll see if Henry will still want you." In Haicheng, the dignified figures have more or less relations with each other. It's not possible to say that the family that Winnie used to be a surrogate for has a grudge against the Li family, and when the time comes, I'm afraid Henry will feel sick even if he looks at Winnie one more time. Once a person has done something, he or she can never erase the traces. Li Xinying expected that Winnie would not be able to escape in this life. The next day, Knight's Group held a celebration party with Shengyu Group in the company building. Not only the entire staff of Knight's Group will attend, but also the staff of Songyu Group's Haicheng branch will basically attend. Winnie, together with the secretary's office, was in charge of the reception at the entrance of the main hall. She watched Wang Qing and Fang Yi walk in together. Originally they were talking and laughing, but after Fang Yi saw Winnie, he immediately put away his smile, still keeping his distance from Wang Qing, and walked directly to Winnie. "Do you need help?" He had a gentle smile on his face, and his eyes were as clear as ever. This sentence seems to be the words he asked Winnie when he was in the university club activities. "No need, Manager Fang. You can go in and take your seats in the right place." Winnie responded politely. In her eyes, at this time, both Fang Yi and Wang Qing are just employees of the cooperative company. She did not want to mix any personal feelings, let alone cause unnecessary gossip. When Fang Yi heard her say that, his smile gradually became stiff. "Between us?" Without waiting for him to finish, Winnie gave a wink to Li. Xiao Li immediately came over to help her out. "Manager Fang, this way please." Winnie lowered her eyes slightly and moved out of the way. Fang Yi looked at her distant look towards himself and his brow furrowed. "Okay, when you get off work, we'll find time to talk." He also understood how difficult it was for Winnie to work at nights. He didn't stay any longer and walked in quickly. Rather, Wang Qing stood not far behind Fang Yi, the scene just completely into the eyes. Her eyes darkened a little, but still squeezed out a smile, walked to Winnie, whispered, "He also did not mean anything else, just want to help you. After all, with your seniority, stay in the... Li does have some difficulty, right?" This sounds a bit harsh, but Winnie's situation at nights is indeed not saying how much of a fish out of water. "He also told me before that he could help you find a suitable job in Shengyu, so if you are interested, you can always contact me." When Wang Qing finished, she didn't care about Winnie's answer and followed the others into the main hall. Xiaoli received Fang Yi back, and happened to hear what Wang Qing said to Winnie, a stranger to her listening to it. "Winnie, are you okay?" "Well, I'm fine, keep working." That's what I said, but Winnie kept thinking back to the way Wang Qing looked at herself in her heart. Soon, the celebration dinner officially began. The representatives of both companies each spoke, and everything went according to the established process, which seemed to go very smoothly. But soon, several photos sent anonymously appeared in the internal group of employees, a man and a woman in the photos, although the face could not be seen clearly, but could be recognized as Fang Yi and Winnie. What's the relationship between these two? I heard that Shengyu's manager Fang is chasing Winnie, and he even came to the company with roses in his arms before. Then no wonder she was able to participate in such a big project as soon as she entered the company. It turns out that she relies on men. The employees were talking recklessly in the group. After seeing this, Lee handed Winnie her phone to look at it. "Are you two really dating?" All this time, they thought Winnie and Henry were in that kind of relationship, but to their surprise, it actually involved the manager of the partner company again. Who sent this? Winnie recognized that this is the day in front of the Luoxin hospital. She and Fang Yi just happened to run into each other. How will be photographed? The more she thought about it, the more she felt something was wrong. Subconsciously looking for Fang Yi's figure, and seeing that he went outside alone, Winnie returned the phone to Xiaoli and followed him over. "Fang Yi!" She called out to him and walked over quickly. "What's with those pictures?" The man's face was stagnant, and a bitter smile came out from his lips. "You didn't think I sent it, did you, Winnie? Although I like you and want to chase you, but I'm not so mean as to use such despicable means to force you into submission." "I didn't mean it like that. I just felt uncomfortable, like I was being watched by someone." Winnie frowned. "If it is just a coincidence to be photographed by a colleague, it will not be sent to the company group in time for today." As they were talking, several employees came out from inside, and when Fang Yi saw this, he had to pull Winnie aside to a safe passage first. At this moment, the large screen in the main hall was showing the audio and video materials of the two companies' cooperative projects. Some of this content is something that Winnie has been involved in before. When her image appeared on the big screen, a sigh of relief rang out in the main hall as employees from both companies were dismayed. Henry's eyebrows tightened, and he looked at He-Ming as if inquiring. He-Ming immediately took out his cell phone. Seeing those discussions in the internal group of employees, Henry's face became more and more gloomy. Dana, who was sitting at the side, hooked her lips and said softly, "Henry, let's wait until the celebration is over. It's their private business anyway." She knew Henry's temperament well, and what she resented most was unprofessional employees who brought personal relationships to work. Winnie this time, but hard to step on Henry's bottom line. So thinking, Dana's mood more happy, not her turn to do, Winnie is not far from the company to get out. Henry's cold gaze looked around the room and saw no sign of Winnie. "For the rest, you take care of it." He gave a command to He-Ming and left quickly. He could not say what kind of feeling he had in his heart, but the thought of Winnie being so close to another man was like a fire burning in his heart. He had to ask if Winnie was really planning to find a stepfather for Kerr. In the safe passage, Winnie tried to calm herself down. What Fang Yi said was more than she could bear. "I know you have a son. I've thought about it, and I don't care. Winnie, we can really try, and I'm willing to treat your child as if it were my own." Winnie's heart sank downward. She shook her head and took a half step back. "Fang Yi, I don't have that kind of idea about you, and what?" Fang Yi stared and asked, "You're not going to tell me that you and your company's Henry are really that kind of relationship?" Hearing his sudden mention of Henry, Winnie's heart missed a half beat. Is it really because of Henry that she rejected Fang Yi again and again? Across a door, Henry's fingertips lightly hooked the door handle. His face condensed. He wondered what Winnie would say in response. "Winnie, come to your senses. You're not getting anywhere with him. He's getting married soon." Fang Yi frowned and took a half step forward, forcing Winnie closer. He has said the words to this point, if Winnie refused him again. But the more he said that, the more Winnie resisted. "Fang Yi, I reject you. It has nothing to do with him." A word, the man outside the door coldly down the face, immediately push open that door. "Henry?" Fang Yi tried to pull. Winnie's hand was pushed away by Henry. Then, Henry clutched Winnie's wrist, not allowing her to break free, and took her away. "Take the elevator and go directly to parking lot B2. Henry, please let go of me." Winnie struggled hard, but to no avail. The company elevator and parking lot have security cameras. Winnie bit her lip, tightly lowered her head, really cannot feel Henry's intentions. He pulled open the car door and pushed Winnie inside. "You..." Winnie's wrist was also released at that moment. However, the next second, Henry's other hand clasped her jaw, forcing her to sit in a very awkward position in the car. Before she could say anything, his kiss suddenly arrived. Winnie's eyes widened, and she couldn't stop shaking her head, trying to break free. But he didn't stop in the slightest. He did not let go until Winnie ran out of strength and went limp in the car. She bit her lips tightly, and tears were in her eyes. Raising his wrist, he slapped Henry in the face. Until this moment, the man's expression returned to normal. His face sank, but he didn't let Winnie go, went around to the other side and drove away. The atmosphere inside the car is getting depressing. He does not stop. Winnie does not ask. There are still traces of his lips. Always remind her that for this man, she, the assistant, is just a woman who is called to come and go. For a time her eyes without a semblance of light. Get out of the car. He opened his mouth and Winnie heard him, but she reached out and clutched the car door, not moving a muscle. Henry suppressed his temper. You come down first, we'll go in and talk slowly. Winnie's pupils shrank slightly, and she tugged at the corners of her lips. Henry, it's business hours, what do you want to talk to me about? She had rejection written all over her face and didn't want to be alone with Henry even for a moment. The man's hand propped up on the car door, his gaze fell straight on Winnie's face. Good, then say it here, you and Fang Yi. That's my personal business, Henry. You seem to be meddling too much. Winnie's mood became more and more complicated. She looked up to meet his gaze, angry and annoyed. What is my relationship with Fang Yi? Do not need to report to the company, right? The employee handbook, but there is no such article. Now then, add that. The more unrelenting he was, the more Winnie resisted. She pursed her lips. He's courting me, and I'm considering saying yes to him. Is that a satisfactory answer to you, Henry? After saying that, Winnie pushed him away and jumped out of the car. She took a few steps forward, keeping the distance between her and him. Henry, I heard from Director Ning that you are going to get married soon. I wish you 100 years of good luck in advance and have a baby soon. Winnie said mechanically and turned around to leave. But just a few steps away, her whole body was carried by Henry. What are you doing? Winnie gave a startled cry and kept slapping his back with her hands. The man's voice pressed down. Don't move. Winnie was furious and hammered his back. Put me down. You're just my boss. Why should you care about my personal affairs? What's more, he's getting married. She was thrown on the couch by Henry, and then the man pulled out a paternity test report. Winnie looked at him suspiciously. You'll see when you read it why I interfere with your private life. Winnie stared, opened. The whole person was staggered there. The name of the father's side of the document is cropped out, but at the bottom it is clearly written that someone is Kerr's physiological father. All her words were caught in her throat, and she couldn't say them for half a day. Henry knew Kerr's real father. Winnie clutched the report. Can you tell me who this person is? Henry looked at her and collected the emotions under his eyes. Not yet. Do you think that with Kerr's current situation, he can accept a father who appears out of nowhere? Winnie frowned, her eyes darkening. A past that even she could not bear, suddenly presented in front of Kerr's words he would probably not be able to accept. Henry's expression remained unchanged. I can assure you that this man means you and Kerr no harm, and he will not take Kerr away from you. It was the only promise he could make to her so far. Before, he had countless reasons to take Kerr away from her directly. But now, he changed his mind. He knew very well that he wanted to possess this woman, not just because of the 2 children. He had to take his time so as not to scare her away. Just now he was the one who was impulsive. Winnie bit her lip, feeling even more confused. If Henry knew Kerr's real father, he must also know what happened 7 years ago, so how could he treat himself? Or is it that in his eyes, she has long since ceased to be a self-loving woman? With that thought, Winnie gathered her courage and looked at him. So what do you mean by showing me this report now? Am I going to be a widow for the rest of my life for a man I've only met once? She threw the report on the table. Anyway, the word was out. She had nothing to hide. Instead of beating around the bush, let's make it clear once and for all. She has had enough of this guessing game. Henry's eyes grew deeper and deeper. I'm not curious about that man at all, and ask Henry to tell him not to let him bother me and Kerr. Winnie did think so, and if she could, she hoped that man would never appear. How are you going to raise Kerr all by yourself? He's going to be in elementary school soon, and the account in Haicheng, can you get it? He pierced Winnie's armor with a single word. That's my business. Don't bother, Henry. I can help you. His tone was so relaxed, as if this matter, just a meal so simple. Winnie gritted her teeth. Henry, you're so forgetful. You and Dana are going to get married soon. Regardless of his relationship with Kerr's real father, Winnie would not accept his help at this time. Henry's thin lips pursed into a line, took out his cell phone and dialed He-Ming's number. Release a public message in my personal name to cancel the marriage contract with the Ning family. After saying that, he put down his phone. You now have no reason to refuse me. The look in his imperative eyes confused Winnie even more. Take a break, pick up Kerr and go to school with him. You'll love it. After he finished, he turned around and went up to the 2nd floor. Winnie froze in place and watched as Henry's phone kept ringing. Because of his words, the sky is going to turn again outside. Winnie clutched her fingertips, her brow furrowed. Just what exactly was Henry's relationship with that man? Winnie sat on the couch. The more she thought about it, the less she had a clue. With the Li family's position in Haicheng, who can instruct Henry to do something? The man who made her a surrogate back then was really so powerful? Even the Li family cannot be put in the eye. A cell phone rang, pulling Winnie's thoughts back. It's Wei Lin calling. Winnie pursed her lips, not sure if she should take it. Frozen for a short while, then looked up. Henry had changed into a suit and was standing in front of her. Pulled the phone directly out of her hand, hung up and pressed the off button. But Winnie was a little hesitant. Henry can ignore Master Li, but she, a small assistant, really does not have this qualification. You don't need to worry about that when I'm around. Henry's eyes sank slightly. Let's go, it's late. Winnie just had to keep up, first picking up Kerr from Wynn's, and then picking up S from the painting class. 2 children, one left and one right, surrounded by Winnie, one cute and lively, one stable and mature. When they arrived at the Secoily school, there was already a teacher in charge of reception waiting for them at the entrance. Mr. and Mrs. Henry, please follow me. Winnie subconsciously looked at him, saw him nothing special reaction, silently averted his eyes. This side is the primary section of our school, and every classroom is equipped with. Winnie focused on the teacher's explanation, but also from time to time to look at Kerr and Ez. See, the 2 children are very interested. Winnie also followed the happy. The teaching conditions here are really good, so it's no wonder that the cost is also prohibitive. We're almost done with the tour. Let's go to the parlor and take a break. The teacher suggested, with a smile on her face, guiding them inside the building. Winnie, holding the 2 children, followed Henry for a while, in a bit of a trance. It was as if they were really family. Just after sitting down in the parlor, Henry went to the bathroom first. The teacher smiled and said, "These twin kids are so handsome and so smart and cute. No wonder Mr. Henry is so devoted to their schooling. He's been here twice before." Winnie's heart jumped and she opened her mouth to explain. But after thinking about it, let's forget it. Some things become more troublesome the more you explain. Mr. Lee, I'd like to ask again, how do we go about the procedures for enrolling our children in school, and what information do we need to provide? Winnie's main concern is still this. After all, the issue of Kerr's account was never resolved. You don't need to worry about that. The admission procedures for both Kerr and S are all done. Lee said, taking out 2 beautifully textured certificates. Do not need to ask. Also no, must be Henry has long been ready. No wonder he has been asking her to bring Kerr to school to see, is to sit on this matter. Winnie thought thoughtfully as Henry stepped in. The sunlight enveloped his body, filled with a layer of faint bright light. Winnie looked at him, her heart fluttering slightly. In this world, there should be no woman who would refuse his considerate care. But the closer she gets to his world, the more confused she becomes, wondering if she should sit here and accept this kind offer. Seemingly sensing her gaze, Henry turned back to her. Winnie lowered her eyes and looked at the 2 admission certificates. Mr. Henry, do you see anything else I should explain for you? Mr. Lee asked in a warm voice. I hope that the enrollment of these 2 children can be kept secret from the public. This is no problem. As long as you have requests in this regard, we will cooperate fully. After asking a few other things, Henry got up. I'll walk you back. Winnie nodded first, after leading the children out of the school with him. Stop the car in front. Kerr and I want to turn around before we go back. This time the man did not refuse, and said in a deep voice a good word. Pretty sister, bye. As waved his small hands and leaned against the car door, smiling. Winnie nodded and watched them drive away. Kerr took Winnie's hand and looked up at her. Mommy, we've never been around here before. Don't you want to take a ride with your handsome uncle? By Kerr a word, Winnie awkwardly smiled. I see the scenery around here is quite good. Let's walk around and blow the wind, okay? As she coaxed Kerr, she wondered who this child had followed, thinking much more clearly and logically than she did. With his father who never showed up. Winnie tightened her brow, not knowing why. She always thought of that man lately, and always felt that he was right there with her and Kerr. Sometimes, this inexplicable premonition is rather more torturous. Winnie took Kerr for a short walk before taking a taxi home. Just entering the door, I saw an unexpected guest sitting in the living room. Winnie, you're finally back. Why isn't your cell phone on? It's been impossible to call. Miss Dana has been waiting for you for a long time. Li Shulan kept giving Winnie a wink and pushed her to Dana. Li Shulan looked flattering, clearly not daring to mess with the Ning family. Winnie turned back to Aunt Suk to take Kerr back to his room and walked over. Miss Dana, is something wrong? From the moment she entered, Dana never took her eyes off of her. At the end of the sentence, Dana got up, approached Winnie, sniffed carefully, and the curve of her mouth instantly changed. Where is he? Winnie spoke calmly, I don't know. Dana hated Winnie so much that fire was coming out of her eyes. You've been together all day and you're telling me you didn't know? I? On the side, Li Shulan hurriedly came over and also tugged Winnie hard and said, Miss Dana, don't be angry. Sit down and talk slowly. Dana glanced at her, still staring at Winnie's face. Don't let me know that you had something to do with his withdrawal, or I'll make sure you disappear from Haichang, or even disappear from this world forever. Dana finished and walked away quickly on her high heels. She also knew that Winnie couldn't possibly sway Henry's mind, but she just had to come over and see for herself what she was losing. As soon as Dana left, Li Shulan gathered around Winnie and asked questions. Why is Dana-san so angry, anyway? When she came to the house this afternoon, her face was even scarier than just now. How did you provoke her? Let me tell you, the Ning family's power in Haichang is not something we can mess with. Don't be a hero for a moment and lose all these family assets your father left behind. When all is said and done, she is most worried about the Wen family's piece of land. Winnie gritted her teeth. Don't worry, nothing like that will happen. Hearing her say so, Li Shulan still felt that something was wrong and asked after Winnie again, Has young Master Zhou contacted you recently? No. Originally, Winnie also just used the opportunity to meet with Joe Whalen to inquire about the Wen family's piece of land. Then you should seize the opportunity. I see that he likes you. You do not miss this good opportunity. It just so happened that Li Xinying came back. As soon as she entered the door, she heard this sentence. Her delicate face immediately floated a touch of jealousy. Mom, you should not worry blindly. People have long clutched Henry in their hands. Still look at the Zhao family? When Li Shulan heard this, her face changed slightly. What does this mean? Henry has publicly broken off his engagement today. Li Xinying thought about this. It is angry. The way home has been thinking about what? Winnie has only been back in Haicheng for how long, and actually managed to make Henry, who has always been uncomfortable with women, change his mind, and for her, even the Ning family's marriage contract was withdrawn. Li Xinying even have to guess what special fetish Henry has, just like the woman who has given birth. Because of you? Li Shulan was also surprised, her mind quickly calculating how to take advantage of Winnie's relationship with Henry to the extreme. Winnie looked at the mother and daughter indifferently and went back to her room with a cold face. There are some things that she can't say and doesn't want to bother explaining to them. Back in her room, watching Kerr prepare to wash up, Winnie felt a little dazed. She used to work so hard to earn money to take care of Kerr and save him for surgery and medical bills, and now she finally doesn't have to feel anxious about those things. But she couldn't be happy. One of the most profound things she has learned over the years is that there is no free lunch in this world. All the care she received from Henry today will have to be returned to him sooner or later. Aunt Shu tidied up the room and saw Winnie staring there, smiling. She asked, "Missy, what are you thinking about?" Winnie then came back to her senses and said after some thought, "In another week, Kerr will start elementary school and will be boarding at school then, only coming home to stay on weekends. That's quite good, and less stressful for you." Aunt Shu brought in more fruit and milk and quietly exited the room and went downstairs. Winnie closed the door to her room and sighed silently. She now wondered whether it was good or bad to let Kerr go to that kind of international school. After putting Kerr to sleep, Winnie dialed the phone number of Zhang, the manager of the previous doggy company. Upon hearing it was her, Manager Zhang stammered, "Xiao Wen, what's up again? I want to entrust you guys to help me investigate one thing." Winnie gritted her teeth. "After the matter is completed, you will definitely not be treated badly. I know the market price." "There is money is not earned as a fool." Zhang manager immediately have the energy, but listen to Winnie said to check is 7 or 8 years ago. His voice collapsed. "Xiao Wen, you've been in this business too. It's been so long. How can you check it?" "I'm not in a hurry, but this matter is very important to me." "Okay then, I'll make the arrangements and contact you if there's any news." Manager Zhang reluctantly hung up the phone. Winnie put down the phone. The heart also felt quite interesting. Before it was always her as a paparazzi, tracking and investigating the private affairs of others. Now it's her turn to be an employer. She did not expect that the person who contacted her the next day was not Manager Zhang, but Ye Qianer. Winnie looked at her warily. "Miss Ye?" Ye Qianer took off her sunglasses and looked Winnie up and down. "It seems that those gossips are not all false. Since you entered Henry's company, like a changed person, cannot. Henry is really for you, only to withdraw from the marriage, right? You should ask him about that." Winnie wasn't interested in talking to her about that. "If there's nothing else, you can. I forgot to tell you that I have acquired the doggy company you worked for before. Didn't you want to hire someone to help you investigate something? I'm here to negotiate the price." Ye Qianer smiled and winked. "Not inviting me in." Winnie faintly stared, had to give up half a step first. Ye Qianer surveyed the Wen family villa and shook her head with a tsk. "I thought how luxurious you live now. It's just like this." "Miss Ye, let's get down to business." Winnie raised her hand and asked her to sit down. It just so happened that today Li Shulan had taken the maid to the supermarket. Even if Ye Qianer acquired that doggy company, something like negotiating a price doesn't require her personal attention. Winnie naturally thought that Ye Qianer had an ulterior motive. "We have dealt with each other before, after all, although not very pleasant, but I will not take the opportunity to lionize, but..." Winnie was in no hurry, so she waited for her to continue. "I have a condition that you take Henry's information in exchange." Winnie froze. She did not expect Ye Qianer still remembered Henry. "I refuse. She won't make that kind of deal. Also do not want to be involved with Ye Qianer again." As if she had expected her to say that, Ye Qianer hooked her lips. "Well then, since you're so dead set on Henry, I'll wish you a happy marriage soon." After saying that, Ye Qianer walked out of the Wen family gate without looking back. Ye Qianer so easily away, but let Winnie reassured. She thought back over the content of last night's call with Manager Zhang and was relieved to make sure there was nothing wrong. But Li Shulan came back. I do not know how to know that Ye Qianer came to the matter, pulling Winnie over and over again to advise her to clean up after themselves. Do not get involved with the kind of uninvited starlet. Winnie only has a wind in the ears, heard even. Winnie's attitude is not cold and unenthusiastic. More let Li Shulan worry. If Winnie later in the Sea City to stand firm, or even close to Henry, into the door of the Li family, then she has all these years painstakingly planned, will be in vain. That night, Li Shulan called Li Xinying to her room and discussed for a while. Early in the morning, Li Xinying rushed into Winnie's room and pulled her up. "Free up your time tonight and go somewhere with me. I'll send you the location this afternoon. If you don't come, I have ways to torture you." After Li Xinying finished speaking, she twisted her waist and left. Winnie looked at the time, not yet 7 o'clock. She slowly closed her eyes, intended to sleep a little longer. But the sound of footsteps in the living room downstairs was so loud that she couldn't sleep. Winnie put on her clothes, pulled the door open, and looked outside. Li Xilan is directing the maids to move things to the house in the living room, and they are all packed with large pieces of furniture. Winnie changed her clothes and went downstairs. "What's all this?" "Winnie, come here. Look at this. It's the children's bed I bought for Kerr. He's big enough now that he should have his own room, and that his new desk." The more Li Xilan said, the more he got excited. "It was too hasty to prepare before. I had them pack out the bedroom next to yours today, so that in the future, you will have your own space too." She almost had Winnie convinced by the way she looked like she had good intentions for both their mother and son. But thinking about the things Li Xilan had done in the past, Winnie's mind calmed down. "Don't bother, Kerr is starting elementary school next week and won't have much time to stay home." This matter, she had wanted to delay a few days and then tell them. When Li Xilan heard this, her expression instantly changed. "Are you really going to spend that much money for Kerr to go to that international school?" Winnie hummed. She has concerns too, but it's all about Kerr's future. "Do you know how much that school costs for a year's tuition? Even if we sell that land, we still have to get money for the company's turnover. There is no extra money for him to go to that kind of noble school." After Li Xilan finished, she also muttered, "Besides, do you really want to carry that little trailing bottle with you for the rest of your life?"